Okay, it wasn't clear? That's fine. If you did not understand any of that, just ask, Gu explained patiently. When it came to how he treated a pretty woman, he was always quite meticulous. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, It's not that. I understood it all. But I'm wondering about how very heavy the responsibility of the host is. That makes me feel very pressured. Since the station and the program team value me so much, have put such an important task on me, and given such a good program and time slot to me, I will definitely do it well. Gu said kindly, Don't worry about that. Just relax and do your job. Dong Shanshan said, But how do I relax? Honestly speaking, this is my first time hosting such a large-scale variety program, and it's even one on a satellite channel at a primetime slot. I don't know what the program team sees in me to have invited me to join you all and given me such preferential treatment. So I'm afraid I won't be able to do well and end up getting withdrawn from the role. She spoke about how pressured she was feeling and whatnot, but somehow it felt more like she was trying to lead the conversation to something else. When Gu heard this, he smiled and said, Listen to me, Teacher Shanshan. Don't worry and rest assured. There's no need to fret about anything else. Let me tell you something. The program, do you remember, could fire me or fire anyone else on the team, but they would never fire you for sure. What? Fire you and I would still be here? Did I hear wrong? Dong Shanshan was taken aback and could only say, Huh. Gu said, Anyhow, just relax. What did you mean by that? Dong Shanshan looked at him. Gu mumbled a few words, knowing he had said too much in the presence of the pretty woman in front of him, and recovered his composure. He coughed and said, I don't mean anything, it's nothing. I was just randomly saying a few things, so in any case, just don't feel too pressured and you'll be all right. Dong Shanshan said, Gu, since this is what everyone calls you, I will address you like this as well. Sure, you can call me whatever you like, Gu said with a smile. Dong Shanshan, weaving some lies into truths, said, You look especially like a cousin of mine. That's why I feel comfortable being around you. I've always been quite sociable, so I won't take you as an outsider. Gu said happily, You mustn't take me as an outsider. Don't stand on ceremony with me. If there's anything you need, just come to Gu. Gu will definitely answer to your calls without any hesitation. Dong Shanshan's eyes had been filled with perplexity since this morning. She could not figure it out while she was on the way here, but her female intuition told her that a meat pie dropping out of the sky into her lap like this was definitely not without a reason, so she asked, All right then, the thing I need to know is, why is it that anyone else can be fired, but not me? And there's something else I can't understand all this while here. Why did the station look for me to assume the important role of the female host for such a large-scale production? Gu glanced left and right before saying, About this. Dong Shanshan said, Don't forget you promised that you wouldn't hesitate to help me out. Gu laughed bitterly and then whispered, It's not that I don't wish to say it, but that I am not allowed to say it. Is it Zhang Ye? Dong Shanshan was very clever and just brought up the name directly. Gu hesitated. I did not say that. Dong Shanshan observed his expression and said, It must be him then. Didn't you all just say that there was a host who did not need to use any scripts? That was Zhang Ye, wasn't it? He and I were old classmates and also colleagues who have worked together before. About his ability to go off script and even doing that for a live broadcast, it was something that I witnessed with my own eyes as well. Zhang Ye is the only person I know so far who is crazy enough to dare to do a live broadcast without a script. Other than him, there couldn't be anyone else who was brave enough to attempt that. So that would mean that our program team was previously the team for the Arts Channel's lecture room program, right? Gu knew that he could no longer keep this under wraps, so he confessed, Correct. Dong Shanshan asked, Did Zhang Ye recommend me to the station? What teacher little Zhang did was definitely not a recommendation. When he said this, Gu also had a strange smile on his face. Let me tell you this, but don't say that I was the one who said it. Dong Shanshan nodded. Naturally. Gu said, Originally, the station had intended to ask teacher little Zhang to come back by offering him a long-term contract so that he could help plan a few programs for the station and to help bring up the viewership ratings as well. But as you should also know, little Zhang used to have disagreements with the station on certain matters before and wasn't exactly on good terms either until recently. But even so, little Zhang still did not have any intent of returning to the station. At least he claimed not for the time being. By rights, up until this point, there should no longer be anything to explain, but teacher Little Zhang suddenly offered to do a program proposal for the satellite channel by selling it to the station. He did not request any monetary recompense and was fine with any offer, but he did make a request, and that was also his one and only condition for the station. It was... Hoga did not finish. Dong Shanshan had already put his words together. She took a light breath and continued. Was to let me be the female host for this program. That's right. Hogu smiled and said, as you can see, the station has agreed to this in the end. It was something that had not happened before as well. First, this was because the station's bosses and the relevant teams had. Judge That Do You Remember was a variety singing program that could stand out from all the other singing programs and make a name for itself. This program was something they had to get from teacher Zhang no matter what, so that it wouldn't be sold to another television station either. Second, since everyone knew of teacher Zhang's hosting reputation, the station leaders also trusted that teacher Zhang's classmate, which he had strongly pushed to be appointed, would definitely not be a wrong choice. So rather than saying that this was a recommendation, it might be better to say that you were the designated host by the station and program team. This was affected by the station leader, and so anyone else can be fired, but not you. Dong Shanshan. From the other side, someone called out to Ho Gu. Old Ho, we need your help over here. Okay, I'll go over right now. Ho Gu responded to them, and then turned to Dong Shanshan again, and said, I've already shared with you all that I can. Our team and teacher Zhang enjoy a very good relationship. Since you're teacher Zhang's classmate, you are naturally our friend and a part of us as well. As all of us used to watch teacher Zhang's talk show very frequently, we've also heard of him teasing you before. Haha, so we aren't that unfamiliar with you. In the future, let's get to know each other well and communicate more often. Hoga walked off. Dong Shanshan was still digesting what he had told her. Plainly speaking, this program only existed after having an appointed host. If Dong Shanshan was not the female host, then this program would also cease to exist. At this time, all the doubts and mysteries in Dong Shanshan's mind finally disappeared. She finally understood why a large-scale production like this primetime program on the satellite channel would approach her in the first place. This was all due to her old classmate helping her sneakily behind her back and not telling her anything about it. Chapter 597, An Old Classmate's Appreciation. At night, it was already dark. At his parents' house, Zhang Ye reclined on the sofa with his legs crossed and lit a cigarette with one hand while holding a porcelain teacup in the other. With every puff, he had a few sips of tea and was feeling laid back and relaxed. There were no signs at all that he was an unemployed person who was unable to find a job after so many days. Next to him, her mother rolled her eyes. I've never ever seen anyone with such a big heart. Zhang Ye took exception. There's no urgency regarding the job. I will wait another few more days. I'm talking about Beijing Television's new program. His mother said, if you've even planned out all the details for them and taken every step into consideration, why didn't you just do it by yourself? Zhang Ye snickered and said, that program did not suit me. The amount of variety programs in his head were too many that even if he were to randomly pick one, he would get a program that would do quite well in the ratings. But as his energy was limited, together with the other objectives and personal requirements, he would definitely not want to do all of them. If there was one that he would choose, of course he wouldn't choose one that would just do quite well. Given the choice, he would only choose the best of the best, an irreplaceable program that would leave all the other television stations in the dust with its success. His father was less critical of his son's employment issue and instead pointed out to him, smoke less. Understood. Zhang Ye sat up straight and extinguished the cigarette, but his mother suddenly pointed at the television and said, son, is that the program that you planned? Oh, you had only just submitted your proposal this afternoon, and it's already starting to get promoted by the evening. Zhang Ye looked over as well and said, they're really quite efficient, but it's really not too many days away till they air when the other program ends. Brother Hu and the others must be getting worried too. At Beijing Television, the logo with large font depicting Do You Remember flashed impressively on screen before a public call for everyone in the country to register as contestants or lead singers. It was done in the very standard publicity technique and style. This publicity campaign was all done in-house by Beijing Television with no input from Zhang Ye at all. as he wasn't a part of the television station anymore. He was only in charge of the program format, while everything else had nothing to do with him. He did not wish to concern himself with too much of these issues and couldn't do it even if he wanted to. As they say, don't meddle in affairs that aren't part of your position. This was the promotion the television aired. On the internet, Beijing television station's BTV 11 website was also promoting the upcoming segment slated to replace the current program in the primetime slot. The promotion was much more detailed and gave a lot of details. At the end, there was even a tentative list of staff on the program team. For the positions that had not been filled yet, they were just left blank. Do you remember? Executive producer, Hu Fei. Executive director, Hu Fei. Program planner, Zhang Ye. Assistant director, Ho Liang. Host, female Dong Shanshan. Host, male TBC. On Weibo, discussions about the topic began. Is Big Bird ending already? AI. That program's quality started to become really bad towards the end. It wasn't too bad at the beginning. Beijing television's standards have been dropping of late. There's nothing creative about their programs anymore. I heard that the program next in line is even going to be a singing program. Haven't such programs already been overdone already? Are they not sick of it yet? Ever since teacher Zhang Ye left BTV Arts channel, I hardly watch Beijing television stations channels anymore since the programs are all somewhat similar to each other and have nothing special to look forward to. How I miss those days when teacher Zhang Ye was still at the Arts channel. Lecture Room opened up a new style of programming format, and those episodes in which Zhang Ye talked about the Three Kingdoms set a new local viewership ratings record for education-style type programs, which are unlikely to be surpassed anytime soon. There are rumors that Zhang Ye will be returning to Beijing television station. Is that true? I've heard so too, but I don't know how true those rumors are. The rumors were already refuted today at noon. Didn't you all read the Weibo of an official from Beijing television station? Didn't that person post something about something being regretful and a pity? That must have been referring to teacher Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye is not going back. Yeah, Beijing television had invited him to rejoin them, but Zhang Ye did not accept the offer. Then doesn't that mean teacher Zhang will still be unemployed? When it started, only a small number of people, about a dozen, were discussing this topic, but at one point, a lot of people suddenly joined in to talk about it as well. Quick, take a look. Zhang Ye has a new program. Do you remember? I just saw the promotions for this program on Beijing television too, but didn't Zhang Ye decline the offer to join Beijing television station? He's not the host, but he created this new program for Beijing television. Here's the link. Just go and take a look at the program team listing. Please don't ask if this could be a coincidence where it's just someone with the same name. This was his old team and old employer, and besides he is the program planner, so this Zhang Ye can't possibly be anyone else. It's really true. Teacher Zhang has done it again. Even though he's not going to be the host, nor taking part as the director or producer of the show, I am still very hyped about it. What is this program really about? Remembering the lyrics? What's so interesting about that? Yeah, I don't understand it either. Is that really something Zhang Ye would do? It doesn't feel like it. It just doesn't feel like him at all. A program that sounds so terrible, how could it have a good viewership rating? Did Zhang Ye get water into his brains? There are so many singing programs in the market now. At least 5 or 6 of them can be easily seen whenever you switch on the television. The audience is long sick and tired of this. I'm sure everyone will be tired soon by all of these. At this time, what we need is an innovative new program. But still, you can't just innovate senselessly. Remember the lyrics? How can there be any watchability in something like remembering the lyrics? Do you think the audience is crazy to want to watch you remembering lyrics? Beijing television is also getting dumber and dumber. If Zhang Ye wants to do something as stupid as this, then did you all have to follow along and do it as well? Why would you guys even allow such a pointless program to take the primetime slot? I'm speechless. And who is that person called Dong Shanshan? A newbie? I don't think there's any host by that name at Beijing television station, right? I haven't heard of her before either. They're even so daring in using people. I know who she is. She's Zhang Ye's old classmate and also the host of Online Talents. Just knowing that it's about remembering lyrics already sounds uninteresting to me. No comment. It might really be possible that this new program team has someone else by the name of Zhang Ye. That's right. This shouldn't be the standard that Zhang Ye would come up with. Whether it was lecture room or Zhang Ye's talk show, they were all unprecedented examples of television programs in the industry. But what is this about remembering lyrics? Competing on how good someone's memory is? Why don't you make them compete on remembering punctuation or character strokes instead? This program sounds so odd and terrible. Just the name of the program alone gives people a sense of powerlessness and makes them feel sleepy. Zhang Ye, what happened to you? Did he lose his touch already? Looks like Beijing television has made a very wrong move this time. Do you remember? If this program can get any viewership at all, I will twist my head off. Ha 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 ha, this program is such a joke. How can anyone even take memorizing lyrics and make it into a show? The netizens were also having their doubts. Fellow peers were also ridiculing such a program. People from the media were criticizing. All kinds of interesting opinions were raised. This was Zhang Ye. Not only was he a controversial person whenever he spoke or did something, even the programs he did were full of controversy. It was the same reaction as when Zhang Ye had presented this idea for the program to Beijing television station staff. All of the netizens could not understand, and barely any of them had any expectations for this program. Moreover, they did not even understand what this program would be about and what the selling point was. However, Zhang Ye knew exactly what this program would be about, just like how Beijing television had also understood after Zhang Ye explained it to them. As such, all of these voices of doubt that were spreading around online did not disrupt their confidence in the program. Instead, after reading all those comments online, it even stirred the fighting spirit of Hu Fei's team as they all looked forward to giving everyone a surprise on the day the program premiered. It was already pretty late. His parents were asleep. Zhang Ye went back into his bedroom and laid down on his bed. He switched off the lights and got ready to sleep, when suddenly, his cell phone rang. It was from Dong Shanshan. Zhang Ye smiled as he answered the call. Hello, old classmate. Did you call me so late? At night because you missed me? On the other end, a feminine voice laughed. Since my job issue has been solved, of course I must give you a call to give my thanks. A satellite channel's primetime slot. How generous. What job? Zhang Ye played dumb. What do you think? Dong Shanshan said. Zhang Ye said, what are you talking about? Dong Shanshan. All right, don't pretend anymore. I know everything already. Saying that, she laughed and continued. You're even keeping it from me because you were afraid that my pride would not be able to handle it? When you called me yesterday, did you already know about my departure from Weiwa online television station? You even tried to keep it a secret by making the Beijing television station staff not mention a word about this to me? Let me tell you, my ego is not as big as you made it out to be. In fact, it's rather small. If I had known that you had such connections, I would have already gone to your house to stop you at your front door and make you pull some strings for me. Zhang Ye knew that Dong Shanshan was just spouting nonsense to him. Having been classmates for so many years already, how didn't he know that Dong Shanshan had a huge ego? Otherwise, would Zhang Ye have to go through all that trouble just to hide it from her? Would Dong Shanshan have needed to make all those excuses over the phone, saying that she was still working and not mentioning anything about her resignation? But Zhang Ye still smiled and said, Hi, then you should have just said so earlier. All right, it was I who helped you. Tell me then, how are you going to thank your big brother Zhang? Dong Shanshan said, You're really not holding back, are you? You've even become big brother Zhang now. Yes, of course, Zhang Ye said. Shouldn't it be natural to help out an old classmate of yours? You're even putting on airs now. Her. Dong Shanshan said, belittling his deed. Tell me then, how can I thank you? Zhang Ye said in rare, serious tone to her. Just host the program well, and I will guarantee this will bring you places. Dong Shanshan said, Don't worry, we're both from media college and besides, did you forget that I did better than you in school? Zhang Ye said, That's true. School Bell Dong was so famous in school back then. Actually, with your capabilities, it's more than enough for you to join a satellite channel station. I was just being a busybody by offering to help. Actually, I didn't do this for you. I did a program proposal for Beijing television because first, I wanted to help Brother Hu and the others. Second, I haven't been doing too well recently, so it was good that I had this chance to earn some spare money. Third, I intended to use Do You Remember to further my potential for program planning, so that those television stations which can't make up their minds about me yet would quickly decide and contact me to join them. Since I am jobless now, I really need to find Another employer as soon as possible. I am not one to turn round to graze on an old pasture like Beijing television station. So do you remember was also a step that I had to take before I could make my next move. It was to help increase my chances of attracting a better television station and offer. But somehow the timing was just right, and you had just left your previous job as well, so I just helped to recommend you to them since it was just a by-the-by thing. Dong Shanshan said. Was it just a recommendation? Zhang Ye pretended. Yeah, what else would it be? Dong Shanshan laughed. That couldn't have been just a recommendation. I heard that you specified me, that you said if they did not agree to using me as the host, you would not even sell the program proposal to them, which would mean that this was a host-bound program. When Zhang Ye heard this, he cursed and said, those bunch of people. I had already reminded them over and over before I left to not say a word of this, but they still let the cat out of the bag? Who told you about it, Shanshan? Who was the one who had such loose lips? I am so hurt by this. What's trust even worth these days? The most basic trust between two human beings. Dong Shanshan was amused by this and said, Of course I won't tell you who told me about it, but I already know all that I need to know now. So classmate Zhang, I owe you one. Come on, don't be so polite with me. Zhang Ye said, I find it hard to get used to you if you speak in this way. Besides, didn't I promise you before that when you had a new program, I would definitely help you with it? Now that I've fulfilled my promise, do we still need to be so courteous with each other? Dong Shanshan said, That's true. Zhang Ye changed the subject and asked, What do you think of the program? If I simply just hear about it, it isn't much. But when I found out about all the details of each segment of the program, I believe that the viewership ratings shouldn't be bad at all. On top of that, there's no other program that's more suitable for me than this. I had left the online television station precisely because I did not want my progress to stall. I knew I needed to seek something that would allow me to progress and transform myself. So this new role in a satellite channel station and even hosting a program in the primetime slot is good enough for at least 2 years of my development. Dong Shanshan sounded very satisfied and continued. I must say that this old classmate of mine is really very thoughtful by thinking out every aspect for me. You're a true friend. But of course, when we're out in the working world, we can surely depend on our classmates. Zhang Ye asked again, Are you fitting in well with the program team? Brother Hu, Brother Ho, and the others are all my old friends and good people. I'm pretty sure you'd like this sort of a work environment. Dong Shanshan acknowledged. Everyone's quite nice and the environment is good too. Zhang Ye warned. Yes, but there's also a lot of single guys, so watch out for yourself. He predicted that there would be quite a number of people who would want to go after Dong Shanshan, as it would be the same anywhere else. That's a valid point. I came here in a rush today and only wore a very plain skirt that probably reached down to my knees. Even so, my legs were viciously attacked by wave after wave of stares from the new colleagues. F***K, could you exaggerate more? It's not overstated. Those bunch of people are really too direct then. I've always wondered, doesn't your old classmate, I, have good looks too? So why is it that every time you men see me, the first thing you look at are my legs? I'm very curious about it, but where do you usually look first when you see me? Me? I'm different from them. You look at my face first? Or the way I'm dressed? My hair? I notice your eyes first. Whoa, that's so pure of you. Yeah, of course. If your eyes did not notice me, then I look at your legs. Dong Shanshan. 1. Beijing Television, which is also the satellite channel of Beijing Television Station, is commonly referred to as BTV. 1. Chapter 598 The Upgraded Effects of the Lucky Halo. In the warmth of spring, flowers were blooming. Another brand new day had begun. On this morning, Zhang Ye was awoken by a phone call. When he answered the call, there was no response from the other end, even after he said hello for many times. Then, it got disconnected, probably due to a bad signal. On the second call, it eventually connected. Is this Zhang Ye? Yes, may I know who is this? I'm from Qinghai Television Station's Channel 5. Oh, hello. I heard that you're still out of a contract for a hosting job, so we would like to see if you'd be interested in working together with us. I'm sorry, maybe next time. Please do reconsider. Although we are just a local television station and our coverage is only within Qinghai, we can work together on a program first. If you get a better offer next time, you can still go at any time since we are fine if you do not want to sign an annual contract. We can have a program-based contract instead. Never mind. Thank you. After hanging up, Zhang Ye went to wash up. Actually, it was not that he had no job offers in the past few days. There were some people who had found out his contact information and called him directly, while others got Zhang Ye's friends to contact him for them. These were mostly commercial performance-related work, for example, ribbon cutting at a company's opening ceremony, being the host at company dinners or some company leader's wedding, etc. Zhang Ye never took up these offers as they were often meaningless to him since it would not raise his popularity. There were some more invitations from smaller-scale television stations such as local channels, city channels, which could only cover up to a province area and were unable to broadcast to the entire country. With Zhang Ye's current popularity, even if he accepted their offers, it wouldn't mean anything to him. He couldn't possibly keep living in the past, and so he rejected them and did not accept their offers. Zhang Ye was only waiting for the effects from the broadcast of Do You Remember to let those satellite channels or Central TV reevaluate and judge his ability in program production. His target right now was only at those television channels with a nationwide broadcast coverage. As for the rest, he would not even consider them. But since Do You Remember had only just started its production, there would still be a period of time before it could be broadcast. Zhang Ye did not wish to sit idly at home for these remaining days while waiting for things to happen. So he took the initiative to contact some platforms or asked his friends to inquire about any television station gala night events, celebrity guest appearances on variety shows, or film crews to see if there was any position he could take. If there were any suitable job offers, he would accept them for the time being since such opportunities were never considered too much. But from the looks of it, there was no such luck for the time being. It had already been a few days now, so he could only stay at home for now. After heating up his breakfast, Zhang Ye just took a few mouthfuls of it before losing his appetite. Because his job progress was not smooth, he could no longer bear the waiting anymore. He decided he was not going to wait around any longer. He had to think of another way. It's not like this bro only had this path to take. He also had other unorthodox methods he could depend on. He put down his chopsticks and went over to sit on the sofa. With his legs crossed, he activated the game ring on his left pinky, opened up the virtual game screen, and went straight into the merchant shop. The first thing he looked for was the upgraded version of the Lucky Halo. Ever since Zhang Ye had received this item from the lottery draw, he had not used it at all as the usage of the item was too expensive, even for him. The old version of the Lucky Halo only cost 10,000 reputation points per second, which he was still able to accept. After it got upgraded, though the effects of the Lucky Halo increased manyfold, it came at the cost of greater consumption of reputation points. Enabling the effect of the upgraded Lucky Halo would cost him 100,000 reputation points per second now. Even at the rate that Zhang Ye was earning his reputation points with his current popularity level, it was still too much for him to handle. As for difficulty adjustment die, it was also an option, but since he was only trying to find a temporary job, there was no need to use it. Zhang Ye only had one difficulty adjustment die left now. If he used it here, there would be none left. Although this item only cost 100,000 reputation points to get from the lottery draw, its value was naturally much higher because of its unique ability. This was Zhang Ye's trump card. If he was not at his wit's end, he would never resort to using it. Considering it all, the most suitable item to use right now was still the Lucky Halo. He couldn't worry too much anymore, so he would just use it this once. At such a time, he could no longer afford to be so stingy, as he has not been getting any media exposure for many days. If it continued on like this, his popularity would also start to decline and his fans' passion would be reduced. That would be the most fatal outcome. Purchase. Activating the Lucky Halo. Zhang Ye activated the Lucky Halo a little unwillingly, and it came into effect almost immediately. A white halo hovered over his forehead and emitted a bright glow that rippled out towards the walls and windows, as though Zhang Ye was at the center of the universe, spreading a warm pulse outwards. The radiating glow was also very rhythmic as it rippled outwards constantly at every second. The activated Lucky Halo looked very beautiful. His reputation points also decreased at the speed of running water. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. His reputation points decreased by 100,000 with every second, which Zhang Ye shuddered with fear when he saw this. He could only clench his teeth and bear with it, as he couldn't possibly deactivate the Lucky Halo after only a few seconds. Based on his past experiences, the lucky halo would require some time to accumulate its effects. For example, the first time when Zhang Ye was at the Golden Microphone Awards, the lucky bread was activated for 5 minutes. If it had only stayed activated for a few seconds, then just the trophy would have been broken, and when the effects of the lucky bread ended, Zhang Ye's and Zhang Ye's names would not have been mistakenly swapped by the award presenters. He had to bear the pain of seeing his reputation points dropping so quickly. At the very least, he had to keep the lucky halo activated for the next 3 to 5 minutes. Minus 100,000. Minus 100,000. At the same time, in Shanghai, in a villa, Brother Shui, how is your new movie going? We wrapped up the filming yesterday. It must have been hard on you for this period of time. That's right. I have injuries all over my body, and my arm is still in pain now. Come, brothers, we have not gathered together for more than 2 months already. The purpose that I asked everyone over today is so that we all could have some fun. Are you suggesting that we're going to take a sniff? Yeah, I have it all prepared. Yeah, Brother Shui is truly loyal to friends. It's my treat today, come on, come on. A short while later, the sound of police sirens wailing echoed as 2 police cars surrounded the villa. On the other side, at Zhang Ye's parents' place, 60 seconds, 120 seconds, 150 seconds, 300 seconds. Zhang Ye deactivated the upgraded lucky halo, and the countdown timer immediately stopped. Looking at his almost vanished reputation points, Zhang Ye was close to tears. In just 5 minutes, it had already cost him 30 million reputation points. It had almost wiped out all the accumulated reputation points he had earned from the Peking University and public service announcement incidents since upgrading the game ring system and using the upgraded lottery draw. It was too expensive. This was 2F*** king expensive. However, just what kind of effects would there be? If there was a great surprise waiting for him, then it would be worth it no matter how many reputation points were spent. After all, wasn't the reputation points he earned and accumulated meant to be used in precisely such situations? As long as they could help to increase his popularity, it wouldn't matter to him how many reputation points were spent. Chapter 599 Invitation from the Crew of Grandmasters. Collapse. At home, he kept waiting and waiting for the lucky halo's effect to happen. But from the morning until afternoon, then evening, after God knows how many hours had passed, he still did not experience any changes at all. Phone call. There weren't any. News. He didn't get reported about either. The doorbell? It stayed quiet. Everything was just as it was before. There wasn't even a message on his phone telling him he had won a prize to offset his cell phone bill. With 30 million reputation points spent, of course Zhang Ye would have some expectations. But, after waiting left and right for something to happen, he could no longer just sit around waiting anymore. So many reputation points had already been used up. So how could it be that he did not even see a hint of its effects? What's happened? Could it have been a scam? Zhang Ye, who had been waiting in front of the television, felt that the news on television might be too limited and so decided to return to his room to check the internet instead. He wanted to see if there were any news related to himself, as he wasn't convinced that the lucky halo did not have any effect at all. It must have caused something to happen, somewhere, just that he wasn't aware of it yet. There were no updates on Weibo. There was also nothing on the forums. Any news of him was still related to Do You Remember since the past few days Zhang Ye had not had much of a presence in public except for his new program. As Zhang Ye was not the only person in this crowded entertainment circle, the media couldn't possibly only revolve around him alone. There were many others who were much more popular and well-known, as well as more newsworthy than him. News about whoever was having an affair, involved in a scandal, switching agencies, committing suicide, and whatnot. There was no lack of news going on around the entertainment circle. Every day, there were all kinds of celebrities getting involved in all kinds of incidents. Zhang Ye was just a small part of these very common incidents of the entertainment circle. Like right now, the biggest news today was about a celebrity who was caught in a drug crackdown operation. Shocking. Brother Shui caught in a drug crackdown. Chang Chi Shui was arrested in his house. The 8th case of the year. Is drug use becoming fashionable among celebrities? Grandmasters wraps up filming. Brother Shui gets arrested. Grandmaster's film crew gets dealt a heavy blow. Zhang Ye wasn't exactly interested in such news, but was slightly taken aback when he caught mention of Grandmasters. So he clicked on the link. Old Zhang had mentioned to him that she had taken part in its filming. Production was wrapping up, the post-production stages already taking place. The film crew had also announced at its celebratory feast that a premiere would happen soon, with a date seemingly set as well. The news stated very clearly that this was not a rumor. The police had also verified that the arrest had been made. Even the urine test results had been exposed by the media, and coincidentally, Zhang Ye, who had previously won a Best Supporting Actor award for his role as a junkie, was now arrested for drug abuse. He had been doing quite well in the film industry and was cast as an important supporting role in the film Grandmasters, so it could be said that he was irreplaceable. If the media reports were true, then according to the SARF's Decree No. 43, if the Grandmasters film did not delete the scenes in which Brother Shui appeared, then it would surely be faced with the danger of being unable to get released in theaters. The netizens also reacted chaotically. Impossible. How could Brother Shui be abusing drugs too? Are there any good people left in the entertainment circle? Hi. What a pity, another star has fallen. I don't care what happens to Brother Shui, I'm more worried about Grandmasters. I've been waiting for this movie for a year already, for my sister Zhang and Dalong. It shouldn't affect the premiere, right? It's done for unless they delete all the scenes that Brother Shui appears in. He's the third male lead? How could they delete anything then? If they delete his scenes, then this movie would become unwatchable and the whole story would become incomplete. How exasperating. Damn this Zhang Ye, causing so much trouble for everyone. I heard that the Grandmasters film crew is already studying the possibility of that. Sister Zhang had flown to the south yesterday after finishing all her scenes to attend several television program recordings to do promotions for the movie. But I understand that she was recalled this afternoon to the set. The director is really anxious and furious about the whole incident. Hi. To have this kind of an incident happening, who wouldn't be frantic with worry? It was already so close to the premiere, but somehow, it might not even make it to the big screen now. What can be done? I was really looking forward to watching Grandmasters. This movie had an investment of 50 million renminbi, right? If it really gets pulled, then it would be such a pity with all that money going down the drain. I don't think the actors would be able to bear such a loss too. After reading a little, Zhang Ye already understood what was going on. He got off the internet as he really couldn't be worried about others now. He was only thinking about where the effect of the lucky halo had gone to now. With so many of his reputation points spent, there surely had to be an answer. His parents were still not home from work yet, so Zhang Ye paced around the house with his hands behind his back. Where was the luck? Where did my job go? Suddenly, his cell phone rang. When Zhang Ye saw the caller ID, he was a little surprised, because the person calling was none other than Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Ye wondered why she would call him now in the midst of all that was going on, instead of focusing on her own problem. Oh well, just answer it. Zhang Ye thought that old Zhang was looking for him to drink with her again, and since he didn't have anything to take his mind off his worries, he was ready to have a drink as well. He answered the call. Hello, Sister Zhang. Are you refusing to take part in some social event again? I've already read the news. No worries, just come and we'll have a drink together, but it's not convenient at my place today, so why don't you suggest another location instead? However, Zhang Yuanqi stiffly rebuked him. Why are you always thinking about drinking? Zhang Ye almost fainted, remembering how it was her who forced him to drink with her the previous time. The next moment, she said, there's a temporary job that just came up. Do you want to take it? Zhang Ye wondered what it was about, so he asked, what job? She simply said, the film crew for Grandmasters has decided to cut all of Zhang Qishui's scenes from the movie after some discussions. They need to reshoot all those scenes and need a replacement actor. Do you think you can do it? When he heard this, Zhang Ye nearly died from happiness. I can. Of course I can. What role is it? Is it an important character in the movie? It's not a bit part, right? She coldly replied. If it's not an important character, they'd have just deleted the scenes, and that would be it. Would they still need to find someone to be a replacement? This character places fourth overall in terms of importance and screen time in the whole movie. It is the third male lead, and also the antagonist in the movie. Third male lead. Antagonist. Do you want to take the role or not? Yes, I will take the role. All right then, I will recommend you to the director. Come over tomorrow for an audition. Sure then, thanks so much, Sister Zhang. You're really something. The crew has called a few other professional actors to try out for the role, so you might not even get the job. I can only recommend you. I don't care about the outcome. All right, I'm hanging up now. My manager will send you the details about the timing and location. After hanging up, Zhang Ye laughed loudly. He quickly went online to check out the overall situation and information for Grandmasters. As expected, this was a big production. Production had started in the middle of last year, with the filming taking up a good 6 months of the schedule. The amount invested into this movie was 50 million renminbi, and seemingly needed an additional 20 million renminbi in additional funding later on, coming up to a total of 70 million renminbi. As for how much it really cost to make this movie, no one really knew the exact figures, as every industry insider would know that these numbers were generally exaggerated. However, it was still safe to say that it was a big production, since the director was also quite well known, having helmed 2 movies that had box office earnings of at least a few hundred million RMB before. Together with the heavenly Queen Zhang Ye and popular movie star Dalong, Brother Shui, and many others, it helped to garner even more attention to the movie prior to its release. It could be called as one of the few big productions in recent times. Large investment, big-name director, an impeccably assembled cast. Even if the movie did not turn out to be as good as expected, or even if it turned out terrible, under the commercial business decisions and appeal to the market, the box office earnings would definitely not do worse than 100 million RMB. With Zhang Ye holding the fort, it was as good as guaranteeing a good box office earning. For such a big production, actors would definitely fight for their right to get cast. Zhang Ye, being an outsider to the film industry, had actually gotten a chance to fight for this right to be the third male lead. He had a chance now to formally step into the film industry. For Zhang Ye, this carried a great significance. Yes, although it was just an audition tomorrow in which his chances to secure the role were still not guaranteed, he had to grab this opportunity at all costs. This was just too rare of an opportunity. It looked like his decision not to accept those small commercial performances were correct. Just look at this, look at it. Didn't he finally get a great surprise by waiting patiently? Surprise? Wait, could it be? Zhang Ye was suddenly stunned as he seemed to remember something. He went online to check the news and purposely clicked on the link to a news report about Brother Shui's arrest. He found out the exact time that Brother Shui had been arrested at home. In the morning at 8:25 a.m.? Wasn't that the same time as when he had activated the Lucky Halo? Zhang Ye suddenly understood what was going on. It was the damned Lucky Halo's effect that had gotten this chance for him. He was still wondering why the old version of the Lucky Halo's effect had been so obvious, while there was seemingly no effect from this upgraded version. When he made a comparison, it was truly worth every reputation point spent. In the past, whether it had been the Lucky Bread or the old version of the Lucky Halo, the effects had all been quite useful and helped Zhang Ye through many situations before. For example, like how the wrong name was announced for the Silver Microphone Awards, the time when Woman Flower was played in error at Lee Anson's concert, which helped to further smack his face, and also all the times when he activated the Lucky Halo during his lottery draws to get the items that he really needed, and many others. But now that Zhang Ye's reputation had become much greater, he was also on a different level from before. If he continued using those items for their minor effects of good luck, then it would surely not be enough to satisfy Zhang Ye's requirements now. Play a song in error to smack someone's face? That was nothing. Gaining a better chance at the lottery draw? Because it did fail him a few times before, Zhang Ye was especially looking forward to using this upgraded version of the Lucky Halo. Looking at the effects of using it today, he was totally not disappointed. It might be expensive to use, but its effects are vastly different from the old version. Zhang Ye was only a host, and at times also considered a poet or a mathematician. So even though he had done some acting before in the great pugilistic world, that was only considered the most trivial of trivial roles. It wouldn't be too far to even consider him just an extra in the crowd. Strictly speaking, it could not be considered his movie debut as his name didn't even appear on the main cast list. Logically, a big production like this should not possibly have even let him try for the audition, as there were surely many more candidates out there who were better qualified for the role. Yet a cast member had gotten into some trouble, thus giving Zhang Ye a chance to audition for the role. This already explained the effect the upgraded version of the Lucky Halo had, and how it was well suited to his current work environment level. Unfortunately, though, The reputation points it consumed were really too high. Otherwise, Zhang Ye would have used it a few more times to enable him to get a role in a big production every now and then, or even become a lead actor for a movie that could have a box office earning of hundreds of millions of RMB. A film was considered a top distributed mass media in the entertainment industry. So if that happened, wouldn't Zhang Ye's popularity shoot through the roof? Chapter 600 Acting Audition. The next morning, at the largest movie production studio in the suburbs of Beijing. Previously, Zhang Ye, who had also played a bit part in the movie The Great Pugilistic World on the recommendation of Zhang Yuanqi, had been here when he was still not well known. Today, he was driving here again with much more familiarity. Zhang Ye's reputation was no longer the same as before. He was here for an audition for a major supporting role this time. His task today was to land the acting role so that he could start paving a way for himself in the film industry and to ease the embarrassment of not having a job recently, while also attempting to use it to push his advance into the B-list celebrity rankings. He reached his destination. Teacher Zhang. Yes. You've arrived? Please follow with me. Okay. After he got out from his car, a film crew staff member met him and led Zhang Ye inside. After many twists and turns, they finally came to a filming location inside the studio. The soundstage was decorated in a modern setting, and it seemed like there was an explosion scene planned as the props for it were all ready and kept at the side, so it was not likely they would be doing that shoot elsewhere. This scene could only be shot at the movie studios. The place appeared to be bustling with activity. There were many extras who were being briefed by the film crew staff who looked very nervous, probably because they would have to confirm the replacement actor by today and start the reshooting of the scenes again immediately after that. In the workshop on set, someone was already being auditioned. When Zhang Ye walked in, he saw the director, Wang Chengpeng, and the assistant director together with some of the film crew staff at the innermost part of the set. A male actor was having his audition as Zhang Yuanqi, Dalong, and the rest of the main cast stood around watching the proceedings. That staff member whispered, "Teacher Zhang, please wait for a while." "All right." Zhang Ye nodded. Zhang Yuanqi looked over, then smiled and said, "Little Zhang?" Zhang Ye quickly walked over and greeted, "Sister Zhang. Long time no see." Zhang Yuanqi candidly reached out her hand. Zhang Ye held her pretentious hand and thought to himself, "What do you mean by long time no see? Didn't you just come to my place 2 days ago? And you still haven't paid me for the bush lily either." Zhang Yuanqi smiled and asked, "How have you been recently?" Zhang Ye also smiled back and replied, "Not too bad. I've been resting at home." The two of them chatted for a while and seemed very polite with each other. If anyone saw this, they would surely think that they didn't have too close a relationship. Since many people already knew that Zhang Ye had written some songs for Zhang Yuanqi before, it wasn't surprising to them that they knew each other. However, in reality, Zhang Ye's and Zhang Yuanqi's relationship was the type that surely no one could have expected. Zhang Ye was in fact not used to seeing a kind and gentle smile on old Zhang, as she was the type who would act one way in public and another in private. From the other side, the second male lead also came over and greeted Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked at him, then shook his hands and said, "Hello." The second male lead smiled and said, "I've heard so much about you. I'm the one who has heard more about you." Zhang Ye replied politely. Zhang Ye had read up on the cast list and knew that he was Tian Xuetao. He was very young, probably only older than Zhang Ye by a few years. He only had a sudden burst of fame in the past 2 years and had probably debuted for many years already, usually acting in bit or supporting roles in the past. He just started getting better roles in these 2 years and was considered a late bloomer in the film industry. He was very handsome, the pretty boy kind of attractiveness, with a slim physique and had the standard celebrity looks. As for popularity, Tian Xuetao was likely on par with Zhang Ye, but would lose out a bit on the overall popularity rankings since Zhang Ye was more versatile, able to host, produce advertisements, and teach. However, if they were compared in terms of popularity in the film industry, Tian Xuetao was obviously much more popular than Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye wasn't even considered a rookie in the film industry, whereas Tian Xuetao, having lurked around for so many years in the industry, would already have a certain box office appeal. Although his acting skills were not fantastic, his fan base was quite loyal and strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be acting as the second male lead in such a big production. Tian Xuetao asked curiously, "You also came for the audition?" That's right. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I came to try to see if I could cross over into the film industry since I have been lounging around at home without any work anyway. Beside him, a staff member walked over and handed Zhang Ye a script. Teacher Zhang, please take a look at this first. All right. Zhang Ye took it and read. Beside them, Zhang Yuanqi had already walked off. Dalong had a glance at Zhang Ye from where he was standing. He did not come over, but simply continued observing the actor's audition in the center of the area. As the first male lead, although Dalong was not on the same level with Zhang Yuanqi, and even though not yet considered a heavenly king, he was the real deal as an A-list celebrity. He was an established actor who had already been famous for many years in the film industry and was from the same agency as Zhang Yuanqi. He was about the same age as her, but because he debuted much later, Dalong was considered junior to old Zhang. Whether in terms of seniority, popularity, or experience, whenever Dalong saw Zhang Yuanqi in person, he would still have to greet her politely. The director said, Little Yu, can you try to look more ruthless? The actor auditioning immediately nodded, changed his expression, and repeated the same lines that he said earlier. Don't try to bullshit me. In this era, who still dares to claim they are grandmasters? Your master can't claim such, so you are even less deserving to claim so. The director nodded and said, All right, that's enough. That actor reverted back to his own expression and asked, Director Wang? Director Wang Chengpeng shook his head and said, Little Yu, this role is not too suitable for you since you don't look ruthless enough to bring out the spirit of the antagonist. The assistant director added, Little Yu is more suited playing the roles of protagonists with a good image and will do very in any of those roles he plays. He said this with the intent to politely reject the actor for the role. That actor said with a smile, It's all right, I understand. Wang Chengpeng said, You go back first. I still have another movie this year with a role that I have already reserved for you. It's a good role too, so let's keep in contact. Sure. Thank you, Director Wang, for taking care for me. That actor turned around, greeted Dalong, and then cheerfully greeted Zhang Yuanqi as well. He did not leave, but instead remained behind to observe the next one up. Wang Chengpeng shouted for the next person, Little Chu. A man who was standing in the corner went up and asked, It's my turn, Director Wang? It's your turn, Wang Chengpeng said. Let's have you throw some punches first. The martial arts director of the film crew went forward a few steps and demonstrated some moves. Director Wang Chengpeng said, Just do the same as what you were shown, and we'll see how it turns out. That actor did accordingly and immediately imitated what he saw from the martial arts director's movements. He threw a punch, did a roundhouse kick, and spun around to give a palm strike. The movements were not difficult, but he still managed to do it quite choppily. He continued trying out for a few more scenes. 10 minutes later, the director called for a break. Little Chu, take a rest first. He did not give any indication of whether it was good enough or not, but from the looks of it, he was not too satisfied, but no one knew exactly either. Wang Chengpeng had a big mustache with a goatee and was reserved, a man of few words. Whether because of the ongoing production crisis or his character was like that, Wang Chengpeng's expression did not look good and his eyes were filled with a sense of urgency. The director asked, Are there any more auditionees? The assistant director said, There's one more person. It's Zhang Ye. The director looked around and asked, Has Teacher Zhang arrived? I'm here, Director Wang. Upon seeing that it was his turn, Zhang Ye went forward immediately. All of the working staff at the set turned to look at Zhang Ye at that instant. Earlier, Wang Chengpeng called the first auditionee Little Yu and the second one Little Chu, both of which were quite casual ways to address them. Even when he addressed the male lead actor, he called him as Dalong directly and was not too formal about it. Logically speaking, there was little difference in the popularity of Zhang Ye with the two auditionees, and all of them could not compare to Dalong as an A-list celebrity. Even if the director called Zhang Ye Little Zhang, it would still be acceptable and appropriate, yet he addressed him as Teacher Zhang. A staff member of the film crew who was not familiar with Zhang Ye was stunned by this, and turned his head to ask the person beside him, Who is he? Why is the director being so polite to him? That man asked back, You don't know him? I do know him. He's a host, right? But why did the director address him as teacher? Even for the type of S-list celebrity like Sister Zhang, Director Wang does not address her as teacher. The person was very concerned and said, Does he even call for such a respectful tone? That person smiled and said, "The circumstances are different as his identity is rather special." Special? How special can it be? He did not understand what was going on at all. It is because he's also a professor at Peking University. There was an explanation to this. Zhang Ye was not the same as the other celebrities. With Wang Qingping's status and experience, it wouldn't matter how he addressed those celebrities who acted in movies or shows. But Zhang Ye was different. Not only was he a host, he was also a famous literary scholar, world-renowned mathematician, as well as an associate professor in Peking University's math department. Even though he was suspended now, he was not stripped of his position, and an associate professor was still an associate professor. With the title of professor in a top educational institute in the country, it was not wrong for the director and assistant director who did not know him well to address him as Teacher Zhang in such circumstances. Anyone who knew the details would not find it strange either. But the other celebrities? Of course they would not be addressed this way. The assistant director asked, "Have you read through the script yet?" Zhang Ye nodded and said, "I've read it. I'd simply just scan through it a bit." The assistant director said, "Then let's try out some lines and get you into the feel of the character's role. Let's try out the acting skills first." Wang Chengpeng interrupted. The assistant director acknowledged and then said to Zhang Ye, "Let's try out your acting skills first." As for the rest of the actors, they were already very familiar with them as everyone had already worked in the film industry for such a long time. Some of these actors had worked with them before, and for those who they did not work with before, the film crew had mostly watched their movies or performances before too. Whether they had any acting skills or not, everyone knew from the bottom of their hearts. Only when it came to rookies would they have an audition for acting skills, while for most celebrities who were already well known, they would be asked to act out the character's role directly. For Zhang Ye, they only knew about his achievements in other industries. But as for his work in the film industry, his acting chops, since no one knew what Zhang Ye's standard was, when it came to the auditions, he would naturally be treated like a rookie. They had to see whether his acting skills were passable, and if he couldn't even clear this hurdle, then there was no need to go on for the rest of the audition as the movie wouldn't be using him anyway. This was why it was so rare for celebrities to cross over from other industries. There were some things which were not determined by popularity and fame alone, as there were still thresholds to meet to be able to get into the different industries. If someone wanted to succeed in this industry, then they had to abide by the standards of the industry. Chapter 601. Are you, like, a professional actor? Collapse. In the studio, the first round of auditions for Zhang Ye began. Zhang Yuanxi, Dalong, Tian Shuatao, and the rest stood around and observed the audition quietly. The film crew was also looking curiously at Zhang Ye. Some of them had doubts in their eyes, especially the actor who was auditioning just before him and another pending candidate for the role. They were both wondering why the film crew would find an amateur actor, or rather a layman who in his daily life and work had totally nothing to do with movies and acting. Some people were whispering quietly among themselves. Can Zhang Ye do this? No idea. Who invited him to join the audition? I think it was arranged by the assistant director, but I'm not sure on whose recommendation. He's only a host, or at most you can consider him to be someone who also deals with literature and mathematical work, so forth. This urgent and important role, why would they get teacher Zhang to audition for it? If it's just a normal comedy movie, it's understandable since those do not require too much acting skill from a person, but Grandmasters is not the same as those. It's even an antagonist role which makes it more difficult. Shoo, it's starting, let's watch. Zhang Ye heard a little of these scattered conversations from the people around him, but was not bothered by it at all. He was also not feeling a shred of nervousness. He might not be so confident at other things, but acting? When he had gotten those higher mathematics skill experience books back then, he had also received 141 acting skills experience books along with them. These experience books were all eaten by him at that time and digested as knowledge and experience into his mind. However, he had not had a chance to use it until now. When Zhang Yuanxi called him to ask if he wanted to be recommended for the audition, this was the reason why he agreed to her offer without any hesitation, because he already knew what he could do. What kind of concept was 141 books? Even if he could not reach the top level like Zhang Yuanxi, Zhang Ye's acting skills would certainly not be worse than those other actors. The assistant director said, "Set yourself free, become a tiger." Zhang Ye did not even hesitate and reflexively went down on all fours while making an explosive roar of a tiger. Oh, that was too loud. And too sudden. The assistant director, and Tian Shuatao, along with the others, were all caught off guard and jumped up in fright when they heard the roar. Not only were they frightened by the sound of his roar, even the fierce expression of the downhill tiger sent shivers through their spines. In the artistic field of painting, tigers could generally be divided into two types. One was the uphill tiger, which depicts a tiger that was returning back to its lair after a satisfying meal, having an expression of content and serenity. However, Zhang Ye's depiction of the tiger was a downhill one, the look of hunger as it went out to search for its next prey. A downhill tiger was one that was the fiercest and the most scary-looking. Zhang Yuanxi also looked at Zhang Ye in surprise. Tian Shuatao and the second female lead both looked at each other. The assistant director clapped and cheered as goosebumps broke out all over him. What a great downhill tiger impression. That's good enough, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye stood up and dusted off his hands, looking as though he didn't do much. His throat was feeling a little hoarse since the part of his vocal cords that he used to make the roaring sound was a little different from the normal speaking part. It felt very abrasive, and not just anyone could come up with such a sound. His performance had really left everyone, including the directors and actors, stunned. Usually, when an actor was asked to set themselves free, even an acting student would know how to do it, not to mention a professional actor. Even if you grabbed a random performing arts student from Beijing Film Academy or Shanghai Theater Academy, they would be able to do it quite well. But the performing arts focused more on acting. Whether the expression and spirit were like that of a real tiger, the sound part was secondary. But for Zhang Ye, not only did he perfectly portray himself like a tiger, the finishing touch was really at the point when he roared angrily in hunger. Just between all these professional actors who were present today, none of them made a sound like that. Why were they not able to do so? It was down to the reason of their professions. Zhang Ye's acting chops were enhanced by his consumption of the acting skills experience books, but his broadcasting background was entirely trained with great practice. At the media college where he graduated from, Zhang Ye had specialized in vocal performance, so what the others could not do was no problem for him. This was an advantage he had over the others based on his training, and also something that he wouldn't do poorer than others of the same profession, not to mention these laymen who only specialized in acting. Since vocalization was his specialty, the foundation techniques behind this roar was down to the hard training of 3 to 5 years. The frictional changes in the vocalization, with the adjustments of the vocal tract to how to change the frequency after a sound has been made. All of these were due to his knowledge. The assistant director gave another topic, wolf. A wolf that is calling out to its pack. Having seen the previous performance, everyone seemingly had some kind of expectation now. All of them were staring at him without blinking. Zhang Ye did not rush this time, but slowly mimicked a wolf lowering its body, looking left and right, and not making a sound for a few seconds before taking a few steps to the front and looking around again. Thereafter, he stretched his neck upwards and raised his head towards the sky as he slowly let out a continuous howl. Whoa. 1 second. 10 seconds. From low to high-pitched. This breath and this sound actually lasted a full 17 seconds. A few of the film crew staff even got goosebumps on their arms all of a sudden. The feeling was indescribable, except maybe calling it something similar to primal fear. Everyone was once again stunned by Zhang Ye's performance. How similar? It was just too similar. Not only did the expression look the same, even the howl sounded like a real wolf's howl. A female staff member from the film crew who grew up on the prairies in Inner Mongolia cursed in her mind when she heard Zhang Ye imitating the wolf's call. This was as good as the real thing, and if a wolf had poorer vocalization means, it might not even be able to howl as well as you. The other actors only acted out the form and spirit of a wolf. But it was Zhang Ye who added on the vocalizations that had married form and spirit to display a lifelike portrayal of a wolf. With Zhang Ye's display, many of the professional actors around were thoroughly convinced of his acting skills. They could do the same as him, except for the vocalization part. The assistant director continued on to the next topic, an eagle that is. Director Wang Chengpeng interrupted him and gave a wave of his hand. There's no need to go further than that. The assistant director nodded. It was true that it wasn't necessary to go on anymore. A basic acting skill like this needed no extra testing since none of those present could do any better than Zhang Ye. He knew that Zhang Ye's broadcasting foundations had given him the bonus points, so he said, "Then let's move to the second part, character portrayal." Zhang Ye nodded and said, "All right." The assistant director said, "You can prepare a little to get into the mood of the character. Just follow along with the script that we gave to you earlier. You can just let me know whenever you're ready." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I'm ready. We can start anytime." For any actor to get into character, as long as it wasn't a character similar to their own, they would definitely have their own methods to get into character, and it was a very common thing to do. The assistant director had noticed that Zhang Ye did not do any preparation at all, but still claimed that he was ready, so he gave him a second look and said, "All right then. Start from the 9th scene for the third male lead's first line." The assistant director held his script and read from it. The scenario is at the top floor of a skyscraper. The line is, "I don't care." But Zhang Yi's expression suddenly changed to a very cold look at this moment. The chill was expressed through a soft smile. Yes, not a cold smile, but a gentle-looking smile. He was still able to depict the lofty austerity with such an expression, and it made people have a choking sense of tension when they saw it. He did not let the assistant director finish his words and directly started his portrayal by reciting the lines from the script. "I don't care where you came from. All I know is where I want to go. Even your teacher can't stop me. So who do you think you are? All that's left of Xingyi Fist now are your teacher and you. How pitiful, how regrettable, and how sad. But, your teacher is still more blessed than I am. At least he has a disciple who is promiscuous, unlike me who is all alone in this world now." The assistant director was a little stunned, but immediately said, "The 15th scene where the lines say don't try to." Zhang Ye's expression changed again. This time, it showed a trademark antagonist's villainous look. He said, "Don't ***king try to bullshit me. In this era, who still dares to claim they are grandmasters? Your teacher can't claim so. And you are even less deserving to claim so." The original lines of the script were not exactly like that. As Zhang Ye added in a vulgarity, as well as adding function words to the ending part that went, "You are even less deserving to claim so." He did all of this based on his own sense of artistic portrayal of a character's performance. The assistant director breathed in hard and said, "The 33rd scene." Zhang Ye held his chest tightly as he took his last breaths. "When I die, my martial arts cough will really be lost for good." That's good. Might as well cough. In birth, we bring nothing. Up until here, the script made no remarks of anything, but Zhang Ye suddenly increased his volume and shouted in a hoarse voice that made what he said a little inaudible. "In death, we take away nothing." Ha ha ha. It was loud laughter in the moments before his death, the last bit of insolence in his life. The second male lead, Tian Shuatao, couldn't help but be moved by this. The other staff members of the film crew were all quite dumbfounded by this. The assistant director, who was stunned, said, "Did you memorize all of the lines already?" "Yes." Zhang Ye broke out of character very quickly, as well as he immediately walked out of the scene. He did not have much thought about the acting he did earlier, but he understood that the 141 acting skills experience books he ate were not for nothing. It seemed like the effect was much better than he had expected. He said, "I memorized it already. Wasn't I just reading from the script just now?" The martial arts director beside him said, "You've only gone through it once, but already got it all memorized." Everyone could remember that Zhang Ye had only arrived at the studio a short while ago. Wasn't it just 10 minutes ago? That would just barely be enough time for him to go through the script once over. He only browsed through it and memorized every line in it. Zhang Ye said matter-of-factly, But of course. It's not like the lines are really complicated or something. So why wouldn't I be able to memorize it?" He answered in a rather impatient manner as he felt that they were all looking down on him like they were insulting his professional standards. "If I couldn't even memorize these lousy lines after one look, then how the ***k could I still be a host? Are you all really taking me to be an ordinary actor? This bro is a professional host who could even do a live broadcast off script. If I didn't have the ability, would I dare claim that I could do it? Isn't that question too degrading?" Director Wang Chengpeng, however, asked a good question. He looked at Zhang Ye and asked, "How did you think of adding that laugh at the end? It wasn't mentioned in the script, right?" Zhang Ye said. For a crazed martial arts master and an ambitious man, even though he was already tasting his own defeat at the end of his life, it would not fit him if he just went silently like that. I am a novel writer myself, if I may praise myself a little, and the sales of my books are doing quite well in the domestic market, so I am still quite sensitive and experienced about how the story should be set up and its character developments. In my opinion, this person would not just go away so quietly like that. It shouldn't be the case either. If he had to end it there, then surely he must make it a grand exit. A laugh and a final bit of insolence seemed to be the best way out. Wrote novels? Oh yes, this person was also known as a famous author. This person really carried too many titles on him, so if he didn't bring them up, everyone probably couldn't remember it either. When he heard this, the screenwriter who was seated at the back said, when Teacher Zhang mentioned this, it really does feel better if it were done like how he acted out earlier. It feels more complete than when Brother Shui had acted out the role and could be considered as a reeling in the character and also a sublimation of the role. It also brings to point that in this movie Grandmasters not only were the male and female leads Grandmasters, but even the antagonist who got his just deserts was a Grandmaster in his own right, just that he had taken a different path from them. The assistant director also nodded and said, it was very well played out. The feeling I got was really good. And so, this audition of Zhang Ye's had left the whole studio stunned. His expressions, his acting skills, his understanding of the characters in the movie, F***K. At the side, a few actors and those two celebrity actors who had come for the audition couldn't help but cry out in their minds as they felt that, when compared to them, why does it feel like Zhang Ye was the professional actor instead? Chapter 602 Zhang Ye's 8 trigrams palm. Collapse. At the sight of the audition, the atmosphere of the audition was becoming a little difficult to perceive. So awesome. Where did Zhang Ye learn how to act like this? With that level of acting, he should already be considered a professional actor. It's even more than that. I think he's even more professional than a professional actor. If I didn't already know that Zhang Ye was a graduate from Media College, I would have thought that he attended Beijing Film Academy instead. It would be good if he gets this role. Right, it shouldn't be a problem at all to age him by 10 years with some makeup. Teacher Little Yu does not look ruthless enough and is more suited for an honest character. But Teacher Zhang clearly looked like an antagonist, and it didn't feel weird when he stepped into character. It's as though he was just acting as himself. F***K, be quiet. Don't let anyone hear you. Hi, why is Zhang Ye able to do everything? Yeah, why are there traces of him in every industry? Not only does he like to cross over to other industries, the key is that it even feels like he belongs right at home in whatever industry he jumps over to. Some of the film crew staff on set were exchanging whispers. The first round of auditions was over. The second round was also over. Now, there was only the third and final round to go, martial arts scenes. The actor who went before Zhang Ye in the previous round was put on pending status at this round. That actor did not need to go through the acting audition and instead started directly at the character portrayal audition. He did rather well, about as good as Zhang Ye. The leaders of the film crew were also quite satisfied with his performance. However, in the audition for the martial arts scenes, he did not impress at all, and that led to the director hesitating to decide if he would use him as the replacement or not. There were many actors, and a lot of them were also good actors. However, for martial arts actors, or even martial arts stars, there were only a handful of people who could be called that. If this was just an ordinary movie production, it would be fine even if they just got any ordinary actor as the replacement. All they needed to do was just act out a fight scene with some fake motions, or at most use a stunt double. Most martial arts movies could always be acted out somehow, sometimes cheating a little by adding some special effects, all of which were fair game. But this particular production was different, as the core of the movie was focused on the title Grandmasters. It was a movie about Chinese martial arts and realism was its priority, or at least, realistic enough to the viewers. They couldn't possibly do it in a way that would leave the audience spitting in disgust when a fight scene was played out in the theaters. That would greatly impair the whole viewing experience. The male lead, Dalong, was a professional martial arts star. The female lead, Zhang Yuanqi, did not have many fight scenes, but old Zhang had a dance background, so her physical conditions were all there, and she only needed to act a little to make it feel real. The second male lead, Tian Shuitao, wasn't good at acting or martial arts, but as he had a body double who looked very similar to him, his role was not a problem either. As the third male lead, who was also an important antagonist, would have multiple fight scenes with Dalong, they couldn't just find any actor who had style and no substance in martial arts. There was no time left for them to pick a double who could fight well and also look like the actor. Even as they were faced with the possibility of not being able to wrap things before the premiere, they still could not take things so lightly, especially not when it was also such a big production film. This was the reason why the film crew was so picky with Brother Shui's replacement. Not only would they have to be able to act, they also had to be able to handle martial arts scenes. This will be difficult. The martial arts have to be for real. Even acting can't fake it. Yeah, the foundations for such martial arts movies are the most difficult. Many of the actors started learning since they were young, training hard with every move done repeatedly. These days, it's really getting hard to find an actor who can also do fight scenes. What to do? Yes, it's more important to find a replacement at this point in time. The candidate has to be confirmed today, and we can't drag this any longer. Zhang Ye is an academic who works in literature and the arts. I think he wouldn't do as well as the other actors when it comes to executing the basic stances for fighting. It's still unclear who the director will choose. If he places an emphasis on the popularity, quality, and acting chops of the person, then surely teacher Zhang Ye has an advantage over the others. But the antagonist has many important fighting scenes, and those take up more than 50% of this character's appearances, so that is clearly the more important factor. Zhang Ye surely can't handle that. Let's see how it goes. I've heard that Zhang Ye frequently gets into fights with other people, like that Wang Shuixin's son, or that Korean celebrity, Lee Anson. Didn't he beat them up before? Right, there was also that plane hijacking incident. Wasn't that when Zhang Ye had to fight the terrorists to take control of the situation? I remember that was what was reported in the news. That was him, but that's a different thing altogether. Yeah, how is fighting and martial arts the same? True that. Everyone was observing the auditions and exchanging views with one another. At the same time, a few important people of the film crew were also speaking in low whispers, exchanging their views on the audition. Would Zhang Ye do? Let him try it out first. The assistant director said, in the final round, we'll test out your punch and kicks. At first, everyone thought that Zhang Ye would have difficulties with this round, so no one expected it when he just rolled up his sleeves and adjusted his shirt before standing there and saying, sure. The assistant director said, take some time to get ready first. There's no need, I'm ready. Zhang Ye wondered to himself just how ready he had to be. Was it necessary to do some warm-ups? Stretch his arms and legs? He did not need to do any of that, so he just said, I'm ready anytime. The assistant director nodded and then looked to the martial arts director. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the martial arts director strode over to face Zhang Ye and was about to do a set of movements for Zhang Ye to follow along with so that he could understand his foundations. But a scene played out in front of them that no one could have expected. Zhang Ye had actually gotten into an opening form that no one could recognize, relaxingly moving his hands and feet into a stance that no one could understand. He said, punches and kicks have no eyes. Please be careful. Be careful? What? What were you even intending to do? The martial arts director was also taken aback. He had come across many different styles of martial arts, even those that had branched into different sects from their original styles. As an industry insider, he had many more opportunities than the average person to be in contact with martial arts. However, even with his vast knowledge, he could not make out this opening form that Zhang Ye was displaying. It was like nothing he had ever seen before. What style of martial arts was this? It was probably something randomly made up by him. The martial arts director did not take this to heart and just looked at Zhang Ye in a speechless manner, saying, what's the meaning of this? Zhang Ye was confused and said, aren't we going to spar? Everyone who was watching wondered whether to laugh or cry when they heard this. Who were you intending to spar with? That teacher from the film crew could be considered as one of the top martial arts directors domestically, a true martial arts expert. He had real martial arts background and had been trained in Xingyi fist, 8 trigrams palm, and some other styles since his childhood. He was even ranked in some national freestyle combat competitions before, having made it to the round of 32 when he was younger. And here you are, saying things like punches and kicks have no eyes. You even want to spar with him? You're really too funny. What the assistant director meant was not for you to really spar with the martial arts director, but to follow the previous actor and imitate the martial arts moves so that they could evaluate if your physical movements are of a good enough standard. Dalong laughed. Tian Shuatao also couldn't help but laugh ironically at this. We're not going to spar. The martial arts director smiled and said, we're just going to go through the motions of it. 10 of you wouldn't even be able to handle one of me since I am a real practitioner of martial arts. I am different from you all in that my execution and toughness of my moves can be really heavy. That is what you would truly refer to as punches and kicks have no eyes. What if we sparred for real in the auditions? Then we might accidentally hurt people, and if that happens, how would we be able to go on with the filming? What I need is just for you to imitate the martial arts moves. When Zhang Ye heard this, he also laughed and said, then I have misunderstood. However, on the topic of what the martial arts director had claimed earlier, he kept his reservations about it. 10 of me wouldn't be able to handle one of you? You're even afraid of hurting me? Zhang Ye could only laugh to himself about this. Don't try to boast to me. If it really came down to us sparring, I wonder who would be the one to get hurt. If this was any other situation, Zhang Ye would have seriously considered taking it up with him. But since he was only here for the audition today to try to land the role in the movie, he knew what his priorities were. As a result, did not argue with the martial arts director over it. The martial arts director demonstrated the moves and said, watch carefully. Okay. Zhang Ye kept his eye on the martial arts director's movements. The martial arts director began. With his first move, it looked full of vigor and extremely powerful. It was like the wind followed with every move of his fist, whistling along with each movement. He struck out his palm, then pulled it back. Next was a side palm strike. He thrust his palm upwards. This set of palm techniques was similar to what he had shown and tested the previous actors with. It seemed like it was of the same style of martial arts, yet still felt very different as the angle of the palm movements and the translational motions were not the same as before. After a round, the martial arts director came back to the same spot as he had started. He finished off with a closing form and said, Teacher Zhang, did you see clearly? I know that you're more of an art person and have not dealt with martial arts before, but just do your best to imitate what I had just shown to you. Don't worry too much, it will be fine. Zhang Ye finished observing. Do my best. Imitate it as much as I can. What the was this? Didn't you just demonstrate the 8 trigrams palm? Zhang Ye smiled and said, all right then, I'll give it a try. The martial arts director made a gesture for him to get started and then took a few steps back. Instantly, everyone's eyes now fully focused on Zhang Ye. The director, assistant director, Zhang Yuanqi, Dalong, Tian Shuatao, and everyone else were all waiting for Zhang Ye to start his movements. None of them thought that Zhang Ye would be able to do it like the martial arts director, but were still curious at how well he could imitate the movements. When the previous actor had imitated the moves, the martial arts director had already informed Wang Chengpeng how it wasn't too bad, even if there was barely any power in the movements and looked a little stiff. The movements were not standard, but were at least followed in a general sense. If not for those factors, it wouldn't have even worked out to an acceptable imitation. Now to them, Zhang Ye was unlikely to do any better than the previous actor. Zhang Ye breathed in without showing any signs of pressure or nervousness, looking very relaxed. As he began imitating the martial arts director's movements from earlier, his feet started moving beneath him, and he took the first step in the footwork of the 8 trigrams palm. It was a simple step, and also looked like a natural step. However, this step was not noticed by everyone, except for the martial arts director, who, when he saw it, was a little shocked. Damn, you're just a layman, but how did you also manage to imitate the steps of the 8 trigrams palm? This step was too precisely executed. It was as standard as it could be, and that left the martial arts director in disbelief with what he had just seen. What was the 8 trigrams palm about? Everyone would think that it was about palm strikes, but they couldn't be more wrong. That would be the conclusion of a layman. But in actual fact, the core of the 8 trigrams palm was not down to its palm strikes, but its footwork. The 8 trigrams palm was also known as swimming bagua, one linking palms. This swimming portion, also known as the footwork, was actually the base of the style. For example, when the 2 actors were auditioning for the role earlier, They had only concentrated on the movements of the arm and copied it in form while moving around blindly. The martial arts director did not take this to heart, as he knew that they were only ordinary actors and different from martial arts practitioners like himself. It would be unreasonable to apply his standards to them as actors, since it was already quite a big deal that they could remember how to execute the palm techniques. But that was not the case for Zhang Ye. The martial arts director knew that this step made by Zhang Ye was the real thing in the 8 trigrams palm footwork. The direction at which his feet pointed, the control of his steps, and more importantly, the change in his center of gravity, it was all flawless. The movements were exactly the same as when he had demonstrated it. Because of what he saw, it had left him a little shocked. This is impossible. 1. Bagua, Badaga. Are the 8 trigrams important to the I Ching and Taoism? They're also what you see on South Korea's flag. Chapter 603, Landing the Roll. Collapse. Hugh. Zhang Ye struck out with his palm, his footsteps following immediately after. Slanting his heel, he briefly held back before taking his next step. What followed was his second palm strike. It caught everyone's attention. That was really great. He's following the moves as though they were really his own. Yes, it felt a little weak. Why didn't he use more power? There wasn't enough power in it. 8 trigrams palm. Zhang Ye definitely did not know the 8 trigrams palm personally, but there was a person close to him who knew it. Rao Imean was the senior sis of the 8 trigrams palm style of her generation. In this word, he didn't know how many classes and sects of the 8 trigrams palm there were. The style of Rao Imean's 8 trigrams palm was a little different from that of the martial arts director's style. However, the basic techniques and core of the martial arts style was more or less similar. Zhang Ye had seen Rao Imean practicing countless times before and even had a taste of the landlady's swimming bagua, linking palms himself, and knew that her style of the martial arts was much more gentle and not as powerfully sharp as the martial arts director's style. However, the strength of power was definitely there, as Zhang Ye could still feel the pain of it from the receiving end. This was why, even though Zhang Ye did not learn this martial arts style before, he could still understand it very well and manage to execute the movements with exact imitating without any pressure at all. In the audition area, Zhang Ye could be seen moving around and executing his palm strikes. Pierce, thrust, chop. Everyone was already in a trance, as they never expected that Zhang Ye, as a professional in the literary and artistic fields, would be this good at it and could even execute these few techniques. Zhang Ye continued, but did not execute the moves as powerfully as the martial arts director. It was like he did not exert too much strength at all, using a graceful and gentle style of the technique with free-flowing movements. Every strike of his palm was preceded by a step, and every step was taken in the most stable manner. Uppercut, cross, ram, hook, toss, shove. The rest of the film crew probably could not see it, but the martial arts director was already getting more and more shocked by what he was seeing. Zhang Ye did not even make a mistake in his routine for the 8 trigrams palm footwork and palm techniques. The moves were all perfectly executed, whether in terms of the angle or amplitude of motion. They were all flawless. Moreover, Zhang Ye's 8 trigrams palm gave the martial arts director a type of different feeling, like his verve and movements. Why did they look like the style of that person who had disappeared from the Chinese martial arts world so many years ago? Legend has it that there was a master whose 8 trigrams palm exercised a combination of firmness and flexibility while still maintaining a grace about it. The martial arts director. Thoughts went wild. The other staff of the film crew were all watching without knowing what was going on. Dalong could also be considered as half a martial arts practitioner, and he knew what he was looking at right now. At that moment, he was looking at Zhang Ye in a strange way, seemingly having some doubts about him, yet thinking that he seemed to be quite good at it. Zhang Ye came back to his original spot, albeit facing the opposite direction, just as he finished executing the techniques and movement. His footwork was precise to the millimeter, and after executing the movements, he relaxingly cooled down without a closing form. Closing form were usually meant as a cool down, not just for the sake of appearances. Since Zhang Ye did not actually know the breathing and energy flow techniques of the 8 trigrams palm and was just imitating the look of it, he naturally did not need to do a proper cool down. It was not an action that he could imitate from the martial arts director anyway, and there was also no need to do so. He was well versed in the breathing and energy flow techniques for Taiji Fist, but as they were not general-purpose cool-down techniques for the different styles of Chinese martial arts, it would be unprofessional to apply them here. Phew, that was still quite tiring in any case. And why was there no applause? Zhang Ye smiled and asked, "Was that all right?" The assistant director did not know whether it was good enough, so he said, "It seemed all right. And you've imitated it well generally, but the only issue is that the movements did not have any power to it, and thus did not feel quite right. If we shot the movie with that kind of effect, the presentation would be quite lacking and without fervor, so that would be a problem," he said so while looking slightly disappointed. Fervor? What sort of fervor? Zhang Ye had wanted to explain it by saying that they were too layman to understand it, but as he felt that it would probably fall on deaf ears since they would not understand it even if he explained, he simply said, "I have no problems putting more power into my movements." Didn't he simply just need to use more power? Could it be any simpler? The assistant director said, "You can do that? Give it a try then." "All right, no problem." Zhang Ye adjusted his arm, ready to give a demonstration once more. In the end, the martial arts director stopped him and said, "Teacher Zhang, you don't need to do any more, it's enough." Then, he walked quickly beside of the director and assistant director and said, "I don't think we need to test him any further." Tian Shuatao looked regretfully at Zhang Ye. The assistant director nodded. Wang Chengpeng looked at the martial arts director and said, "Zhang Ye couldn't make the grade 2? Then we'll just have to find someone else to audition." The screenwriter, along with many of the film crew staff members, were now left with headaches. One couldn't make it while another was also lacking by a bit. Who else could do it? They did not have much time left. "Hi. This is really troublesome. All three of the auditionees are unable to make the cut." But over at that side, the martial arts director said in a stunned manner, "What do you mean by Zhang Ye couldn't make the grade? That's not it. Teacher Zhang is good enough." When he saw the stunned director and the assistant director, the martial arts director added, "In fact, he is far too good." Everyone was stunned. What do you mean? Zhang Ye is good enough? Surely not. Weren't those movements too lacking in power? Right. Even though he managed to generally imitate the moves correctly, there still wasn't enough strength or an imposing manner, so the other two auditionees who still held some hope were in an even greater state of disbelief at the martial arts director's words. "You call that good? Isn't that setting the bar too low? If his kind of soft and weak moves could pass, then we could do it too. Surely we did better than him, right?" The director asked, "Just what do you mean by that?" The martial arts director explained, "What the assistant director had just brought up is not a problem at all. It's not that Zhang Ye couldn't exert any power, but my strength comes from the muscles while his strength comes from the palms. So the style of exerting power is not quite the same and just differed by a little bit. I believe if we ask Teacher Zhang to display a style or technique that looks more powerful, he would surely be able to do it. Besides, I'm not sure whether it was because of Teacher Zhang's good memory, but he could follow exactly the way I demonstrated my moves earlier. Not only the palm stance and angle, even the footwork was the same. My 8 trigrams palm emphasizes a lot on footwork, so even the way the feet are pointed can't be slightly off. If they are, it will affect the stability and position of releasing the palm strikes. However, what Teacher Zhang had managed to do has totally left me in disbelief." Everyone could only look at each other in shock. Zhang Ye said in a low-key manner, "My memory is indeed quite good." The martial arts director praised, "Not only do you have a good memory, you're also very talented." The director asked, "How many marks will you give him?" Without even thinking, the martial arts director answered, "Full marks." It was flawless. Such a talented actor with martial arts abilities is totally competent enough to be the third male lead with all those fight scenes. There will surely be no problems at all. However, based on Teacher Zhang's image and physical condition, I'd have to re-choreograph his fight scenes and not fully use Brother Shui's style for him. Some of the moves need to be slightly refined. The assistant director slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Great, that's really great." Wang Chengpeng also stood up without any objections, pausing for a moment before proclaiming, "I hereby announce that Zhang Ye will officially become our replacement for the third male lead's role in Grandmasters." Applause started to echo in the studio. Tian Shuatao and the others clapped to welcome their new colleague. Zhang Ye also clasped his hands together and said, Everyone, please take care of me. Wang Changpeng reached out his hand and said, I hope we can work well together. The next few days of work will all depend on you now. Rushing the filming schedule can be quite tiring, so please feel free to let us know if you have any requests. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I do not have any requests. I will do my best and cooperate fully. Tian Shuatao went up to congratulate him and gave him a thumbs up. The assistant director had already prepared a contract and went through it simply, explaining the clause and conditions once over before Zhang Ye signed it. He finally landed the role officially. Chapter 6:0 For the consciousness of a teacher of the people is higher. At the scene, everyone was starting to get busy. The director and staff of the film crew were giving out their instructions for the shoot. Get in place. Everyone, get in place. Camera 1, pull back. Once the actors are done with their makeup, we will start immediately. Will the extras take note? Please remember to stay behind the yellow line, as there will be an explosion scene later. Although it won't be dangerous, everyone should still take note not to stray past the yellow line. Is Teacher Zhang ready? Not yet, but he'll be ready soon. All right, we will start rolling the cameras once Teacher Zhang finishes getting touched up. In the studio, a female makeup artist quickened her work on Zhang Ye as she applied makeup on his face here and there. Very soon, Zhang Ye could see himself aging 10 years in the mirror, but perhaps due to the fact that he had only very average looks, it did not make him look too different. He would probably still be recognized by his fans immediately. Drawing his eyebrows, applying some eyeliner. He was still quite unused to all this. As a host, he never had to do such makeup to make him appear more villainous looking. At most, he needed to apply some foundation to take the shine off his face for the camera. Zhang Ye had already changed into his costume for the role. Similar to that of a Chinese tunic suit. 1, he did not just sit there doing nothing, but was going through the script repeatedly. This time, he wasn't going through the script for his own role. He was going through the overall screenplay for the whole movie, which had all the information of the characters, including their age, where they were born, their background, character developments, etc. To enable him to play his role well, he had to know the full screenplay, as it would aid him to better understand the intertwined relationships and plot. With this information, he would know what emotions to portray and at which time to do it. This was the first time that Zhang Ye had seen a full screenplay, and to be honest, it left him a little confused as there was simply too much information in it. The plot was also very rich, with many subplots happening at the same time. It even included a list of alternative plots and script lines. As the filming had actually already wrapped a few days ago, a lot of these backup plots were deleted since they were not used or cut from the final version of the movie. Because of this messy editing in the screenplay, when he saw it, it also left him unable to comprehend what was still valid or what was already invalid. It felt like a good movie, but it also felt like it might not be too good. He didn't know for sure. Back in his previous world, Zhang Ye was a movie buff as well. Every time he had finished watching a film, he would always discuss it for a whole day with his friends. They would point out what they felt were errors, or a part of the movie that was not well shot, a part of the story that wasn't logical, or even say something as extreme as how a movie was so bad that it shouldn't even have been produced. Thinking about it now, it was really easy making those comments as an audience member. Only when he was put into the situation himself did he realize just how complicated a movie production was. Just this screenplay alone had given him a lesson on how difficult it was. As the saying goes, the insider knows the ropes, while the outsider just comes along for the ride. That couldn't be more true, as everything was always easier said than done. The female makeup artist stepped back and adjusted her head as she observed her work. Then with a sudden snap of her fingers, she said, "It's done, Teacher Zhang." She turned around and shouted, "Director, Teacher Zhang's makeup is done." Zhang Ye put down the screenplay, stood up, and went outside. "All right, everyone, get into your positions," Wang Changpeng said loudly. The assistant director said, "Teacher Zhang, take your position over there." Wang Changpeng instructed him, "Remember, you need to be more expressive with your emotions later on. When old Zhang and Dalong walk over, you need to have aggression in your eyes. Don't hold back on that." Sure. Zhang Ye got into position and sat in the armchair, at the center of all the extras. He held up a cup of tea and sat up straight. Wang Changpeng had his own style of directing. He used a megaphone and ran through the plot for this scene. Even though the actors were already very familiar with it, He did not leave out a single word and explained in detail about the entire scene. This was to help the actors relax and at the same time lead them quickly into their character roles. 3, 2, 1. Action. Suddenly, the air was filled with the din of clashing gongs and cymbals. Many of the extras were putting in the best efforts for this scene of celebration at a martial arts school. Zhang Ye was dressed in a long white robe, while Dalong was in his martial arts attire as they walked slowly over. The two of them were already in character. Zhang Ye had an icy expression while Dalong was all smiles as he laughed and joked as he walked beside her. Soon after, a smile appeared on Zhang Ye's face, and she gave Dalong a look. The three of them met. Zhang Ye was covering his teacup as he raised his head to meet their eyes. Zhang Ye and Dalong were both standing in front of him at this moment. Suddenly, Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed as the teacup lid lightly knocked against the teacup. "Cut!" the director called out. Zhang Ye looked over, only to hear Wang Chengpeng say, "Little Zhang, that's not good enough. You need to express more with your eyes, show your aggressiveness. The way you're looking at them is correct, but it needs to be more intense because it's not enough to carry it from real life into real life." Zhang Ye understood and said, "All right, I'll take note of that." Dalong and Zhang Ye both said nothing and went back to their own positions. Wang Chengpeng shouted, "Again, action!" And so, the second take was over and done with. Next up was the explosion scene. Zhang Ye did not have to do much for this scene and only had a line in it. It was very simple for him as this scene had more focus on Zhang Ye and Dalong. The both of them had already shot this scene before, but because a few cuts needed the third male lead, Zhang Ye, to appear together on screen with them, they had to redo this scene's shoot again. Of course, the reshoot was only done for the critical cuts. Those parts that did not have Zhang Ye appearing would use the original footage instead. As it was a little dangerous, the preparations for this scene were also more troublesome and took a little longer. Dalong's errors led to 2 cuts. 2 extras who didn't portray the right expressions also made the director call for a cut 3 times. When one of Zhang Ye's lines did not communicate the mood of the scene, a cut was also called. For this whole scene, it took almost an hour before the director was satisfied with the outcome. When the director finally called for a stop and gave it the pass, all the actors breathed a sigh of relief and went for their breaks. With this, some people from the film crew went ahead to settle the payouts to the extras since their work was done here. Dalong came up and asked, "Director Wang, are there still any scenes for me?" Wang Chengpeng considered for a while before saying, "There's nothing left for today. You and old Zhang can go back first." "All right," Dalong said. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I don't need to be around either." "It's fine. I just need your double to be around. The key shoots will be tomorrow." Wang Chengpeng said, "There should be some scenes tomorrow morning, but I will need to see how the shooting will turn out this afternoon first to see if we can wrap the planned scenes by today. Zhang Ye doesn't have much experience in filming, so I won't be able to estimate how long it will take. This afternoon's scenes are going to be the problem." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Little Zhang shouldn't have a problem with that." Dalong said, "I'll be leaving first then. If there's anything, you can just give me a call. I'll keep my cell phone on." As the film crew was going through its most difficult period now, everyone certainly had to work extra hard together to ensure a successful outcome. The 2 leads left while Wang Chengpeng went to find Zhang Ye. Having already known him by now, he no longer addressed him as Teacher Zhang, and instead just called him Little Zhang. "Little Zhang, how's it going?" Zhang Ye dipped his head in greeting and said, "Quite well. Being cast into a lead role on your debut. It is already great that you can perform this way up until now. At least, you've exceeded my expectations for a rookie actor." Wang Chengpeng praised, but reminded him and said, "This afternoon and evening, we have a few scenes planned for filming. There will be day and night scenes, so I suggest you follow and stay with the film crew for the next few days. See if you require anything like a change of clothes, and let me know. I will get someone to help you out with that, or you can get someone from your family to send them over." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "That's not necessary. I'm not particular about such things. I just need to give a call to my mother to let her know about my schedule." Beside him, the assistant director said, "We're going to have to go into the mountains tonight. It's going to be a tough shoot." "No worries," Zhang Ye said. The assistant director asked, "Do you have any diet preferences for lunch and dinner? I can get someone to prepare it for you." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I can eat anything." A box lunch is good enough. The assistant director said hesitantly. We do not know what time we'll be shooting until tonight, so I'm fine with whatever time we shoot until. Zhang Ye said with a shrug. Even if I have work round the clock, 24 hours without sleep, I should be able to do it. No problem. Just let me know your arrangements. As long as we can complete the filming properly, I have no objections. You'll have total control of me for the next few days. The directors asked so many questions because, these days, celebrities were putting on airs more and more often. These days, it was a market of commercial productions. A movie's attractability mostly started with an actor. If the actor was a big-time celebrity, it wouldn't be easy to get them to join the movie. Even if they did, their temperaments were difficult to handle. For example, Dalong had many requests when it came to meals. For meats, he only took mutton and would not have any chicken or pork. He was also very picky with any other side dishes, and the film crew had to specially get those individually for him. Then, for Tian Shuatao, his conditions were that he has to go home every day to sleep and not stay with the film crew. No matter how late it got, as long as they were in the vicinity of Beijing, he must be allowed to go home. If they were out of the city or country, he would request a hotel so that he could go back to it after filming. Together with some other celebrities with thousands of strange requests and conditions, nothing was really too odd, and they had almost seen it all before. This time, since they had to find a replacement to save the situation as the matter was very urgent, leaving them with not much of a choice, they naturally placed great importance on Zhang Ye's participation in the shoot. They would have given him much better treatment and would try to satisfy him in whatever ways they could. That was the reason why they asked so many questions of him, since they did not know Zhang Ye well and what special requirements he had of the film crew. But Zhang Ye? He had no special requirements whatsoever. He was fine with anything. Everything was all right with him. This made Wang Chengpeng nod positively to no end. He waited until Zhang Ye walked away before becoming unable to contain himself and said to his assistant director, "Intellectuals and artistic people alike are indeed much better to work with." The assistant director felt the same, so he said, "Yes, Teacher Zhang is almost a B-list celebrity now, but for a person of that status to still maintain that humility, it's really rare. I heard from a friend in the industry that Zhang Ye really gives it his all when it comes to work. He had even recorded a show for over 10 hours continuously for 7 or 8 days straight. There was also the case where he worked 24 hours without rest to help Beijing television station complete their public service announcement. He had really risked his own life for that. The consciousness of a teacher of the people is much higher than most people. If only our actors were like Teacher Zhang, then the duration of our production would have sped up by at least 30%. The screenwriter who was behind them blinked and said, "Zhang Ye is quite different from what the rumors say about him." The assistant director turned around and said, "Yes, he's really quite different from them." The Zhang Ye in the rumors had too many nicknames. The maggot of the literary world, the oddity of the entertainment circle, the hooligan of the educational world. To many of the staff on the film crew who had heard about Zhang Ye before, they felt that he was a person who had a very bad temper and was someone who would beat up or scold others without even resorting to talking things through. However, the reality now was that they saw him in an entirely different light compared to what they had heard about him. Zhang Ye was not only unlike how they imagined him to have no respect for others, he was also someone who worked very hard, was professional, and dedicated to his work. Just look at it. When the box lunches arrived, everyone else was eating their lunch and resting while Zhang Ye sat further away, reading his script for the next scene as he ate. They did not know that Zhang Ye had always been like this. If he decided to do something, he would be determined to finish it. He would always take his work seriously and do his best, not allowing himself to make any errors or be negligent. He was the type of person who would work so hard that he would risk his own life. Chapter 605 Authentic Taiji Fist. Afternoon. The box lunch was very simple. It just consisted of rice with 2 side dishes. It also came with a bottle of mineral water. It's this again? I just make do and eat it. This box lunch is hardly edible at all. They really need to change the caterer. This is really terrible. Yeah, it's not even better than what I can make. Just looking at this leaves me with no more appetite. How can you stir-fry winter melon in this way? This is basically just a box of everything mixed together. Around the area, Some of the more important extras and two body doubles were together eating lunch with the film crew staff, complaining as they ate. Some of them were not even intending to eat at all. Zhang Ye tasted a bit and felt that it was just as they had said, very average tasting, but not to the point of unpalatable yet. Even if it were unpalatable, could it compare to what they served him in the dark room at the police station when he had been arrested? Back then, he didn't even pick at his food, so being here, he just finished his lunch in a few mouthfuls and then washed it all down with the mineral water. After that, he continued to read his script. When an extra saw this, he was a little lost for words. Similarly, the other small-time actors and extras also looked one by one at Zhang Ye. When they saw the empty lunchbox, they could only look at each other for a moment before lowering their heads to finish up their own lunch. No one else complained or said a word after that. If a top-ranked C-list celebrity, a position they all knew they would never, ever reach, did not mind the food, who were they to say anything? A double took a few more looks at Zhang Ye. This was seemingly just a small action, but reflected a lot more about how things were. This double thought to himself that it was no wonder Zhang Ye, who had only debuted for about a year, would achieve so much in this short time. He was someone who often got scolded by the media for this and that, a professional that was so frequently doubted by the industry insiders, but somehow still managed to be so popular among the people. He knew that there was a good reason for all of that now. In the afternoon, Zhang Ye called his mother on her cell phone. "Mom, what are you doing?" "I'm at work." "Yeah, I'm just calling to let you know that I won't be home for the next few days. I have work to do." "What work is it?" "I got a role in a movie." "Well done, my son." "That's true. This is a big production, and I will be following the crew around for these few days. Tell Dad about it as well. I will only be going home when the filming wraps up." After he hung up, the martial arts director also came over and said, "Teacher Zhang, have you finished eating?" Another double also followed behind him. One look, and it was clear that he was Dalong's double. Even though his face did not look similar, his body proportions were similar. He greeted, "Teacher Zhang, I've already finished my lunch." Zhang Ye switched off his phone and stood up. He said to them, "Please don't call me Teacher Zhang. There's no need to be so courteous. Just call me Little Zhang or Little Yi. That's good enough." The martial arts director smiled and said, "All right, forgive me then." But the double said, "It's better that I stick to calling you Teacher Zhang. You're an intellectual and an associate professor at the university. I can't possibly call you Little Zhang. Even if I wanted to, I just can't do it. So I think I'm more comfortable calling you Teacher Zhang." Zhang Ye did not argue with this. The martial arts director said, "Why don't you warm up a little first? We should begin our preparations for the fight scene that will be filmed this afternoon. Why don't we practice some of the movements first before finishing it with a final run-through before the shoot?" In a martial arts movie, the most important core for attracting viewers was definitely its fight scenes. These were also the most exciting parts of the movie, so they couldn't be done sloppily. It was very troublesome to film a fight scene well, so sometimes effects would be added in post-production with modern advanced methods. However, the most basic movements of the actors exchanging punches and kicks needed to look real in the first place, and nowhere at this stage should any effort be saved. They would have to practice the movements first before moving on to a fight sequence practice between the actors. One would punch, one would kick. All of these needed to be practiced and drilled into them with no room for errors. Soon after, the three of them went to an empty area to start their practice. The martial arts director stood in the center and said, "You have a good memory, and your physical condition is quite good as well. I could deduce that when you did your audition just now. So let's do this like we did earlier. I will give an overall demonstration of the fight scene's basic sequence, and you follow after me. Hopefully, you'll remember everything." "Sure," said Zhang Ye. The martial arts director said, "The style of martial arts that your character uses is Taiji fist. Watch carefully." Hearing this, the double showed a face of concentration, while Zhang Ye looked at the martial arts director in anticipation. Zhang Ye had read the screenplay several times already and knew that the third male lead was the one and only descendant of the Taiji fist school of martial arts. In this world, Zhang Ye had found out from Rao Imin that Taiji fist was lost many years ago. The first time and last time it appeared was already several hundred years ago. Moreover, whether this martial arts style had truly existed before was also legend in itself. Those who had even heard about it before were in the minority and treated it as a myth. However, Only those who were true practitioners in the Chinese martial arts world knew that Taiji Fist was not fictional and that it had existed before. It was known to have impressed for a period of time those several hundred years ago when the descendant of Taiji Fist defeated many martial arts grandmasters, making it a renowned martial arts style. A martial arts style that had been lost for hundreds of years now. How would you demonstrate it? Unless you knew it? That was what Zhang Ye was curious about ever since he saw the screenplay. Curious about how the scenes involving Taiji Fist would be shot. He was full of anticipation and did not even blink his eyes as he watched patiently. When the martial arts director said that he would demonstrate for them, he only meant that he would do a few simple movements. He raised his hands in preparation and did a horse stance at a very odd angle. It would make anyone watching feel like they understood it, even though they didn't, and also looked like it was a mysterious martial arts style of some kind. Zhang Ye, the martial arts director, showed a domineering face as he threw a punch. Zhang Ye, the martial arts director, gave a long laugh before he kicked his leg out sideways. Zhang Ye. As there was no opponent to spar with in the demonstration, the moves that the martial arts director displayed were quite disconnected. Only after he had gone through the moves for a routine did he finally finish off with a closing form by clasping his hands together. The double watched with admiration and went over to say, "I've heard before from some friends in the martial arts world telling me that this style of martial arts used to really exist. From just now, I've been meaning to ask you, do you really know this style of martial arts?" The martial arts director smiled a little and said, "A little bit, I guess." The double looked at him, overjoyed, and said, "Then could you teach me a little?" "Oh, I am too straightforward. This is too abrupt. I understand that it is not something that can just be taught to others even if I wanted to learn it. I understand the rules. It's not a matter of rules at all." The martial arts director smiled and explained, "I am really unable to teach this to you since I only know it generally and only have some simple moves to show for. I heard from my teacher that the real Taiji Fist does not have any standard moves and has never been passed down before either. There are no descendants of this style anymore. It has been lost for a long time already. My teacher had learned a few moves from some master who in the past had researched Taiji Fist from the anecdotal evidence found in the martial arts world and pieced it together. That is why I only know those few moves myself. But if you really want to learn it, that was all that there is to it. As for the other moves and the core teachings behind Taiji Fist, I do not know about any of that since the real Taiji Fist had disappeared hundreds of years ago." The double said excitedly, "Even if it's just a few moves, it's enough for me. This is Taiji Fist that we're talking about here. So many practitioners want to learn but could never find a way to even begin learning it." The martial arts director felt quite good about the compliment another gave him, so he said, "All right then, I will show you the moves once more. I believe teacher Zhang did not get a good look at it earlier, so watch and learn." "Thank you. How great is it?" The double's eyes brightened at this. The martial arts director displayed the same posture as earlier and said, "Remember, this is the opening form of Taiji Fist. You will need to keep your hands up and out in front, regulate your breath, sink it down to the lower half, and get into a forward-leaning horse stance posture." The double immediately followed him and imitated his stance. The martial arts director started to swing his arms and instructed as he did so. Taiji Fist emphasizes on the balance and interconnectivity of yin and yang. These two energies move in a continuous cycle of endless succession. This is yang, and it needs to be strong. The double tried his best to follow along with each movement. This is yin. The martial arts director locked his wrist and hooked his fist. And it must be gentle. The double followed along closely, imitating almost perfectly. Between the two of them, one was teaching and the other one was learning, and they spent an inordinate amount of time on it. Finally, when they both finished with their closing forms, the double bowed deeply to the martial arts director as a form of respect. He then clasped his palms together and said, "Thank you so much. To have learned so much about the real Taiji Fist. I can't even come up with words to describe how I feel. Ever since I was young, I've always heard about the legendary Taiji Fist. So many people wanted to witness Taiji Fist for themselves in these several hundred years, yet died with a lifelong regret of not being able to see it at all. I can only say that I am very honored." The martial arts director smiled and said, "Since you like it, practice it well. The knowledge of Taiji Fist runs very deep." "Yes, I will definitely practice well. The double had seemingly found a precious jade stone, and afraid he would forget about it, once again started to go through the movements for Taiji Fist in high spirits. The martial arts director still stayed by his side to give him guidance. Right? That's right. You need to wave your hands a little. Move them up and down. That's right, very good. Zhang Ye had been staring at them from where he was, looking at them moving about as they practiced. From the start until now, he did not say a word at all, because he was really at a loss as to what he should say. Practice well? Practice your sister. Taiji Fist. Taiji your grandpa. Zhang Ye nearly vomited a mouthful of blood, wondering to himself just what sort of style of Taiji Fist the martial arts director was teaching. Keep your hands out in front. What was the meaning of placing your hands out in front? Did you think that you were guiding the traffic? Regulate your breath and sink it down to the lower half. Were you getting ready to fart? And what do you mean by leaning forward while doing the horse stance? This was the first **** time I've heard that an opening form for Taiji Fist has to be a forward-leaning horse stance. Why didn't you just lie down on the floor for your opening form instead? You're even mentioning waving the arms and legs. Wave your grandma. Were you turning into a butterfly? Is this what they would call the damned urgent peeing fists? Zhang Ye utterly had his hands tied by this martial arts director. If you did not know it, then you should just say it. What the heck are you boasting for? You just believe whatever anyone says when they show you some Taiji Fist moves? This is the dog's hit kind of Taiji Fist. If you don't know it, don't act like you know it. Yet here you are, even teaching someone else. And spreading the glory of the martial arts style? The martial arts director suddenly said, Teacher Zhang, do you still remember what I just showed? All right, then I'll let both of you give it a try to get a feel for Taiji Fist. Brother, please don't mention the word Taiji anymore, okay? What the both of you did just now really was not Taiji Fist at all. The double quickly lunged forward and clasped his hands, bowed his head, and said, Teacher Zhang, please forgive me in advance. My fists might be a little heavy, but I will make the necessary adjustment in strength and not hit you for real. Just come at me with all you've got. Don't be afraid of hurting me, because you won't be able to anyway. Zhang Ye, come at you with all I've got. Just based on your external style of martial arts, if I used only 10% of my strength on you, you'd still end up in the hospital. However, Zhang Ye did not say that out loud and just returned the bow. He could no longer watch just like that and was ready to teach them a small lesson today about what authentic Taiji Fist was really like. Chapter 606. Now this is Taiji Fist. In the movie studio, many people had their attentions caught by the movements over at the practice area. They've already started their practice? The fight sequence has already been choreographed? Have they finished learning it already? It can't be that fast. Those scenes require the two actors to slowly learn and repeat until they get it. Right. Let's go over and take a look. I wonder how Teacher Zhang is handling it. Learning the movements is entirely different from practice sparring with an opponent. To be able to get the effect like they were fighting for real, they have to wear protective gear under their costumes and actually spar hand-to-hand. Otherwise, if they use quick cuts to conceal some actions in the scene, it won't look too believable anymore. How fast Teacher Zhang can pick up the fighting sequences will affect how quickly our afternoon's shoot will progress. If he's slow or can't pick it up at all, then we might not even be able to finish this afternoon's planned scene by night time, and that would roll over to the next scene as well. Quite a number of the film crew's staff went over to where they were practicing. When the director and assistant director saw this, they walked over there to watch as well. Wang Changpeng asked the martial arts director, You've already taught them the fight sequence? More or less. I'm letting them try it out first to get a feel for it, the martial arts director answered. Very quickly, over 20 people surrounded the practice area. They were basically done with their own tasks and were just waiting for Zhang Ye's practice to finish so that they could carry on with the filming. Since they had nothing to do, they might as well join in and observe how it all was going. Everyone had surrounded the practice area and formed a circle as they pointed at them, discussing what they were seeing. In the middle of the practice area, Zhang Ye and the double were already in position. Seeing that so many people had gathered around, including the director and assistant director, the double got an adrenaline rush from the attention he was receiving. Having just learned a few moves of the legendary and long-admired martial arts style, Taiji Fist, his desire to perform well in front of all of them was swelling. He said, Teacher Zhang, may the best man win. Watch out, I'll make the first move now. Zhang Ye calmly said, "Come on." The martial arts director reminded, "Watch your movements. They must be standard." When the double heard this, he immediately committed to a horse stance and followed the instructions that were taught to him earlier. His horse stance was slightly tilted to the front, making his whole body look angled, while his hands were even more standardized as his hands were placed straight out in front. In giving an opening form of Taiji fist, he felt he looked very valiant and was enjoying every moment of it. Around them, the people's eyes all brightened up a little. Previously, the role of the descendant of Taiji fist martial arts style was played by Brother Shui. They had already seen his acting before. But an actor was just an actor at best, especially since Brother Shui was also not a professional martial arts actor. So there was surely a difference when compared to a stunt double who had martial arts skills. From just a move. Although Brother Shui's Taiji fist opening moves were quite scary and domineering, his aura was just outwardly strong, but inwardly brittle. He could only depend on post-production effects to be added, like having some music overlay, the sound of wind moving his clothes, or leaves flying around from the shockwaves whenever his feet landed on the ground, all of which could help to play up his abilities. However, the stunt double in front of them had only made a stance, which was good enough to not need any special effects, and still had the factor. This was what real martial arts was about. But in contrast, when they looked at Zhang Ye also got into an opening form, similar to the one that he showed in the studio earlier, which no one knew. There wasn't much distance between his feet, while his hands superficially made some movements without exerting additional strength, like someone could just break his form by tugging at his hands a little. His shoulders were also drooped, and that made him look somewhat listless. All in all, his overall form looked terrible. What is that stance? Did the martial arts director teach him that? Why does it not look impressive at all? A positive and negative. The difference is too great. Don't ask for such high standards. The stunt double is a professionally trained martial artist and has some skills, while Zhang Ye is a literary and arts worker. So how can he match up to that? That's true. When the double saw Zhang Ye's form, he was dumbfounded. What the hell was this? The martial arts director was also left absolutely speechless by what he saw. This teacher Zhang, didn't he already go through the moves for Taiji fist several times? Why was he still unable to remember it? Did he forget the opening form? What kind of an opening form was he displaying now then? It looks like it's incredibly weak and full of openings. Whether it be internal style martial arts or external style martial arts, neither of them would ever have an opening form like yours. If anyone rushed over to attack, you'd be flattened in no time. Teacher Zhang, it's not done that way, the martial arts director said, and thought to himself that a layman would always be a layman. It was a chore just trying to teach them. He asked him, "Where is the horse stance? Why are you not leaning forward?" But Zhang Ye did not move. The stunt double glanced at him and said, "That form of yours won't do. If I just attack once, you won't even be able to withstand a strike from me. That opening form is full of weakness. We won't be able to practice our sparring properly this way." The assistant director gave them a word of caution and said, "Please be careful. Don't get hurt, especially Teacher Zhang. You have to take extreme care not to get hurt. Otherwise, there won't be any more replacement actors to take your place." Zhang Ye casually said, "No worries, just come at me. I'm afraid I will hurt you." The stunt double hesitated. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "That might not be the case." When the stunt double heard him say that, he might just as well abide and said, "All right then, I'm coming for you." As his words trailed off, he attacked according to the martial arts director's teachings. He struck out a palm with a weird trajectory, with a slight feint to make the move look very beautiful. He knew that Zhang Ye would not be able to stop this attack, and thus adjusted his strength and lowered it by 60 or 70%. He put the remaining 30 to 40% of his strength into the attack at Zhang Ye. The martial arts director praised, "Good movement. That is what they call the Taiji parry." Parry? Zhang Ye could only shake his head in his mind. His arm went up, and suddenly, the form that was full of openings earlier had turned into a different form. Zhang Ye's hand had already received the attacker's arms. Smash! The two of them collided. Everyone was staring with their eyes wide open, enjoying what they were seeing. However, a scene they could never have expected happened right before them, and it left them all dumbfounded. After the first clash, Zhang Ye was left unmoved from the spot he was standing in while the double who had executed a very beautiful-looking technique had lost his balance and stumbled to the side a few steps. He had lost his momentum there and then, and was unable to execute the next move. The stunt double was a little confused. This? Zhang Ye smiled and thought to himself that what his opponent did was not parrying, but his own move was. The martial arts director was slightly taken aback at first when he saw this, but quickly smiled and said to the double, "Teacher Zhang still has quite a bit of strength, so you don't need to hold back too much." Only then did the crowd understand. Oh, so it was because the attacker was not being serious. The double reacted and said, "Okay, Teacher Zhang, again." He came near Zhang Ye once again, but used his legs instead, this time in a different stance. The strength of the kick was even greater and felt like it would be quite a strong one. As the kick came flying in, Zhang Ye blocked it again. Crash! The fist met with the kick, but no one noticed that a technique had been executed in the few milliseconds when Zhang Ye raised his wrist slightly and bent it a little, which made the double's center of gravity shift. Because he had put in a lot of power into his attack, he lost his balance greatly as he staggered a few steps away and hurriedly tried to regain his footing. He was already sweating heavily at this moment. What happened? What was this situation about? The double was dumbfounded and wondered why his Taiji fist did not seem to work. And what was that martial arts style teacher Zhang Ye was using? Why was he able to negate half of the strength in my attack in such an odd way? Not only did he negate a part of it, it actually felt like he used that negated force against me. Otherwise, why would I have lost my balance? Only those who had experienced it for themselves would be able to understand how terrifying it was. The double was already in a daze and feeling confused. This move by Zhang Ye seemed like martial arts, yet it also did not seem like martial arts. No one had seen such a style before. Zhang Ye smiled and asked, "Still coming?" One more time. The stunt double was getting a little pissed and still not convinced that he was losing. If his opponent was also a martial arts practitioner, he would definitely be convinced, but right now, this opponent was a literary and arts worker, so it was impossible that he would have such advanced martial arts. He felt that teacher Little Zhang had definitely just gotten lucky. Chinese martial arts really weren't as fantastic as the layman thought, since after all, it was just a skill consisting of some techniques. As the saying goes, even an old master can be downed by an accidental punch. This was as true as it sounds. Consider a person who knows a little bit of martial arts and a person who doesn't know martial arts but has great strength. If these two fought, you'd never be too sure who'd win it. Who knows? If your attack was a little too light, your reaction was a little too slow, the ground was a little too rocky, or even if you were just standing in the headwind, all of that could lead to the other person winning. Nothing was absolute at all. Whoosh! The double came at him for the third time. Zhang Ye calmly stood there and took on the attack at a speed that was neither too fast nor too slow. As the stunt double was ready for this, after his move had been parried, he closed in on Zhang Ye. When Zhang Ye saw this, he followed through with the momentum and went near him as well. With a slight lean of his shoulders, the double was pushed back 4 or 5 paces, wearing an expression of surprise. Again, he was getting a little frustrated. However, Zhang Ye just smiled and said, "Sure, as you please." Her again? No matter how many times you try, it's useless. The double rushed in again, using the Taiji fist techniques he learned from the martial arts director. What he did not know was that those moves that he had picked up were in fact not Taiji fist at all. They were not even anything close to Taiji fist. He was facing Zhang Ye, who was a true Taiji fist expert, perhaps not an expert if he were in his previous world, but in this world right now, Zhang Ye was the only person who knew Taiji fist. A counterfeit style of Taiji fist coming up against an authentic style of Taiji fist. This was a gap that couldn't even be compared. The stunt double kept attacking. Zhang Ye kept negating his attacks without breaking a sweat. He was only putting in 10 to 20% effort to deal with him for now, as he did not wish to hurt someone or to expose his foundations in Chinese martial arts, since he did not fully understand the situation of the martial arts world of this world yet. It was better not to provoke any trouble because of this situation. For now, he was just demonstrating his ability as the only person who knew Taiji fist in this world, to show the martial arts director and stunt double that Taiji fist was not as simple as they thought. What they were practicing could not even be called Taiji fist at all. Upward deflect. Side deflect. High parry. Low parry. The double felt trapped in a bog right now, and in front of him was a huge mountain or perhaps a wide river. No matter how he tried, he felt like he was a clay oxen going out into the sea, never to return. He couldn't at all muster any more strength from his own body. Wang Chengpeng, the martial arts director, the assistant director, the film crew staff around them were all dumbfounded by what they saw. Chapter 607. You guys win. It became a bit quiet. There was a state of confusion. What's going on? Was the stunt double dancing? Why didn't he use any strength? How did Zhang Ye manage to do that? Why couldn't Dalong's double even match up to an artist like Zhang Ye? This display is so beautiful that I'm afraid to look at it. What's the situation? Hello, double bro. Did you seriously try to fight at all? How could you still not break through after 3 stances? Are you afraid of hurting teacher Zhang Ye? Everyone was busily chattering and discussing away. None of them could accept this scene that played out in front of their eyes. The stunt double was nearly in tears. I didn't fight seriously. He swore that he had really given his best and even used up all his strength for it. For some reason, even though he felt that his opponent was not strong and had a form that was full of openings, he still could not bring him down. Wang Qingpeng's expression was full of curiosity. The martial arts director was also surprised. Zhang Ye spoke at this moment. Still want to have another go? No, I'm not fighting anymore. The double quickly admitted defeat and said, my techniques are not good enough yet as I just learned Taiji Fist a short while ago. Your technique? Taiji Fist. Zhang Ye was at a loss for words. He decided that he was not going to carry on with this farce any longer. In the end, the double quickly defended himself because he felt a loss of pride. He said, if I had used my specialized external style of fighting, the results would not have been the same. The strength of my blows would certainly increase by 30 to 40% and my stances would not have any openings. Then you couldn't have handled it. Actually, he was not purposely giving an excuse, as he really thought that this would be the case as well. Having just learnt Taiji Fist, he was unfamiliar with it. Besides, it would require day after day and year after year of practice to hone his skills before the effects of his training would manifest itself. Internal style martial arts were not like external style martial arts. They required patience and training and needed to be nurtured slowly. He felt that if he had used his external style of fighting against Zhang Ye, the outcome would have turned and Zhang Ye would definitely not have been able to take 3 stances from him. Zhang Ye looked at him. Do you really think that if you had used an external style of fighting instead, it would have been enough? But he eventually did not say another word since he did not want to deal another blow to his opponent. Wang Chengpeng and the rest of the film crew understood after hearing the explanation. So that's the reason. That stunt double only has a superficial understanding of Taiji Fist since he had only just learned it. Just like I said, if he had used his specialized martial arts, how couldn't he win against teacher Zhang? So the reason was that he did not put in too much effort and was just doing an exchange of skill with teacher Zhang. That explains it. That gave me a fright. I really thought that teacher Zhang was a hidden Chinese martial arts expert, but it was just an illusion and the stunt double was only messing around with him. The martial arts director seemingly realized something at this point, nodded vigorously, and then said to the double, go back and train some more. That's what internal style martial arts are like. Unless you spend a few years in training, you won't see any results since it is unlike external style martial arts which can be picked up very quickly. Besides, Taiji Fist is already a lost art with the mnemonics, breathing techniques, and meditation ways missing, so this path will surely be tougher to walk down. I can only teach you up to here. As for the rest, it will have to depend on you. Zhang Ye thought to himself, you want to continue practicing just based on this technique alone? Even if you trained until your arms fell off, you wouldn't be able to learn anything. The double clasped his hands together and said with a smile, thank you. The martial arts director pointed out, but for the reason of shooting the movie, we just need to show the movements of Taiji Fist, and it will be good enough. Teacher Zhang, I saw your technique from earlier. Saying so, he turned to Zhang Ye and advised, although it looked pretty good, you need to know that it's not because the forms were good, but because your opponent used a set of techniques that he wasn't good at. Even if anyone else were to spar against him, it would have been a similar outcome. Your technique is too messy and doesn't have a focus at all with no proper stances. You were only moving around clumsily in all directions with no objective, like a move that someone would pull out in a street fight. I don't know where you learned that from, but in any case, as long as it helps strengthen your body, it's fine with me. But still, we can't possibly use that in the movie. The techniques are too crass. Crass? His techniques were crass? Zhang Ye nearly rolled his eyes. Your sister. This bro was kind enough to show you guys that Taiji fist was not done that way. But you all turned it all around to teach me a lesson instead? Initially, he had thought of using the authentic Taiji fist style to shoot the movie, but who could have expected that these bunch of people were complete amateurs? Even if the real Taiji fist that has been lost for several hundred years were displayed before your very eyes, you would not be able to recognize it. The martial arts director said, I will demonstrate Taiji fist once more, so watch carefully, Teacher Zhang. You have to remember it well this time as it will be needed for this afternoon's shoot. The assistant director exhorted him, Little Zhang, it will be hard on you. Zhang Ye helplessly said, Okay. Observe carefully. The martial arts director demonstrated again his version of the so-called Taiji fist. It looked very powerful with the large movements. Several of the staff members of the film crew continuously sang the praises of it. Good one. Amazing. This is what real martial arts is about. Taiji fist is indeed worthy of its reputation. Earlier on, the stunt double did not do too well with it, but the martial arts teacher is truly a professional. His demonstration of Taiji fist is too mesmerizing. That's because he was ranked in a national free combat competition before. After the demonstration, the martial arts director said, Teacher Zhang, you try it once. Zhang Ye imitated it without any spirit at all. This time, it was different from earlier when he imitated the 8 trigrams palm, which he had seen before. But for this idiotic style of Taiji fist was something he had never even come across before. So how could he imitate it well? He could only roughly execute some techniques while stumbling through the moves. The martial arts director said, That's wrong. Taiji is classified as yin and yang, and it is shown in the opening form of Taiji fist. That is the key and no mistakes can be made at this point. Zhang Ye. The martial arts director continued, The depth of Taiji fist is so profound that you won't be able to understand it even if I explain further. Just remember my forms and follow accordingly. There's no need to know the reason. Zhang Ye. The martial arts director said, No, that's not it. Why are you still executing the same unorthodox moves like earlier? Taiji fist's parry move is not done like this. You should push it outwards. Zhang Ye. The martial arts director said, You're getting there. That's right, try again. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Ye was executing the moves one by one while learning from the martial arts director. The moves were looking more and more alike. The moves were looking more and more alike. The moves were looking more and more alike. The martial arts director finally praised him. That's how it should be. The assistant director agreed and said, You are a quick learner. Wang Chengpeng also nodded and said, It's getting more similar. If we shoot the scenes this way, it will definitely turn out well. Upon seeing Zhang Ye's improvement and growth, the film crew was delighted and the martial arts director was even happier. He felt that Zhang Ye was a promising student and worthy of being taught. If not for Zhang Ye's towering reputation, he would be interested in taking Zhang Ye as his disciple and imparting all of the Taiji fist techniques to him so that he could do his own training. Finally, with each stroke and movement, Zhang Ye surprisingly mastered most of them with his moves looking basically the same as the martial arts director's moves. Of course, he also felt a tinge of sadness and pain as his familiarity at Taiji fist improved while his intelligence was also rapidly decreasing at an alarming rate. Whatever. You guys win. Chapter 608 Countdown to the movie's release. A week later. On this afternoon, Zhang Ye's parents were throwing a grand feast at home. Naturally, it was only a feast for their own relatives as it had been a while since they'd had a gathering, so this was also an excuse to have a meal together. His uncles and aunties were seated comfortably and having tea together. His 3 cousins were romping about, as well as shouting and screaming. Chao Tong asked, Why isn't bro back yet? Chao Mingming remarked, I'm getting hungry. His mother laughed and said, Little Yi called to inform that he'll be back by noon, so it should be soon. His father said, Let's not wait for him if everyone is hungry. We can eat first. No. First aunt said, Little Yi has not been home in a week already, following the film crew around all this while. We definitely have to wait for him come home before we start the meal. Sister-in-law, did our little Yi take part in the filming of Grandmasters? Together with Zhang Ye, Dalong, and the rest? The news mentioned this movie before. It's a big production with a famous director, and the main cast is also quite magnificent. Since little Yi is playing an important role in the movie, his popularity will surely shoot up very quickly. His mother answered happily. Yes, he was filming for that movie. I don't know what the movie is about, but since he told me about it himself, it shouldn't be wrong. Outside, the jingling of keys opening the door could be heard. Ah, he's back. Let me get the door, I'll go get it. Before the three sisters could get to the door, it had already opened. Seeing so many of his relatives in the house, Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Whoa, everyone's here? First uncle, first aunt, second uncle, second aunt, third uncle. Why is everyone here today?" He looked a little worn out, but was still in great spirits, although he did feel quite tired. It seemed like the past few days spent with the film crew had worn him out. After he came into the house and greeted all his relatives, he took off his shoes and sat down directly onto the sofa, not wanting to get up anymore. He said loudly and tiredly, "Mom, hurry up and start cooking the meal. I haven't had anything good to eat for a week already." His mother, feeling sorry for her son, said, "I'll go and prepare it immediately." His second aunt asked, "Was the treatment so bad over there?" Zhang Yi sighed and said, "It wasn't that great. We had to go into the mountains, make camp, and sleep in tents. A few days ago, when we were in the south for a shoot, we were even caught in the rain and got trapped in the mountains. I couldn't sleep or eat well, and there were times when I couldn't take a bath too. So let's not mention it again." His eldest younger sister poured some tea for him and asked, "Bro, did you get to see Dalong?" Zhang Yi took the tea from her and smilingly said, "How could I not have seen him? I have 3 scenes together with him. Dalong's battle at Huangsha Port is my favorite move. Bro, did you ask for his signature? I heard that Tian Shuitao is also one of the main leads in the movie. Does he look as good in person as he does in the movies? I have a few classmates who like him very much, but I find him to be just SOSO." His sisters chimed and chirped. While his mother was preparing the dishes, he shared his experiences with the film crew to his relatives. Everyone listened with intent as he related. "When I got there, they wanted to test my acting abilities and even taught me some moves which they claimed were martial arts. I was so amused when I saw it. That kind of lousy martial arts and lousy moves. I could just close my eyes and play along with them, easy peasy. At first, I wanted to choreograph my own moves to let my characters' fight scenes look more realistic, but they insisted that my techniques were too crass. Those words nearly made me rage at them. They really don't know what's good for them, and it seemed like what I said was falling on deaf ears, so I thought about it for a while and decided, whatever, why should I be putting in so much effort? After all, I'm not the main lead of this movie. If they insist on those moves and think that it looks better, I will just follow accordingly. It's not like I've suffered a loss anyway." His youngest sister said with a grin, "Bro, why do I feel like you're boasting again?" The eldest and second sisters were covering their mouths and secretly laughing at him too. Zhang Yi said to them, "You guys just don't know how great your brother is. If you all knew about my martial arts skill, you'd surely fall to your knees and look up at me in admiration." The critical truth was, even if Zhang Yi didn't want to follow the film crew's choreography, he could not do so. In his previous world, everyone knew what Taiji Fist was. They liked seeing it and felt that it was a very strong set of martial arts, but only because they already had a certain understanding of it. However, in this world, no one had ever seen the real Taiji Fist or understood anything about it. So even if Zhang Ye were to show his moves, they would not accept it as they had never come across anything like it before. Subconsciously, they would immediately judge it as not good enough. But that was how it was, as appreciation for something was also down to habitual conditioning. Besides, even if Zhang Ye tried to argue his point, being a rookie actor, the third male lead, his voice wouldn't be loud enough to make any impact. The entire movie was already planned and filmed. So Zhang Ye, being the new guy, wouldn't have the clout to get the film crew to make changes as he saw fit. No one would have listened to him. And so, being cast in his first role as one of the main roles made Zhang Ye grow a lot. He learned much about the film industry, and felt that if he had another chance in the future, he could look at developing in this area. But of course it would be best that he could be the director himself. Otherwise, he would have to listen to whatever the film crew said. That would be too constraining. If he were the director instead, he could shoot however he wanted with whatever moves he liked. On top of all that, he would surely leave the overall lead role for himself too. How awesome would that be? After the meal, his relatives went home. Zhang Ye went back to his room and checked on the recent celebrity rankings index. C-list celebrities. First, sure, Yu. Second, Chen Fanghua. Third, Zhang Ye. After the Peking University incident, Zhang Ye garnered a lot of reputation from the nationalistic youths with his idiots scolding and jumped up and ranked to second place on the C-list rankings above Chen Fanghua. But ever since then, he did not make much appearances in the public anymore, so his popularity score didn't move much and even declined a little. Together with Chen Fanghua having some new works and news coverage, she moved ahead of Zhang Ye in terms of popularity gained, again making him now one step further away from getting to the B-list. From this, it could be deduced just how important having exposure was. But overall, it wasn't an issue for Zhang Ye since he believed that he could bounce back in the next few days due to the impending release of Grandmasters. Of his last-minute addition to the cast of the movie, Zhang Ye had rather high expectations of it. First, because he had spent almost all of his reputation points to activate the upgraded version of the Lucky Halo to get this job, he wanted to gain them back. Second, since this movie was officially his debut in the film industry, it was an important opportunity for him to expand his fan circle. He was looking forward to this movie paving a new path for him, to help to grow his fan base and expand his foray into new areas of work. He was not like those other celebrities who only had simple goals, concerned only with their small group of fans and scrounging off of them for the rest of their lives. Zhang Ye had great ambition and an even bigger appetite. He wanted to move on to the global stage and needed fans and support from people who were not limited to his work on variety programs, Weibo followers, or poetry lovers. In the near future, he was planning to move into other areas to fight for the new achievements that no one else could accomplish. The television industry, the film industry, the music industry, the mathematics field, the literary field, the computer technology field, and so on. When he has gathered achievements in 7 areas of work, Zhang Ye would then be able to summon Shenron. 1. Of course, his current short-term developmental direction was still geared towards becoming a television station's host. After all, that was his old profession and he had yet to become the best in that industry. Having not hosted on a satellite channel before, he was clearly still far from the pinnacle of the hosting world. At the very least, he was targeting hosting a few top television programs that he could list as his achievements before he would consider himself to be at the peak. Only then would he dare to proclaim that he had seen success in the field of television. This was also Zhang Ye's reason for working hard this time. He wanted to raise his popularity rankings through his role in Grandmasters, hoping that he could break past the barrier and into the B-list. Then with Beijing Television's Do You Remember, he would showcase his potential in program planning, allowing the more elite television stations to learn about him and seek him to join them. Zhang Ye wanted to use his own capabilities and popularity to cover for what others thought of as his character deficiency. But of course, Zhang Ye did not believe there was anything wrong with his character in the first place. Instead, he felt that it was the characters of others that sucked. On the internet, the trailer for Grandmasters was back and showing on several online video hosting websites again. The key word being, again, because this movie has already done a round of promotions, but was put on hold after Brother Shue's arrest and subsequent inclusion on the SARF's list of banned artists. The fact that the trailer could air again also cleared any doubts that Grandmasters could not be released. Let me see. I've been waiting for this for too long. There hasn't been any news for a week now. But better late than never. I'm so looking forward to this movie. Oh, anyone know what happened to the antagonist role that Brother Shui was playing? It's going to be released so soon? Did they just cut all the affected scenes? That can't be. If they did it that way, the plot would be full of holes. No matter what, Director Wong is still a renowned director. Surely he wouldn't degrade his own reputation like this? Quickly take a look at this. This person is... Damn it, did I see wrong? Oh my god, why is Zhang Ye in this? Although he looks much older, his face still looks the same, just that he has a mustache and beard added on. This is really Teacher Zhang, no doubt about it. What? Zhang Ye was the replacement? Teacher Zhang. Damn it, You're crossing over into other industries again? What the heck? Isn't this crossover too big of a jump? He's even cast as one of the main roles. What's wrong with director Wang? Did he get so anxious that he just went with a random replacement? How would Zhang Ye know how to act? It might have been alright if you just let him do a cameo scene, but you're actually casting him as the antagonist? The main antagonist? Just how bold did they all get? He's only a host by profession. If you put him in the movie, wouldn't he just look confused? From the trailer, countless viewers had now noticed the presence of Zhang Ye in the movie. Many people had already predicted earlier that the film crew of Grandmasters would definitely find a replacement to reshoot the scenes that the main antagonist appeared in, and had made a list of possible replacement actors. From the most likely to the least likely, 10 names were included, as everyone guessed who would be the replacement to save this production. But it ended up with no one making the correct guess at all, since the replacement turned out to be the infamous Zhang Ye. That same person who had recently led a large group of Peking University students to scold and chase off a Japanese delegation. Some people still did not quite know who he was. What's this antagonist actor's name? He looks familiar, but I can't remember his name right now. Who is Zhang Ye? I know him. He's always being mentioned on the news, but I've never really paid attention to him before. Grandmasters had started its production a year ago and was highly anticipated by everyone because there was a famous director helming the film with a star-studded cast. When the news of Brother Shui's arrest was announced and subsequently negatively affected the movie's chances of being released, all kinds of news had helped increase the attention on the movie. Because of that, many people who did not know about Zhang Ye previously were suddenly searching for his name when they saw this trailer, wanting to find out more about this actor who helped to rescue the release of Grandmasters. The topic was being hotly discussed. Grandmasters was being hotly discussed again, with a large part of the discussions being doubts. This is too unbelievable. I'm totally disappointed by this movie now. Why did they find a layman as the replacement? Zhang Ye was definitely a wrong choice. Haha, who says that Teacher Zhang is not good enough? Teacher Zhang has always been known for his successful crossovers in the entertainment circle. Although he is a host, he is also doing very well in the mathematics world. So who can guarantee that he does not know how to act? In any case, I strongly support Teacher Zhang. After reading the comment above, I am unable to make a response to it. That's really quite true. I still do not believe that Zhang Ye can act well. I'm so irritated by Zhang Ye. Boycott him. How does this person keep coming back on the news? Hasn't it only been a week since he disappeared after the incident? Suddenly, at around 2 p.m. in the afternoon, a number of actors from the cast of Grandmasters began updating their Weibo. Zhang Yuanqi's Weibo. Please look forward to the movie. There's a surprise in store for Grandmasters the movie. Dalong's Weibo, posting the Grandmasters trailer here. You can participate in the lucky draw for a chance to get my autograph. A link was posted along with his update. Tian Shuatao's Weibo also posted a joke to Zhang Ye. I saw earlier that there were many people scolding Zhang Ye. At Zhang Ye teacher Zhang Ye. In the past, I heard that you have a very poor reputation, but it wasn't something that I was convinced about. Now I've realized the rumors are true. It seems like you have offended quite a lot of people. Yao Jinkai also appeared from nowhere and replied, "What did I miss? When did little Zhang join a cast and film a movie?" Peking University's teacher Su Na forwarded the post on Weibo. Radio host Wang Xiaomei liked the Weibo post. Dong Shanshan also made a post on Weibo, wishing the crew of Grandmasters a record-breaking box office earning. The director of Grandmasters, Wang Chengpeng, had not intended to say anything at first. The actors were all busy posting on Weibo and appearing on television station programs to promote the movie. Wang Chengpeng was also not slacking, as he had more work to handle than them. However, when he saw such heated discussions regarding Zhang Ye online, he felt he had to say something to address everybody's criticisms. A few minutes later, Wang Chengpeng's Weibo updated. We've already wrapped up filming and production for Grandmasters. The recent scare has left us all really shaken, and having met all these difficulties and faced with the possibility of the movie being taken down, I can only sum it all up with one phrase. The road to success is strewn with setbacks. I would like to thank one person here. Thank you, Zhang Ye, for coming to our rescue when the film crew was in its most difficult period. Without any requests, demands, or conditions, you just worked as hard as we needed you to. In the past week, As we res-hot the footage for your scenes, all the other actors had their chance to rest, except for you. In every scene, we needed Zhang Ye's participation, and that in turn led to him only getting about 4 hours of rest each day. On one of the days, he even got only an hour of sleep. But what really moved me was that, from the start, no one from the film crew, including me, heard Zhang Ye complaining about being too tired to carry on. In fact, he even did his job in the most perfect and outstanding way and completed his role's scenes with utmost professionalism. For an actor like that, I can only admire and give respect to him. Those who doubt Zhang Ye's acting skills can watch Grandmasters first before commenting on it. I believe no one will be disappointed, as teacher Zhang joining the cast of Grandmasters only served to improve the film's quality. With that post, he had given Zhang Ye his highest praise. When the netizens saw this, they were left wondering in doubt. Is he really good? I'm skeptical about it. If director Wang can say that, then it must not be bad. I'm really anticipating the movie now. I wonder if I can attend the movie premiere. It shouldn't be too many days away now. It should be soon. They're promoting it as the film is getting reviewed at the censors. Once that is done, they can distribute the film to all the movie theaters. But I believe that the schedule for its release has already been arranged. On websites and in forums, the promotions were overwhelming all possible channels. There were promotions in the form of trailers as well as posters that were put up all over the major cities in the country. The posters for Grandmasters were put up at the bus stops, subways, and shopping malls. Nobody even knew if the movie has already been approved or not, since the release date was also printed on the posters. On the posters, there was a picture of Zhang Ye on the far right side, in his role as the antagonist, and with a fake mustache. This was actually the first time his image was publicized in such a manner and across all the major cities, helping him gain even more popularity. On this night, it was just past midnight. The Celebrity Rankings Index had just been updated. In the newly released rankings for the next day, Zhang Ye had once again surpassed Chen Fanghua and went up to second place out of the C-list celebrities. It was possible that their popularity scores were not that different to begin with, but the promotions for Grandmasters surely helped a lot as well. Anyhow, Zhang Ye's popularity score was now considered to have stabilized at last. Not only that, there was even a slight increase as he began his chase for the #1 spot in the C-list rankings. The Zhang Ye who was forever unwilling to step out of the limelight and stop in his march had made his comeback again after 1 week of lying low. With his new role and work, he was now charging forward for the top spot. 1. This is just a reference to DBZ, tongue-in-cheek moment by the author. Chapter 609 Day of the Premiere. On the day of the premiere of Grandmasters. Morning, around 9 a.m. in Beijing. Hall 1 of Shanglong Ume International Cineplex. Backstage, a staff member was helping Zhang Ye put on makeup, while most of the other actors had already done their own makeup at home or at their companies to prepare for the red carpet walk. The scale of the premiere was clearly going to be quite large, but as Zhang Ye did not have a management team or agency, and certainly no makeup team, he had to get the makeup artist from the film crew help him after he arrived. He was holding his cell phone in his right hand and talking to someone as his makeup was being done. "Brother, we have arrived," his third sister said. Zhang Ye said, "Then come in. It's going to start soon." His second sister snatched over the cell phone from her and said, "They are not letting us in because we don't have any tickets." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Okay, I got it. How many of you are there?" His second sister replied, "There's 5 of us. Me, Big Sis, Meng Meng, and 2 of her classmates. Brother, come out quickly to receive us. Hurry up. I can't wait to see the celebrities. I'm still having my makeup done now and can't go out yet. Wait a little while. I'll get someone to bring you in." After hanging up, Zhang Ye made a call. "Hello, little Wang, it's Zhang Ye. I have some relatives coming for the premiere, and they are at the entrance now. Can you help bring them in for me?" Little Wang immediately said, "No problem, no problem." Zhang Ye said, "They're 5 young girls, so it should be easy to spot them." "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. Leave it to me," Little Wang answered promptly. "Thank you and sorry for the trouble, Little Wang," Zhang Ye said. For these kinds of movie premieres, most people couldn't get a hold of the tickets even if they were willing to spend money to buy them. They would still need to call in favors to purchase the tickets as they were so highly sought after. However, as one of the main cast members of Grandmasters, It was not a problem for Zhang Ye to bring some family members to attend as long as it wasn't too many people. They did not need any tickets either. And, at most, if there were no seats to accommodate them, they could just bring in some extra chairs, so it was not a big deal at all. His three sisters were crazy about chasing idols and liked to attend such activities as well. Since yesterday, they had been pestering Zhang Ye to let them come to the movie premiere. Since it was his sister's request and not difficult to agree to, Zhang Ye naturally would not refuse them. At the venue of the movie premiere, the reporters were all in position. The audience was also fully present. The venue was packed. Little Wang, who was part of the organizing team, brought Zhang Ye's sisters in from the side entrance and led them directly to the seats in the fourth row, close to the front. Although the area was slightly to the right, the location was still quite good as they could see the stage in front of them quite well. The eldest sister, Chao Dan, said, "Thank you, Brother Wang." Little Wang smiled and said, "You're welcome. Have a seat. Come and look for me if you need anything." With that, he went to busy himself with his work. Chao Mingming's classmate, Little Qian, exclaimed, "Wow, we even get to sit so close to the front." Chao Mingming's other classmate, Little Wen, said, "Mingming, your brother is so marvelous. This is the first time that I'm attending a movie premiere. This feels so awesome. I'm so excited." Chao Mingming chuckled and said, "Of course, who do you think my brother is?" His second sister was also said very excitedly, It's starting. The movie premiere began. One by one, the actors walked down the red carpet and came into the venue. First was Zhang Yuanqi, followed by Dalong and Tian Xuetao. Finally, Zhang Ye also strolled in casually. This was his first time walking the red carpet, and it actually felt quite good. As he slowly walked up to the stage, he waved to the left and smiled to the right at the audience. Applause was coming from every direction, especially from his three sisters who were clapping their hardest until their hands nearly turned a dark shade of red. "Brother, you are so handsome." Oh, on seeing so many celebrities and even the heavenly queen herself walking past them, Chao Mingming's two classmates blushed, feeling as though they were in a dream. They were furiously clapping away too. The last person to appear was Wang Chengpeng, and as the movie's director, he received the loudest applause from the audience. As he went up on stage, he took the microphone and made an opening speech. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you to our friends from the media, our dear audience and friends, for attending the opening premiere of Grandmasters. After 10 months of production, with an investment of..." The proceedings of the movie premiere went on step by step. The opening address, the actors' speeches, a media interview, an audience lucky draw, and so on. When it came to the media interview, Zhang Yuanqi, being a heavenly queen, managed it with ease. She had already been through such situations dozens of times, if not at least close to 100 times. Dalong did not like to speak much to the media, as that had always been his character. He quickly ended his interview with just a few words. When Tian Xuetao and the second female lead went up on stage for their part, they looked visibly nervous. Somewhere in the middle of the questioning, Tian Xuetao said something wrong but quickly reacted and changed his answer and managed to get through the interview. The second female lead nearly fell down when her high heels gave way as she staggered some distance away, scaring many of the audience as they were worried that she would fall off the stage. The reporters kept focusing their cameras onto them, looking for flaws or mistakes. That was what they wished to see, since if everyone were flawless and behaved perfectly like Zhang Yuanqi, there would even be any news at all? Tian Xuetao and the second female lead might be considered quite popular and have acted for quite a number of years already. However, since acting and life were different things, even if they did not get nervous while filming the movie, it wouldn't mean that they would not get nervous when faced with so many people from the media and audience. Moreover, as it was such a big occasion and a big production that they were taking part in for the first time, coupled with their young ages, you could say that their experience in handling this interview segment was definitely incomparable to a mature artist like Zhang Yuanqi's. They got off the stage and returned to their seats in the front row. Tian Xuetao was slightly embarrassed and said, I was too nervous." Zhang Yuanqi comforted him like an older sister would and said, "It's not a problem. I was also nervous just now when I spoke." She turned her head to look at the second female lead and asked, "Warner, is your ankle all right?" The second female lead said, "It's fine, Sister Zhang. I got the wrong size shoes." They're too big. Upon hearing that, Zhang Ye said, my shoes are coincidentally a little too small for me. They're size 36. Come, try wearing mine. How can I do that? No, no, no. The second female lead felt overwhelmed by the attention from the heavenly queen. I do not have athlete's foot, so you can wear them without worries. Saying so, Zhang Ye had already took off her shoes graciously. When the second female lead saw that, she could only exchange the shoes with her. Feeling very touched, she said, "Thank you, Sister Zhang." This scene was captured by some of the reporters who were beside them, but no one was particularly surprised. In the entertainment circle, Zhang Ye had always had good relationships and took especially good care of others. She never had any conflicts with people. Even when those celebrities with poor reputations met Zhang Ye, they would still greet her politely. The reason for that was for all to see, as Sister Zhang always knew how to handle issues, conduct herself personably, and never put on airs. However, when Zhang Ye saw that, he did not say anything at all. He knew exactly what kind of character old Zhang had. On the stage, the host smiled and said, "Who's next?" Wang Chengpeng looked to his left and called out, "Teacher Zhang, it's your turn." "It's my turn already? All right." Zhang Ye straightened his suit and walked up to the stage with a smile. The host handed the microphone to him. Zhang Ye took it and said with a smile, "It's finally my turn, but before the questions start, let me first say a few words." Zhang Ye stopped a reporter who was just about to ask him something. "Actually, there is a profound meaning behind Director Wang's arrangement for me to be the last one to come up on stage. Someone recently gave me a nickname, calling me the speech demon. They say that there will be trouble the moment I hold a microphone." With that, the audience in the house burst out in laughter. Wang Chengpeng laughed as he pointed to him. The second female lead was also tickled. Some time ago, the Peking University incident had caused an uproar and basically everyone knew of that incident. When they heard Zhang Yi self-ridiculing himself the moment he went on stage, everyone thought it was hilarious. Zhang Yi continued on, "Actually, I do not have any confidence in myself. At this big event today, I had better not say anything wrong again, in case it brings trouble to Director Wang and the film producers. So then, for the questions that our reporters have for me, let's just make do with one question. One is enough. I'm afraid of getting in trouble if I say too much." Everyone laughed again. The female reporter stood up again and asked, "All right then, Teacher Zhang, I will only ask one question. Earlier, my fellow reporters have already asked the questions about the movie and its production, so let me ask a private question instead. The character that you portray in the movie is an antagonist who leads a solitary life. What I would like to ask is, are you also like that? Do you have a girlfriend yet? Can you share with us your love life? I believe there are many people who are very concerned about this question. That is all I would like to ask." With that, she sat back down. The audience applauded and whistled enthusiastically, waiting for Zhang Yi to talk about his love life. Everyone was always interested to know about celebrity gossip and scandals. But unfortunately, those were also what the celebrities were most unwilling to discuss, because it was not easy to answer, and sometimes there was no way to answer it either. Admitting or denying also did not help, so that was why a question like that at this moment would test the professionalism of a celebrity. Tian Shuatao looked up to the stage. The second female lead and the rest of the actors were also waiting to see what Zhang Yi would say. Zhang Yi smiled and looked at that female reporter before answering. "How is that one question? Your sentence consisted of 3 questions, and they're even such blunt questions. Do you have a grudge against me?" The female reporter smiled and waved her hands. Zhang Yi said, "Actually, my love life is a history of blood and tears." Everyone's interest perked. "What do you mean by a history of blood and tears? Hurry up and tell us." Zhang Yi followed up immediately by explaining further. "I've bled, I've cried, and I've been through shit one." When they heard that, the audience and reporters nearly vomited a mouthful of blood. Uffed. There were blood, tears, and even shit? Just how dirty was your love life? Wang Chengpeng was also spoiled by the humor. The second female lead even covered her mouth and laughed away heartily. Zhang Yi stood on the stage and chewed the fat with everyone for some time. Everything he said was getting funnier and funnier, and everyone was enjoying listening to him. However, if anyone were to think about it, Zhang Yi had actually not said anything related to his love life at all. After Zhang Yi got off from the stage and returned to his seat, Dalong glanced at him. Tian. Xuetao also looked over to Zhang Ye. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Compared to Tian Xuetao's and the second female lead's nervous and mistake-ridden interviews, Zhang Ye's handling of the question was impeccable and of a totally different standard to them. There were no signs of nervousness, and instead, even teased the reporter and himself with ease. Every one of his words carried a little joke in it as he raised the entire atmosphere of the movie premiere. What was most critical was that he did not even answer the sensitive question and skipped over it skillfully. This clearly showed the difference between a host and an actor. While an actor's primary job was acting, Zhang Ye was a versatile host who had skills to handle situations both inside and outside of acting. 1. The words history and shit are both pronounced as sure. Chapter 6, 10 Grandmaster's Box Office Earnings. After an hour, the ceremony was done and the movie started playing. The lights in the venue slowly dimmed after they were switched off before fading out. All the recording equipment was brought outside while the reporters were invited to take their seats as the invited guests and audience watched closely at the screen in Hall 1. Although the premiere and public screening were scheduled on the same day, the opening premiere was screened ahead of the public screening, which was scheduled for a later timing. For the selected first batch of viewers watching, their mood was naturally different. The atmosphere in the theater had a sense of grandness to it. The music started. This was the melody of the movie theme song that was sung by Zhang Ye. But as it was used for the opening of the movie, there was no singing, and only the melody was gently playing to signal the start of the movie. Starring Zhang Ye. Starring Wu Feilong. Featuring Tian Xuetao. Featuring Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's name was the fourth to appear, and considerably near the beginning. In the introduction, with the flickering images and music playing, Wang Qingping's name and introduction as the director appeared the screen and faded out. The scene cut to a group of children who were gathered together. My ball. That's my ball. Haha, how dumb. Don't give it to him. Give the ball back to me. Come and get it from us then. I will definitely get it back. Give it back. How dare you hit us? The child character of Dalong's role appeared on screen. Following that, the child form of Zhang Yuanqi's character also appeared on the bridge. It wasn't known where they found the two child actors, but they really looked quite similar to Zhang Yuanqi and Dalong. The beginning scenes and plot moved a little slow as they were mainly used to build up the character's story. About 10 minutes into the airing of the movie, the children had grown up. This was where the first conflict in the movie appeared. With a couple of lines, the plot slowly unveiled itself, but part of the main plot was still hidden from the audience at this moment. In the first row in the theater, Zhang Ye was watching intently and enjoying the movie. As he did not follow the film crew from the beginning of production, but was thrown in at the end to rescue the situation when the movie was threatened with being taken down, he had not watched the final version of the movie in full. At this premiere, it was his first time watching it, and he felt that it was really quite different from what he had expected. At the 30-minute mark of the movie, Zhang Ye's character finally appeared for the first time. Who are you? Guess. Do you know my teacher? It's your teacher who knows me. At the 52nd minute, I don't care where you came from. All I know is where I want to go. Even your master can't stop me. So who do you think you are? All that's left of Xingyi Fist now are your teacher and you. How pitiful, how regrettable, and how sad. 60th minute. In this era, who still dares to claim they are grandmasters? Your master can't claim so. And you are even less deserving to claim so. 74th minute. When I die, my martial arts cough will really be lost for good. That's good. Might as well cough. In birth, we bring nothing. In death, we take away nothing. Ha ha ha. His character died at this moment and even laughed as he went. Below stage, Chao Mingmeng was thrilled. The main character is so evil. Why did he kill my brother? Chao Tong also said. Angrily, that Dalong is so annoying. Chao Dan said in a speechless way. It's our brother who is the villain. Sister Zhang and Dalong are the main leads instead. Mengming's two classmates said together. Mingming, your brother's acting is really good. Around them, many reporters and film critics couldn't help looking at each other, surprised by Zhang Ye's acting quality. Having appeared in scenes together with an experienced action star like Dalong, Zhang Ye seemed to have managed to hold his own and was not put down by Dalong's acting. He portrayed his character very well. And of Zhang Ye, who was just making his debut in acting, this was a totally unbelievable performance. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye was not a student of the performing arts. A female reporter took a deep breath and said, "His acting is really good. Zhang Ye's character is a bright point in the movie. He really got our attention," a film critic praised. Another film critic also nodded. "Honestly speaking, I'm really amazed that Zhang Ye's acting can be so good. The character's development was done so well too. The fight scenes were also well done. Yeah, the fight scenes were beautifully choreographed. It was really well arranged. Did Zhang Ye use a stunt double? It didn't look like it. I had thought that Zhang Ye would mess things up, but who knew that I was in for such a surprise? This person could really act well. With the antagonist dead, the plot was already at it." Conclusion. As the scenes went back to Zhang Yuanqi and Dalong's characters, the movie's ending played out. Soon, the lights in the theater were turned on and slowly lit up the entire venue. The credits rolled just as the main theme song started. Wang Chengpeng along with the main cast stood up and faced the audience, bowing to them once. The audience and media reporters broke into applause. It was really quite good. This movie is more than all right. The box office earnings shouldn't be too bad. With such a plot, cast, and quality, it should easily get 100 million RMB in ticket sales. It looks like it has the potential to hit several hundred million at least. Yeah, it's a really good watch. I only find it all right. There's not enough screen time for Sister Zhang, and that makes her feel like she was just making a cameo, although her acting was really good. But overall, I wasn't too entertained by it. Tian Shuatao's acting hasn't improved at all. Zhang Ye's performance was quite unexpected. Yeah, I think Zhang Ye's acting was quite surprising. After the movie ended, the audience was still talking in whispering voices, exchanging their views on the movie. Besides Zhang Yuanqi's and Dalong's names getting mentioned often, Zhang Ye's name was also brought up numerous times. Everyone began streaming out of the venue. Wang Chengpeng smiled and said to the actors, "Let's go and get ready as well. The internal team's celebratory dinner has dragged on for too many days already, and it's time to fulfill that today. Everyone has worked hard." The actors were also talking with each other. Only Zhang Ye was relatively silent. Compared to when he was acting his role out and when he was watching the movie, he had very different feelings. Overall, Zhang Ye was quite satisfied with his own performance in the movie, but while he was watching Grandmasters as an audience, he noticed some mistakes, such as his expressions and actions, which he felt could be done better. He had also always thought that the martial arts movements were flawed. Those dogshit-like moves of Taiji Fist were too flamboyant. All in all, he knew that there were many areas in which he could improve. However, whatever. Since this was only his first time acting in a movie, and being inexperienced, to have done what he did was already his limits. He would just have to work harder in the future. All over the country, public screenings of Grandmasters were beginning. A big-name director, a big production, and a big lineup which included Zhang Yuanqi and Dalong helming the cast. There was no lack of Grandmasters being scheduled for screening at every cinema. In just the past 2 days, tickets for Grandmasters were already 30% booked on the online ticketing systems. On the day itself, in every cinema, the same scenes of huge crowds lining up for tickets could seen as every movie buff turned up to watch the blockbuster title. Yo, old Sunday. Old Sue. You. Came too. Yeah. Are you here to watch Grandmasters as well? Yes. I've been waiting for it for a month already, and it's finally playing now. The opening premiere has just ended, but I've already seen the film critics giving their reviews online. It seems like they're all recommending it, so I came to take a look for myself. I'm mainly here because I want to see Zhang Ye, since I like him better. Whoa, does Zhang Ye know how to act? The film critics say that he's pretty good. Really? How can that be? I don't know either. That's why I'm here. Let's go. It's time to go inside. One by one, the screenings starting. One by one, the screenings ended. On this opening day, the topic regarding Grandmasters was constantly climbing in rank on Weibo. Although a large part of these topics were discussing Zhang Yuanqi or Dalong, there were still quite a number of discussions surrounding Zhang Ye. At least, compared to Grandmaster's second male lead, Tian Shuatao, he had much more attention. Wow, Zhang Ye did really well. Teacher Zhang's acting skills are so great they blinded my eyes. That final crazed laughter was really the crowning glory. I never would have expected Teacher Zhang's acting to be so good. Zhang Ye awesome. The movie's not bad. It didn't disappoint me. Initially, I had thought that the film crew were left with no choice when they selected Zhang Ye to be the replacement. Who knew that Zhang Ye's acting was actually this good? He did not screw up at all in this critical moment. I like Zhang Ye's role of being the villain. From the start, he was already very hateable. I really wished that he would die quickly, but when he really died at the end, I felt somewhat at a loss. I guess it was because of Zhang Ye's acting that the character came to life for me. What's more, something worth mentioning here is that Zhang Ye seems well suited to play such antagonistic roles as well. It felt like he was just being himself. In reality, isn't Teacher Zhang also the type of person who leaves people gnawing their teeth over him? Congratulations on your successful debut, Teacher Zhang. Congratulations. Zhang Ye, you're so handsome. I'll support you forever. Several scattered newspaper reports had also praised Zhang Ye's acting in Grandmasters, while many other film critics were also full of praise for him. Only a few film critics were harsher as they pointed out the problems that Zhang Ye had in his acting. This outcome was in contrast to before the movie was released. Just a few days ago, many of the media and film critics were full of doubt and questioned Zhang Ye's joining of the film crew for this movie. However, after the movie was released, most of these criticisms were overturned as most of them had now given their approval to Zhang Ye's acting skills. The next day, Grandmaster's opening day box office earnings were tabulated, 31 million renminbi. This results were slightly lower than the predictions calculated by the film producer and film crew, but not by much, and was still considered acceptable and within estimates. Besides, the reviews of the movie were pretty good. There were also enough commercial opportunities, so the box office earnings after the opening day would not be too bad and even had room to grow. 24 hours later, the second day's box office earnings were released, 38 million renminbi. It was actually even higher than the opening day's numbers. Such a situation was not seen often in the market, so it was clear that Grandmasters was garnering better than expected acceptance from the viewers. It belonged to the late bloomer type of film. There was no doubt the final box office earnings would cross 100 million. Crossing 200 million? That was likely too. As for whether it could join the 300 million box office earnings club, it still remained to be seen, though it was unlikely. However, in the gloom of a market downturn in the film industry, having these results right now was already very good, and the film producers had also reached their goals. On this matter, Zhang Ye's contributions were very prominent, as he gave such a good performance even under the urgency of a rushed filming schedule. That credit could not be taken away from him. Chapter 611 premiere episode of Do You Remember? On this day, in the morning, Zhang Ye was still sleeping and lazing around at home. In recent days, after the public release of Grandmasters and its rising box office earnings crossing the 200 million mark, the pace of earnings had slowed down by quite a bit due to the issue of piracy. It was no longer rising as fast like before, but instead felt as though someone had applied hard brakes to its momentum. The box office earnings had fallen greatly. However, this situation was already expected by the film producers and also something that was unavoidable in the film industry. It had become a normal phase in the lifespan of a movie and highlighted exactly how no movie was spared by the onslaught of piracy. The box office earnings for Grandmasters were the highest in the country for this month. Zhang Ye's reputation was also increasing very quickly, together with the pace of the movie. This could be seen from the amount of reputation points he gained as they were being added to his game ring at a rapid pace. Plus 1,032. Plus 99. Plus 276. Plus 2,123. The points were credited to his game ring. For Zhang Ye, whose reputation points had all been used up earlier, this was truly a lifesaver, something he needed very badly. As for Zhang Ye's placing on the Celebrity Rankings Index, there were some movements in the past few days. In the C-list rankings, after having been quiet for some time, he finally took a critical step and moved into the top spot, number 1. He was so close to rising to the B-list now. It wasn't even a step anymore. More like just half a step away. With just a little push more, he would surely be able to swap positions with the last ranked celebrity on the B-list rankings. He was only this close from it now. Ring, ring, ring. It was almost 11 a.m. when the phone started ringing. Zhang Ye was still in dreamland when he suddenly got woken up. Sitting up on his bed, he looked to his left and right, yawning as he searched for his phone. Finally, he found it and picked it up to answer the call. Who is this? It was Dong Shanshan on the other end. She said, "What's up?" "Still sleeping." "Shanshan." Zhang Ye asked sleepily. "Yeah, what time is it now?" "It's almost 11 a.m. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, "You're getting really popular these days. Are you going to a lot of socializing events too? Why were you still not awake yet at this time? What time did you get home last night?" Zhang Yi said, "How would I have any social events to attend? You know very well how my relationships with the people in the entertainment circle are, and besides, you also know that I don't take up commercial performances either. I've been staying home for the past 2 days, waiting and checking my popularity score. Looking at it rising bit by bit makes me feel really good. I was even dreaming about it until you called." Dong Shanshan said, "You've almost reached the B-list rankings?" "Yup, almost. But I don't know when," Zhang Yi said conservatively. "There's still quite a gap between me and the last place person on the B-list, so I might not be able to catch up for sure." Dong Shanshan said, Her. "Oh, by the way, I just watched Grandmasters yesterday. The story plot isn't exactly my type of show with all that fighting and killing, but I must say that your acting is really good. That makes me wonder. We were both in the same class at the same school and taking the same lessons, so why don't I remember that we were taught how to act in the broadcasting department? Where did you learn acting? You're even that good at it? Even the fight scenes were done quite well. Did you fight for real?" Zhang Yi laughed and answered, "I was self-taught, just self-taught." Dong Shanshan said, "It's even doing so well at the box office. You could definitely be considered a movie star now since you're already a member of the 200 million club." Zhang Yi denied it and said, "Oh, come on. I was just part of the supporting cast. It doesn't mean much at all. Besides, this movie was just SOSO. I will tell you that, honestly, there are many parts I'm not too satisfied with." To someone from this world, Grandmasters might have been a breath of fresh air to the domestic film market with its high box office earnings. But in Zhang Ye's opinion, he felt that it was still somewhat lacking. It's true that it was pretty enjoyable as a movie, but could it be considered a classic? No, it was far from that. As Zhang Ye did not know how to make movies, he decided that once he knew how to make one and had a chance to become a director, he would definitely bring those classic movies from his world over to this world and make himself the lead actor. He would just film it in the way he liked without anyone daring to correct or criticize his Taiji fist. When that time came, Zhang Ye would let everyone know what a good movie should be like. As for now, his focus was still on television programs. He did not have any spare time to get into the film industry, at least, not for now. "How's your program going?" Zhang Yi suddenly asked her. Dong Shanshan laughed and said, "I actually called to tell you about it. I've already recorded 3 episodes of the program. The first episode will be airing tonight at 9 p.m. We've managed to get the next 2 days of the 9 p.m. schedule as well, so that means there will be 3 continuous episodes aired in a row. After that, we'll plan for it to resume the normal schedule starting from next Friday and airing it once weekly." Zhang Yi blinked and asked, "Using 2 days of primetime slots over the weekend as well? Looks like the station is really putting a lot of confidence and importance on this." "Sure then, I'll definitely catch it tonight. I've been waiting for it for so long now." "Me too. But I wonder what the viewership ratings will be like." "They won't be bad, guaranteed. Hopefully." After hanging up, Zhang Yi started to look forward to the program as well. He had really been waiting for the program to air for some time now, especially now when he was also at a critical moment of sneaking up into the B-list rankings. He knew that he needed to drum up his advance and get to the next spot quickly, or else, once the momentum has passed, and if he still could not advance up in the rankings, he would probably have to wait for another time to do it again. His parents had gone to work and did not prepare any breakfast for him, so Zhang Yi just casually decided to cook some instant noodles, returning back to his days as the instant noodles hero. As he ate his noodles, he browsed Weibo to check on the news. Do You Remember had been promoted for many days now, but the level of discussion among the netizens still wasn't very high. It felt like, even though there was a bit of focus and attention on the program, it still wasn't enough. The premiere will be tonight? Yes, it's going to be 3 episodes broadcasted over 3 days. Has Beijing television gone crazy? They're really putting everything on this, huh? I find it strange too. How could such an odd and idiotic program get promoted so much that they're even using other primetime program slots to support this lyric memorization show? Do you remember? Just hearing this name alone leaves me kind of speechless. What sort of lousy show is this? Don't tell me there could be something more to it. The show's trailer has already been released. It's just a competition for people to remember lyrics. What more could there be? It's all mentioned clearly. I don't think it will be that simple. After all, this is a program made by Zhang Ye. I'm part of the television industry, and Zhang Ye's program production abilities are recognized by any and all of the industry insiders. That is the reason why I am so disappointed with Zhang Ye this time. Your sister, remembering lyrics, I can't see what's the selling point at all. If the viewership ratings can surpass 0.1%, they had better burn some incense to thank the gods. Teacher Zhang has almost reached the B-list rankings, so if this show's viewer ratings turn out well, then he might possibly ride on it together with his popularity from Grandmasters to propel himself into the B-list. But this doesn't seem like it will be happening anymore now. There's definitely no chance of it anymore. This show can't possibly be any good. The netizens were mostly negative about the show, do you remember? Following the release of Grandmasters, Zhang Ye's popularity was currently on a rise. Even though its momentum was already weakening, it was still on the rise, just increasing at a slower rate. This was the reason why Zhang Ye did not know exactly when the moment would happen. Last night, there were already media and news reports that Zhang Ye's promotion to a B-list celebrity would happen at any moment. But all of that turned out to be nothing. The birth of a new B-list celebrity was not a small matter in the entertainment circle, as after all, at this high level, any move by anyone would be greatly scrutinized. A celebrity at this stage could finally be considered a big shot. Their performance fees and worth would also be doubled from before. More interesting was that the celebrity in the last spot of the B-list rankings was also a host, a very famous host from Central TV, Zhang Ye. His career had mainly been focused around the different channels of Central TV, starting from doing documentary programs in the past, then doing interview programs before moving on to variety and large-scale gala events. He was even one of the hosts of the Spring Festival Gala for the past 2 years, and by that reason, if he could host the Spring Festival Gala, he was naturally very well known in the country. In the realm of the A and B listers, there weren't many hosts who could reach this level. The number of those who did were easily accounted for with just the fingers on one hand. Zhang Ye was precisely one of them. It was at this moment. On Weibo, Zhang Ye actually posted a reply onto the topic that was promoting Do You Remember? A show like this would surely not get any viewers, so why would anyone actually produce such a show? What are they even thinking? Zhang Ye opened direct fire. Nobody knew whether he had directed this shot at Beijing television or at Zhang Ye. Before his reply, this promotional Weibo message was not really getting much attention, but once Zhang Ye started something, a number of Weibo users immediately rushed over to observe the commotion. Wow, host Chen has said something. Getting the popcorn ready and watching. This, Zhang Ye versus Zhang Ye. The battle of the two hosts. This is the storm and assault of the status of a B-list ranking. If Zhang Ye were to rise into the B-list rankings, then without question, Zhang Ye would be relegated to the C-list. With such a competitive relationship between them, this was the conflict that everyone was paying great attention to right now, especially since Zhang Ye had said those words at such a critical period. It definitely did not help to control the netizens' appetite for drama, as they were all left guessing what would happen next. Come and see. Quick, they're almost fighting. Zhang Ye, don't thank me. Just call me a red scarf. Zhang Ye is notorious for his bad temper. I wonder what he will say to this, or if he'll even respond. Zhang Ye, come and put this person in his place. It's your turn to stand up. Zhang Ye keeps stepping on him. Well done. Zhang Ye, someone is scolding you. Zhang Ye, your criticism is still not strong enough. Teacher Zhang, get him. Teacher Chen, show him who's boss. Many of these Weibo users kept stirring the pot, some wanting to look at mayhem and others wanting to create trouble. It all boils down to one sentence. A spectator could never get enough of drama. Chapter 6:12 Crossing half of China to sleep with you. Collapse. Afternoon. At home. When Zhang Ye checked his Weibo, he received a barrage of mentions from countless of people. He saw the comment made by that Central TV's Spring Festival Gala host, Zhang Ye, and just smiled at it, not bothered at all. He continued doing what he was up to, brewing some tea and lying comfortably on the sofa as he watched a little of the news, and then some video clips. Be bothered by him? This bro doesn't have that much free time to be bothered. In the past, as long as anyone doubted or criticized him, Zhang Ye would return to them 10 times their doubts and criticisms. But later on, having outscolded almost everyone, he gradually stopped paying much attention to such incidents anymore. It's not that his temper had changed for the better, just that he understood that some things were meaningless to be bothered by. Back then, when he wasn't well known or popular, if anyone tried to cast doubt on him, it was considered a big matter, so of course he had to fight against it. However, these days, with his popularity soaring and no longer still a small-time celebrity, he knew that the more people who knew about him, the greater amount of criticisms he would get. If he had to reply to everyone who did that, then even if he had 100 arms, it wouldn't be enough to fight back. There wasn't such time anyway, but most importantly, even if Zhang Ye did reply them, no one was able to out-talk him. If he won every single time, it would be meaningless, and thus he did not have the motivation to do so. So when he saw this, he just treated it as a laughing matter. This was also Zhang Ye's growth to a higher level. The netizens were still waiting. Where's Zhang Ye? Teacher Zhang, please come out quickly. Someone is criticizing you. F***K. Teacher Zhang has been very quiet on Weibo recently. It's been such a long time since he's had a showdown with someone online. I'm not used to this piece at all. What do you know? Teacher Zhang has been longing for defeat. Having dominated for so long, he has yet to taste defeat, but there aren't many worthy opponents that can make Teacher Zhang Ye appear anymore these days. That sounds right when you put it like that. Haha, the mighty Teacher Zhang. You can't put it that way. Zhang Ye is a Central TV host and has hosted the Spring Festival Gala before. In these past few years, he could be considered one of the most popular celebrities of the hosting world. He was also a graduate from the media college and would be considered as Zhang Ye's senior. Let's not bring in the topic of other industries. Just putting it into context within the hosting world, Zhang Ye's experience and capabilities are way ahead of Zhang Ye's. No matter how good Zhang Ye is, he still lacks the experience of hosting at Central TV or a satellite channel. I'll admit that Zhang Ye is a very witty talker and has a great competitive streak, but I still feel that compared to Teacher Zhang Ye, he still lags behind by a bit. That's right, it's not possible to compare at all. Zhang Ye is also Central TV's star host. Yeah, I've seen many episodes of Zhang Ye's interview show before. That mouth of his is really quick. If Zhang Ye really went at it with him, it would be difficult to predict who would win. Zhang Ye would definitely win. That's already been proven countless times. I think the victor will be Zhang Ye. I have my money on Teacher Chen as well. Many of you think that Zhang Ye is formidable, but that's because he has never come up against anyone strong enough or another famous host who depends on their mouths for a livelihood. Teacher Chen is Central TV's star host, and that title alone makes him someone to be feared. Why isn't Zhang Ye taking the challenge? Is he getting scared? The netizens were coming up with all sorts of theories. Someone even took the effort to set up a Weibo poll to pose the question of who would be able to out-talk the other if Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye really did come up against one another. Those who craved nothing short of seeing the world burn immediately cast their votes. Vote by vote. In the end, the results between the two were almost the same. 49% had voted in favor of Zhang Ye, while another 49% were rooting for Zhang Ye. 2% of the users had voted for an evenly matched outcome. Later in the afternoon, Zhang Ye did not surface amid all these commotions. However, Zhang Ye's fans did not let up on their barrage because of Zhang Ye's non-appearance. Since Zhang Ye had already fired the first shot, as fans, they would not while the time away. What a lousy program. Remember your sisters. Lyrics. Zhang Ye has already lost his touch. Why are we even comparing Zhang Ye to Teacher Chen? How laughable. Everyone, go to the search engines and search for Teacher Chen's name. That will help increase his popularity score. Let's not let that Zhang guy chase up, right? Forwarding Teacher Chen's Weibo to increase his exposure. Suddenly, Zhang Ye's Weibo updated again. With Zhang Ye ignoring him, he continued firing shots and pointed out, these days, there are so many singing shows around on the market. It's understandable that you would try to innovate in this area, and we should also support it. But innovation doesn't mean that we should go against the conformity of a regular television show. I really don't know who came up with a lousy program such as the one that focuses on remembering lyrics. Is this done so that they can bring down all the other singing shows together with them? Zhang Ye's fans echoed his sentiments widely. It was Zhang Ye who came up with the idea. Teacher Chen has hit the nail on the head with his observations. Zhang Ye's too full of himself, becoming cocky just because he achieved some results elsewhere. Look, he doesn't even dare show himself anymore. At this moment, a hardcore fan of Zhang Ye's appeared. It was a woman, and she had a photo of herself on her Weibo. She wasn't fat or thin, but her looks were really terrible. With slanted teeth, a pointed chin, and barely any eyebrows, her Weibo username was contrastingly named I Am Gorgeous 77. This person was a very active member of Zhang Ye's fan club, and all the other fan club members knew her as Gorgeous. I Am Gorgeous 77 said, "I don't believe that Zhang Ye won't come out. Teacher Zhang Ye, hee, could you back me up with some support? I know that you're very talented, much more so than Zhang Ye." After those words, there was no more activity from her, and no one was sure whether she was communicating in private with Zhang Ye. About 10 minutes later, I Am Gorgeous 77 suddenly made a surprising move. She publicly posted a picture of herself with her lips puckered up, looking ready to give a kiss, but those thick and twisted lips were really terrible to look at. What followed were some words that left everyone dumbfounded. "At Zhang Ye, you're the skin to my flesh. I am the buttons to your suit. Your coffee, and I am the beans. Loving you with all my life is not enough. When I hear you, it moves my heart. When I see you, I lose myself. When I don't see you, my whole body hurts. Even as I wash my feet, I long for you to be mine. Zhang Ye, come and marry me quickly." Many people burst out laughing at this on Weibo. It's a proposal. Someone has proposed to Zhang Ye. It's even such an ugly woman. Zhang Ye's fans were all cramping up from their laughs. Ha ha ha. Gorgeous is so awesome. Gorgeous 77, well done. Discussed that Zhang Ye to his death. This doggerel is so well written. Could it be the work of Teacher Zhang Ye? It must be. I've always heard that Teacher Zhang Ye's poems are very good. Who says that only Zhang Ye knows how to write poems? Zhang Ye, hurry up and come forward. Someone has proposed to you. Hee hee. Somehow, due to some reason, this Weibo post was getting a lot of attention and constantly being forwarded. Many others who did not pay attention to this before were now joining in on the commotion and watching the fun. At the same moment, Zhang Ye also saw the post. His first reaction was to think that the person must be an idiot, right? Because Zhang Ye had always had ordinary looks since childhood, he never had biased opinions about others who didn't look too good themselves. He even did not like it when others started harping about appearances, but this fan of Zhang Ye right now was really quite interesting. She was willing to stand out to let others make fun of her and to be Zhang Ye's cannon fodder. It might look like Zhang Ye's fans were supporting her, but they were actually just making fun of her. Could she be any sillier than that and not understand the situation and even jump around so happily? There are all kinds of people in this world, some with thoughts that you would never understand in your lifetime. Seeing the ugly girl's proposal to Zhang Ye getting forwarded with increasing pace, Zhang Ye's fans could no longer bear to watch. They were all jumping up and down in anger. "This is numbing. We did not care about your words, but you're taking advantage of our silence. Who is this disgusting person proposing? You, Zhang Ye. A person like you can even be a Spring Festival gala host? Not only did you not control your fans, you're even helping them cause trouble? Helping your fan compose doggerel to discuss Teacher Zhang? How crass. With your standard of doggerel, you even dare to think of competing with Teacher Zhang? Just because Teacher Zhang did not bother with your antics, you're all biting even harder. It's just a fight for a B-list spot. Does it have to come to this? Zhang Ye is a sore loser? But it had to be said that Zhang Ye's fans had really achieved their objective. Many people had been riled up by Zhang Ye's ugly fangirl's proposal to Zhang Ye. Many of them even started asking Zhang Ye to help matchmake for them. But of course, most of them were Zhang Ye's fan troll army. "Zhang Ye, come out quickly. Our Gorgeous 77 is a great beauty. Lucky you, huh?" There were a few fans who were really behaving with no class, as the calls for a conflict were flaring up. Zhang Ye did not say a single thing all this time. Nobody knew if he was condoning his fans' actions or just observing the situation. Neither did he answer the question of whether he was the one who wrote the doggerel for I Am Gorgeous 77. Of course, those in the fan club who knew I Am Gorgeous 77 also knew that she did not have such a flair for writing. As the excitement mounted, Zhang Ye browsed through Weibo while shaking his head. He was increasingly despising the behavior of Zhang Ye and his fans. He really did not want to bother them at the beginning, but they kept trying to stir up trouble. Isn't it just a matter of trying to gross someone out? You're too damn funny. Did you think that only you know how to gross people out? Proposal? On Tieba, Zhang Ye's fan club had already set up camp and were all asking for permission to start battle. Teacher Zhang, we have to hit back at them. I'm a girl, let me do it. K, I can propose too. I've just taken an even more disgusting picture. So let me go and gross out that Zhang Ye and his fans. I'll do it. Don't argue with me. Let me do it instead. Which of you guys could possibly be uglier than me? Let me do it instead. Is Teacher Zhang around? Suddenly, Zhang Ye appeared in Tieba and said, I'm here. I've already read everything. As everyone here should know, we only abide by one principle. We will not attack unless we are attacked. If we are attacked, we will return the favor tenfold. Comrades, it's not only them who can come up with poems. Teacher Zhang is finally here. They were really too much. We have to K them up, Zhang Ye announced. I just happen to have a poem ready here. A few minutes later, just when countless other Weibo users were attracted to this commotion between Zhang Ye's fan club's attacks on Zhang Ye, as those fans of Zhang Ye were celebrating and enjoying the fruits of their victory, a poem surfaced online. Following that, the poem appeared again when another Weibo user posted it, followed by the third, and so forth. These were all the same poem being posted by Zhang Ye's fans. Soon enough, a few hundred posts of the same poem had been dedicated to Zhang Ye. When Zhang Ye saw it, his face turned green. When Zhang Ye's fans saw it, they were all so grossed out that they nearly vomited blood. This was the contents of the Weibo post. At Zhang Ye, crossing half of China to sleep with you. Actually, me sleeping with you and you sleeping with me is basically the same, not much difference. It's just the slapping of two bodies, nothing more than the forced blooming of flowers. Simply through the illusion of spring created by these flowers, we mistakenly believe that life has begun anew. Across half of China, everything is happening. Volcanoes erupt, rivers run dry. Political prisoners and refugees abandoned. Elks and red-crowned cranes held at gunpoint. I braved the hail of bullets to sleep with you. I pressed endless nights into a single dawn to sleep with you. Countless parts of me ran together and became I to sleep with you. Of course, there are times when the butterflies lead me astray, confusing praise for spring. Yet these are all the more reason I must sleep with you. The key to this poem was that it was delivered to Zhang Ye by all sorts of people, both men and women. There was even a male fan that went by the name of Zhang Ye's gay good friend, who copied I Am Gorgeous 77 style and sent a picture of himself giving a kiss. He even edited this picture and composited Zhang Ye's photo into it, and posted it together with the poem Crossing Half of China to Sleep With You. That impact and nauseating effect that rushed at anyone who saw this Weibo post immediately made them to vomit all over their floors. Zhang Ye's fans were all angered and confused. Holy shit, that's such a dick move. What the K did it mean by the slapping of two bodies? I can't take it anymore. I'm going to vomit. Why is there even a guy in there? Those bastards. They're so disgusting, those people. I Am Gorgeous 77. Initially, they had wanted to gross out Zhang Ye and his fans to achieve their objective, but who could have expected that they would be grossed out by them instead? Many of the netizens who saw this were cheering happily at the turn of events. This poem is too brainwashing to read. Godly poem. It's indeed Zhang Ye. This poem must have been drafted by him. Zhang Ye's fan club have stubbed their toe this time by kicking an iron plate. It's definite now that Zhang Ye and his fan club's battle powers on Weibo are indeed more powerful. This incident was actually quite boring to begin with. We can only blame Zhang Ye alone for letting water seep into his brains. Look at how it turned out. They got grossed out instead. Well done. This poem's too damn teasing. Zhang Ye, with so many people out there wanting to sleep with you, do you feel pressured? No. If you all read it carefully, King Hell. This poem does not look like it was just written hastily for fun. It might look pretty retarded, but if you really read and think about it, you'd see that there's a lot of depth to it. You're right. This poem really has quite a feel to it. I've realized that I'm beginning to fall for this poem. Zhang Ye really knows how to compose all kinds of poems. They're all really meaningful as well and full of profundity. Compared to him, Chun Ye's lousy doggerel is truly just a dog fart. At this moment, no one on Weibo was focusing on some ugly girl making a proposal anymore. Everyone was swept away by this crossing half of China to sleep with you. It was such a quick turn of events. When Zhang Ye's fan club posted this poem, it immediately got the attention of countless others and was forwarded by them as well, going viral. Almost instantly, it spread all over Weibo, Tieba, and the other large-scale forums. Chun Ye bit off more than he could chew. How did this poem spread so quickly? Oh my god, this would surely deal a blow to Chun Ye's popularity. Damn it, not even Teacher Chun could do it? He lost as well. There's already no one left in this country who can stand against Zhang Ye's march to the top. In a scolding battle, Zhang Ye and his fans are invincible. Yeah, no one can stop them. Chun Ye's fans were asking for it anyway. Of all the people to offend, they had to do it to Zhang Ye. Only Zhang Ye knew about the origin of this poem. It was by a poet named Yu Xiuhua from his previous world, a farm woman who was given the title of poet with cerebral palsy. Because of crossing half of China to sleep with you, Yu Xiuhua became famous throughout China. For a month or two in his previous world, the poem spread all over the internet. Its spread and popularity was known to all. As for Yu Xiuhua, she was caught in a mire of controversy. Some people emphasized her disability. Others claimed that she was a rare breed of poet. Of these matters, Zhang Ye did not have much of an opinion nor any views about it. The reason he brought out this poem was because he had been incredibly pissed off and disgusted by those people and felt that it just wouldn't be him if he did not retort. Just on Chun Ye's lousy doggerel, that wasn't much of a doggerel, a limerick that wasn't a limerick. Even flattery would not make it comparable to crossing half of China to sleep with you. How could they compare? Chapter 613, Becoming a B-list Celebrity. Collapse. From afternoon until night, the modern poem was spreading virally across the internet. Although Chun Ye and his management team made an emergency PR response to condemn Zhang Ye, it did nothing to help at all. Countless people were tirelessly forwarding the poem crossing half of China to sleep with you and making a joke out of Chun Ye. Ha! Teacher Chun is becoming even more well-known now. Chun Ye will become the catchphrase for our gay comrades in the future. That Zhang Ye is so mean. You only know that now? When has Teacher Zhang never been mean before? Why did you all have to provoke him? It's not like you guys don't know what kind of person Zhang Ye is. We can't put the blame on Zhang Ye for this matter. It was Chun Ye who was asking for it, so he deserves what he's getting now. Chun Ye and his fans were being low-class to begin with anyway. Right, Teacher Zhang is still the classy one. Hee, why do I like Zhang Ye so much? Comparing Chun Ye to Zhang Ye? So what if he's a Central TV host? So what if he has hosted the Spring Festival Gala before? If you want to say that Chun Ye has more fans than Zhang Ye, I believe it. If you claim that Chun Ye has more experience than Zhang Ye in the hosting world, I believe it too. But if you want to compare them on their bickering abilities, then two of Chun Ye would still not out-talk Teacher Zhang. I kept wondering why anyone would even think that Chun Ye had a chance at out-talking Zhang Ye in the first place. Why would the votes be so equally split at 49% each? What a bunch of morons. That's totally true. If you look back at the poll results now, there shouldn't even have been any doubts as to who'd win it. Yeah, the difference in power is too great. Chun Ye and his fans deliberately tried to mock Zhang Ye, doubting him publicly, and someone even sarcastically proposed to him, coming up with all sorts of trick all day. But Teacher Zhang Ye just randomly came up with a poem and wiped them out just like that. This feels just like one of the phrases in Zhang Ye's poem from the past. With humor, he helped see to that the masts and skulls of Wei's navy go up in smoke and ashes turn into. Just now, someone even mentioned that Chun Ye's literary standards were comparable to Zhang Ye's. I totally laughed at that. Just who gave such confidence to these people? Just look at the lousy stuff that Chun Ye came up with. Then have another look at the poem that Teacher Zhang wrote. I am a student in a literature department at my school, and this poem might feel very vulgar on the first read, not looking like a proper modern poem. But let me tell you all something. That is what a layman would see it as. Read it with care, line by line and word by word. In my opinion, this Sleep With You is just like a code and an artistic convergent for the whole poem. This poem really expresses something on another level of understanding. Volcanoes are erupting, rivers are running dry, Political prisoners and refugees are abandoned, elk and cranes held at gunpoint. Just looking at those phrases makes it very clear that there's an element of societal reflection and even an environmental message, and to sum it all up, it uses Sleep With You to draw it all in. This is such an artistic and high-level modern poem. Teacher Zhang Ye's literary standards are not something that people like you all, who only know how to use doggerel and limericks, could understand. Teacher Zhang could just randomly throw out a poem, and the depth and profundity in it would all be lost on you all. Zhang Ye's fans were gaining strong momentum. Because of the viral spreading of this poem, Zhang Ye's popularity was rising again, pulling the gap between him and Zhang Ye even closer than before. Zhang Ye's fan club dispersed quickly as their morale took a serious blow. However, a number of them still continued to refuse to back down. What are you all showing off for? So what if he can write poems? Is that a big deal? Wait and see about the lyrics memorization program. Beijing television will surely pay a heavy price for believing in Zhang Ye's program plan. They will definitely lose their claim as the big brother of satellite channels in the north. Right. Wait for the great reveal of the downfall tonight. If that lousy show's viewership ratings can pass 0.2%, then I will twist my head off. I'm guessing even if you set it at 0.1%, you still would not need to twist your head off. So don't set it at 0.2%. In the end, the focus was back to the program. Do you remember? This round of scolding battles had started because of it, so naturally it must end with it as well. Everyone was waiting for a conclusion as to whether Zhang Ye could safeguard his ranking or if Zhang Ye would usurp his position and rise up into the B-list rankings. The outcome hung on this show's performance. After dinner, his mother was picking her teeth with a toothpick when she asked, "Son, did you get into a war of words with others again this afternoon?" Zhang Ye, who volunteered to do the dishes today, said from the kitchen, "Whoa, you even know about that? I heard people talking on the bus when I was on the way home." "What happened?" his mother asked. Zhang Ye sighed and said, "It's about the program that I planned for Beijing television. It's premiering tonight, but no one believes that it will be good. So there were a bunch of people who came to insult me." His father, who was reading the newspapers, said, "It's airing today?" "Yeah, at 9 p.m., Zhang Ye said. His mother said, "Actually, when I saw the show's trailer, I didn't feel that it would be interesting either. Remembering lyrics? There's no requirement of skill in that at all." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Just wait and watch it tonight then." At 8:50 p.m., Zhang Ye's parents were both seated in front of the television and waiting for the show to start. At the same time, all over the country, many viewers were also waiting in front of their TVs and tuned in to Beijing television. Before this, there was hardly any attention given to this program. But after the scolding battle in the afternoon, the news surrounding Do You Remember was stirred up a little as well. It attracted many curious viewers, most of whom were not exactly expecting the show to be any good, but just watched anyway because they wanted to know what the program was about, to see it in its true form. Even Zhang Ye, along with his fans and those foes of Zhang Ye, were waiting to watch the program. People like crosstalk actor Tang Dezong and the Beijing Writers Association's Meng Donghua were also watching Do You Remember simply for the reason of seeing how bad it would turn out. They were all watching with the hopes of laughing at the quality. Counting down. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. The music played first, then the program officially began broadcasting. On screen, the lights in the studio flashed, and the outstanding stage effects began. In the large studio, more than 100 live audience members had turned up and were cheering in unison. With the dynamic music and opening dance, the atmosphere in the venue had been charged up and lighted up the whole stage as two hosts, a man and a woman, walked on. "Good evening, everyone." The male host, who was dressed in a suit, was called Gao Gu. Meanwhile, Dong Shanshan was dressed in an evening gown, not the type of evening gown one would wear for a red carpet event, just a modest one that was more suited for a lesser occasion. Her thighs were rather exposed, and it made her look very sexy. However, possibly due to the male host's height, she did not wear high heels of 8 centimeters, but only an orange pair of high heels around 5 or 6 centimeters. Dong Shanshan smiled very charmingly as she said, "Friends who are with us in the live audience, and those of you who are at home in front of your television, good evening to all of you." Gao Gu was also in high spirits as he did the introduction. "Welcome, everyone, to the newly minted variety program brought to you by our sponsors, Huame Shampoo, and proudly produced by Beijing Television. Do you remember? Dong Shanshan continued his lines. This is a program where the entry barriers are the lowest in the country, with the simplest of rules, which only stands at one: whoever can sing the lyrics correctly. We're not looking for good voices or stage presence. We don't care if you're pretty or handsome, or neither. All we want to know is who has a better memory. As long as you can correctly sing the designated lyrics, you'll win. So what are you all still waiting for? Quickly come and sign up to take part now. Gao Ge said, I am your host, Gao Ge. And I am also your host, Dong Shanshan. It was obvious that Dong Shanshan had more lines than Gao Ge and was probably something that was arranged by Hu Fei and Beijing Television, giving special care to Dong Shanshan. At home, his mother's eyes brightened. Is that your classmate? Zhang Ye nodded. Yes. His father looked at the television and said, I think I saw her before, when we attended your graduation ceremony. Yeah, she was one of the graduate representatives and made a speech too, Zhang Ye said. His mother looked a little odd, as she kept staring at Dong Shanshan on screen and did not blink at all. Then, she said, this girl looks quite good. She's really pretty. Son, does she have a boyfriend yet? Zhang Ye said, Whoa, what are you thinking about? His mother said, I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just asking. Probably not. Zhang Ye said, at least that's what she said. But to be honest, her words are not very trustworthy, and I don't think most of what she says is true either. His mother immediately asked, There are no developments between the two of you? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and could not be bothered with her anymore. His father commented, Don't keep trying to mess around. Our son will know what to do. His mother did not like hearing that, so she said, What do you mean by messing around? Look at our neighbor Little Wang. He has only just graduated from university, and he's already going to get married soon. His father rebuked, Why don't you talk about the other neighboring unit's little Sunday? He's about to get a divorce. Old Zhang, are you bent on singing a different tune from me? His mother said angrily. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Keep it down, you two. Can we just watch the show now? On TV, the core segment of the program had started. A very normal-looking male lead singer was standing on stage and singing a classic oldie while Dong Shanshan was among the audience, moving around. When the lead singer stopped singing, she would point the microphone to a seemingly random audience member to let them pick up from where the lead singer left off at. If they got the lyrics correctly, they would win the right to take part in the competition. The song's title was Just Yesterday. This was a song by an old singer who had already passed away. It was a classic folk song. Just yesterday, you were on the horizon, walking to me with a smile. Just yesterday, you were facing me, your eyes looking sweet. Just yesterday, you were beside me, gently leaning on my shoulders. Just yesterday, you were behind me, slowly caressing my face. His mother was already humming along to the song. Just yesterday, you were on the horizon, singing with a slightly out-of-tune melody. His father sighed emotionally. This is a very old song. I could still sing it when I was younger, but I have totally forgotten the lyrics now. Don't lie. His mother belittled and stepped on his claims. You were tone-deaf since childhood. How would you be able to sing it? After the song ended and 6 contestants were chosen, they were all invited on a stage by Gao Ge and Dong Shanshan to officially begin the competition round. Zhang Ye was still unfamiliar with the songs from this world. He did not know any of those that were performed at all. This was the reason why he did not pay attention to it, but was only observing at Dong Shanshan's performance instead. He thought it was rather good. She did not look like she was nervous due to her small timer reputation or never having hosted at a major satellite channel before. She was indeed worthy of being one of the top graduates from media college in their year. As her old classmate, Zhang Ye knew her quite well and had never doubted her abilities at hosting. Some people judge her to be just a vase, but it was true that she had really good looks and a great figure, distracting others from her job abilities. So even though she had a pretty face and a nice figure to her advantage, it was also her weakness. She did not lack the ability, she just lacked a chance like this. Dong Shanshan said, All right, let's begin with the first contestant. Gao Ge said, Are you ready? The first female audience said, I'm ready. Gao Ge laughed and said, The next song is going to be really great. It's an early work by the heavenly queen, Zhang Yuanqi, and very difficult to sing. Dong Shanshan said, The title of the song is Please Look at Me. over to our lead singer, Little Hai. The music began. At the side of the stage, the second lead singer picked up the microphone. This lead singer looked very handsome and had quite a good voice as well. When he started singing, all the audience members cheered loudly. Please look at me. Is this the person you loved so deeply? Why, when you were in your hardest times, did she turn to go? Please look at me. Is this the friend you trusted so much? Why, when you were down on your luck, did he never look back? Please look at me. Is this the you who you liked so much? At this point, the lead singer, Little Hai, made a gesture and the camera view switched to the contestant. The female audience was clearly familiar with this song. She immediately continued from where it was left off. Why do I have nothing, even though I tried my most? Although she did not sing it well, she had gotten the lyrics right. Congratulations. You got it right. The show continued from there. Zhang Ye looked at his mother and asked, Mom, what do you think? His mother, who was still focusing on the screen, humming along. She absent-mindedly asked, What do I think about what? The show, of course. Didn't you say it didn't interest you? Zhang Ye said. His mother just nodded and said, It wasn't interesting from the trailer and previews, but not bad when you watch it. Compared to all those singing competition programs these days, it's much more interesting. On the internet, on Weibo, some voices also stirred. Did anyone watch Do You Remember? I caught it. Damn, it was actually much better than I expected. Is that so? I thought it was only alright. It's really nice. My brother and I were singing along for most of the time. Did you all hear the second contestant? He's not even half as good as me. If I joined, I'd definitely do much better. No way. I have to register for it soon. This quality of this program is really high. So this is how you can make a variety show out of remembering lyrics? Zhang Ye is. Indeed, Zhang Ye, who says that he has lost his touch, who says that his program will be a failure. How strange is this? We knew the rules of this show early on, and the content of the show was exactly the same as the promotional preview. There's no change at all to the core of the program, which emphasized remembering the lyrics. So what happened? I did not look forward to this show at all before, but why do I find it so enjoyable after watching it? Yeah, I was wondering about that too. Just what is so interesting about this show? There shouldn't be any at all. Only one of the lead singers was quite good looking. Although the female host is quite sexy and pretty, she's still a rookie, and I've never even seen her before. The contestants on the show are also pretty bad at singing. Just look at this fourth contestant singing totally off-key. The stage equipment is not exactly the most well-equipped either, and overall the whole show looks pretty low-end. But I just can't keep myself from enjoying this damn show. This show's rules just needs you to remember the lyrics, but that's not its selling point. This show is not like your traditional singing competition program. Its selling point is pretty concealed, like how the show looks really low-end, but is in fact really at a high standard. Well done. The viewership ratings will be difficult to predict. Right, the viewer rating is a question mark right now. It might not really be that bad at all. We'll know when we see the results tomorrow. I'm not going to talk about this here for now. I have to go watch the show. It feels really relaxing to sing along while watching. After such a hard week at work, it feels kind of refreshing to be able to watch a show that can help me to relax. Soon after, the show finished airing and the first episode of Do You Remember ended successfully. Zhang Ye's parents went to wash up before heading to bed, while Zhang Ye did not turn in yet. He was back in his room, checking on the internet for everyone's comments. At about 11:50 p.m., when he knew that the day's viewership ratings would be released internally to the stations, he gave a call to Hu Fei. The call connected. Hu Fei said, Little Zhang, I knew you'd call. Zhang Ye laughed. Yes, it's my program proposal. Of course I'd be concerned about the results. So how did it do? Are the viewership ratings released yet? Hu Fei said, They were just released. How much? Zhang Ye asked. Hu Fei said, guess. Zhang Ye thought for a moment before saying, The first episode is surely not going to be very high. This kind of a program is the type that will get popular only after a while and will be more apparent when we hit the third episode. I guess the 50 cities viewership rating is 0.5%. Hu Fei laughed heartily and said, That's a bit short. The draft report I have for the 50 cities viewership rating for the first episode of Do You Remember is 0.63%. It's second place for the same time period in the entire country. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Good then. It surpassed the estimates by quite a bit. Hu Fei said, To be honest, I didn't expect such a result either. Such an auspicious start to the first episode will surely boost the station's confidence in this program. Our team feels the same, and for the next episode, we have confidence that the ratings will be even better. Little Zhang, most of the program team is still at the office right now. We were all waiting for the viewership ratings to be released. Now that it has, we're all getting ready to go to supper to celebrate the good results. Why don't you join us too? Forget about me, Zhang Ye said. I only gave the proposal and was not involved in the production. Since I did not contribute to the show, I don't think I should join in the celebrations. Hu Fei said. Since when did you become so modest? I'm not used to you being like this at all. The next day, the viewership ratings for the premiere episode of Do You Remember were released. When the viewers saw the ratings, without exception, everyone was astonished. Did they get it wrong? 0.63%? How did it get so high? It's only their premiere episode. It should be right. This show was really enjoyable to watch. Second for the same time period in the entire country? Compared to another satellite channel's singing program, its viewership ratings are only 0.06% lower. Beijing Television has put out a killer program this time. My eyes have been blinded. The people who saw these statistics were all dumbfounded. There were also many people who did not watch the show last night and were thus left scratching their heads. A show that had been acknowledged by everyone as a rubbish program that had no hopes. How did it receive such an illogical viewer ratings figure? If this was only for the premiere episode, then wouldn't the viewership ratings for the later episodes get even higher? What's going on? What's the matter? Who can update me on what's happening here? Do you remember create a miracle? Someone answered. Why don't you guys just watch the show first? There's a video of yesterday's episode on Beijing Television's official website. Go take a look and you'll know why. The viewer ratings it had are really not that surprising at all. Zhang Ye's fans were also stirred up and getting lively with the viewership ratings released. At Yi, Teacher Chen, what's your opinion on this matter? Teacher Chen, please make a speech about your thoughts. Who was the one who said that if Do You Remember gets a viewership ratings of more than 0.2%, he would twist off his head? Come forward now. It's time to show us your circus performance by twisting your head off. Waiting for the head twisting performance. Waiting plus 10,000. There's a saying that goes, he who handles vermilion will be stained red, and he who touches ink will be stained black. 1. Zhang Ye's character could be considered a little mean, and among his fans, there weren't many that were pushovers either. They all jumped out together to do some face smacking, riffling out some of those who had doubts about Zhang Ye's program planning abilities from before on Weibo, and mentioned those public figures one by one. At Tangdazong, what's your opinion on this matter? At Mengdonghua, what's your opinion on this matter? At Chinese first aunt, what's your opinion on this matter? At Chinese second uncle, what's your opinion on this matter? At Chinese primary school teacher, what's your opinion on this matter? At Chinese second uncle's wife's nephew's grandma's third aunt's husband's sister, what's your opinion on this matter? Especially towards Yi, Zhang Ye's fans were being all fanciful and invented all sorts of non-existent user handles related to Yi, particularly having fun while doing so. They were all being their terrible selves. Ye's fans nearly fainted from anger in this onslaught. They're pushing this too far. They're totally pushing this too far. However, in the face of the viewership ratings for Do You Remember, they could not muster up a response. This statistic was the real thing, and even if there were some minor inaccuracies, it would not affect it by much. On the same day, some online media outlets had also started reporting on this matter. Do You Remember? Great success on both fronts. Well praised and popular with the viewers. This year's big winner amongst singing competitions. A singing competition program that subverts all traditional singing competition programs. The legend of Zhang Ye's program planning abilities keeps going. A crossing of swords between Yi and Zhang Ye. Who would be the victor? Dong Shanshan, new star in the hosting world. On the second night, the second episode of Do You Remember was aired as planned. On the third day, the viewership ratings for the second episode were published. Do You Remember's second episode's 50 cities viewership rating? 0.75%. Number 1 in the country for the same time period. The next day, the third episode's viewership ratings were revealed. Do You Remember's third episode's 50 cities viewership rating? 0.81%. It retained its number 1 spot in the entire country. In just 3 short episodes, Beijing Television's new program segment had unexpectedly dominated Friday's primetime slot. In the current low of a market saturated with traditional singing competition programs, a show that had somehow managed to lead way ahead in the same time period ratings was something that not only the audience could not have expected, their industry peers, the media, and even Beijing Television Station itself had not thought it was possible. It greatly exceeded all estimates. Seeing the viewership ratings rise like a rocket launched, it felt dreamy. This was a proposal that was simply given out by Zhang Ye casually. These were the abilities of the television industry's legendary program planner. On the night of the 3rd episode's broadcast, just as the interim viewership ratings for the 3rd episode were released, the Celebrity Rankings Index was also updated. Zhang Ye's name was no longer listed in the C-list rankings, while in his place, a new name had appeared in the first spot. That name belonged to the famous host of Central TV, Zhang Ye. In this moment, at midnight, Zhang Ye had quietly been promoted into being a B-list celebrity. 1. One takes on the color of one's company. Chapter 6:14 Reporters from nationwide clogged the gates. In the morning, the day had just begun and congratulatory calls were arriving one after another. The first call came from Yao Jiankai. Yao Jiankai said, "Old bro, are you still sleeping?" Zhang Ye replied, "Old Yao." Yao Jiankai continued, "I have seen the change in your ranking." Zhang Ye said, "Yeah, I finally sneaked onto the B-list rankings." Yao Jiankai said, "Finally? Don't put it like you have already put in so much effort, since you've only debuted for a year or so. In the entertainment industry, who else can have it so smooth sailing like you? Just look at your old bro here. Including my time in the crosstalk world, I have been working in this industry for more than 20 years, but where's my popularity? I don't even have a fifth of your success." Zhang Ye replied, "Yup, well said." Yao Jiankai said, "Stop being irritating. Come, out for a meal when you're free." Zhang Ye said, "Okay, I'll go if you're treating." Yao Jiankai said, "My treat? You're really such a miser." The second call came from Dong Shanshan. Dong Shanshan said, "Hello, may I know if this is Teacher Zhang? I'm sales agent 123 from the insurance company. I've heard that you have recently become a B-list celebrity. Our company is worried that your heart is unable to take this surprise, so we've specially launched an insurance policy, going for only $998. It's only $998. Zhang Ye said, "Man, if I didn't see the caller ID, I would have hung up. I couldn't tell who it was on the phone at all when you were talking with a high-pitched voice." Dong Shanshan said, Congrats." Zhang Ye said, "I should congratulate you too." Dong Shanshan said, "I don't have anything to be congratulated on." Zhang Ye said, "Oh, come on, I know that you are also getting really popular now." Dong Shanshan said, "Is that so?" Zhang Ye said, "After the 3rd episode of Do You Remember, I saw on the internet that someone had already given you a nickname, Goddess of Otakus. You already have your own fan club now." Dong Shanshan said, "I guess so. It was formed by the fans themselves." Zhang Ye lamented, "Hi, having long legs is really an advantage." Dong Shanshan said, "I can't be compared to you when you're the one who's secretly become a B-list big shot. Although we were both from the same class, our gap is too great. From now on, I have to look up to you in admiration." Zhang Ye said, "I'll keep a low profile." The third caller was Tianbin. Tianbin said, "You defy all logic." Zhang Ye laughed, "Haha." Tianbin said, "It's been really busy over here at Central Radio Station recently. After being busy for over a month, I only came to know about it when I watched the news in this morning." "Good God, you're already a B-list celebrity? How did that happen? How did you do it so quickly? I remember that you didn't even have a proper job in recent times. So how did your popularity rise by so much?" Zhang Ye said, "Hi, after the Peking University incident, my popularity score went up by a lot. Later, I took part in a movie and also helped Beijing Television plan a new program." Tianbin said, "I really don't know what I can say to that." On the other end, Tianbin's wives could be heard saying, "Teacher Zhang, congratulations to you." Zhang Ye, "AI, thank you, sister-in-law." Afterwards, there were calls from Hu Fei, skit actress, Ci Xiufang, Wang Xiaomei from the radio station, Zhang Yuanqi's agent, Fang Weihong, Peking University's Chinese department Suna, the publishing firms Li Mei, and even Dean Pan of the Peking University School of Mathematical Sciences, etc. The only regret was the person whom Zhang Ye wanted to hear most from did not call him. Actually, Zhang Ye could call her, but he did not want to disturb old Wu's rest, as she had been very busy at work. He got up and went to wash up. Zhang Ye did not feel sleepy anymore after getting so many calls and was unable to fall back asleep. Thus, he went out to have the breakfast that had turned cold which his parents prepared earlier before they went to work. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhang Ye, feeling a little suspicious, went over to open the door. A young man dressed in work attire was standing outside the door and holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, said, "Hello, are you Mr. Zhang Ye? This is your, That person was stunned and continued, Your teacher Zhang Ye? These flowers are for you. Please sign to receive them." Although there was a name indicated on the delivery order, the name of Zhang Ye was far too common. This young man never expected this Zhang Ye that he was delivering to would actually turn out to be the Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye signed for the delivery order and asked, "Who sent this?" The young man hurriedly said, "The delivery order indicates it was from a Madame Wu, but no full name was given." Zhang Ye knew who it was, so he said, "Okay, thank you then." The young man quickly replied, "You're welcome. Too welcome. No need to thank me." When the door closed, Zhang Ye looked at the flowers in his hands with mixed emotions. It being sent so early in the morning clearly meant it was not ordered at the last minute. His ranking update had only been released at 12 a.m. last night. If the flowers weren't ordered by Wu Ziqing last night, then old Wu must have ordered in advance, but did not fill in the delivery timing until the moment Zhang Ye became a B-list celebrity. Ever since old Wu became the deputy chief of SARFT, her workload became increasingly heavy. Zhang Ye knew this as, when they were on the phone sometimes, old Wu would still be working as she chatted with him. But even though she was so busy, old Wu still thought about him, and this made Zhang Ye feel really touched. Without any more hesitation, he made a call to her. The call went through and Zhang Ye said, "Are you awake yet? I just woke up." Old Wu's voice sounded very gentle and cheerful. Zhang Ye laughed. "I got your flowers." "Hi. How can I be the one receiving flowers from you first when I have never even sent you any before? I feel so embarrassed. I should have sent some to you first." Old Wu laughed. "It doesn't matter who sends to whom first. Do you have to be so clear about such things with me?" She let out a lazy yawn and then asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "I just finished the fried breadsticks my parents left for me." "Was it hot or did it already turn cold?" "It had already turned cold." "In the future, don't eat anything that has turned cold. It's bad for the stomach." "Sure, I'll listen to you. Hurry up and drink some warm water to ease your stomach." "Okay, I will. Go and drink first. We'll talk again later." "All right then." Old Wu was the kind of woman who knew just how to take good care of others. She was also very gentle and would dote on and respect others. It was probably only such a woman who could capture his heart. Zhang Ye would often lose his temper with other people, but with old Wu, Zhang Ye felt a sense of calm whenever he was in her presence. In the morning, after watching the news for a while, Zhang Ye decided to go for a jog as he had not exercised in many days. He had already reached his goals ahead of time, and whatever work that needed to be done was also done. Since there were no new job offers at the moment, the only thing left that he could do was training himself up and doing some self-cultivation while hoping for good news. He met some of his old neighbors at the corridor. "Little Ye, you're already up?" "Yeah, Auntie. You've really made us proud. I heard that you already became a B-list celebrity. It's all thanks to everyone's help. I'd be a nobody if not for all of you." "Yeah, look at our little Ye, how eloquent he is. Where are you going?" "I'm going for a jog, get some exercise." "Then you have to be careful. When we were buying our groceries earlier, we saw between 10 and 20 reporters in the district. There was also an interview van from the television station outside. They're blocking the path to the gate." "Really? Her. Be careful and don't get surrounded." "I understand, Grandma Zhou, thanks." Chapter 615, a short poem from Bingxin. That morning, Kaishiku, in the district of Zhang Ye's parents' house. Xiao Xue was riding her scooter, a bag that was carrying her interview equipment slung over her back. She rode her scooter at lightning speed, rushing to her destination, her hair a mess from the wind. She finally spotted the gates to the district community and quickly pressed the brakes. She could see many other media colleagues carrying their cameras camped outside the gates too. There were reporters from the Beijing Times, Beijing Evening News, a correspondent reporter from Abeha province, as well as reporters from the China Youth Daily newspaper. Whoa, there were so many people here. She felt done for, knowing that she would not be able to get the interview for sure. With a bunch of people blocking the gates, would Zhang Ye even make an appearance? Xiaoxue got off her scooter listlessly. She didn't hold much hope in the first place when she got delegated with the task this morning at the newspaper firm, knowing that she was unlikely to get a chance to interview Zhang Ye at all. She was an entertainment news reporter, and although only a newbie with half a year under her belt, she had been through all kinds of major and minor interview experiences. She knew the difficulties of being an entertainment news reporter. Even though it was easy to interview some celebrities because of the fact that those were the small-timers, those interviews were in fact quite worthless and wouldn't make it to a good spot in the newspapers. If they wanted their interviews to be on the front or second page, then they had to interview the big shots, as only a big-time celebrity would have news worth reading. However, what was the concept of a B-list celebrity? That was equivalent to celebrities who were well-known throughout the country. Scoring an interview with a celebrity that was B-list and above would be good to have, but hardly ever guaranteed. You'd have to stay alert to the news, have a way, get tips, be focused, and have a strategy. It even encompassed good communication skills, sometimes needing to scale a wall or climb a building, using whatever means possible, before you might end up getting a chance to interview a big-shot celebrity in unofficial circumstances. It was as difficult as climbing into the heavens. Xiaoxue, a middle-aged man, called out to her. Xiaoxue locked her scooter, then ran to him and greeted, "Brotherin." Brotherin, lugging a camera around, said, "Why are you so late?" "My scooter broke down on the way. Sorry about that, Brotherin," Xiaoxue said apologetically. Brotherin brushed it off and just said, "Come quickly, find a spot for yourself. If Zhang Ye or his parents come out, we will take the chance to squeeze inside with the crowd. We must definitely get a good spot, so hurry up," Xiaoxue said helplessly. "Surely Zhang Ye won't come out, right?" Brotherin asked back, "Why not? He's already a big shot now. How is it possible that he will accept an interview so casually? Besides, this address might not even be the right place. If this address was known to everyone in the media, would Zhang Ye still be staying here?" Xiaoxue questioned. Beside them, an older man who was a cameraman for another newspaper firm laughed and said, "Miss, are you new?" "Ah." Xiaoxue looked over to him. Flanking him, a female reporter who looked to be in her 40s also said, "If you want to get an interview with other A or B-list celebrities in an unofficial and unscheduled location or timing, it would practically be impossible. Even if it were a C or D-list celebrity, that wouldn't work. But Zhang Ye is different. He has never avoided the cameras before. If we're talking about the easiest D-list and above celebrity to score an interview with, then Zhang Ye has to be the easiest. As long as we don't meet him while he's in a bad mood, or knock on his house door and disturb him from his daily life, then as long as you went to interview him, he will give you a few words at the very least." Xiaoxue said in surprise, "It's that easy to get a word from Zhang Ye? I've seen the news reports of him having a very bad temper, frequently scolding people here and there." The female reporter smiled and said, "As long as you don't provoke him, Zhang Ye is easier to speak with than you can imagine. He is really quite different from the rest of the celebrities in the entertainment circle." Brotherin added, "He is very different." Suddenly, someone shouted, "He's coming." He came out. "There's Zhang Ye. Quick, quick, quick. Teacher, Zhang." As if a gust of wind had swept past, with a single sound, over 20 of those media reporters had already rushed up. Brotherin was also one of them. However, Xiaoxue was a step too slow, so she had to rush up to try to squeeze into the crowd. Zhang Ye had a white towel hanging around his neck and had appeared jogging out from the building's corridor. He had only jogged for about 20 meters before he was surrounded by a group of reporters and could not move anymore. Zhang Ye helplessly stopped there and greeted, while waving to them, "I've hardly had a chance to do morning exercises anymore, so would everyone please be so kind as to let me go for a round first?" The female reporter from before said, "Teacher Zhang, I've been here since 5 a.m. and I'm almost about to fall asleep already. Why don't you spare us a few minutes of your time first instead?" A young female reporter said, "That's right, Teacher Zhang. If I don't get to interview you today, I won't be able to go back to answer to my superiors. I would surely tick them off." If it were other celebrities, it would have been possible to make an appointment to interview them, and there wouldn't be a need to crowd around outside the gates like now. However, Zhang Ye was different in that he did not have an agent or a managing agency at all. At the moment, he did not even have a job, so that resulted in the media group having communication problems with him. On top of the fact that Zhang Ye's promotion into the B-list rankings came at an unexpected time, having shot up suddenly at the turn of the clock last night. These media reporters did not have enough time to do their preparations either. Those were the reasons for their rowdy presence this morning as everyone rushed over to this place. Besides, such interviews were better done the day of, since the matter happened on this day as well. If all interviews followed in order, time, and location, then it would only be reported on a few days later. By then, it would have been 800 years too late. Could news still be called news if it was old? News always focused on being delivered in a timely manner. The crowd of reporters were speaking in chattering voices. Since Zhang Ye could do nothing about it, he simply agreed and said, "All right then, just 5 minutes. Shoot, Xiaoxua, what the?" Zhang Ye was really this easy to speak to? Brother and reacted the quickest. Just as Zhang Ye finished speaking, he had already started. "Teacher Zhang, in the latest update of the Celebrity Rankings Index, you've become a B-list celebrity. So I would like to congratulate you first." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Thank you." Brother and went on, "There's a lot of people talking right now, saying that you're one of the fastest rising celebrities in recent times, turning from an unknown into a B-list celebrity in little more than a year. It feels like this is a route that many other public figures would not be able to reach, but you've done it in just the blink of an eye." Blink of an eye? Zhang Ye repeated the words. A Huadong Daily News reporter interrupted and asked, "I wonder if you have seen it yet. There were a lot of netizens who left their comments online after the rankings were updated at midnight yesterday. Other than congratulatory comments, there were also many criticisms and doubting comments. They feel that based on your traits and your appeal to the minority groups, getting to where you are now is already a miracle. I've also seen some of your fellow peers say this about you. They all acknowledge your talents, but at the same time, they also feel that your success has more to do with your luck than your talents. Regarding this, what do you have to say?" It was true that there were many of such voices on the internet right now. Just randomly browsing the forums or Weibo, many of these channels were discussing Zhang Ye's promotion into the B-list rankings. This was considered quite a feat in the entertainment circle as well. What a miracle. Zhang Ye's too lucky. If he even had a little bit of bad luck, he couldn't possibly have reached where he is right now. Zhang Ye's just a very normal-looking guy. How did he even become a celebrity? And he even managed to become a B-list celebrity? I could do it too then. At least, I am a teeny bit better looking than Zhang Ye. There's a definite element of luck in Zhang Ye's success. If I had Zhang Ye's luck and talent too, how great would it be? Zhang Ye is still a newcomer, without many film credits to his name, and has never sang before either. Just based on a few television programs on the local channels and an online television station, with some poems and speeches, Zhang Ye has somehow amassed so much popularity. This would surely make many of the old-timers in the entertainment industry quite uncomfortable. If he could become a B-list celebrity this way, then if Zhang Ye were to ever officially go into movies or singing, or do a few programs on a satellite channel with nationwide coverage, then wouldn't his popularity defy all common sense by then? Not defy all common sense, more like his popularity would be out of this world at that time. This person has opened up an alternative route to advancing in the entertainment circle. Other celebrities all depend on themselves and work hard for many years in the industry with no assurance of anything. But Zhang Ye's achievements when he has only just debuted for about a year, when compared to them, really does feel a little unfair. Yes, a lot of his fellow peers are not too happy with him. That's right. Mathematical and literary standards do not belong in the entertainment circle at all. If he had advanced with the aid of those, then it really leaves those celebrities in the entertainment industry rather helpless. There were many comments such as those mentioned. When a person gets popular, gossip will fly. It was a very normal phenomenon. Faced with such a question from the reporters, Zhang Ye also fell silent for a moment. Xiaoxue raised her audio recorder up and asked, "Teacher Zhang, how do you feel about the comments made by these minority groups and your fellow peers from the entertainment industry? Unfair? Got lucky? Going by an alternative entertainment route that was considered as unorthodox?" Seeing all of the reporters not blinking as they awaited for his answer, Zhang Ye smiled for a moment, not feeling angry at all because of these questions. He even eloquently said, "I've said this before. Whoever it is, or whatever kind of art form we're talking about, there is no possibility of it being liked or accepted by everyone. There are those who like me and those who dislike me. Whatever the people's comments about me are, I will accept them. But for some of my fellow peers' comments," he paused for a moment, before suddenly getting into the mood and saying, "I have here for them a poem, a short poem." When everyone heard that, they felt like they were all suddenly injected with adrenaline. They became extremely excited. "What poem? Teacher Zhang, please recite it." "Ah, wait, please wait a while. My pen recorder broke. Let me quickly get another. Would the person in front please squat down a little? I can't get a picture. Please, people in the middle, please squat a little." As long as it was anyone who knew a little of Zhang Ye's history, they would know that Zhang Ye's most outstanding talent was not mathematics, nor was it crosstalk, or his hosting abilities. It was actually his poetry composition. Zhang Ye softly recited, "A successful flower. We always admire only the beauty of flowers, but its budding in its beginnings were watered by tears of its struggles and rained on by the blood of its sacrifices." The poem ended here. Tears, blood, sacrifices? At this moment, an old neighbor of Zhang Ye's family who was standing around the crowd spoke. When she saw the reporters here earlier, she stood where she was and listened, but finally unable to keep quiet about it any longer, she opened her mouth. "Little Yi, don't be bothered by those sarcastic remarks from your fellow peers. We neighbors have watched you grow up and know how many sacrifices you've made. You'd skip sleep every day just to finish recording your programs. For your job, you've always risked your life just to get things done. But who has seen that side of you?" Zhang Ye clasped his hands, then smiled and said, "Grandma Chui, thank you." Another old man said, "Little Yi, work hard. We're always supportive of you." A woman said, "Yes, don't listen to their nonsense." The poem was very short and was only composed of 4 phrases, but the impact of this poem was strong enough to cause the hearts of those reporters to sink a little. Yes, everyone could only see Zhang Ye's success, but when it came to his hard work and sacrifices, how many had bothered to notice it? How many people even knew about it? Xiao Xue glanced at Zhang Ye a few times. This was just her first time interviewing Zhang Ye, but when she came face to face with him now, she suddenly felt that she had some understanding of this person. Back then, during the hijacking incident, everyone had happily talked about how Zhang Ye was so lucky to have brought the plane down by landing it safely. But did anyone think about how Zhang Ye had nearly died in a plane crash? Everyone saw Zhang Ye silencing all his detractors during the crosstalk competition, but did anyone ever care about how Zhang Ye had nearly been banned for life by the SARFD? Luck? Fluke? Coincidental? Zhang Ye did not reach where he was now based on these factors. He had fought his way through a bloody path against overwhelming odds. Leaders suppressing him, fellow peers attacking him. In the moment between life and death, a choice between compromising or standing his ground. No matter when and where, Zhang Ye dared to stand up proudly to claim this. "My road has not been easy or smooth. The path he chose was harder than anyone else's." A successful flower. This was a very well-known work by famous prose author, Bing Xin. Bing Xin was famous for her prose works, but this short poem was one of her rarer and more outstanding works. Faced with the questions by these reporters and doubts from his fellow peers, Zhang Ye felt that this poem was the best reply as it represented his current thoughts and emotions. Back in his previous world, he also liked this poem very much, probably because of the use of the word sacrifices in it. Whenever he recited this short poem, Zhang Ye's expression was not one of lament or complaint, and he did not say it to tell others that he did not have it easy. Instead, he mentioned it with a smile and some pride, because the sacrifices in this short poem were not pain or torture to him, but symbolized his strength of character instead. It was the source of his pride to be able to puff out his chest and raise his head high when faced with anything, because that was not a sacrifice to life's unfairness, but the value and sacrifices of his uncompromising character. On the same day, this poem had been published by many publications throughout the country. Success and sacrifice. Zhang Ye's voice. A successful flower. Zhang Ye. a blooming flower stained with blood. When this poem was published, it immediately caused an ardent discussion on the internet. Teacher Zhang, you're the best. Don't bother with what others say. We understand you. How much you have sacrificed, we all know. K. What's wrong with unorthodox, alternative paths? So what if he went by the unconventional path? That's what we favor, the unconventional path. Because of this, let us continue harassing them. If one comes at us, we will deal with that one. If a bunch of them comes at us, we will deal with all of them. Supporting Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang's totally deserving of his B-list ranking. Those who don't know anything, I suggest you check out Teacher Zhang's CV first before opening your mouth. A successful flower might not carry the blood-boiling passion like Zhang Ye's previous works, nor was it as excellent as them, but it did carry a very important and heavy emotion. Anyone who read it would feel their hearts sink a little, especially that phrase, were watered by tears of its struggles, and rained on by the blood of its sacrifices. Those words had silenced many of Zhang Ye's detractors as well as those who were jealous of his achievements. Thinking of how Zhang Ye had made it so far, they did not dare to say any more. Difficult? There was a C-list celebrity movie star who once suffered a fracture during filming. After that, when he posted on Weibo, crying and whining for over a month, his fans all sympathetically claimed that he had suffered so much. When a Korean singer had a few pimples growing on his face, the fans were all crying and shouting, saying things like how life was so unfair, claiming how that Korean celebrity had always suffered so many mishaps. Was that difficult? Compared to Zhang Ye, their difficulties might not even be considered as something. Having been held in jail twice, forced to resign by Beijing radio station, sacked by Beijing television station, suspended by Peking University, nearly losing his life in an airplane hijacking incident, being suppressed multiple times by the Shanghai SARFT, being affected by the most stringent ban in the history of the SARFT, and now being unemployed even though he was already a B-list celebrity with nothing to do except stay at home, being bored until he could even leisurely go out in the morning for a jog. There was only one such person who existed in the whole of the entertainment industry. So who dared to say that they were suffering more than Zhang Ye? No one would dare to say that. No one had it more difficult than him. Even so, even then, Zhang Ye had gone against all odds and managed to stand at his position in the B-list rankings. What kind of a notion was that? In this whole wide world, who else could compare? Chapter 6:16 Shinshin's guardian called to school for a meeting. In the afternoon, Zhang Ye leisurely went downstairs for a bowl of meat stew at a food stall nearby. It was rare for him to be so free these days, so he wanted to enjoy his life for now. Master. Hey, Teacher Zhang, you are here. I'll have a bowl. Large or small? A large bowl, add more garlic sauce. Okay, please wait for a moment. The reporters had already left, and there were none of them in the district anymore. Zhang Ye had a unique way of handling reporters. Many of the other famous celebrities were always troubled by the ever-present reporters and would think that there were always some nearby at every moment, so they tended to be extra cautious wherever they went. They would hide from reporters when they were going home, when they were eating, and when they went out to meet friends, causing even more reporters to want to follow them. Zhang Ye was obviously doing the opposite. He would not hide from reporters as he would accept interviews at any time. Even if he was not free, he would still have the courtesy to answer 1 or 2 questions. He would not refuse anyone, answering any questions that were asked, without hiding or acting mysterious. When the interview was done, the reporters would leave since there was nothing more for them to do, and so they would not follow him around every day. As he was eating, his phone rang. When he saw the number, what a surprise! It was Rao Imin who was calling him. Zhang Ye swallowed his food and said with a mumble, "Hello, landlady auntie. What's the matter?" "I'm eating now," she replied. "Are you busy these next few days?" "These next few days?" Hearing this, Zhang Ye was immediately put on high alert and said, "I'm busy, really busy." Rao Imin smirked. "What are you busy with? Aren't you mostly staying at home nowadays since you're without any work? From the B-list celebrities and upwards, there's no one who is as free as you are." Zhang Ye said. "Then why do you ask when you already know it?" "That's why I'm entrusting you with something. I have to go on a long trip for some personal matters for a while, and I must leave in a moment. But Chunxin definitely cannot be left at home by herself. and I don't feel at ease letting other people watch over her. Anyway, since you're free at home, you will have to help me take care of her, Rao said. For how many days? Zhang Ye asked. She replied, it depends. Maybe it will take a few days, maybe it'll be a month. Zhang Ye exclaimed, even up to a month? Are you going up to the moon or what? She said, it'll be a month at most, but I might come back after a few days. I'll not let you help for nothing. Since you haven't paid your rent for this month yet, I've decided that you do not need to pay the rent for this month. Zhang Ye was not willing to do it and lamented. How much would it cost to hire a nanny? Don't even think about it. Absolutely not. I'm still looking for a job, and I'll be busy if there is a new job offer. How can I find the time to take care of a child? That's that then. I'm going to eat now, so please ask someone else, Landlady Andy. In the next second, Rao said, you do not need to pay rent for the next 3 months. Without even thinking, Zhang Ye replied, all right then, leave her to me. She acknowledged and said, be more meticulous and remember to fetch the child to and from school every day. Zhang Ye said, I know that. It's not like I've never taken care of her before. Rao instructed him for a long time before hanging up. Although the landlady had a bad temper and a wicked mouth, she was still very meticulous when it came to Qinshan and took great care of her. Hi. Not only did he still not find any hosting jobs, he was now even tasked with a big errand. After hanging up, Zhang Ye continued eating his meat stew, but just as he took a mouthful of the meat, another call came in. He did not recognize this number. Zhang Ye picked it up and said, hello, who's this? It was a young woman's voice. Teacher Zhang. I'm Zhao Mei, Rao Qinshan's form teacher from number 2 Experimental Primary School. We met at last year's parents' public class. Do you still remember me? Zhang Ye had an impression of her. It was during the time when he was not famous yet, and he had went in place of Rao to participate in Qinshan's lesson and even helped Qinshan to write tribute to the white poplar for her essay. He said, Teacher Zhao, of course I remember you. What are you calling me for? Zhao Mei said, didn't you give me your contact number previously in case there was anything to inform you regarding Qinshan? I just tried giving her guardian, Miss Rao, a call, but couldn't get through, so I contacted you instead. It was true that she couldn't get through to the landlady Andy earlier. She had just called me a short while ago. Zhang Ye asked immediately, what's the matter? Please speak. Qinshan got into trouble again. Can you make a trip to the school? Zhao Mei said helplessly. Zhang Ye was a little stunned, so he asked, is it serious? Did Qinshan get bullied again? Zhao Mei laughed ironically and replied, that's not the case. It would be fortunate if Qinshan did not bully others instead, so how would she be bullied? It's better for you to make a trip here, as it's not convenient to talk over the phone. That kid, always getting into trouble. Okay, I'll be there immediately. Zhang Ye tucked away his phone and hurriedly finished his food. After settling the bill, he returned to the district and drove directly to number 2 Experimental Primary School. He did not contact Rao as she had other urgent matters to settle, so even if he told her, she couldn't go anyway. It was better that he just went by himself. Zhang Ye was very concerned because it was about Qinshan, so he drove very fast. In the afternoon, a little past 1 p.m., Zhang Ye drove up to the school entrance. As the school was still having afternoon lessons, he informed the security guard in the guardroom, I'm the guardian of a student here. Teacher Zhao Mei of the 2nd grade asked me to come. Then he was let in, and he went to park his car before proceeding upstairs to the teacher's office quickly. At the teaching block, in the experimental classroom of 2nd grade, Class 1, the mathematics teacher, Li Jiaxing, was a young teacher in his mid-20s. He was standing at the rostrum, staring angrily at Qinshan, who was standing at her desk. The surrounding students were all seated while only Qinshan was standing up. A lunch box given by the school was on her desk, but it had already turned cold. The chopsticks were still wrapped in a plastic wrap, and it was obvious that Qinshan had not eaten her meal yet. The atmosphere in the classroom was very tense as Zhao Mei and some of the other subjects' teachers stood at the side. Zhao Mei persuaded, Teacher Li, let's carry on with the lesson first. The language teacher also said, yes, don't bear grudges on a child. Li Jiaxing insisted firmly, Teacher Zhao, it's not that I don't want to go on with the lesson, but this Rao Qinshan has really gone too far. She's not showing me any respect at all, and this is not even the first time it has happened. Zhao Mei said, I've already informed Qinshin's guardian to come down to the school. We can discuss it later after the lesson if there's anything. Li Jiaxing said angrily. Then let's wait for her guardian to get here. We need to resolve this matter before anything else. Today, I have to demonstrate clearly. If Rao Chunshun does not apologize to me, I won't continue with this lesson, Zhao Mei said. Then let the child eat her food first. I didn't say she couldn't eat her food, but she must be punished by standing in the class. Li Jiaxing gritted his teeth. The form teacher, Zhao Mei, walked in front of Qinshan and said, Eat your food first. Qinshan said with a straight face, I'm not eating. It has turned cold. Zhao Mei said, You should just apologize to Teacher Li. It was definitely wrong of you to rebuke Teacher Li earlier at lunchtime. Qinshan stubbornly said, I won't apologize. Li Jiaxing said angrily. Look at her. Just look at her. The female fine arts teacher also tried to calm things down and said, Teacher Li, calm down. I've always wondered. Li Jiaxing flared up and then said, How can a child with such low standards be in the experimental class? I suggest that you all transfer her out immediately. Otherwise, I won't ever be able to teach this subject anymore. Many of the other students were also persuading Qinshan in whispering voices. Qinshan, why don't you apologize? You should just say sorry to Teacher Li. Qinshan looked at her classmates and then said, I'm not in the wrong. Why should I apologize? He doesn't know how to teach mathematics. I don't understand any of what he's teaching at all. Li Jiaxing furiously said, It's a problem of your standard if you don't understand it. You are bad at learning, not serious, not hardworking, and have a lack of motivation. I don't know how to teach. I was an intern and taught in Hepping High School before. Last year, I was transferred to number 2 experimental primary school. If I can teach high school students, why couldn't I teach primary school students? Qinshan pouted. Her. When he heard that, Li Jiaxing nearly died of anger. He said, Laugh again if you dare. All of a sudden, a figure walked in through the door and shouted in the same tone. Shout again if you dare. This loud voice made everyone in the classroom jump in. Fright. The person who had entered the classroom was Zhang Ye, of course. He was wearing sunglasses as he came into the classroom. Qinshan immediately raised up her head. Li Jiaxing was exasperated. He asked, What are you doing? I'm Qinshan's guardian. Zhang Ye looked unpleasantly at the math teacher. When he was walking to the classroom, in the corridor, he could roughly hear what was being said and knew about the situation. He said, My child may have her own problems, but there are many ways to solve a problem. There's no need for physical punishment and senseless yelling at her. Who are you trying to scare? What are you shouting for? If you want to shout, shout at me. Why are you yelling at a child? Li Jiaxing was wondering what kind of guardian he was and immediately said, First, I did not punish her physically. Second, I allowed her to eat her food. It's just that she does not want to eat. Finally, what is her purpose in coming to school? What's her role and responsibility? Not only did she disobey the teacher, she even openly insulted the teacher's teaching standard. However, I would like to ask you this. As Qinshan's guardian, do you know if your child is still motivated to learn? The commotion that occurred here had attracted many teachers who were having their free period. But the only person who knew him as Zhang Ye was the form teacher, Zhao Mei. Although Zhang Ye came last year, since he was still an unknown back then, not many people knew about him. Since the majority of second-grade students did not chase after stars, why would the matter at that time be spread around? At most, some teachers would occasionally relate to the incident and bring it up in their conversations. After listening to Li Jiaxing's words, Zhang Ye did not argue with him. With his eloquent mouth, even 100 math teachers would not be able to out-argue him. But he knew that he had to first understand the situation before saying anything else. Walking over, Zhang Ye asked with a deadpan expression, What's going on? Qinshan said nothing. Zhang Ye said, Spit it out. He knew Qinshan was not an ordinary child. She was extremely naughty and antisocial. Sometimes, even he would be vexed to death by her, let alone other people. However, Zhang Ye also knew that Qinshan was not an idiot. On the contrary, she was smarter than most of her peers, except that she was also lazy and did not like to learn. That was why when he heard the commotion from outside the classroom that Qinshan claimed that Li Jiaxing did not know how to teach, and she could not understand his teaching, Zhang Ye felt puzzled. With Qinshan's intelligence, how could she not understand elementary math problems? So he wanted to understand the situation further, so as not to blindly side with the child. Qinshan leered at him, looked down at her desk, and picked up a textbook from the table and passed it to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye took a look and saw what were obviously Li Jiaxing's class notes written during lunchtime. This math problem was rather simple for adults since they would not even need to calculate it to get the answer. But the steps to solving the problem and the train of thought. Qinshan could not understand it. Zhang Ye roughly understood what was going on. Chapter 6, 17 Wondrous Math Problem from the Previous World. In the classroom, Zhang Ye put down Qinshan's workbook and patted on her shoulder before asking her, "How long have you been standing for? Sit down first, I know what is going on." Qinshan nodded, then sat down and rubbed her legs vigorously. Li Jiaxing, who did not agree to this, said, "Sir, this is a school, and I'm the teacher currently teaching this lesson. At school, students should listen to teachers, and since she did not apologize yet, I'm not going to let her to sit down." Zhang Ye retorted, "What if I feel that she does not need to apologize?" Li Jiaxing stared at him and never thought that a student's guardian would speak to him in such a manner. This place was Beijing's number 2 experimental primary school, and one should know just what kind of a school it was to be named as such. It was one of the key focus primary schools in the city, with lots of people and parents vying hard to send their children here. Which parent did not treat the teachers here with courtesy and politeness when they saw them? Even if it hadn't been a key focus primary school, in any normal school, the students' parents would never talk to a teacher in this way. Li Jiaxing shouted, "Then take your child back home. If you have the capability and ability, you can teach her yourself. There's no need for her to come to school." Qinshan unexpectedly replied, "My uncle can teach better than you." "You?" Li Jiaxing was getting mad. What a terrible child. And what a terrible guardian. This was exactly a case of what type of a general would lead what kind of a soldier. How the child turned out depended on what kind of a guardian you were. I was still wondering why this child was so unbearing. It's simply because the guardian was also the same. The surrounding teachers were also speaking in whispers. What sort of a guardian is that? He's too protective of the child. Right, this child has been spoiled by him. Why do I feel that Qinshan's guardian looks a little familiar to me? I don't know. I don't recognize him at all. I've never seen him at the past parent-teacher meeting sessions either. I only remember a woman who goes by the surname Rao, the one who is very pretty but spoke in an expressionless manner. Oh, I remember her. AI, the parents these days really have a problem educating their children. She even thinks that her uncle can teach better than Teacher Li. Teacher Li is our highest qualified mathematics teacher in number 2 experimental primary school. If he hadn't offended someone at the high school he was teaching in, he would not have been dismissed and ended up teaching at a primary school. Many of the teachers from the other grades also came to take a look at the commotion happening between guardian and teacher, pointing at them as they observed and talked. It was probably only the form teacher, Zhao Mei, who knew the meaning of Qinshan's previous sentence. She has paid attention to the news of Zhang Ye before and knew about her uncle's background rather well. When Zhao Mei saw that the situation was getting a little out of control and afraid that it would alarm the school leaders or media, leading to a bigger mess, she immediately tried to smooth over the situation by saying to Zhang Ye, "Teacher Zhang, this matter is actually..." Li Jiaxing interrupted and asked, "Teacher Zhang? What a coincidence, you're also a teacher." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "You could say so." Li Jiaxing stared at him and asked, "What subject do you teach?" "What subject did I teach?" Zhang Ye replied, "In the past, I could be considered as having taught mathematics." Once those words were said, a lot of the surrounding teachers of number 2 experimental primary school were stunned. This was a conflict between people who were both on the same side. One that's coincidental? You're also a math teacher? Upon hearing that, Li Jiaxing got even angrier and said, "Since we are in the same field and teach mathematics, then as a teacher, you should understand better that a student should unconditionally listen and carry out a teacher's teachings. We won't harm the students since we are carrying out the work of teaching others. If you are also a teacher, you should be guiding the child on how to have the correct learning attitude and not spoiling the child like this." He paused for a while and asked, "Which school do you teach at? What grade do you teach? Primary school? Junior high?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Let's not talk about which school I taught at first. Just now, I found what you said not to my liking, and it was the word unconditionally. Perhaps we have a different understandings, but to me, other than family love, There is nothing in the world that is unconditional. If my child is in the wrong, I will criticize her. For example, like today, Chinchin's attitude towards her teacher is indeed problematic. I will go back and teach her about it. But at the same time, the reason I don't think that my child should apologize is because I feel that you have the same problem. If a teacher makes a mistake, should the students unconditionally follow and do what they're told? I don't think so, because not even a teacher has such privilege. Huh, what did he say? Li Jiaxing said. I'm in the wrong? Where did I do wrong? During lunchtime, I was talking about yesterday's homework when I pointed to Chunshan to answer a question. After that, I explained about the question in detail, but I was wrong. The other teachers were all speechless looking at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye pointed to Chinchin's textbook and said, I've seen this math problem and its solving process. It's not wrong. The steps and the answers are correct too. Then you. Before Li Jiaxing could finish, he was already rebuked by Zhang Ye's next words. Zhang Ye said, but when I meant that it was correct, that is in the case of the question being targeted at adults. Actually, I can ask all of the students right now. He turned around and faced the class. Waving the textbook in his hand, he asked, earlier during lunchtime, did you all really understand Teacher Li's calculation and the train of thought in solving this math problem? Actually, Li Jiaxing had also written the solution on the whiteboard. Listening to Chinchin's guardian talking as though he knew what he was saying, all the teachers, including Zhao Mei, looked at the whiteboard, but were unable to see anything wrong with it. What's the problem? Is there a problem in this question? The final answer is 9, so it's correct. This problem does not even need to be calculated. Just separate them out, then the problem will be solved? All of the teachers were confused. At this moment, a girl who was not on friendly terms with Chunshin raised her hand and said, I understand it. Teacher Li explained it very well. I can understand all of it. Zhang Ye pointed to the whiteboard and asked, then can you explain how to do the separation for this step? The girl was a little stunned and blinked for a long time, but did not say anything. After that, a little boy said, I also don't understand. Then, more students gradually said the same. Me too. I don't understand it as well. I managed to get the final answer, but I don't know why I must separate the numbers that way. Yes, me too. Li Jiaxing was a little shocked by this. He said, didn't you all say that you understood when I finished explaining the question just now? Why is it now that all of you suddenly don't understand it? Yes, this question is quite difficult for a second-grade student, but I've already explained the steps required to solve this and written out the solution very clearly. So what do you all not understand about it? A little boy lowered his head and explained his reason. Earlier, when I saw all the other classmates saying they understood it, I also nodded along with them. But actually, I did not understand it. Zhang Ye said, see, the other children also did not understand, but only Chunshin spoke the truth. Li Jiaxing helplessly said, it's fine if you don't understand it. I can explain it again to everyone. This time, I hope everyone will be more serious and attentive. Zhang Ye interrupted, but have you thought about it before, Teacher Li? It might not be that the children were not attentive, but that your solving process and train of thought to the question was problematic instead. Li Jiaxing laughed in extreme anger. There's a problem with my explanation? Zhang Ye said, yes. Li Jiaxing said, then why don't you? Tell me, where did I teach incorrectly? Suddenly, news of the commotion made its way to the school leaders, and several leaders of the No. 2 experimental primary school had arrived at the classroom entrance, bringing 2 security guards along with them. The vice principal entered and asked, what happened? Whose parent is causing trouble here? Zhao Mei hurriedly went up and explained, it's just a misunderstanding. There's no trouble at all. Then, she explained about Zhang Ye and Li Jiaxing's reason for their disagreement. The school leaders were left speechless for a while when they heard that. They were wondering from where in the countryside this guardian had came from. He tried to argue about a math problem with a mathematics teacher. They also saw the question on the whiteboard and wondered, what could be the problem with it since it was such a simple question? He was also a teacher? He's even a mathematics teacher? Then his standard must really be a joke. Even the 2 security guards, who did not seem well-educated, after looking at the question, also looked at Chinchin's guardian despisingly. And then Zhang Ye spoke in an indifferent tone. Teacher Li, I don't doubt your mathematics standard. I only said that your train of thought and teaching might have some problems. You were a teacher at a high school previously? Li Jiaxing said, correct. The vice principal frowned and added, Teacher Li also holds a master's and is a scholar from Tianjin Normal University. Yet you are saying that Teacher Li's standard is not good enough. A master's? Majored in higher mathematics? Indeed, he is very good. Zhang Ye smiled and said, let me put it this way. Everyone might not understand if I just say it like this. Since I'm also a math teacher, then let me pose a problem now for everyone to try to solve. Then there might be an answer to the problems I brought up, okay? Zhao Mei said, this. One of the school leaders decided to speak up first, thinking that this student's guardian was trying to challenge the authority of their teachers and creating trouble. That wouldn't do. So this matter had to be solved today no matter what. He said, sure, since the subject for this class now is still math anyway. Li Jiaxing could only think, you still want to set a question for me, even though I have a master's? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, he said, fine, pose the problem. Is it calculus, functions, or equations? Zhang Ye waved his hand with a smile and said, no, it's just a simple elementary math question. When they heard this, the teachers went into an uproar. What? Elementary math question? Are you teasing, Teacher Li? Why do you even need to give an elementary math question? Even a fool could do it. Teacher Li has a master's from a well-known school. Zhang Ye walked towards the whiteboard and said, I heard the teachers saying that even a fool could do it? That might not be so. Anyway, I'm going to pose the problem now. Zhang Ye found a black marker and began to write out the problem on the whiteboard. This problem, of course, did not exist in this world, because this world's current education and syllabus had differed slightly with Zhang Ye's previous world. In Zhang Ye's previous world, this set of problems was very famous and had for a time caused a commotion and heated discussions all over the internet. Essentially, this was really an elementary math question and had appeared in an elementary math topic before, but any adults who had seen it before would give it the nickname, the wondrous math problem. Today, Zhang Ye would display it here as he wanted to make the people from this world widen their horizons. 1. The flood dashes against the temple of the Dragon King, a two-part allegorical saying, of which the first part, always stated, is descriptive, while the second part, sometimes unstated, carries the message. Chapter 6:18 Philosophy behind the math problem. On the whiteboard, Zhang Ye's wondrous math problem from his previous world had surfaced in this world. The problems were, follow the rhythm and write out the multiplication formula, a set of onomatopoeic words. 1. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. 2. Ah ah ah. 3. Woo 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 woo. 4. Meow 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 meow. There were a total of 4 questions with few words. Zhang Ye finished writing them with just a few strokes before putting down the marker. He turned around and said, I have finished setting the questions. Everyone can give them a try. The students may try it as well, so just find a blank piece of paper to write down your answers. Yes, let me emphasize it once more. This is a set of elementary math questions meant for primary school students. Okay, you may begin now. If the people from Zhang Ye's previous world saw these math problems, they would not be unfamiliar with them or too surprised. However, in this world, these teachers had never seen such kind of questions before, so they were all King stunned by it. F***K. What kind of math questions were these? Li Jiaxing had already intended to pick up a marker to start writing. If he could even handle university-level higher math questions, what would be so difficult about these elementary math questions? After all, he held a master's degree. But within a second of seeing the questions, Li Jiaxing felt like he was suddenly overwhelmed by 100,000 lines of F***ku. What the F***k was this? A second-grade fine arts teacher asked in confusion. Are these really elementary math questions? That's impossible. They are such difficult questions that I don't even understand them. A third-grade music teacher said, yes, I don't even know what the meaning of these questions are. Zhao Mei was also trying to solve the questions, but was left very confused. Onomatopoeic words? What do you mean by onomatopoeic words? The vice principal also muttered softly to himself. Follow the rhythm to write out the multiplication formula? Rhythm? What kind of rhythm? Why are the questions even related to music now? Do re mi fa sol la ti do? How would the children even understand it? One of the language teachers mumbled to himself. Ding ding ding. Is this a multiplication formula? An English teacher who had already given up said, "It's impossible to solve this." What and what? Li Jiaxing was also experiencing a headache that was hurting his brain at this moment. What did these sounds have anything to do with multiplication formulas? And also, how would these multiplication formulas be written? However, Chen Shun had already lowered her head and started to write. Her other classmates were also writing down their own answers. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Suddenly, Zhang Ye told everyone to stop. Okay, that's enough. The time given is already too long. Those who know the answers would have already written them. Teacher Li Jiaxing handed over his answers with a dark expression. He had written down the answers on the blank area on the back side of his teaching materials. The answers were written as Question 1, 13, 13. Question 2, empty. He did not write any answer for it. Question 3, 13, 13. Question 4, 12, 12, 12. Zhao Mei also wrote ding 3, a 1, and so on for the other questions. The other teachers' answers were also all sorts of strange. Compared to Zhao Mei's multiplication formula, which even contained the Chinese characters, the answers given by the others were much odder and weirder. Most of the teachers did not answer at all because they could not even understand the questions. Zhao Mei asked curiously, "What are the correct answers?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Teacher Zhao, can you help me collect the answers from the students?" Sure. Zhao Mei went to collect the answers from all of them. After they were fully collected, Zhang Ye wrote down the right answers on the whiteboard. The answer to the first question, 32. The answer to the second question, 14. The answer to the third question, 32. The answer to the fourth question, 23. Every teacher had answered them wrong. When Li Jiaxing saw the answers, he was suddenly enlightened. He finally understood what was going on once the answers were given. So that's how it is, a fine arts teacher said in a speechless manner. This was really too difficult to guess. Just reading and understanding it was already too difficult. One of the teachers couldn't resist and said, "These are elementary math questions? Which primary student can solve these kind of questions? If they can do it, I'll eat all the answer sheets." Li Jiaxing nodded and said, "Even if they can get it right, it's probably only by chance." Zhang Ye asked with great interest, "Oh, is that so? How is it not so?" Li Jiaxing pointed to the whiteboard and said, "Even the adults had trouble understanding those questions, so don't even mention the children." Zhao Mei also nodded. "That's right," all the teachers said. Zhang Ye happily said, "All right, since everyone says that, let's check the answers by the children. Teacher Zhao, could I trouble you to read out their answers?" Zhao Mei had not looked at their answers yet, so she said, "All right, but there are no names on the answer sheets." "It's all right, no need for any names," Zhang Ye said. Zhao Mei acknowledged and took the stack of answer sheets. From the first one, she read out 32, 14, 32, 23, 32, 14, 32, 23, 32, 14, 32, 23. Reading up till here, Zhao Mei and the rest of the teachers were all stunned. Zhao Mei's hands shivered. She seemed to have witnessed something miraculous. She stared with her eyes wide open and continued reading faster as she went on. 32, 14, 32, 23, 32, 14, 32, 23. Empty. A student did not answer. 32, 14, 32, 23, 32, 14, 32, 23, 32, 14, 32, 23, 32, 14, 32, 23. She finished reading out all of the students' answers. Only one student handed in an unanswered sheet, and another one got it wrong, but everyone else was correct. In the entire class, one of the second grade, more than 90% of them had correctly answered those questions. Zhao Mei raised her head up and asked blankly, "How could this happen?" The vice principal was shocked and said, This is not possible." The fine arts teacher was stunned and asked, "Almost all of them got it right." Zhang Ye shrugged, then pointed at the children and said, "Everyone here saw them just now. The children did not engage in any cheating. I believe everyone saw it more clearly than me. Is that right?" After these questions were given, they did not copy from each other, and I also gave the answers only after their answer sheets had been collected. That would have eliminated all possibility of them cheating. And so the results are for all here to judge. Teacher Lee, is this what you call a lucky shot even if almost all of them had answered correctly? If one or few of them got the questions correct by chance, then how would you explain almost all of them getting it correct together at the same time? Li Jiaxing was at a loss for an explanation. He asked, How did you do that? Zhang Ye waved it off and said, It's not how I did it. You should be asking the children how they did it instead. I have mentioned and confirmed that these are only primary school elementary math questions, so perhaps the children might have a different thinking from you all. Children, do you think these questions are difficult? He looked at them and asked. A girl said, It's not difficult. A little boy smiled and said, It's very simple. Another boy also smiled and said, It's too simple. This was probably the first time they felt they were actually smarter than the school's teachers. They had gotten the math questions correct when even the teachers could not answer them. Everyone was feeling very proud and excited, scrambling to speak up and express their thoughts about how this problem was really simple for them. Qinchin's answer was even more exasperating. She smirked and said, Such childish questions. Childish. The elementary math questions that were labeled as childish by a child was too difficult for a group of teachers and school leaders to handle, even baffling the teacher with a master's degree, Li Jiaxing. This was a scolding. This was outright scolding. Many of the teachers did not look too good anymore. Li Jiaxing hurriedly asked, Just what is going on here? Everyone did not know or understand why either. Zhang Ye explained, You might think that this is magic. Why did the adults find the questions to be so difficult while the children solved it without any pressure at all? Obviously, this was not magic. It's just the difference of the train of thought in approaching the solving of the questions. Teacher Lee, you have a master's and have taught in a high school previously, but also precisely because of that, it ended up becoming a problem when you are teaching the primary school students. They are not adults and are even the youngest among the pre-teens, so the way they view the world is also different from what adults see. Naturally, you shouldn't use an adult's train of thought to measure them by either. After letting Zhang Ye show off a little of his skills, the teachers were silent and only waited for him to continue explaining. Zhang Ye walked to the whiteboard and asked, Is this question difficult? It is not difficult at all. If I change the way the question is expressed in, maybe all of you will be enlightened. Then, he wrote and drew something at the side of the ding 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 question. Zhang Ye changed it into a set of 3 watermelons on one side and another set of 3 watermelons on the other side, but kept the requirement of expressing the question in a multiplication formula. When everyone saw it, they were jolted awake. If it was written earlier in that way, I'd have understood it. Such questions already exist in the elementary math workbooks. Right, it's exactly the same too. Isn't it just simply a 32 multiplication formula? Li Jiaxing was left speechless as he looked at Zhang Ye with a complex expression. Zhang Ye smiled and said, It looks really clear now, right? This was actually the same question, but was only changed from a pictorial representation into words. Since it was only like that, then why did everyone not understand it? Why? Let me tell all of you why. This is because the thought process of an adult is too complicated. They always overthink things, such as the meaning of the words, onomatopoeic words, or the permutation and combination of words. Thus, even when the questions were essentially the same, what was affected was actually your own judgments. However, it is different for children, as in their eyes, the world is really not that complicated at all. Together with the way we have been learning and our mindsets of how questions should be, this has led to such an outcome that seemingly feels like magic here. The form teacher, Zhao Mei, looked at Zhang Ye in admiration. Unexpectedly, just some simple elementary math questions were conveniently modified by Zhang Ye to such a level that it not only shocked the teachers, but also gave them a lively lesson to learn from. The math problems even had a hidden philosophy behind them. What a legendary person of the entertainment circle. He thoroughly deserved his reputation. Chapter 6:19 Genuflecting. Those teachers who were present stared doubtfully and anxiously at Zhang Ye, who was speaking with fervor and assurance. This was no longer just a simple lesson on elementary math problems anymore. Who is this person? What's his background? Is he really a math teacher? I've never before come across these types of questions that Qinchin's guardian said, nor even heard of such questions coming from other schools or appearing in any textbooks. So could he have come up with them spontaneously? This problem is really quite wonderful. That's right, there's a hidden catch. It looks difficult, but is in fact really simple. Yes, it looks easy, but is in fact difficult too. Why do I feel that he looks really familiar the more I look at him? I can't see his face clearly when he's wearing those sunglasses. The teachers were discussing the experience Zhang Ye had led them through just now, leaving them with mixed feelings and a sense of reflection. Li Jiaxing was feeling the most tangled right now as he was not only a mathematics teacher, but also the most qualified teacher among the teachers present. It was still within reason that the others, the fine arts teacher, language teacher, or music teacher, were not able to answer the questions, but for Li Jiaxing to be unable to answer them, he was even worse than the students he called out and criticized earlier. This made him feel very embarrassed. He would like nothing more than to run away or find a hole to hide. But he knew he could not run away. It was impossible for him to go anywhere. After Zhang Ye had taught them a lesson, his anger also subsided. He said to Li Jiaxing, "Teacher Li, the meaning behind those questions can be applied to the problem you gave to the children as well. I have seen the steps in solving the question on the whiteboard, and the separation solution you used was in line with an adult's thoughts and problem-solving pattern, but very different from what a child has learned from kindergarten and onwards. That is why the children could not understand what you were teaching." He picked up the marker, raised his hand, and wrote something onto the whiteboard. "What if I explained it this way? Qinshan, do you understand it now?" Qinshan took a look and said, "I understand. I understand. I know how it is. Calculated now. So that was how it was calculated." The other children also chimed in, expressing that it was now clear to them. Zhang Ye revealed his own opinions and said, "And that is the reason why all of you think that the questions I posed just now were some sort of wondrous questions. That was what I meant. It's only good for the students if the teaching style is suited to them. At least, I feel that we shouldn't enforce the mindset of an adult onto the children. Each certain age group has its own thought process, be it primary school students, secondary school students, high school students, or university students. Each of them should have a different education plan based on their thought processes. We have to move along with the times and ages of our beneficiaries." Everyone became speechless at this. Philosophy was even taught through these elementary math questions. Hidden reflections about society and education were contained in these elementary math questions. These types of math questions were literally unheard of before by Li Jiaxing, the teachers, and school leaders, but today they were truly enlightened. At this moment, even if they were fools, they already knew that they had met an expert. Li Jiaxing breathed in deeply and asked curiously, "Which age group of students are you teaching? Are you also a teacher teaching primary school students?" In his opinion, if someone could set these questions based on the thought process of primary school students, then it was very likely that he was also a primary school teacher by profession. That must be the reason he could understand the children so well. As for Li Jiaxing, he had only been transferred to teach at a primary school in the last year, which was why he had a different line of thinking when teaching them, as he was still more familiar with teaching high school students, thus making Zhang Ye look a little better than him. The other teachers also thought the same. However, Qinshan's guardian gave an unexpected answer. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Me? I used to teach university students." "What? Huh? University students? You are a university teacher?" "Surely not. But you're so young. How could you be a university teacher?" "That's right. How can there be such a young university math teacher?" The teachers of number 2 experimental primary school were expressing voices of doubt. Li Jiaxing, as a master's degree holder, was also stunned, because he knew what it meant if one could be a math teacher at the university level. Mathematics as a subject was quite different from other subjects, as qualifications were not the only thing needed. Even though he already had master's degree, if he wanted to teach at a university, he had to first go through an internship and have worked for some years to gain the necessary experience. Even so, he might not end up being able to teach because the requirements of a university teacher were much higher than high school or junior high. "Which university did you teach at?" Li Jiaxing knew some people in this field and was unsure whether Qinshan's guardian was telling the truth, so he wanted to get to the bottom of things. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I taught at Peking University previously." Li Jiaxing was shocked. "Peking University? Which Peking University?" Zhang Ye said, "How many Peking universities does China have?" When everyone heard that, They were left with their eyes wide and mouths agape. What the F*** K? Peking University? The top-ranked higher educational institute in the country? A globally renowned university's math teacher? F*** Could he not say something that was so ridiculous? How could he be a teacher at Peking University? A female music teacher laughed and said, "Qinchin's guardian is really humorous. Hee hee hee." Li Jiaxing asked again, "Which school do you really teach at?" Zhang Ye became speechless at this. The form teacher, Zhao Mei, finally spoke up and said, "Teacher Zhang really is a teacher at Peking University. Not only is he a teacher, he's even an associate professor in the School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University." A Peking University teacher? And even an associate professor? The school leaders and teachers nearly fainted from shock. Could it get any more exaggerated than that? To be a teacher at Peking University in his 20s was already shocking. He's even an associate professor? How could that be possible? The number of teachers at a university in China were just a handful. Since when was there such a young associate professor? That's not it. Wait a moment. Li Jiaxing suddenly remembered something, as his expression suddenly changed into one of fright. It was as though he had been greatly shocked by something. Then he said with a slight loss of his voice, You are Zhang Ye." Those words were like a bomb that had exploded in the classroom. The vice principal of No. 2 Experimental Primary School stared at Qinchin's guardian and said, "You're really Zhang Ye." The fine arts teacher slapped her thigh and said, "Hi. No wonder I was thinking about why he looked so familiar. So it's because he is teacher Zhang Ye. I should have guessed it. What the F*** K? That's what I thought." One by one, the teachers started to recognize Zhang Ye. They felt that they had really been stupid at this point of time. A guy in his 20s, wearing sunglasses in a classroom, with solid foundations in mathematics, and also an associate professor at Peking University. Other than Zhang Ye, who else could it be? Right? Some time ago, there were rumors going around in school that a second-grade student's guardian was a celebrity. At that time, several of the teachers had seen Zhang Ye during the public class. It was in this second-grade class that the famous tribute to the white poplar originated from. But as some time had passed, people had already started to forget about this matter. But today, Zhang Ye has appeared again. The person most affected was of course Li Jiaxing. He certainly knew who Zhang Ye was. Not only did he know him, he was also a hardcore fan of Zhang Ye. What Li Jiaxing admired about Zhang Ye was not his programs nor his poetry, but his unfathomable standard of mathematics. Thinking back, when he found out that the long, unsolvable Dale's conjecture was solved by a Chinese mathematician, Li Jiaxing's excitement was indescribable and lasted for a long time too. On that day itself, he had posted many messages onto Weibo, highlighting his pride as a fellow Chinese mathematician. At that time, it was the first time he had come to know of Zhang Ye's legendary name. From then on, he had regarded Zhang Ye as his idol. In Li Jiaxing's view, Zhang Ye was a new wave of leaders, and also an important pillar in the Chinese mathematics world. Just he alone could hold up and support the entire Chinese mathematics world, allowing it to stand up with its chest out in the global field of mathematics. The scene and excitement at the time when the conjecture was solved was perhaps only something that a true math practitioner would be able to understand. It was a feeling of having his heart pumping hard, the hot-blooded passion and excitement of a mathematician. That was why, at this moment, Li Jiaxing felt like he wanted to vomit blood for 3 straight days and nights. What was I doing just now? I was arguing over some math questions with Professor Zhang. I was arguing about how math education should be conducted with a world-class mathematics master. Your sister. Argue my ass. This was something on a whole other level. Faced with a living god of the mathematics world, Li Jiaxing could only stand there in a trance. If he knew earlier that this was the illustrious Zhang Ye, he would not have dared to argue over the math question with him, even if it killed him. Not only him, even his mentor in mathematics would not have the right to hold an exchange about math or science with a great mathematician like Zhang Ye. Their level of difference was too great, so there was really nothing they could exchange. At the most, his mentor would be there to listen. This was really Zhang Ye. This was really the legendary Zhang Ye. Li Jiaxing was genuflecting. He was thoroughly and sincerely genuflecting. Chapter 6:20 Witnessing a Celebrity's Appearance. Ding ding dang lang. The bells went off and signaled the end of the math class. But in the classroom of second grade, class 1, there were no signs that the class had already ended. Everyone was still talking with excitement. After the period was over, students and teachers of the adjacent classrooms also came over after hearing news of the commotion. Many people came to take a look at the celebrity and wanted to see for themselves just how Zhang Ye looked like in real life. Look, it's Zhang Ye. I know him. Oh, it's really him. My little brother likes him very much. Why did he come to our school? I can finally see him in person. I think he came here last year too. There was hearsay that he's a relative of one of our students in the second grade. He looks just the same as he does on television. Everyone says that Zhang Ye only has average looks, but why do I think that he's not bad at all? Teachers were human too, especially those female teachers, who were very gossipy as well. At this moment, Li Jiaxing went up to the rostrum and said excitedly to the students, Students, all of you might not quite understand, but let me introduce him to everyone. This teacher is Zhang Ye. He gestured politely towards the direction where Zhang Ye was and continued. Some of you or your parents might have seen him on the news, and some of you might not understand what is going on, but I'm going to tell all of you about it now. Some time ago, teacher Zhang Ye was the person who solved the mathematical conjecture that had troubled the mathematics world for several decades. He brought us glory, dignity, and honor, and is our country's most outstanding young mathematician. He's also one of the top mathematicians in the global mathematics field. With every claim made by the teacher, the children felt impressed over and over again. Ah, is that true? He's that great. Chen, your guardian is so cool. The students clapped wildly. Chen calmly said, Yes, he's passable. But Zhang Ye waved it off and said, Teacher Li, you are too generous with your praise. I'm not that great. It's just that everyone has exaggerated me. I'm only a simple mathematician. He was playing it cool. It was too great of an act. Zhang Ye thought to himself about his false modesty, but maintained his tone in a low-key manner by sounding very humble. Teacher Zhang is being too modest. Li Jiaxing said, Students, I hereby apologize to everyone. Just now during lunchtime, I did not consider the issue properly, and the thought process was not tweaked well enough for you all. As a result, it caused everyone to fail to understand the logic of the solution, and yet I thought that it was because you all were not being serious and attentive in class. I even lost my temper at Chen. Therefore, I would like to apologize and also thank Teacher Zhang. It was Teacher Zhang who had enlightened me. In the handling of our students' education problem and teaching methods, there are still many things that I have to learn. On top of that, there are also many things for me to learn from Teacher Zhang. From today onwards, I'll strictly demand more from myself and adjust my way of teaching. Zhang Ye waved his hand and said, Don't put it that way. He paused for a moment, then continued, When I came in just now, I was also probably too overprotective of the child. On this matter, Chen has her problems as well. No matter what, she shouldn't have challenged a teacher like this. He turned to Chen and signaled for her to come over. Come here, apologize to Teacher Li and the other teachers. Chen showed a reluctant expression. Li Jiaxing hurriedly said, Don't. Teacher Zhang, you're making me look bad. I didn't handle this matter appropriately, and there were mistakes in the way I taught. So how could let the student apologize to me? Please don't say any more. If you say any further, I will not have any face left to continue teaching math to the students. The mistake has already been made. Teachers do the same. If it were anyone else, Li Jiaxing would not have been convinced or even say such words. But standing in front of him right now was his idol in the mathematics field, a legendary expert of the mathematics world. No matter who Li Jiaxing would be unconvinced by, that person would definitely not be Zhang Ye. The matter was settled. Everyone was now satisfied and happy with the outcome. Under the instruction of the school leaders, most of the teachers were told to disperse and get back to their work. Some returned to their offices, while some went back to their classrooms to get ready for the next lesson. When most of the crowd had dispersed, and with the school leader not around anymore, it became easier to talk about what needed to be said. Li Jiaxing came up to Zhang Ye immediately to ask him for guidance on some math problems. Teacher Zhang, can I bother you for a few minutes? I just need a few minutes. I have some math problems I do not quite understand. I've even sought my mentor's advice before, but he was unable to help me, so? Zhang Ye nodded and said, Sure, how can I help? They were both similar in age, but Li Jiaxing was clearly older than Zhang Ye by a few years. At this moment, in front of Zhang Ye, Li Jiaxing felt just like a humble student asking about some math questions that had troubled him for a long time, patiently waiting for Zhang Ye's explanation. Without much thought, Zhang Ye explained it to him in simple terms. Li Jiaxing could understand a bit, but still generally did not understand, mainly because his standard wasn't good enough. So he took out a small notebook and scribbled down some notes like a student would. After that, Li Jiaxing promptly thanked him, feeling like he was filled with wisdom and had benefited a lot from the explanation. It was a case of meeting beats hearsay. He was indeed a world-class mathematics expert. Li Jiaxing looked at Chunxin and felt that the more he looked at this child, the more he liked her. Those big round eyes, how clever. Her small nose, how cute. Those eyebrows, so likable. As a result, he smiled brightly and said in a very gentle voice, "Chunxin, are you hungry? There is a microwave in the teacher's office. Let me heat up the food for you. You can't continue without eating your meal." He picked up the cold lunchbox and said to Zhang Ye, "Chunxin is an extraordinarily clever and quick-witted child. To be honest, in my past few years of teaching, I have never come across such a smart child. In the future, she will surely have some great achievements. With your guidance, Chunxin will certainly also have the makings of a world-class mathematician." Chunxin, Zhang Ye, form teacher Zhao Mei, students of the second grade, class 1. Only half an hour ago, he was pointing at Chunxin saying that she was brainless, poor at math, and did not learn seriously, but now she suddenly gained the foundations to becoming a world-class mathematician? Li Jiaxing went to heat the food up, and then returned with the boxed lunch and gave it to Chunxin. He also took the initiative to inform the teacher of the next lesson of the reason, so that Chunxin could have permission to eat her meal during class. On seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, Zhang Yi said to the form teacher, Zhao Mei, who had invited him over in the first place, "Teacher Zhao, I'll be leaving then." Zhao Mei asked, "Are you busy?" Zhang Yi stopped in his tracks and replied, "I'm not really busy. What's the matter?" Zhao Mei smiled and said, "Then let's go and talk in the teacher's office. The reasons I asked you to come to school today was first, regarding the matter that happened in the math lesson just now, and second, I wanted to discuss with you the problem of Chunxin's learning attitude. She's an infamous problem student in our school, and many subject teachers have always intended to have a meeting with Chunxin's guardian to discuss about her." Zhang Yi nervously said, "Ah." Zhao Mei led him towards the end of the corridor, saying, "Please come with me." When Zhang Yi was still schooling, he had always been afraid of having his parents called to school. This was because, when they got home, he would be surely get a beating from them. But now that he as a guardian was called to school by a teacher, he could finally understand why his parents would give him a beating. It was because it was really just too embarrassing. If the child got into trouble, he would also get a scolding. As Zhang Yi was already a big-shot B-list celebrity, he was of course not looking too good at the moment. AI, having acted so awesomely earlier, he was now on the verge of being exposed as incompetent. Zhang Yi only hoped that Chunxin's teachers would give him some face and not talk down to him like how his parents were talked down to in the past. Chapter 6, 21 Heated discussions about the wondrous math problem on the internet. At the same moment, a math problem had suddenly caused a stir on the seemingly calm Weibo. A Weibo-verified user whose account belonged to a Beijing No. 2 experimental primary school teacher had posted an elementary math problem online. Who can answer this? Everyone, come and give a try. At the beginning, no one really thought anything about this. On seeing the call for a challenge to solve the question, at most some people would come and take a look at it, thinking that an elementary math problem couldn't possibly be too difficult. Even secondary-level math questions were not a problem for them. Besides, who hadn't studied in primary school before? And so, someone began with an attempt to answer the question, but just as they seriously started reading the question, they found that it was basically different from what they had expected. Damn, what the heck? F***K. What kind of math question is this? There's music? Is this an elementary math question? Can someone tell me what is the meaning of the question? Is the first answer 13? Is it correct? F***K. I don't know. Are primary school students learning how to defy logic these days? It's impossible to answer the question. Which teacher was so wicked to set such a wicked question? I've already given up. Same here, my head is swelling. Then, the No. 2 experimental primary school teacher followed up with a post again. Please note that this elementary math problem was set by our China's famous mathematician, Professor Zhang Ye, today. And to give everyone an additional blow, the math question was for our students in the second grade at number 2 experimental primary school. 93.2% of the students answered correct. Only 2 students in the whole class got it wrong, while the rest of the students got it right. With that, the Weibo post was attracting a lot more attention and was getting livelier than before. What? Zhang Ye set the question. Is it really an elementary math problem? Since it was Zhang Ye who set them, then it must not be simple or straightforward. It was needless of you to say that. How could a world-class mathematics expert set an ordinary elementary math problem? There must surely be many layers of profundity in it. I'm getting interested now. Watch me solve it. The percentage of right answers by the primary school students was more than 90%. I wouldn't believe it even if you threatened to kill me. I don't even know the meaning of this question. Primary students can't possibly answer it. Even if they were elite students from a key focus primary school, they couldn't possibly be smarter than an adult. Watch me do it. I'll give it a try too. I'm sure it can be solved. Let me think. I still won't believe it. Gradually, the netizens kept posting their answers, with each one becoming weirder than the last. Suddenly, some celebrities also showed up, some of them being Zhang Ye's friends. Yao Jinkai posted, "What lousy question did little Zhang set?" Peking University's teacher Su Na posted, "I'm so angry. Flips table. I better continue teaching my Chinese language. The mathematics world is way too scary." Xiao Lu from Beijing Television. Puffed. "This question is really amusing. Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. But I have to say this is exactly what Zhang Ye's style is like." Finally, the number 2 experimental primary school teacher appeared again and revealed the correct answers. Needless to say, a few of the netizens really could answer it correctly, but the rest of the people, numbering in the thousands, got it wrong or did not manage to answer at all. This ratio left everyone in disbelief as they all wondered if those children from number 2 experimental primary school students, who were more than 90% correct, were all King aliens. They adults were not as good as a group of primary students? What's going on? Isn't this absurd? Was that teacher from number 2 experimental primary school just spouting nonsense? Are the children these days all abnormal like that? The netizens were all expressing their denial of this. At this moment, Dean Pan of Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences, whether told by some students or had happened to chance upon this math question, also posted on Weibo, knowing that this was a trick question, and told everyone, only Professor Zhang Ye can think of such devious questions. I can say for sure that this is really an elementary math problem, but with a hidden catch somewhere in it. For a primary school student, it may not seem like a trap. However, this is a trap that was specifically laid for an adult to fall into. When they saw that, everyone began to shout and clamor. This was a trap for us. Zhang Ye is really too wicked. This guy has always had a character like that. I knew it. Teacher Zhang himself is already a trap of great proportions. Whoever gets involved with him will fall into it. What kind of trap is it? Dean Pan, can you kindly explain it? Dean Pan replied on Weibo, "The principle of this trap falls on the different thought process of an adult and a child. Adults easily complicate simple things, and this complication probably starts right off at the reading of the question. It is a subconscious thought process that children do not employ. Whether it is a musical note or an onomatopoeic word, it's the same thing to them. These onomatopoeic words are basically meaningless to them, so they can easily see the essence of the question and solve it. From a certain perspective, a majority of adults might really be inferior to a primary school student at this, and so would be unable to answer the question right. So that's how it is. Holy shit. So that's the reason. I was still wondering. Zhang Ye, this son of a bitch. If he doesn't con someone in a day, he will not feel comfortable." There was a wave of condemnation flung from everyone at Zhang Ye, as they laughingly scolded his wickedness. Dean Pan posted, "It might look to be just an elementary math problem, but behind it lies some philosophies and reflections which are definitely not of the elementary level. Professor Zhang Ye is no doubt a rare genius in the mathematics world. This question is indeed very interesting. I have already copied it down and will prepare to use it for our Peking University students to try and also to analyze it. For some problems and questions, If we change our perspectives and view it from a different angle, we may somehow get an unexpected result. Professor Little Zhang has let everyone know to never underestimate a simple-looking question at any time or any place. Because they might not be as simple as you think, but at the same time, they might also not be as complicated as you thought it to be. Let the Peking University students try out the elementary math problem and even analyze it in detail. Dean Pan's words were no doubt a very high appraisal of both this elementary math problem as well as Zhang Ye himself. After seeing Dean Pan's explanation, everyone began to understand and see the trick to this math question. Upon deeper reflection, everyone had no choice but to admire Zhang Ye's talent, knowledge, and different way of thinking. An elementary math problem stuffed with many tricks, including philosophy, psychology, and even the importance of mathematics, with the key point being that it could also produce such a mass face-slapping effect on others. Perhaps in the whole of China, only someone like Zhang Ye, who could make something out of nothing, could come up with a question like that. Chapter 622. Ticked off by the elementary school teachers. Online, the netizens who had been left scratching their heads at that elementary math problem were all denouncing Zhang Ye in waves. Offline, at number 2 experimental primary school, in the 2nd grade teacher's office, Zhang Ye was also surrounded by several male and female teachers, listening to their complaints. Qinchin's too naughty. Yes, in so many years of teaching, I've never seen any child as mischievous as her. Teacher Zhang, you've been too lax in the caring of your kid. In all the tests that I have arranged for the class, Qinchin has never passed even once. The previous time, during P classes, she even fought with a boy. When we learned of it, we rushed over to check on them. Thinking that Qinchin had been bullied, we scolded the boy without a second thought, but later realized that nothing had happened to Qinchin at all. Instead, she left the boy lying on the ground with just a push, giving him a gigantic bruise on his arm. When the boy's parents came to school to question the teachers and found out that it was a little girl who did it, they did not take it up any further, possibly embarrassed by the fact that their boy had been pushed by a girl. Class 1 is not easy to handle because Qinchin always leads some of the students to cause trouble together with her. Teacher Zhang, you have to talk to her a little when you return later. Even though she is not your own daughter, as a guardian, you have to help educate her. After all, you're also a teacher of the people. The 2nd grade teachers were full of gripes. Zhang Ye could only constantly reassure them. All right, I will definitely tell her off when I get back. Yes, what you said was correct. Io, you're really tolerant. I will speak to her when we go back. Yes, sure. This devil of a child. How worrisome can she get? Only when the teachers continued with their grieving did Zhang Ye realize how much trouble Qinchin had actually caused. She was already the gang leader of number 2 experimental primary school, giving the teachers all kinds of complaints. Luckily, because the teachers knew of Zhang Ye's status as a literary master and an internationally recognized mathematician, they still gave him some face and did not lash out too harshly at him. Of course, there were 2 female teachers who were just laughingly criticizing Zhang Ye for his neglect in disciplining the child, but did not actually have any bias against Qinchin at all. In fact, they really liked the child who appeared like a porcelain doll that was more beautiful looking than any others. Besides, Qinchin did not make any trouble for them in their classes anyway, so they just playfully scolded Zhang Ye a little as it was a rare opportunity. A big shot ballister, a well-known person in society. When put into the hands of these teachers, it would be a wasted opportunity if they did not make use of the chance to say a few words. As they were there talking, a soft singing voice floated in from outside. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. It was wishing we last forever, but sang in a very odd way. The voice belonged to a woman, but sounded very hoarse and strained. This was not a pitch and tone that most women would be able to sing in, and it made anyone who heard it feel very strange. The singing was getting closer and closer. A music teacher threw up her hands and said, "Raspy Luo is here." An art teacher gently rubbed her ears and said, "It sounds so unpleasant. This little Luo, why does she always have to sing every day?" A teacher who was much older said, "I wouldn't mind it if she sang well, but just listen to that." Zhao Mei, the form teacher of class 1, laughed. "I think it's not too bad. Just that teacher Luo's voice isn't that nice to listen to. Beside her, a female teacher nodded and said, Teacher Luo must not have taken good care of her voice when she was going through puberty, and that must have caused her voice to sound like the manly voice she is now. Zhang Ye asked curiously, Who is this teacher Luo? Hearing Zhang Ye's question, Zhao Mei said, It's teacher Luo Yu, our school's physical education teacher. Because teacher Luo likes to sing a lot, she's always humming a song wherever she goes. But as her voice sounds really rough, everyone gave her the nickname of Raspy Luo. Raspy Luo? Physical education teacher? Zhang Ye nodded, but his ears perked up and listened carefully to this singing voice that was getting nearer and nearer. There was no music accompaniment or rhythm, just pure singing. However, this singing stirred up a very different kind of feeling in Zhang Ye, but he did not know how exactly he felt about this Raspy Luo's singing. In any case, it was just a very weird feeling. Suddenly, the singing stopped. The teacher's office door was pulled open by someone from outside, and Luo Yu appeared standing at the door. Zhang Ye looked over and saw a woman who was built quite muscularly, at a height of about 1.6 meters tall, probably weighing around 160 pounds or heavier. Her face looked pretty normal, not pretty, but not ugly either. To use a description from his previous world, she would be called a tough girl, and probably be known as a tough girl among tough girls. Anyone who saw her would be pretty in awe of her appearance. Point 1. Zhao Mei said, Teacher Luo, your class has ended? Luo Yu's speaking voice also sounded very hoarse. She said, Yes. She noticed Zhang Ye standing there and asked, Is this a new teacher? Or someone's parent? Zhang Ye introduced him. This is Zhang Ye, Qinshin's guardian. When Luo Yu heard that, her eyebrows immediately narrowed as she exclaimed, So you're Qinshin's guardian? She said to Zhang Ye, That child of yours is really incorrigible. Every time during P class, she just tries to sit it out. When she has to do any running, she doesn't run properly. It's also the same for the aerobic exercises. She just doesn't want to learn them properly. Then there was this incident in which she even fought with someone during my class. She pushed the boy down and left him sprawled out on the ground. Her strength was really too much. In the end, I was called up to see the school leaders because of that, and even got a bad scolding from them. Zhang Yi thought to himself, knowing that the child had been taught some basics by a certain someone. Qinshin's aunt had taught her the 8 trigrams palm from a young age, letting her learn the basic movements and making her do the horse stance for training. Even if her physical conditions as a child now restricted her from learning the true form of the 8 trigrams palm, the basics and foundations were still not something that anyone else her age would be able to match. Zhang Yi felt that even if another kid were to gang up together with that male classmate, Qinshin could still handle them, being such a brawny child. Zhang Yi humbly said, You're right, I will most definitely tell her off. Luo Yu wasn't finished. She continued telling him off. You parents and guardians are always like this. You all spoil the child at home too much, not beating or scolding them, making these children harder and harder to teach these days. They're not obedient to the teachers at all. She continued chirping, airing all her grievances. The math teacher, Li Jiaxing, interrupted and said, Teacher Luo, that's enough. It's not easy being a parent these days. The problem of children's education is a subject of national importance and would change in accordance with the changes in society. It's not something that just a few people can have influence over. Luo Yu did not like what she heard and said, If there's a problem with the children, then it has to be the responsibility of the parents or guardians. Why should it be blamed on society? Besides, is Rao Chunshin just your usual kind of mischievous kid? Let's not mention her relationship with the other students. Just based on her attitude to the teachers, she has never known how to respect others. She always says things here and there that drives us crazy. She turned to look at Zhang Yi again. We've already called for her guardian to come to school many times to discuss this. It was a big sis last time, and this time, it's you. No matter how many times we call you over, it has not been effective in the slightest. Do you really wish to raise the child properly? Are you just going to neglect this matter like that? After brooding for a long time, Luo Yu finally said all that she wanted to. She drank water from her thermal flask in large gulps before she finally settled back down at her desk, ignoring Qinshin's guardian from then on. Zhang Yi was feeling really helpless. When had he ever been talked to like this before? First, it was a group of teachers who grumbled to him nonstop. Then came a PE teacher lecturing him for not properly caring for the child. But Zhang Ye could not and should not talk back to any of that since it was really Qinchin's fault for being disobedient and always causing trouble. AI, what a huge loss of face this was. Zhao Mei quickly eased the situation by saying, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Luo was just saying that for the good of the child, so she might have been a little harsh, but don't take it to heart. Teacher Luo is a good person and very meticulous towards the children. Zhang Yi said, I understand. So then, if there's nothing else, I should be leaving now. I will go out for a smoke and then wait for Qinchin to finish school before picking her up. As Qinchin's actual guardian is not around and has gone to handle some matters, I will be watching over her temporarily. If there's anything, you can just contact me. Okay, let me see you out then, Zhao Mei said. Zhang Yi quickly said, Don't worry about it. Li Jiaxing immediately said, Teacher Zhang, take care, take care. He wanted to see Zhang Yi out as well, but was stopped by Zhang Yi who insisted that he not. The other second-grade teachers also waved happily to Zhang Yi to signal their farewells. After Zhang Yi left the teacher's office, Luo Yu looked at them in some confusion and asked, What are you all up to? What Teacher Zhang? Why are you being so polite with him? You guys even wanted to see him out. The fine arts teacher said in a speechless manner, You're really a thick one. Don't you know who that is? If you knew who he was, would you have criticized him so harshly? The music teacher laughed and said, Little Luo's still the gutsiest. Luo Yu was a little taken aback. When she asked, Who is he? Li Jiaxing glanced at her and asked, You don't even know who Zhang Yi is? Luo Yu, still not knowing what was going on, said, What Zhang Yi or Li Yi? I don't know them at all. Zhao Mei didn't know how to react. She said, The song you were singing just before you came into the teacher's office just now, wasn't that song written and composed by Zhang Yi based upon his poem Shuidiao Gedu? When she heard that, Luo Yu's eyes immediately widened as she froze in her seat. After being stumped for a second, she rose from her chair and said, That was Zhang Yi, Li Jiaxing said. How could he not be? Luo Yu nearly fainted right there, but continued. He was wearing sunglasses and I couldn't recognize him at all. Holy shit. I've been singing that song that was written and composed by him almost every day, Li Jiaxing said with a belittling attitude. Come now, why would a PE teacher like you not do something else, but just sing that song every day? When you were coming into the office earlier, Teacher Zhang, Yi already heard your singing. That lousy voice of yours probably left the original writer and composer feeling frustrated. The language teacher giggled. Before you came in, we had already spoken to Teacher Zhang Yi for a long time about Qinchin, but we were just talking in general and letting him know what the problems were. But you were really unforgiving. You even accused Teacher Zhang Yi of being negligent improperly, caring for his kid. No matter what, he's still a Peking University associate professor. Luo Yu exclaimed. I really did not know it was him. How could he be Qinchin's guardian? I've heard rumors that Zhang Ye's temper is really bad. Do you guys think that I've gotten myself into trouble now? Yes. That's for sure. You've made a huge mess this time. All of the teachers were gleefully quipping at Luo Yu's troubles. Luo Yu vomited blood right there. Chapter 6, 23 Zhang Ye's Wondrous Math Lecture. In the evening, the rippling rays of the evening sun shone as it set. At Jiamen East, Zhang Ye's rented apartment. Standing in the open kitchen, Zhang Yi sandwiched his phone between his shoulder and cheek while his hands prepared dinner. He placed the processed fish-flavored pork slices which he had bought from the supermarket into the pan, added some seasoning, then mixed and stirred it all about with the spatula. This person did not know how to cook, but he made do with whatever he could anyway. Zhang Yi said, Mom, I was still waiting for you to come home for dinner, his mother said. Didn't I already send you a text? Zhang Yi asked. His mother said, I just saw it. So you won't be back for a few days? Zhang Yi said, Yes, I'll be staying in Jiamen for now as my landlady needed to go away for some time. And I have to help her take care of the kid. Ugh, don't bring it up. Just talking about it makes me angry. The kid's school called me up to ask me to make a trip to the school today. When I was there, a group of teachers criticized me about her behavior. What a loss of face I suffered. Humph, seeing kids behave in this way these days has given me mental trauma and severely impacted this bro's passion for children should I get married in the future. If my children turn out to be so naughty and uncontrollable in the future, I would totally get tired out. His mother said, "You don't even have a partner yet, and you're already thinking about children?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Don't force my hand, or else I might just suddenly bring someone home on one of these days as your daughter-in-law. If she turns out to be too beautiful for you, don't be shocked. You'd better be prepared for it." His mother happily said, "Yes, continue bragging all you want." Zhang Ye said, "Whether I'm bragging or not, you'll find out in the future." His mother said, all right, your mom will wait and see. I need to stop talking now. I still have to prepare dinner." Zhang Ye used the spatula to stir the food in the pan. His mother said, "Whoa, you even know how to cook now? Make sure the food is well cooked. Don't let the little one get a stomachache." "Got it." Zhang Ye hung up and put his phone onto a clean area on top of the refrigerator before he did a taste test on the saltiness of the dish he was preparing. Qinshan, sitting on the sofa and looking very glum, said, "Zhang Ye, I'm hungry." Zhang Ye grumbled under his breath, "What are you in a rush for? Just wait." Qinshan's stomach had already been rumbling for quite some time now. After she had the argument in the afternoon with the teacher, she did not eat much of her food either. She shouted, "Zhang Ye, I'm hungry. Zhang Ye, I'm hungry. What are you rushing for? It's almost done." Zhang Ye turned off the heat, put the food onto a plate, and brought it to the table. Qinshan did not wait for him and picked up the chopsticks and began eating. When she had eaten a mouthful, she inadvertently gave a look of dislike. She said, "Zhang Ye, it's not good." Zhang Ye said, "Oh, is that so?" "It's not good," Qinshan insisted. Zhang Ye gave it a taste and said, "It's not bad." Then he scooped out 2 bowls of rice and sat back down at the table. Picking up his chopsticks, he started eating happily and said, "Your Uncle Zhang's standard is just that. It's good enough that you have something to eat. It's definitely cooked, so don't worry about getting food poisoning." Saying that, he picked up a large portion of the food for Qinshan and put it into her bowl with his chopsticks. "Quickly eat. Your aunt definitely won't be back this week, and I don't know if she will be back next week either. You'll be sticking around me for a while, so let's just make do with whatever we can. If this is not good enough, then we'll order takeout or buy frozen dumplings tomorrow." Qinshan thought about it for a long time before, unwillingly picking up her chopsticks to continue eating. Zhang Ye spoke as he ate. "These next several days, I will be taking care of you, so you have to listen to me. Let's have an agreement beforehand. First, you have to eat your meals at the right time and in the right quantity every day, so that when your aunt comes back, she will not see that you have lost any weight and blame me if you do. Second, you have to do your homework after dinner. If you don't have any homework or have finished it already, then you have to do your own revision until 8 p.m. Your form teacher gave me a dressing down today. I don't even know how to face her. You'd better buck up so that it doesn't become necessary for me to make another trip to your school again. Oh, then third and last point, you have to go to bed by 10 p.m., so no late night of watching cartoons. Did you hear all of that?" Qinshan did not say anything. Zhang Ye looked at her and asked again, "I'm asking you. Do you understand?" Qinshan eventually voiced her acquiescence. Only then was Zhang Ye satisfied. With the landlady auntie not around, the full responsibility in taking care of the child rested on his shoulders. Not only did he have to take care of her meals, he had to oversee her learning and extracurricular activities as well. It was only after taking charge that he knew of the responsibilities. Taking care of a child was really tiring to the soul. After the meal, "Shoo, go and do your homework." "Okay." Don't just say okay, you have to do it physically as well. "Okay." Qinshan sat herself down on Zhang Ye's sofa, opened her school bag and took out a book, pencil, and eraser. She slowly started to do her homework and paused every so often. Zhang Ye sluggishly dragged his feet to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After a long time of not doing chores, he really did not have any motivation to move at all. Laziness was a kind of habit. Once you got into the rhythm of this habit, it was extremely difficult to get out of it. This was the situation Zhang Ye was in right now. Old Wu had taken great care of him, and when he was at his parents' house, they would not let him do any chores either. So having not stayed alone for a very long time now, it was really difficult to get accustomed to this life again. After washing all the dishes, Zhang Ye went to take a look on Qinshan. However, when he saw that she had only written a single line in her workbook, he angrily said, "What have you been doing here for so long?" Qinshan said, "Doing my homework." Zhang Ye said, "Why did you take so long just to write almost nothing?" Zhang Ye. Qinshan pushed her workbook to him and said, "Help me write." Zhang Ye stared at her and said, "Write it yourself. If you don't finish it, then I won't let you watch cartoons later. When it's time, you will go directly to bed." After that, he ignored her and went to lie down on his bed while watching the news on TV. Central TV. News. Entertainment news. He was watching it with enjoyment. In the past, Zhang Ye was never too interested in the news as he found it really dry. But after he had become a celebrity, he took a liking to it, part of it being that keeping up with the news was necessary for his career. He had to be updated about the social topics and current affairs so that he could be in step with the times. Qinshan looked up with the pencil with her hands. "Zhang Ye, you're disturbing me." Zhang Ye impatiently grabbed the remote control and said, "I'll lower the volume. Continue doing your homework." Qinshan said, "It's still noisy." Zhang Ye lowered the volume even more and said, "It should be all right now." "It's still noisy, Zhang Ye." "Turn it off," Qinshan said unhappily. Zhang Ye smacked his lips and turned off the television in annoyance. He said, "You've been working for quite a while now, but that's all you've written? You're so troublesome." All right, the television's off now." Qinshan continued to work on her homework. Zhang Ye looked around and decided that he could only use his cell phone to browse Weibo for now. After a short time browsing, he noticed the math problem he had given at number 2 experimental primary school this afternoon was posted onto Weibo. It had even attracted a heated discussion in the afternoon as it received a lot of attention from the netizens. This was something Zhang Ye had not expected. But after thinking a bit about it, when this wondrous math question was brought out in his previous world, it had also created quite a stir from many people on the internet. It was widely discussed at the beginning. Not until when everyone had gotten used to the existence of this problem did the hype die down. And so, when this wondrous, brain-teaser math problem that had not existed in this world largely filled with traditional and regular math questions appeared, it naturally attracted a lot of interest and attention from people since it was a new style of a math question. They were also denouncing him. On Weibo, many people cried out with anger, as though Zhang Ye's elementary math question from the afternoon had inflicted damage to the self-esteem of these adults. They were all calling for him to give them a chance to make up for their loss of face. At Zhang Ye, "Teacher Zhang, you better appear right now." "Zhang Ye, you're so wicked and mean. Give us another question. I refuse to believe that I can't solve it." "Right, this time we'll definitely get it right. If you're so good, give us another elementary math problem. I was just too careless before. It ended up with my girlfriend making fun of me for the whole afternoon. She even said that my IQ is lower than a primary school student's. I'm so furious. That question was made to trick people. It was phrased to baffle us. But if we knew what was going on beforehand, then no matter what questions you posed us, we wouldn't have any trouble with it. For sure, as long as it is really just an elementary math problem. Right, as long as it's restricted to elementary math questions, we'll solve them in a glance for sure." Some were calling for a challenge while others were making a scene. Peking University's teacher Su Na also came forward to comment. "I suggest that teacher Zhang start a class on Weibo and post some elementary math problems for everyone to try out." Since Zhang Ye was not busy with anything, he immediately replied to Su Na, "Sure." And so, Zhang Ye posted a separate Weibo post. Due to popular demand and requests for a challenge, in today's Zhang Ye's classroom, I shall share several questions for discussion. The same rules apply. I guarantee that it will be an elementary math problem that is meant for 2nd or 3rd grade students. We will see who can answer them. The time limit is an hour after I post the problem. If someone can answer all of them correctly, then I will even add a prize as a reward. If there are too many people, the prize will be given out as a lucky draw. If there aren't that many who can answer correctly, then all those who get it right will get a prize. It can be my autograph or my calligraphy pieces. We can always discuss that later. Her. When the netizens saw this, they all gathered together over at Zhang Ye's post. "What? There's even a prize? Zhang Ye's calligraphy works sound really good. That's great. Give us the question then. I can't wait. Count me in." "Me too. I'm here as well." At this moment, the long unseen big saber bro also made an appearance. "My large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. Give us the problem quickly. Mathematics happened to be my forte." Yao Jinkai also appeared and said, What's up again? A Peking University teacher who was verified on Weibo joined in too. He could be considered Zhang Ye's colleague, but as Zhang Ye had not officially been given any classes before at the math department, he wasn't too familiar with this teacher. He didn't even know him by name, but would probably know him if he saw him. The teacher said, "Let me give it a try too." Even a Peking University teacher had been forced to make an appearance. In the end, many other Peking University students, whether they were Chinese department or math department, also joined in. They were all eager and ready to solve the question as they were not in time this afternoon to catch the first question and had only seen it for the first time when Dean Pan's Weibo discussed it. As such, they already knew the answer to it before they saw the questions, so there was no chance for them to even think about it. As such, many of them did not find the question to be difficult at all. After all, this was just an elementary math problem. People from everywhere started popping up. With the momentum from the previous wondrous math problem and the addition of gimmickry, goading, as well as prizes as encouragement, many Weibo users had already arrived at this post of Zhang Ye's in no time. Everyone wanted to see what kind of an elementary math problem Zhang Ye would pose to them, and if it was really going to another wondrous question. Surely it couldn't be more baffling and trickier than that earlier question, right? 1,000 people, 5,000 people, 10,000 people. More than 10,000 netizens had arrived to join in the fun here. Before the questions were even given, the post had already been forwarded 3,000 times. The scene was very grand as everyone went crazy, wanting to give the questions a try for themselves. No one believed that they could not do it. Chapter 6, 24 question after question. The math questions that made everyone vomit blood. There were countless people waiting. Where are the questions? Teacher Zhang, hurry up. We're all waiting for them. I'm going to get Zhang Ye's calligraphy for sure. Haha. If all of us answer correctly, then with tens of thousands of us winning the calligraphy prize, Teacher Zhang might not be able to complete them even after his 30th birthday. We can finally get something out of Zhang Ye. Yeah, he has always been the one winning against others. Looks like the tables have finally turned. He will lose this for sure. The wisdom of the crowd is infinite. Everyone, let's work together to finish off Teacher Zhang. Let's shake hands. Let's build an alliance. Right, if one of us cannot win against him, then let's stand together to deal with Teacher Zhang. Even if Teacher Zhang has superhuman powers, he can't compete with the essence of everyone's wisdom combined together. Besides, he has already stated that it will be a second or third grade type of math question. So this time, we must show Zhang Ye how good we are. Agreed. Seconded. Let's get ready, everyone. We even have a Peking University math department teacher taking part. Ha. That means he's Zhang Ye's colleague, a fellow math teacher from the country's best education institution. Zhang Ye must not have expected a fellow colleague would join in the fun. Otherwise, how would he dare to boast and even put up prizes for the correct answer? Come on, let's all follow the Peking University math teacher's answer. Since the answers are all publicly shown and Zhang Ye's rules don't forbid copying either, shouldn't it be all right? Right? There's also support from the Peking University students. These students are all the most straight-A students among the straight-A students. I don't believe that, with so many of us, we can't crack some elementary math questions. Everyone felt confident. Along with Zhang Ye's teasing antics earlier to fan up interest, everyone was stoked and took up the challenge. If they could make Zhang Ye, who had an unblemished record in online battles, taste defeat this time, everyone would surely be delighted to see it. Even Zhang Ye's hardcore fans did not mind this outcome. You could even say they couldn't wish more for this outcome as they were the ones who were shouting and belittling Zhang Ye more than anyone else. Faced with such a scene, many people were overwhelmed. They wondered just how damn unlikable Teacher Zhang could get. However, Zhang Ye kept his calm and was tickled by all that was happening. He understood that this was actually how an entertainment star should be. Being belittled like this by the fans and people was actually not a reflection of them disliking you. Just like what was happening here right now, it meant that everyone actually really liked Zhang Ye. It was time for the question. Watched by tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, the first question was released. The first problem of Zhang Ye's classroom. Little Zhang is the owner of a shoe shop. A pair of shoes cost 20 yuan to buy and sell for 30 yuan. A customer pays with a 50 yuan bill, but as little Zhang did not have any spare change, He takes the 50 yuan to a neighboring shop to change for 5 10 yuan notes. Finally, he gives 20 yuan of change to the customer. Later, when the neighboring shop discovers that the 50 yuan note is counterfeit, little Zhang has no choice but to pay them 50 yuan. All in all, how much money did little Zhang lose? It's just this question? It looks pretty simple. Haha. Come on, this looks like a very normal question. Many people had posted their comments immediately when they saw this question. After doing some calculations, they also posted their answers onto Weibo and felt that they had answered it correctly. However, after they had posted their answers online, they were in for a shock when they discovered that even in their group, people had different answers to the question. Some answered 20 renminbi. Some said it was 30 renminbi. There were also those who answered with 50 renminbi. They all nearly got into an argument over this. It's obviously 20 renminbi. No, it has to be 50 renminbi. Do you all know how to math at all? It definitely has to be 30 renminbi. If it's not, I'll run into a wall. It's 60. The first question had already stumped most of the people who participated. Only then did these people realize how that was not some damn normal question at all. There was surely some trick to it somewhere. Otherwise, why would they all arrive at different answers? However, what left them truly shocked were the next set of questions. After reading the next few questions, everyone suddenly felt that the first question was indeed just a very normal and typical elementary math question. The second problem was next. From 1 to 10, these numbers have been divided into 4 groups. 1, 3, 7, 8, 10, 5, 9, 2, 4, 6. Please explain the pattern that was used to separate them into their groups. What is this? Pattern? How is there any pattern in that ass fart of a sequence? Permutations and combinations? It isn't that either. Besides, this topic shouldn't be covered in the syllabus for elementary school math, right? Aren't these numbers just randomly arranged? There's no pattern at all. Your sister, what kind of questions are these? I'm going crazy. The netizens began to be stunned by what they were looking at. Followed by the third problem. 7,111 is equal to 0. 8,809 is equal to 6. 2,172 is equal to 0. 6,666 is equal to 4. 1,111 is equal to 0. 2,222 is equal to 0. 0,000 equals 4. 5,555 is equal to 0. 8,193 is equal to 3. 8,096 is equal to 5. 4,398 is equal to 3. 9,475 is equal to 1. 9,038 is equal to 4. 3,148 is equal to 2. Derive the following. 2889 equals? Holy F asterisk asterisk K. I'm gonna faint. 2,889. Is this an addition-subtraction equation? Using the above established answers to do addition and subtraction. Let me check which two figures when subtracted would give 2889. That's not right. There's no way to do add or subtract with those numbers to get 2,889 at all. Question 4. This was a picture-based problem. In the first row, the images below are aliens, followed by 4 pictures of organisms. In the second row, the images below are not aliens, followed by 4 pictures of organisms. The question came at the third row where 5 pictures of organisms were shown. Please circle which of the following are aliens. None of these pictures are the same. How can we deduce anything like that? In my opinion, these are all F asterisk asterisk king aliens. Finally, Zhang Ye said, "All right, it's just these 4 questions for now, so everyone please give them a try. There are still 40 minutes left. If you can answer all of them correctly, there will be a prize. There are no rules. You may copy other people's answers. 2. Just collate all of the answers and comment with a Weibo account, and that is enough. Finally, I would like to assure everyone that these are really just elementary math problems for primary school students. I won't set a question for everyone if it exceeds the level of 5th grade students." When everyone saw this, they went even crazier. I'm so shocked that I have pissed my pants. Heavens, is the world of a primary school student really so terrible and scary? Primary school students, you guys win. I kneel to you. Kneeling as well. I've knelt. Firmly kneeling down. I'll no longer look down on primary school students. Those Weibo users who were still confidently trying to show Zhang Ye earlier what they could do were now all either dumbfounded or vomiting blood. Only at this moment did they realize just how much of a bastard Zhang Ye could be. How wondrous and terrifying could Zhang Ye's math problems get? They were basically more wondrous and more terrifying than the most wondrous and most terrifying math questions. No way. I need to give this some thought. There has to be a way to answer these. Let's put our heads together, everyone. Who has the magical being known as a primary school student in their homes? Quickly bring them out to help solve these questions. Right? Find a primary school student. Uffed, you guys are too cute. I give up. I've already fried my brains thinking. I've finally realized that we're not going to be able to enjoy ourselves seeing Zhang Ye lose. This person is a King psycho. He's a psycho, and so are his questions. Plus 10,000. Zhang Ye, you cheat. I've totally never seen such wondrous questions before. Chapter 625 The Peking University math teacher also genuflects. Collapse. Evening, 8 p.m. Qinshan put down her pencil and held her workbook, then said, Zhang Ye, I've finished my homework. I want to watch TV. Zhang Ye, who had been browsing Weibo all this while with a smile on his face, looked over when he heard her voice. He said, Did you really finish your homework? All right then, go and watch for a while. Qinshan grabbed the remote control and then went to turn on the television and sat down on the sofa. She switched channels until she found the channel airing a recent, popular local cartoon and sat there watching expressionlessly. This cartoon was not about some big bad wolf or little white bunny type of child-oriented cartoon. It was one that was targeted more at male teenagers and even men in their 20s. Because the premise of the cartoon was about wuxia, there were fighting and romance spun into it. So even for someone at Zhang Ye's age, if he wasn't too picky about it, he could watch it if he wanted to give it a try. Zhang Ye. What now? The new episode has finished airing. Then that's all you get to watch today. I want to watch it from the start. Help me to do that. Do it yourself. I don't know how, Zhang Ye. Do it for me. Zhang Ye could not take the nagging and forced himself to get out of bed to take the remote control to play back the episode from the beginning. Task completed. Qinshan started watching her cartoon and did not bother Zhang Ye anymore. Zhang Ye was happy and continued to nonchalantly interact with the netizens on Weibo. In a short period of time, those questions of his had also gone viral, like the wondrous math problem from the afternoon. More and more Weibo users had gathered wave after wave to try the question, not believing that they could not solve it, vowing that they had to do so to differentiate their IQs from the primary school students. I'm here. How many more minutes are there? There's still about 5 minutes left. Hurry up. I've solved one of the questions, but I don't know if it's the right answer. Hurry, hurry, hurry. We're almost out of time. Everyone, don't give up. Let's draw on the wisdom of the masses and try together. If not, we can just copy that Peking University math teacher's answer. But we must not let Zhang Ye have the last laugh. Agreed. Brothers and sisters, let's attack. Slay teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye thought that this was really fun, and on top of that, his objectives were also met. He had started Zhang Ye's classroom. First, due to everyone's request. Second, for fun. Third, it was because Zhang Ye noticed the situation was just right. So he used this chance to increase his popularity as well. He took every opportunity he saw that could help him increase his popularity as a celebrity. After all, you could never have enough, and there was really no need to nitpick on how to get more. He had already risen up to B-list celebrity now, but to put it plainly, he was just the last place celebrity in the B-list rankings, the weakest one of all. Together with the person chasing him, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala host Zhang Ye, who was in the top spot of the C-list ranking, still eyeing to get his position back with a lot of news and updates. It showed that he was not letting Zhang Ye have it easy. And so, Zhang Ye's online math class this time would definitely play an important role in helping him pull away from Zhang Ye in the popularity rankings. He had to firmly grab hold of his position in the B-list celebrity rankings. In this world, the Celebrity Rankings Index was an aggregation of data from many outlets, like the search rankings of a celebrity on various websites, number of Weibo followers, number of screen appearances, comments, and reviews of works, etc. Combining all those data, a popularity score would be derived, and thus rank the celebrities accordingly. Whether it was really an objective way of collecting data, Zhang Ye did not know. But he knew that the people of this world all depended and watched this celebrity rankings index very closely and recognized it as the authoritative aggregator. As for why each tier of celebrity rankings had limited spots in them, Zhang Ye had already read up on the explanation given by the official website, which said that people follow a limited number of public figures, as each person's attention span was limited. For example, Xiaoming might like 20 celebrities, and to him, they all had a different ranking, some higher, others lower, some that he liked more than the others, and also some that he would soon forget about. This was what was meant by a person's attention span was limited. So when he suddenly notices and likes a new celebrity, then the celebrity that was ranked last in his mind would probably be forgotten. Unless there were some new works or news about them, Xiaoming was unlikely to ever pay attention to them anymore. The people's attention span was limited. There was only so much of the pie that celebrities could get. This was the official reason why the spots in the celebrity rankings index were limited. Of course, if the market expanded in the future, be it due to rural urbanization, a rise in living standards, or increased spiritual fulfillment of people, leading to an increase of people who used to be unconcerned with celebrities from the entertainment circle becoming concerned, then the pie would become bigger as well. When that happened, the authorities would also take it into consideration and update the design of the Celebrity Rankings Index. They would likely increase the number of spots available in each tier accordingly. However, such occurrences were rare, not even likely to happen once in 2 years, so it was pointless to depend on such events. Rather, it was safe to depend on yourself. Zhang Ye understood very clearly his plan and knew that it was a priority for him to stabilize his popularity score at this moment. As long as he could do that, then he could consider his next step to chase after the other big shots in the B list. Otherwise, all that he had done so far would be for naught. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that the effects were far-reaching and had even over-fulfilled his objective. It was time. The deadline was over. It was time to announce the answers. Zhang Ye posted on Weibo, "Okay, question time is over. Those who have not submitted their answers yet, you have 1 more minute to do so." It's already been an hour? Wait. I'm almost done. Just wait for a while more. Let me do a few more calculations. Zhang Ye's colleague, the Peking University math teacher, also submitted his answer at the last moment. Suddenly, countless netizens went to look and copy his answers and used it as their own. When Zhang Ye saw this, he dismissed it with a laugh. Then he began to give out the answers to the question one by one. Of course, he had to also include the explanation and solving process, as all these questions he had set were very tricky. If he did not do that and just gave an answer, the people who could not understand would not know why it would be the correct answer. They would not take it just like that, so Zhang Ye would have to help them to the end by giving the answer along with explanation. The first question, the second question, the third question. One by one the answers were revealed. After everyone saw them, they fell over like 9 pins. Oh God, so that's how it is. It really turned out to be elementary math problems? The question that needed us to count the closed loops has left me kneeling. Damn, how could this question turn out to be so simple? I even King thought it has to do with permutations and combinations. What a ripoff. Teacher Zhang, you're really too much of a ripoff. I finally understand why Teacher Zhang has made so many enemies. Teacher Zhang, if you keep scamming people this way, you won't be left with any friends soon. I'm gonna cry. K. All the questions are such scams. They're all so deceptive. When they saw the questions an hour ago, they were already cursing at their mothers. But when they saw the answers now and realized it was so simple, they felt even more aggrieved. They started throwing a tantrum as one by one, everyone started cursing at Zhang Ye, hoping that he would get constipation or step on a banana peel and slip. How on earth did he come up with so many extremely wondrous questions? Who got them right? Let's see who got them right. I got them wrong. I got them wrong too. The questions are really not difficult, but it was really too tricky. Many of those who had copied the Peking University math teacher's answer had realized now that he had also gotten one of his answers wrong. It was the answer for the second question that asked to explain the pattern that the numbers were separated by. 1, 3, 7, 8, first tone. 10, second tone. 5, 9, third tone. 2, 4, 6, Fourth tone. This was a question that combined the testing of language and math. The netizens were utterly defeated. Even a Peking University math teacher could not get them all right. We were totally defeated with no survivors. It really seems like no one got them all right at all. We were really wiped out. Oh my God, those Peking University math department scholars were also downed. None of them got all 4 questions correct. The most they had were 3 questions correct. Yao Jinkai said, "I think it's better that I just go to bed." When the answers were released, I realized that I could not even understand what 2 of the questions were asking when faced with the answers. Peking University's Su Na. I didn't even get one. Big Saber Bro was the same. Fanning Yun had only gotten 1 question correct. Zhang Ye knew about Big Saber Bro's math standard. As a world-renowned hacker and someone who was proficient in programming and code cracking, her math standards shouldn't be bad at all. With things like 010101, they often deal with binary. However, having a good standard in math did not mean that they would be good at math problems. When it came to answering math questions, what was most important was the way they interpreted the question. This was an outcome that Zhang Ye had predicted. The first question had already filtered out 90% of the people who took part. The second question continued to attack them, while those who could do the third question were already considered non-existent. Back in Zhang Ye's previous world, when people saw these questions, they would be able to answer them almost immediately. But that was because most of those people had already seen the answers before, or had encountered the questions before, so they knew the trick to answering them. As such, a small group of people could solve the questions. However, it was different in this world. Everyone's learning and mindset of testing over here were all considerably more traditional and rigid. They had never encountered such questions before, so they did not have the fundamentals or flexibility of thought to deal with them. Being wholly wiped out this way was not an unexpected outcome at all. The people were utterly defeated. Zhang Ye took home a flawless victory. The Peking University math teacher stood forward to humbly say, "When I saw these questions, together with this afternoon's question, I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but think about something. It's lucky that the primary school test, secondary school exams, or even the national college entrance exams did not have Professor Zhang Ye taking part in the setting of papers. If that were the case, then without a doubt, it would be a total nightmare for those test and exam candidates. That's right. Damn, I'm taking my national college entrance exam this year. Please don't scare me like that. Surely that won't happen, right? Please don't ever look for Zhang Ye to set the exam papers. If this person set a paper, then the straight-A students from Peking University and Tsinghua University might not get more than 20 points. They might even end up with 0. The netizens were also shocked by this. Many of them were students. If someday they faced such questions in their exams, then it would really be unimaginable. And besides, not to forget that Zhang Ye had only posed these elementary math problems. If he really set a few junior high school, or university-level questions, then wouldn't that make everyone unable to do anything? Who would dare thump their chests and say for sure that they could answer Zhang Ye's questions? No one would dare do that. Look at how the Peking University math teacher was left genuflecting in the face of these questions. On Weibo, an authoritative person in the field of education was also attracted by these elementary math problems. He appeared and said, after the answers to these questions were revealed, it showed that they were really not difficult at all in the first place. But the people who could really answer them correctly were just too few and far between. Zhang Ye's brain is truly a treasure of the mathematics world. These exciting and wondrous questions have also taught the education world something today. I have a feeling that in future exams and tests, we might be headed towards this new direction of development. In the past, our tests and exams were too corrupt and obsoletely structured. They're no longer able to keep up with the times. But Zhang Ye has now shown us a new direction that we could head towards. Chapter 626, Playing the Lottery Draw Again. A few professionals and industry insiders had very high praises as well. These few math problems were widely discussed among the netizens. A few forums even stickied a post that included Zhang Ye's elementary math problems onto their front page, letting forum participants who did not know about the Weibo class that Zhang Ye had held earlier to try it out for themselves as well. All of them also fell for the trap of the questions and were complaining in frustration, sending mentions to Zhang Ye and denouncing him for the nth time today. I'm so angry right now that I could cry. These problems are really too frustrating. It's not the questions that are frustrating, it is Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, show yourself. We promise that we won't beat you to death. You can't cheat us like this. Zhang Ye had enraged the masses, and his crimes were too numerous to mention. However, when Zhang Ye saw this, he was already laughing and getting off Weibo. It was time to go. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already 9:50 p.m. Having had some fun with the netizens, he did not know that it was already this late. So he turned back and had a look at Chen, only to see her sitting on the sofa and still watching the cartoon, not blinking at all. Switch it off now. Zhang Ye got out of bed and said. Chen did not move, but just said, let me watch a little more. Zhang Ye said with a straight face. We already agreed that you'd go to bed at 10 p.m. Don't think that just because your aunt is not around, no one will make sure of that. Quickly, go wash your face and then go to bed. Chen continued staring at the television screen and said, okay. Zhang Ye simply turned off the TV and then carried her, saying, let's go. Chen little face showed her unhappiness. Zhang Ye carried her and walked casually to the bathroom. Chen was too short, so Zhang Ye turned on the tap for warm water for her to wash her face and got a new toothbrush and put on some toothpaste for her to brush her teeth. He told her, there, brush your teeth. Look at me. Do you think I have it easy taking care of you? When your aunt gets back, I'm going to make sure she gives me a year of rental for free. Chen, who was brushing her teeth, gave a faint her to that. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and said, do you want to go back to your aunt's place to sleep, or do you want to sleep here? Chen spat out the toothpaste and said, sleep here. All right. Then, I'll let you have the bed temporarily while I'll sleep on the sofa. Zhang Ye was still very considerate like an adult should be and did not make Chen sleep on the sofa. When she was done washing up, Zhang Ye also washed his own face. When he came out, Chen had already crept into bed, pulling the blanket over herself with both hands and lying down, looking rather cute while doing that. Do you feel comfortable with that pillow? Yes. Is it cold? Not cold. Okay, go to sleep then. Good night. Okay. Zhang Ye conveniently turned off the lights and only left a desk lamp on since he was not intending to rest so early anyway. In recent days, as he did not have any work, the time he went to sleep was also getting later and later, so he was still feeling quite awake at the moment as he lay on the sofa. What should he do? Without landing a job first, it felt quite meaningless to do anything else. What Zhang Ye needed urgently right now was a stable television program that could let him shine on stage. His initial goal of turning into a B-list celebrity this year had already been achieved before the middle of the year, so needless to say, his next goal was definitely to aim for the A-list rankings. To this end, he definitely needed a stable program that could let him achieve a large increase in popularity. However, a good job would be great to have, but unable to be sought. Zhang Ye knew that this was not a matter that could be rushed. All he could do was increase his capability to compete and raise his level. When that happened, even if his potential employer felt that his character had shortcomings, his flaws would not belittle his potential. For example, Zhang Ye's recent hard work was all for that moment. Filming a movie, selling a program, throwing out wondrous math problems, and rising into the B-list rankings. All of these made him feel that a job wasn't that far away anymore, and a lot of television stations were probably already assessing and measuring his worth. It's not that he was blindly confident about himself. In fact, he was being very objective in his own assessment, knowing that a B-list professional host like him with a large and stable fan base would surely move a lot of television stations. You should know that in the current industry, the number of hosts able to reach the level of a B-list celebrity were readily countable with the fingers of both hands, probably numbering at around 8 or 9 only. Anyone in this group of hosts could easily be considered in the class of being pillars for their employers. Well, it was time for a lottery draw then. He was going to try his luck and also do it in preparation for his new job. As no one but him could see the game ring's virtual screen, he wasn't afraid that Chen would discover it, so he brought it up directly there to check how many reputation points he had available to use. 31 million reputation points. Just some days ago when he was trying to look for some work, Zhang Ye had activated his upgraded Lucky Halo and spent all of his reputation points, so these 31 million points were all gained after that. Come to think of it, his reputation points had gone up really quickly, as Zhang Ye was not the host for Do You Remember, and also did not make an appearance on that show, the reputation points he would gain from it were definitely quite limited. Most of these 31 million reputation points were probably gained from the movie Grandmasters. As a supporting cast member and taking on the antagonist role, Zhang Ye felt quite satisfied that he was able to gain so many reputation points from the job. If he ever took on a lead role someday in a movie that could surpass 300 million in box office earnings, wouldn't he be able to gain a crazy amount of reputation points? Hi, I guess there's no point in thinking that far. Just concentrate on what's in front of my eyes. Zhang Ye knew that he should not bite off more than he could chew. Whatever was in the future, he could talk about that later. What mattered most was what was before him. Come on. He opened up the lottery draw, 2, interface. This was the lottery draw that was unlocked after the system update, with each attempt at the slot machine costing 10 million reputation points. Zhang Ye did not hesitate at all here, and just went ahead to purchase a pull. It began. The icons on the slot machine window spun at a very fast speed. Stats. Category. Empty. Empty. Consumption category. Empty. Skills category. The icons kept changing as it rolled by in a dazzling blur. In the past, it was possible to predict where the needle would land as the needle spin was coming to a stop in Lottery Draw 1. But Lottery Draw 2 was not the same, as it employed the sliding icon movement encased in a window and was much more precise, thus not allowing the player to predict where it would land. As he saw that the slot machine was slowing down, Zhang Ye did not blink at all and just kept staring hard for the outcome. Bada, bada. The icons slid past one at a time. Suddenly, one of the icons looked as though it still had some momentum and was about to continue sliding downwards. But without a warning, it seemingly lost all that energy. With a duh, it came to a stop. Zhang Ye's eyes went blank. The final icon indicated was empty. The 10 million reputation points were flushed down the drain. He did not receive any prizes. Zhang Ye felt a great pain and clenched his teeth disgruntled. He ran to the bathroom to wash his hands, and then came back immediately to spend another 10 million to play the lottery draw 2 again. Again. I won't believe this. The slot machine began rolling again, spinning as the icons slid down very quickly, looking like a blur at first, before slowing down after a while. Bada, consumption category. Bada, special category. Zhang Ye was calling out repeatedly in his mind, asking for it to stop right there. Ultimately, the slot machine did not follow his will as it went Biedo again and slid down once more and stopped. Empty. It was empty again. Zhang Ye's face turned green. F***K. What's with this bro's luck today? It was 20 million. And he had just thrown it out like that? Without getting anything in return? He hated this to the core and was already cursing the lottery draw, too. All the way to its 18 generations of ancestors. What a scam. A big fat scam. The update system's new lottery draw, 2, was different from lottery draw 1. For lottery draw 1, although there were chances that he would receive empty treasure chests, but in the 1 year of playing lottery draw 1, he had only received those treasure chests once or twice. However, for lottery draw 2, it could be seen just from the previous draws that the empty icon would appear once after every consumption and stats category icons. There were even some cases where 2 empty icons appeared twice in a row. Based on what was observed, the chances of getting an empty reward was really too large. Just like today, with his luck, he had done everything in vain. A good 20 million worth of reputation points were gone just like that. In the past, whenever Zhang Ye played the lottery draw, even though there were cases when he had failed to get anything, overall, his luck was still on the better side. For example, he had gotten the rarer special category items which allowed him to purchase items from the merchant shop quite a few times. The chances of landing on the special category was only a few percentage points. On top of that, even though he had not received any good prizes at the beginning, it would usually end up with him getting something that wasn't too bad. But today, Zhang Ye had finally made a huge loss, as luck did not seem to be with him at all. It was time to stop. This experience left him with too much apprehension. Zhang Ye clicked on the screen and went to Lottery Draw 1's menu instead. Although the prizes here were not as good as Lottery Draw 2's items and were miles apart in quality, Lottery Draw 1 was much safer. The chances of not getting a prize was very low. so he could still get something from here and not just waste his reputation points. In times of poor luck, Zhang Ye did not hesitate and chose the lower-grade lottery draw instead. It cost 100,000 per play. Soon, the needle on the wheel started spinning. 1 round, 5 rounds, 10 rounds. It started slowing down, and the likely outcome was also getting clearer. When Zhang Ye saw the needle was slowing down at the stats category, which was quite a large area, he considered for a moment, thinking about how he had hardly ever increased stakes for this category of prizes. His reputation points were mainly spent on the skills category of prizes, and he had neglected the stats category all this while, wanting to balance out his stats with the previous items. Like the fruit of charm or fruit of growth, which weren't bad items, he decided and immediately put in the additional stakes. How much should he add? Why not 100 stakes? He confirmed his additional stakes and spent another 10 million reputation points. Finally, the needle continued spinning at a very slow pace and eventually stopped in the stats category area. A rush of 101 treasure chests, small, spilled out from the interface for him. Zhang Ye was not too interested to know what he had received, as he felt that anything would be good enough for him, as long as it wasn't empty. Opening up the treasure chest, a glow emitted out from within. Fruit of Agility, X 101. Takes effect after consumption, increases agility of user. It was this again? The Fruit of Agility again. Zhang Ye remembered that he had received this item previously just before he had decided to do the system upgrade. He had gotten 20 of it at that time, so if he ate the ones he got today, he would have increased his agility by 121 fruits. This item was not exactly useless, but it didn't seem to mean much either. Zhang Ye nearly cried. How terrible. Today's lottery draws were all really terrible, but what could he do about it? It's not like he could ask for a refund after playing it, so he just held back his tears and ate all of the fruits of agility one by one. He had tested this item before after eating it the last time. To be clear, this item did not really increase agility in the traditional sense of the word, but mainly increased a person's reaction speed instead. As it turned out, after eating these 101 fruits of agility, Zhang Ye moved his arm and felt that he was much more agile than before. His movements seemed lighter as his body completed a move almost immediately after the brain had issued the command. Compared to a normal person, he was really much quicker, though the increase in speed was so minute that it wouldn't be noticeable to the naked eye. Forget it. Every little thing mattered. Besides, who knew if this agility would help him sometime in the future? Based on his experience in real-world situations, every time after he had received an item in the lottery draw, no matter how trashy an item it would always turn out to be helpful and practical for him. It was only a matter of knowing when to use it or whether it was used in the right situation or not. Zhang Ye consoled himself and ended the lottery draw. Right now, he was only left with a miserable 1 million reputation points, so he decided he would probably keep it just in case of an emergency. Chapter 627 The Olive Branch Held Out by Central TV. Collapse. It was pretty late. On a moonless night. Bored, Zhang Ye was busily clicking the mouse as he read the news online. He was feeling a bit unusual because he had eaten 100+ fruit of agility. In the past, he was used to his old body's natural reaction speed, but now his reflexes had increased by manyfold. In the split second after his brain gave orders, his body made the movements. The results were such that when Zhang Ye was probably just thinking of moving the mouse cursor, his hand already moved. He was still not used to the speed as it was much too fast and caught him off guard. Around him, Zhang Ye felt that there were a few people who could reach this kind of fast reaction speed. For example, Big Saber Bro, Fan Yun, the world-class hacker. Zhang Ye had witnessed Big Saber Bro's reflexes before during the battle between her and the enemy hacker, so she could also likely achieve such fast reaction speeds. And then there was Rao Aimin, the Chinese martial arts expert. She could probably do it too. However, this was only Zhang Ye's assumption since he had not really seen Rao Aimin using her actual martial arts. Normally, old Rao only caused a small ruckus and did not really reveal her true ability in front of outsiders. That was why Zhang Ye did not know what old Rao's true abilities were, so he could only make a guess. No matter what, the reaction speed of the two of them definitely surpassed many average people, but they were used to their reaction speeds as they were naturally gifted or probably trained bit by bit in later days. But Zhang Ye was not like that. The agility skill that he learned in the blink of an eye needed some time to be digested. There was movement on the bed. Zhang Ye. Qinshan suddenly sat up sleepily. Zhang Ye looked over and said, "What's the matter? Why aren't you asleep yet?" After he finished speaking, he was a little stunned, as even though he spoke like he usually did, his reaction speed had increased multiple times. His speech also became faster, just like his movements. He only used less than a second, or the blink of an eye, to finish his sentence. It was so fast that even he could not clearly hear what he had just said. How inconvenient. His mouth was moving way too fast. His thoughts almost could not keep up with his mouth. Zhang Ye tried very hard to slow down his speech. "What's the matter? What are you calling me for?" Qinshan said as she fought her droopy eyelids. "Zhang Ye, go to sleep." Zhang Ye acknowledged. "I'm not tired or in a rush to sleep yet. Let me read some more news for now." Qinshan repeated. "Zhang Ye, go to sleep." Zhang Ye said, "Just go to sleep. I didn't switch on any sound so it won't disturb you at all. Hurry up and go to sleep. You still have to go to school tomorrow." Gradually, his talking speed increased again. Zhang Ye felt helpless at this and purposely tried to slow it down a bit. "Don't bother me. I'll sleep after midnight." A moment later, Qinshan went back to bed and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, Zhang Ye continued to read the news and think about his own matters. After a while, as he was thinking hard about his career plans from here, he suddenly noticed a small figure walking wobbly toward him. It was Qinshan. Zhang Ye was surprised. Zhang Ye saw Qinshan holding his down-filled pillow walking clumsily to the front of his computer desk. Her eyes were almost closed, and she looked very drowsy. After that, she pulled a small chair over and climbed onto it to sit down. Then she placed the pillow just beside the laptop and fell asleep after putting her head down. Zhang Ye was speechless. "What are you doing?" Sleep-talking Qinshan let out a mutter. You should go and sleep on the bed." Zhang Ye said. "I've given you such a nice bed to sleep on, but you still want to come here and lie on the desk? Get up, don't sleep like that. When tomorrow comes, you'll suffer from back pains due to stiff neck." Saying that, he gave Qinshan a few nudges to wake her. Qinshan sat up holding her pillow. Zhang Ye said helplessly, "Take it that I succumb to you. All right. Will it be fine if I turn off the computer? I'll also sleep now." He stretched out his hands and carried Qinshan over to the bed, then covered her with a blanket and said, "Go to sleep now." He grabbed some blankets and coverlets, went to the sofa, and lay down on it. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Just as Zhang Ye was falling asleep, he felt the cushion beneath his legs moving, and he sat up in shock. Then he realized Qinshan, who was hugging the pillow, had moved slowly towards him again. Zhang Ye had already occupied the whole length of the sofa, as it was not big enough, and he could not even straighten his legs. Qinshan sat on the armrest of the sofa and lay down while hugging the pillow with her back on the armrest. Her little head was like an eggplant dangling off the plant and looked like it would fall off at any moment. Zhang Ye was totally defeated by this sight. "What are you trying to do?" Qinshan did not say anything as she was extremely sleepy. "Didn't I already switch off the computer?" Zhang Ye said. "Why are you squeezing in when there is hardly any space left? If you're not going to sleep in the bed, then I'll take it." Qinshan was still motionless. Zhang Ye glanced at her, coming to a realization, and said, "Do you need someone beside you so that you can fall asleep?" Although the little kid did not reply, Zhang Ye knew what to do. She should have said so. And here he was wondering why she kept asking him to go to bed or coming towards him, making Zhang Ye not know how to react. Previously, when Qinshan lived with her aunt, old Rao would sleep with Qinshan on the same bed. Now that her aunt went out of town, she was unused to having no one beside her. After all, she was still only an 8-year-old child. Zhang Ye carried her again and said, "Come, let's sleep on the bed. This time you should sleep properly and not wander around anymore." Walking towards the bedside, he pulled aside the blanket and covered Qinshan with it. Then Zhang Ye took off his slippers and laid down as well. He then muttered to himself, "The bed is the most comfortable place to sleep." Qinshan rolled over and said, "Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye yawned and asked, "What's the matter again?" Qinshan said sleepily, "Tell me a story." "Whoa, you acting like a lord now. Your uncle Zhang is sleepy and almost falling asleep, and yet you still want me to tell a story? Besides, I thought you didn't like my types of stories and even said that they were childish before." Zhang Ye grunted. Qinshan said, "Zhang Ye, tell me a story." Zhang Ye said, I don't care. Zhang Ye. Fine. Stop calling. What do you want to hear? Anything. I'm scared when people say anything. Let me think a little. Never mind. I'll tell you a new story. Zhang Ye patted Qinshin's small head and then said, the story is called Cinderella. A long time ago, there was a wife of a rich man. She had a serious illness. During her last moments, she asked for her only daughter to be by her side and told her, Dear daughter, when I die, I will protect and bless you from the 9 springs. Saying that, she closed her eyes and passed away. He didn't know if she was asleep or listening. Zhang Ye gradually slowed down his storytelling and then fell asleep at some point in time as well. The next day, early in the morning, Qinshin's voice sounded in his ears. Zhang Ye, wake up, I'm hungry. Zhang Ye pulled her away and said, Don't disturb me. Let me sleep a while longer. Qinshin continued to push at him and said, Zhang Ye, I'm hungry. Zhang Ye forced his eyes open and looked at his watch impatiently. Seeing that it was only 6:30 a.m., he closed his eyes and covered himself with the blanket immediately and said, Let me sleep for another 10 minutes. Qinshin shouted at him in her childish voice, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye ignored her and continued sleeping soundly. When he opened his eyes again, it was almost 7 a.m. His nose caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. He could make out that it was composed of 2 aromas with a quick analysis. It was the fragrance of soup dumplings and something else that smelled like egg drop soup. Yes, that must be it. Gururu, a sound rumbled from his stomach. He got up and saw Qinshin standing on a wooden stool, in the process of cooking in the open kitchen. She was stirring something in the pot with a pair of chopsticks and adding what seemed like MSG into it. Zhang Ye got out from bed and exclaimed, Yo, so it's really egg drop soup? Did I still have eggs in my house? Good. Not bad. You did well. Oh right, there's still soup dumplings on the table? Where did you buy them? Qinshin said unhappily. Outside of the district. Zhang Ye asked, Where did you get the money? Qinshin said with a sullen face, I got it from your wallet. Zhang Ye hurriedly went forward to help out and said, Look at that sullen face of yours. Are you angry? After turning off the heat, Qinshin took a towel and wiped her hands clean like a small adult. She started to serve the soup, and although her movement was clumsy, there were no spills. After serving her own portion, she ignored Zhang Ye's portion and jumped right off the small wooden stool. She said angrily, Zhang Ye, you don't have the bearings of an adult at all. Zhang Ye found an excuse and said, Isn't it quite nice that we can share the chores like this? Generally, Uncle Zhang will take care of you, but when I'm tired, you will take care of me. Qinshin shot a glance at him. This soup smells nice. Let me have a bowl too. Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony and ladled some soup for himself. Qinshin had previously cooked once before, so Zhang Ye knew that she could cook. Although she was still not good at it, and even needed a stool to reach the stove, this little kid's cooking skills were still good enough. At least it was much better than Zhang Ye's, and could be considered that she had inherited Min's cooking skills. Come on, let's eat. However, Qinshan was already helping herself to all those soup dumplings. In the blink of an eye, 3 soup dumplings were already gone. Zhang Ye anxiously said, Leave some for me. Qinshin ignored him and continued stuffing the food into her mouth, saying, I bought it. That was my money. Zhang Ye also moved his chopsticks forward to snatch, but when he realized he was going to fail, he even resorted to using his hands to grab the last 3 soup dumplings. Qinshin was ready to fight him for them. Zhang Ye, give them to me. Ha! Zhang Ye chuckled heartily. Such a big commotion during breakfast, as both of them nearly end up fighting each other for the food, was still considerably very fun and enjoyable on the whole. After the meal, Zhang Ye was humming a song as he sent Qinshin to school. He parked his car on the road across from the school and said, All right, go to school now. Qinshin opened the car door with a struggle and got out of the car. Zhang Ye reminded her, Don't be naughty. Listen to the teachers. Qinshin turned around and asked, Will you come to pick me up in the afternoon? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Yes, I'll be coming. When Qinshin turned around, she saw 2 of her classmates and followed them. Together they crossed the road and went beyond the school gates. The little one's popularity was also getting better with each passing day. When Qinshin's figure vanished from his sight, Zhang Ye suddenly had the thought that it was actually quite interesting to have a child at home. Time to go home then. It was time to go back home to continue this morning's sleep again. When he was about to drive off, even before he could step on the accelerator, there was a dong 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 sound. A middle-aged man was standing outside and knocking on the glass window with a smile. Zhang Ye lowered the car window and asked, "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man asked, "Are you Zhang Ye?" "Yes, I am." Zhang Ye thought he was just someone who wanted his signature. But it turned out that the middle-aged man had taken out a business card to give to him. He said, "My child is also studying in number 2 experimental primary school, but he is in 6th grade. I heard about the matter at school from my child yesterday, and thought that you would be sending yours to school today as well. So I actually waited out here and indeed saw you sending your child to school, as I had expected. So, initially I was supposed to give you a call this morning during work, but it's even better that I managed to meet you here instead. That would save us a lot of time in coordinating a meeting together." Zhang Ye took the business card to have a look. Jiang Yuan, Deputy Director, Central TV Department 1. This person was one of the leaders of Central TV? Zhang Ye was stunned with surprise as he opened the door and got out of the car. He formally shook hands with him and said, "So it's Deputy Director Jiang." Jiang Yuan smiled and said, "Then I'll get straight to the point. Central TV Department 1 intends to invite you to join our television station. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us." Huh? Central TV Department 1 inviting me to join them? The first thought that came to Zhang Ye's mind was one of disbelief. Chapter 6:28 Signing the contract with Central TV. Collapse. Beside the primary school, a small coffee house along Nanxinhua Avenue. At this time, the coffee house was not in operation yet, as their opening time was a little later in the morning. The staff were doing the accounts inside, but the door was left unlocked. Jiang Yuan pushed open the door and asked, "Are you open?" A waitress said, "Sorry, we're not open yet." Zhang Ye followed from behind and went inside, saying, "We just need to borrow a place to sit and discuss something." "That won't do, The waitress didn't finish. The coffee house owner who was behind her immediately recognized him and said, Isn't that Zhang Ye? To what do we owe the honor?" We're open. Please have a seat inside with your friend." "Okay, thanks so much, boss," Zhang Ye said with a smile. The boss answered with a big smile, "Don't need to thank me. You've already graced our little shop with your presence. May we take a picture with you later, so that I can put it up on our wall and have a chance to brag to other people?" Zhang Ye said happily, "Sure, no problem." The coffee was served very quickly. The coffee house owner said, "I won't bother the two of you then." The boss left. Zhang Ye and Jiang Yuan were seated at a quiet corner in the coffee house. Jiang Yuan smiled as he drank his coffee and said, "Well, the coffee tastes rather good. If not for you, we wouldn't have had a chance to have coffee here today." Then he quickly changed the topic. "So how about it? Are you interested in the matter that I brought up earlier?" Zhang Ye did not answer directly but instead asked, "Why did you ask me?" Jiang Yuan also asked, "Why not you?" Zhang Ye said, "Being invited to join your television station is an honor, and of course I would be interested. Who hasn't heard of Central TV Department 1's name before? It is the big brother of the domestic television station industry, and whether in terms of audience coverage, qualifications, or experience, it is the number 1 in the country, the mothership of all television stations. So why would I not be interested? But in the past, I created some issues at the crosstalk competition and caused my relationship with Central TV to become quite bad. I don't suppose there are too many people there who have good impressions of me." Back then, Zhang Ye had created a storm at Central TV Department 11 where the crosstalk competition was held and caused a big mess of things. The Central TV staff should understand that matter the most, so why would they invite him to join them this time? Zhang Ye was desperate for a job this time and was hoping that a good television station would look for him to join them. But out of all the satellite channel television stations that he had considered as a possibility, it was the one he didn't that came to look for him. The thought and idea of it never once crossed his mind as he had already identified it an impossible situation early on. However, no one could predict the unpredictable, and with most matters being so uncertain, the television station that Zhang Ye had not expected to make the move for him turned out to be the one that was offering him the olive branch now. When Jiang Yuan heard this, he laughed a little and answered, "I've heard about the crosstalk competition at Department 11 before, but I'm not too sure of the details as Department 1 is independent of Department 11. We do not share the same team, and even our office locations are different, so we basically do not have any direct contact with them. As a result, How they view you is totally not of any concern to us at Department 1. That is the first point. Second, the reason we want to invite you to join us is not because of anything other than that you're popular and capable. With those qualities, of course we would like to bring you into our ranks. It's really that simple. Though honestly, your promotion into the B-list celebrity rankings and the Do You Remember program that you sold to Beijing television were the key reasons for it. We are confident of your program planning abilities. Zhang Ye gave a non-committal nod at that. Zhang Yuan said to him, I don't know whether there are other satellite channels in contact with you at the moment, but if there are, then I urge you to seriously consider Central TV. Everyone who can see will know that satellite channels are definitely the best out there, especially on the forefront of variety and entertainment programs. The viewership ratings are all considerably very high, and if you just compare based on these ratings alone, then the ones who lead these statistics are all the satellite channels. But as that is only data on the superficial level, you should know this as an industry insider as well. Even if we do not look at the viewership ratings of those variety programs, if we judge them based on their influence and comprehensive strengths of one channel per television station, then our Central TV Department 1 is clearly the leader in our domestic market. That is without a question. Zhang Ye did not doubt this. He too knew that it was true. Central TV Department 1 had a monopoly of the viewership ratings just with news simulcast alone. Its viewer rating was not something that could simply be described with a 0-point rating. When it got a high enough viewership rating, it could even soar into a 10-point rating or more. Even if the viewership ratings of some of the satellite channels' programs were added up together, they still couldn't outperform the ratings of news simulcast. As all the other satellite channels were required to broadcast news simulcast as well, the program would be shown with the logo of Central TV Department 1 in the top right corner. From a certain perspective, Central TV Department 1 was just like an unresolved bug one living on in the system of all the other satellite channels. It even had ownership over the terrifying program that had the craziest viewership ratings, the Central TV Spring Festival Gala, which could easily hit crazy viewership ratings of over 20-30%, too. And then, Central TV Department 1 also had the most outstanding and one of the top-ranked interview programs in the industry, together with the most excellent team, resources, and the widest area coverage reaching to faraway places in the remote mountains that even Beijing television or Hunan television could not cover. As long as there was some sort of television signal, even if there were very few channels or a place with only one television set, the channel that would reach such places could only be Central TV Department 1. This was the effect of an overwhelming and superior policy making from the government, something that all the other satellite channels would never be able to compete on in their lifetimes. Yes, even though Central TV had been going downhill in the past 2 years as it gradually lost some of the interest of viewers. But the Big Brother would always be the Big Brother. It was something that no one could change, even after 100 years. Why? There was no why. It was just so because its name was Central TV Department 1. Zhang Yuan said, Central TV is the largest platform in the industry and also your best choice. I believe you know that without needing me to explain further. Recently, in the past few years, Central TV Department 1's market share in the area of variety programs has been on a decline. The response to the programs has been tepid, so we would like for you to join us to help us create a program on Central TV that would recover its lost ground from the past few years. The program that you casually created for Beijing television without much of your handling has already reached a viewership rating between 0.7% and 0.8%. Our team believes that if we give you a bigger platform to showcase your works on, then your new program will be sure to get a better reputation than Do You Remember, which is already very well received by the audiences. When Zhang Ye finished listening to him, he said, Can I ask about something else? Did you all look for me to only handle the program planning? Of course not. Zhang Yuan gave a wave of his hands at that and continued. Although we have a lot of talented and elite hosts in Central TV, for example, the Spring Festival Gala hosts, every one of them are considered to be the top in the industry. Some are less popular than you, while there are also others who are more well-known than you. But our Central TV hosts are generally more inclined towards galas, news, or interview programs, meaning that their style of hosting is more serious and formal. So if we wanted them to host in a funny and entertaining manner, it would not be done perfect or well at all. The audience's image of them has already been fixed, so not many of them can cross over to this style of hosting. But you're different. You can handle serious programs like Lecture Room or funny programs like Zhang Ye's talk show. This is your ability that we identified as what we liked. And you don't have any shortcomings when it comes to the switching of hosting styles either. That's why we not only wish for you to handle planning for a new program, but we would also like you to be the host or a guest celebrity on it. Zhang Ye was actually already quite moved by the offer. It wasn't anything that was explainable, but just based on the name of the satellite channel itself. Central TV Department 1 was basically just too attractive. Zhang Yuan continued. Central TV Department 1 will soon have a program slot free for broadcast every Thursday at 9 p.m. Thursdays. Zhang Ye repeated the key word. Zhang Yuan said, perhaps Thursday can no longer be considered a primetime slot in the traditional sense, but the Thursday evening variety slot still has a very large market and the audience base is still there. Zhang Ye understood this. Central TV was just like a large ship with treasures, but that would naturally mean that they would not give a newcomer like Zhang Ye a share of it without seeing his performance. It was unlikely that they would give the Friday and weekend time slots to him, as that would be too much of a risk. However, a Thursday evening slot was still considerably good. After all, this was not some small-time television station, but Central TV they were talking about. A Thursday evening slot would still be better than a weekend primetime slot at Beijing television. So Zhang Ye would surely still be very satisfied with such an offer. Zhang Yuan looked at him and said, I believe you can see our sincerity in this offer. If you have any thoughts or requests, you can bring them up too and we can discuss them. Zhang Ye nodded and said, I do actually have two requests. The first is, if I join Central TV Department 1, then for this new program, I must be the executive director and have the final say on the operations and production of the entire program. Zhang Yuan ruminated for a moment, then said, that would be fine, but we would want to have an executive producer from our side. Is that okay? That shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Ye then brought up his second request, saying, second, I must be able to retain the copyright for the program that I create, including its name and format. Zhang Yuan gave him a look and asked, why do you want the copyright? If the program's viewer ratings are good, then the program team would get bonus payouts too. We will put that into the contract. So how much are you looking at? Or perhaps we could bundle it together with your salary. That's fine too. However, Zhang Ye said, I don't require a bonus payout clause. It's just like a program production company selling their programs to a television station. I'm sure you can understand that I want our deal to be done in this manner too, except that I will be using Central TV's resources and facilities to do the program, which is why I am willing to give this program to your station free of charge and not ask for a copyright fee. We will carry out the other aspects of the program like any other program without any additional differences in the handling, but the copyright must remain in my control. If there is a decision to do a second or third season, or if a foreign television station wants to buy its copyrights, then I will be the one to decide whether to sell or not. Zhang Yuan was rendered quite speechless by this, so he said, this is the first time I've heard of such a request. Zhang Ye laughed and said, this is always how I've been doing my programs. Since I planned the program, then naturally the copyright would belong to me. This is the most important priority for me, above other things like salary, bonus, whatever. As long as those aren't too little, I'm generally fine with it. Since I retain control of the copyright, I know that I will have to take a step back on the salary. His programs were all very precious to him, as using one now would mean one less resource for him in the future. Zhang Ye would not accept it if he worked hard on replicating a successful program from his previous world and brought it to this world, and ended up being kicked off from the television station after they had gotten the copyrights to the format and went on to do the next few seasons without him. So he knew that he had to be clear about this from the beginning like he did with his Zhang Ye's talk show, which worked on a similar contractual agreement. This was the reason why Weiwa Online Television Station did not get another host to continue working on the same show, as that was impossible without the copyright. This was a program that only Zhang Ye could use, unless they bought it from him for a sum of money, or if Zhang Ye allowed them to use it for free on the basis of friendship and past relationships. As for Lecture Room, that was an exception since the program was first proposed by the people at BTV Arts channel. Zhang Ye had only used their framework and modified it a little, so there was no talk of any copyright beforehand, and neither could he talk about it. That was why BTV Arts channel had still continued making Lecture Room, even though the show was essentially already a dead one. Zhang Yuan said, "Please give it some consideration again. Our Central TV Department 1 has never signed this sort of a contract with a host before. It's impossible that the copyright would given to anyone other than the station itself." Zhang Ye said, "Since I am the program planner, executive director, and host, this program can be considered as fully my work after it is completed, and so, the copyright should rightfully belong to me. Therefore, it's also impossible that I would give the ownership of the copyright to anyone else." Zhang Yuan frowned and said, "But the production team is made up entirely of our staff, and besides the marketing and broadcasting fees also contribute to a part of the costs. Which is why I am providing the program for free, without charging anything for the production and planning fees," Zhang Ye stated. On this issue, the two of them had a disagreement. Zhang Yuan wanted to have a one-time settlement with Zhang Ye on the program planning fees, but Zhang Ye did not want it except to retain his copyrights for the program. Then, Zhang Yuan stood up and suggested, "How about this? Let me call my management first, since this is the first time something like this has been brought up. I'm unable to make a decision regarding this by myself." "Sure." Zhang Ye nodded. Zhang Yuan walked out of the coffee house. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Finally, Zhang Yuan returned, sat down, and took a sip of coffee before saying, "The management has agreed, but have some requests too. The copyright can be yours, but any profits and generated benefits that the program makes during its course at Central TV, such as advertising fees, among others, will be retained by Central TV and not paid out to you. Since we will be using our resources, facilities, and funds to promote the show, we will surely need to get some form of compensation. This would include any types of benefits that occur as a result from its run on Central TV." Zhang Ye considered for a moment and then raised up his head to say, "That will be fine." Zhang Yuan also revealed a smile as he stood up, putting his hand out. "So we have a deal then?" "Yes, it's a deal." Zhang Ye also put out his and shook his hand. Zhang Yuan said, "Welcome aboard Central TV Department 1. We'll all be looking forward to your contributions." Same day, Central TV had quickly written up the contract. This contract could be considered one of the most complicated ones that Central TV Department 1 had with a host before, and also one of the lesser-seen types in the industry. Within, it not only included the terms for a 1-year duration, planning and production responsibilities, it also included a list of the copyright and restrictions outside of the copyright, etc. It was not that Zhang Ye wanted to be arrogant, but it was better to be clear now than having disagreements later. After all, Zhang Ye had been through quite a lot of troublesome situations in the past, so he felt that it was better to be blunt up front to prevent unnecessary issues in the future. After Zhang Ye went through the contract several times to check for any discrepancies, he finally put pen to paper and signed it. At the moment of signing, Zhang Ye had now officially joined Central TV Department 1. Chapter 629 Return of the Jinx. Later that afternoon, Zhang Ye was waiting at Nanxinhua Avenue for Chenshun to out of school. On the internet, a picture of Zhang Ye and Zhang Yuan, taken in the morning at the coffee house where the two of them had their meeting and were seen shaking hands, was leaked. Almost immediately, it caught people's attention. Several social media news blogs started to report about it, as others picked up the news and reported a constant stream of updates. Secret meeting between Central TV Department 1's deputy director and Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye to join Central TV? Shocking. Central TV Department 1's ruthless move. Joining hands with Zhang Ye. Central TV's big move. Is Zhang Ye going to join? Central TV, being the big brother of all domestic television stations, operated in a way that was traditional in style. Zhang Ye was an oddity of the entertainment industry whose style did not abide by the rules. This cooperation between the two, who vastly differed in styles, akin to heaven and earth, had obviously left many citizens unable to imagine it. So when the photo and speculation of rumors came out, it immediately caught countless people by surprise. It can't be. They can still work together in that kind of situation? Didn't Zhang Ye offend Central TV Department 11 in the past? After the recent annual crosstalk competition was wrecked by Zhang Ye and Yao Jiankai, I heard that many of the major satellite channels already blacklisted Zhang Ye from the industry and labeled him a troublemaking master. He can accomplish many things and exceed expectations, but at the same time also create trouble that is too much to handle. Central TV Department 1 is not the same as Department 11. I'm dumbfounded. That can't be true, right? The picture doesn't look like it's been photoshopped. Is Central TV really so gutsy? They dare to use Zhang Ye. I feel it's very good. Central TV has made an extremely wise move. Likewise, I also think that way. Although Zhang Ye's reputation isn't too good within the industry, he is really capable and has real abilities too. Central TV's variety programs have gradually grown worse beginning more than 10 years ago, just because they were too old-fashioned and refused to develop with the times like some other satellite channels. They even refused to follow those satellite channels that bought program copyrights from overseas at high prices to refresh the market. That is why they're getting increasingly out of touch with the market trends and losing their viewers. If Zhang Ye really joins Central TV Department 1, it will surely be a breath of fresh air, and he can bring an outstanding program to them. At the very least, it should be similar to Do You Remember, right? As long as it can get a nationwide viewership ratings of about 1%, or maybe even less than that, maybe around 0.9%, Central TV Department 1 would surely be satisfied. How many variety programs these days can even exceed 1% viewer ratings? The market share is shrinking with all the television stations pitted against each other. The viewership share in the modern context is no longer as glorious as a decade ago. Waiting for Zhang Ye's joining. I think teacher Zhang doesn't have a job currently, right? For him, there should be no better choice than Central TV Department 1. There's no other platform bigger than this. The main issue now is whether this news is real or fake. Rumors were flying everywhere, as many people and industry insiders paid close attention to this matter. Zhang Ye was no longer the nameless rookie without any experience. He was now a B-list celebrity and someone who had the ability to affect the pattern of a television station's viewership ratings. His job movements were surely being looked at closely by countless pairs of eyes now, and even more so now that there was a rumor of him joining Central TV Department 1, where the quality of the hosts was the highest in the industry. The alarm bell for the end of classes had still not yet rung, but Zhang Ye's cell phone was already ringing in the car. It was Zhang Ye's old colleague from Beijing radio station and the current Central radio station's DJ, Tian Bin. He was the first person to call him. Zhang Ye, what's your current situation? Zhang Ye laughed and said, Old Tian. Tian Bin exclaimed, Is the news that's being spread online real? Did Deputy Director Jiang go to look for you? As there was nothing to keep under wraps, Zhang Ye acknowledged. Yeah, he came to find me this morning. I've already signed the contract too, so I'll be starting work formally tomorrow. Tian Bin said, So it's true? Zhang Ye said, Yeah. Tian Bin said, Whoa, I'll have to congratulate you then. Zhang Ye replied, From tomorrow onwards, we will be colleagues again. Tian Bin said, Come on, I'm just a host at the radio station. You're the host of Central TV, and even a host at Central TV Department 1. So how can we even be considered colleagues? At most we can say that we work for the same corporation. Seems like you have gotten some good success in this past half a year. You're getting more and more popular. I'm really happy for you. Zhang Ye gratefully said, All thanks to you, old Tian. If not for the fact that we kept getting into arguments at Beijing radio station, I'd probably not have resigned yet and still be struggling at the radio station. Tian Bin laughed. Don't mention those trivial matters of the past. If we did not get into arguments like we did, we would not have this kind of a relationship now. This is called from an exchange of blows friendship grows. Zhang Ye exclaimed and said sarcastically, It's not considered from an exchange of blows friendship grows because you're the one who's always taking the beating. When did you ever beat me in an argument? Hearing those words, Tian Bin nearly vomited blood. He said, How have I never beat you? I can't pretend that I didn't hear your words. Since you brought it up, we must talk about this thoroughly. Ha ha ha. The two of them bantered for a while more before finally hanging up. After that, his mom called next. His mother said, Son, are you joining Central TV Department 1? Zhang Ye acknowledged. I've just signed the contract and was about to inform you and Dad about it. Good, good, good. His mother exclaimed consecutively 3 times. Like I said, there are surely people who know what's good for them. Look at this. Look at this. Central TV Department 1 has even come looking for my son now. It's the biggest TV channel in the country. All right, you go and do your own things. I won't disturb you. I'll quickly give your dad a call to give him something to cheer about. The moment that call disconnected, the third call came. This time it was Yao Jiankai. You're going to Central TV? Zhang Ye said. You know about it too? I've just heard some news about it. Have you signed the contract yet? Yao Jiankai asked. Zhang Ye said, I did. Yao Jiankai said, what are the terms? Zhang Ye said, just the usual conditions, but the contract is rather short. It's only for a year. Yao Jiankai said, that's already very good. I was wondering why you didn't choose to join Beijing Television. So it turned out that you've already found a better place. Beijing Television really does not compare with Central TV in any way. Zhang Ye said, I didn't have an offer before that. It was only today that someone from Central TV approached me. Since I felt that the platform wasn't too bad and they were also willing to give me quite a good extent of authority, I accepted it. Yao Jiankai said, the platform isn't too bad? What? It's better than not bad. Zhang Ye, haha, it's passable. After hanging up from old Yao's call, Zhang Ye thought for a while and simply decided to call up some of his close friends to inform them about this. For example, Dong Shanshan, Hu Fei, not to mention Wu Ziqing as. Well, now that he had joined Central TV, he was considered to be back in old Wu's territory as Central TV's direct hire authority was the SARFT. Strictly speaking, as long as Zhang Ye was in the entertainment industry, then he would be under the overseeing authority of SARFT's deputy chief, Old Wu, because the SARFT basically encompassed all areas of the entertainment industry. A bunch of phone calls were made and time passed very quickly. The alarm bells for the end of classes rang out from the school. Shortly after, the main gates of No. 2 Experimental Primary School opened and the children gradually walked out as the parents piled forward to receive their children. There were too many people, and Zhang Ye certainly did not go forward immediately. He only wore his sunglasses and got out from the car, waiting by the side of the road. Suddenly, he saw Qinshin's figure and motioned for her to come over. He opened the door on the other side of the car. When the little kid came over, he lifted her onto the passenger seat, then said, "Fasten your seatbelt." Qinshin fastened her seatbelt. Zhang Ye walked back to his side of the car and drove away. While driving, he said, "How was your performance today? Did you get criticized by the teachers?" Qinshin said with a straight face, "No." Then your performance wasn't too bad. It wasn't known what metric Zhang Ye was measuring this by. Qinshin. Zhang Ye recalled something and said, "By the way, I'm starting work at Central TV tomorrow. There's no school for you tomorrow, right? Don't you go running around by yourself at home." Qinshin said nothing. Zhang Ye looked at her and asked, "Are you going to be fine by yourself?" Qinshin said, "Cook for me. I still have to go to work." "Don't you already know how to cook?" Zhang Ye said. Qinshin said, "My aunt told you to take care of me, so you have to cook for me, Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye blinked and said, "Why don't I order delivery for you instead? You can open the door when the delivery person comes. That won't do. It's not safe for you as a child. Then I'll get a neighbor to take care of the meals for you. You can go to the house across the way, Sister Sun's place, tomorrow afternoon to eat. It will be fine since she is also renting your aunt's place. If not, I'll get my parents to take care of you for a few days." Qinshin made a sullen face and said nothing. Zhang Ye knew this little kid was getting angry at him, so he said, "Must I always be by your side?" Qinshin said, "Yes. Hi. Let's see how it goes tomorrow." Zhang Ye was also feeling very helpless. Qinshin suddenly said, "Zhang Ye, I will go to work with you." Zhang Ye turned the steering wheel as the car swung greatly to one side. "Huh? I have to bring a child with me to work on my first day at Central TV? Won't the people there surely be gossiping about this then?" No, that won't do." Qinshin immediately said, "Then you will stay at home too. Accompany me." "But I have to work." Zhang Ye stared at her. Qinshin replied, "Then you will bring me along to work." Zhang Ye didn't know how to react and said, "Good Lord, you're totally putting the blame on me now. All right, I'll consider it when I get back home and we'll talk about it tomorrow." He drove them both home. After entering the house, Zhang Ye carried Qinshin and gave her soap to wash her hands. After that, he made a call for delivery to be delivered. When Qinshin said that her school bag was dirted today, Zhang Ye unwillingly took it into the bathroom to clean it for her. He was just like a full-time nanny now. At night, Central TV's official website has officially released the good news confirming that the famous host, Zhang Ye, had joined Central TV Department 1. Central TV Department 1's new program would be planned by Zhang Ye and was in the preparation and production stages, ready to take over Thursday's 9 p.m. slot soon. The moment this news was released, it caused an uproar everywhere. So it's true. Holy shit. This really isn't a rumor? Central TV has really invited teacher Zhang Ye to join them? Central TV takes a traditional position, while Zhang Ye has always had a different way of thinking compared to normal people. Can he display his abilities over there? Or will he not be accustomed to the new place? Zhang Ye is also a pillar of Central TV Department 1. Are they going to come face to face with each other soon? They're going to have a real competition with their viewership ratings? That is Zhang Ye's territory. With teacher Zhang still a newcomer to the station, his program's viewer rating will surely not be able to outperform Zhang Ye's. Besides, Zhang Ye only has the Thursday evening slot, and not some primetime slot. It will sure be incomparable to Zhang Ye, who is a senior at Central TV. Zhang Ye has everything laid out for him already and has the advantage between the two of them. That may not be the case. Right, this is Zhang you were talking about, and that name of his already represents miracles. Really looking forward to teacher Zhang Ye's new program. You're finally making a comeback. You've made us fans wait for such a long time. Congratulations to teacher Zhang for advancing to Central TV. Tossing flowers. It's the return of the Jinx. I've got a strong feeling that something interesting will happen soon. Ha ha ha. There will always be drama wherever teacher Zhang goes. Let's see how big a commotion Zhang Ye will cause at Central TV Department 1 this time. Chapter 630 Executive Director Zhang Ye. Saturday. At Central TV Tower. As this place was next to Yuantan Park, which was also known as Bai Lake, the air here was noticeably much cooler and refreshing than other places. When the breeze was blowing, it felt most relaxing. Many tourists were buying tickets from the main entrance to go into the park. Some brought their children, some were here as a couple, and there was also many children from primary and secondary schools here for their field trips. The park was packed with people. The television station tower here was also a popular tourist spot in Beijing, as well as allowing tourists to tour it. But of course, the Central TV office area where the staff worked at and the visitors area did not overlap. The entrances for these places were also different, such as the places where programs were recorded and the smaller recording studios which were located underground beside the tower area and were not open to public. In the tower, a staff-only elevator was slowly ascending. Because the tower was constructed very early on and was considered a high-rise, the elevator's speed was also comparatively slower. In Beijing slang, this elevator was meatier than the common and smaller Beijing district buildings' elevators. There were only 2 people in the elevator, a child and an adult. Zhang Ye repeatedly badgered and asked, "Do you remember what I told you?" "Repeat it again," Chen Chen said impatiently. "No running around, no nonsense, listen to you. Don't give you trouble, and greet others when I see them." Zhang Ye nodded at this and said, "Today is Uncle's first day at work. Be sure to earn some brownie points for me. Don't make me lose face. If you do well today, then Sunday tomorrow I can still bring you to work. We can see the whole of the city of Beijing and even further from the observation deck upstairs. But if you're not obedient and cause trouble for me, I will leave you at home alone tomorrow." Chen curled her lips and said, "I know. Zhang Ye, you nag even more than my aunt." If Zhang Ye wasn't worried about leaving Chen alone at home, he would never have brought her to the workplace for sure. "All right, we've reached our floor," Zhang Ye said as he put out his hand in front of Chen. Chen looked at his hand and then put her little hand in his. When the elevator door opened, Zhang Ye pulled Chen by the hand and walked out. He proceeded to the HR department to handle the joining formalities and saw Central TV Department 1's deputy director Jiang Yuan already waiting there for him. Zhang Ye smiled and greeted, "Director Jiang." Jiang Yuan nodded and said, "You're here?" A few people working at the HR department looked toward him. So this was the legendary Zhang Ye? Indeed, he was just like he looked on TV, really ordinary after all. If this person was seen on the streets, no one would have batted an eyelid at him. Nor would anyone think that this person would have the potential to become a celebrity. However, that couldn't be further from the truth, as this person standing before them right now was not just a celebrity, He was a B-list celebrity of the entertainment circle who was ranked a little higher than one of the pillars of Central TV, Zhang Ye. This was exactly what people meant by not judging a book by its cover. Why is there a child beside him? A few of the HR department staff members were a bit taken aback when they saw Zhang Ye holding the hand of a little girl. Whoa, whose child is that? Why is she so pretty? Jiang Yuan also noticed her and asked, "This is?" Chen automatically moved her mouth and greeted, "Uncle." She seemed to have taken Zhang Ye's instruction to heart. Zhang Ye was a little embarrassed. He explained, "So, one of my relatives went out of town to settle some business, and the little girl had no one to take care of her, so the task fell to my hands. As the child is still young, I am quite worried about leaving her at home alone." Jiang Yuan acknowledged and said, "Oh, all right then." The HR department staff were all a little bemused by this. Bringing a child to work on your very first day? This was truly something they'd never seen before. If it wasn't a case of the talented being bolder, then this was surely something that only Zhang Ye, a wonder of the entertainment industry, would dare do. He was truly worthy of the reputation for taking the path off the beaten track. Very quickly, the formalities were completed. Jiang Yuan called for Zhang Ye to go to his office and then asked him to have a seat. He said, "Teacher Zhang, the paperwork is all completed. As of today, you're a part of Central TV Department 1. So let's skip the formalities and I'll talk about the new program first for you to have a little reference." Zhang Ye told Chen to go sit outside on the guest sofa. Then he said, "All right, please speak." Jiang Yuan said, "I've already told you about taking over the current program slot, so you have a general idea of that already. What we need to discuss now are the details of the new program proposal. As you know, it's not easy to make something new in the variety program market now, as all of the other satellite channels are also doing the same thing and churning out similar types of programs without any creativity. Even though there are several standouts, those are all programs that have been adapted from foreign programs brought in by the other satellite channels, especially the variety programs from Korea. But as Central TV, we cannot do that, as our station's theme comes from here. After all, there are some political factors as well. Generally, we are more restricted as we cannot buy the copyright of good foreign variety programs. But we are still looking for something innovative, not blind innovation or innovation for the sake of innovation, but innovation that fits the current market trends and practices." Zhang Ye said, "I understand." Jiang Yuan acknowledged that and said, "Among the number of innovative program producers in the country now, you are one of the better ones. In this matter, you're the professional and know better than me. So I will not go over the technicalities, but I will touch on our requirements. The station does not have any restrictions on the program, whether it is a traditional style variety program or reality television program or talent show program. We're fine with any of that. As long as the program is something new and has a market, we will do it." Zhang Ye asked, "How about the funding?" Jiang Yuan said, "Let me first hear how much you need." Zhang Ye spoke honestly, "I want however much you can give. But, to be honest, I will not think it is too much no matter how much you are going to approve, because in making a good program, good funding is a must. The station does not have a lack of funds, but surely we won't be able to give all that funding to you, am I right? There must be a limit." Jiang Yuan said, "Let's talk about the funding at a later time. I need to see your program proposal before I can decide. If it really is a good program, then it will definitely get the funding it deserves. Even if it exceeds our budget, I don't have a problem, as long as it doesn't exceed it by too much. The station urgently needs to claw its lost market share back and have a good program that can compete with the other satellite channels. It's easy to talk things over. Anything can be negotiated." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "With your promise, I feel reassured now." Jiang Yuan also laughed. "I have to see your program proposal to feel reassured as well." "Sure, I'll get it done before leaving work today," Zhang Ye bragged. Jiang Yuan was taken aback at this. "So quickly? You don't need to rush, as there's still some time before you take over the broadcast slot. Just give the proposal to me within the next few days, and it should be fine. Haste makes waste. What we want is still the quality of the program." Zhang Ye said, "Don't worry, I understand." Hearing that, Jiang Yuan didn't say anything further. "All right, then I'll await your project proposal." The new programs team has already been set up. They're all Central TV Department 1's elites, and there's nothing to complain about in regards to their working capabilities. Well then, I still have a meeting later, so I won't join you there. Let me hook you up with one of the team's personnel, Fu Sihong. Old Fu is a veteran of our central TV station and is very dependable. As your new program's executive producer, he is definitely the most suitable man for the job. When you meet him, take the chance to get to know him and then have a discussion with him regarding the new program. After that, he made a call. Soon after, a slightly plump middle-aged man knocked on the office door and came inside. Zhang Yuan introduced the both of them, saying, "Old Fu, this is Zhang Ye." Fu Sihong looked at him and reached out his hand, saying, "Hello, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Ye shook his hand and said, "Hello, just call me Little Zhang." Zhang Yuan needed to go as he had work to take care of, so Fu Sihong and Zhang Ye also left the office together. He heard Fu Sihong tell him, "Let's first go to the program team's office to have a look. I will introduce the team members to you." "Sure." Zhang Ye turned around and called for Qinshan. "Let's go." Qinshan was still leaning on the glass window and looking down at the outside, as though she did not hear a thing. Zhang Ye called out again, "Qinshan, hurry up. We're leaving." Qinshan acknowledged him and followed him unwillingly. They took the elevator downstairs at the office area. When Fu Sihong pushed open a door that was emblazoned with the words Central 1 Thursday 9 p.m. slot, program to be confirmed, a bright light greeted them immediately as a warm ray of sun shone on them through a row of windows inside the office. The entirety of Beijing could be seen from here as they stood at a high place looking out, with a view that would no doubt infuse people with excitement. The office area was not small either, with just the tables alone numbering around 50 to 60. There were also quite a few standalone rooms which were clearly prepared for the program team's leaders. Each of these rooms were labeled with titles such as executive producer, executive director, host, etc. There was even a lounge, a small meeting room, as well as a nursing room, breastfeeding room. It was completely kitted out. There no need to scrutinize the environment and facilities. There were not many people in the office area, just 7 or 8 people. Some of them were still busy packing and arranging things at their desks, clearly showing that it was their first day operating from this office as well. Producer Fu, Brother Fu, Teacher Zhang, Teacher Zhang Ye, Director Zhang. Everyone started greeting them, addressing them by all kinds of titles. Fu Sihong was not young, probably in his 40s or 50s. He looked very calm and did not wear much of a smile either. He said, "This is Zhang Ye, but I don't think I really need to do any introductions about him here." Then he started to introduce the staff to Zhang Ye. "This is Zhang Zhua, an assistant director, a thin man around 30 years of age. This is Ha Qiqi, also an assistant director, a woman in her 30s. This is Wu Yi, the technical director. He was a bespectacled man. This is..." One by one, he made the introductions to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye shook hands with them one by one as well, smiling and saying a few words to them. In a big unit, at a big television station, the roles and responsibilities were more clearly defined. There were also more rules and regulations here, unlike when Zhang Ye was working at BTV Arts channel or the online television station. Overall, as the program team was just formed and meeting for the first time, although the roles of the team had not been fully filled yet and would have to wait until the program details were solidified, the main leadership roles of the program team had already been set. Fu Sihong was the executive producer appointed by Central TV Department 1 and would oversee the general administration of the team. Zhang Ye was the second in command as the executive director and would oversee the program planning, production, and other technical works. Chapter 631, The Troublesome Little Qinshan. After the introductions, there were 2 staff members that even producer Fu Sihong did not know too well, probably because they were only transferred here today as well, and so they introduced themselves when it came to their turn. Seeing all the new colleagues, looking at the view outside the windows and the well-equipped office, Zhang Ye was feeling extremely satisfied with everything. Central TV Department 1 was just as its name suggested. The way they spent their finances was shown clearly by the resources littering the office and work area. The workplace's environment could be said to be the best in the industry and also the largest. Standing here, Zhang Ye could not find any faults at all. Other than satisfied, there was still satisfaction. Compared to this place, his previous departments at his old workplaces were basically just kennels. Fu Sihong said, "Teacher Zhang, Why don't you familiarize yourself with the team first? I will go out to bring a few more people over. Some of them are still not here yet. Zhang Ye turned around and said, Sure, please do what you need to. Fu Sihong turned around to leave the office. When he left, several of the team also livened up. From that, it seemed that Fu Sihong wasn't really a person anyone could easily talk to. Assistant Director Zhang's was said, Teacher Zhang, I've always liked your programs. When I heard from the leader yesterday that you would be doing the program planning for our new Thursday evening program, I was the first one to register to transfer over. Assistant Director Ha Chi-Chi also said cheerfully, If we're talking about who was the first one to be confirmed for this new program team, then it has to be me. Even before the program team had been formed, my name was already on the list, but it was just a normal transfer for me as my previous program has already stopped airing. I really hadn't expected that Teacher Zhang would join us, but as long as we follow Teacher Zhang's command, then nothing will go wrong for sure. Didn't all of Teacher Zhang's past program productions all get popular wherever he went? Technical Director Wu Yi nodded and said, I think we won't even need to use our brains to work anymore. As long as we follow Teacher Zhang's commands, everything should go smoothly, and the ratings will surely be great. As they were all meeting for just the first time, they did not really know what to say, nor did they know how Zhang Ye was like as a person. To be on the safe side, they simply said some words that would suck up to Zhang Ye and that would ensure nothing was said wrong. Zhang Ye was enjoying it too. Well said, really well said. Chen glanced at them, then glanced at Zhang Ye and smirked a little. Zhang Ye. Everyone. Ha Chi-Chi asked, Who might this beautiful little girl be? Zhang Ye said, She's my relative. I will be taking care of her for a few days as there's no one available to look after her. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and squatted down, saying, This little one is really too cute. I've never seen such a beautiful child before. These words of hers sounded more sincere compared to earlier. Chen, greet her, Zhang Ye said. Chen listlessly greeted her. Auntie. Ha Chi-Chi said, What a good girl. Zhang Ye said helplessly. What's so good about her? This kid is always so troublesome. Being criticized in front of so many people, Chen did not like it. So she said, Zhang Ye, you're the one who's troublesome. There are always news reports of you fighting with others. When Ha Chi-Chi heard that, she nearly burst out laughing. The others were also trying to hold in their laughter, not daring to laugh at all. The kid was indeed right. When it came to being troublesome, who could be more troublesome than the famous face-smacking Zhang of the entertainment circle? Zhang Ye was very embarrassed by this. Damned kid, why was she so disobedient? It's only my first day at work and you're already dragging me down? He snapped at her. Shoo. Go and play somewhere by yourself. Chen, who was waiting exactly for this opportunity, immediately slipped away to the row of windows in the office and stuck her neck out to look down. When she got tired of standing, she found a chair for herself and sat there beside the windows. Zhang Ye told his colleagues, This kid is a little different from other children. Don't judge her by 7 or 8-year-old age. She's really more like a little adult and doesn't like to talk much or play. I don't even understand what she's thinking of all day. In any case, I will be bringing her around for these 2 days, so if she offends you guys in any way, please accept my apologies in advance. Don't take it up with her, and if possible, could everyone also keep an eye on her and keep her from running around? A young male staff member quickly said, Teacher Zhang, look at you. Why do you need to be so polite with us? Children are all like this. It's normal. Wu Yi said, Yes, it will be fine. Ha Chi-Chi, seemingly going with the flow, said, When you're not around, I'll help you look after the child. Leave it all to me. Zhang Ye said, Is that really all right, Sister Chi? Ha Chi-Chi happily said, Since you're already addressing me as Sister Chi, even if it's not okay, it has now become okay. With just a few exchange of words, she had already observed Zhang Ye as someone easy to get along with. Indeed, Zhang Ye did not have any airs about him and was very polite when speaking. As a result, Ha Chi-Chi also opened up a lot more and said, Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of her. Zhang Ye quickly said, Then I give you my thanks. He knew that he couldn't possibly keep an eye on Chen all day. With someone like Ha Chi-Chi helping him, Zhang Ye was also less worried now. For the next half hour, Zhang Ye continued conversing with his colleagues, as other than chatting, there was no work to do at the moment. They talked about everything under the sky, but the conversation still mainly revolved around Zhang Ye. For example, they asked him for the meanings behind certain poems, the truth behind the Peking University incident, or the reason why he beat up Li Anson after the Spring Festival Gala this year. After all, many of them had only known about Zhang Ye from the news and media. They didn't know the details or the insider's point of view. Since they did not know, or to better phrase it, did not know the full story, they were naturally more curious as well. Seeing how Zhang Ye was such an easy person to talk to, they started asking one by one, not knowing that Zhang Ye would really answer them and do a tell-all. With these conversations, their relationships were also pulled closer together. Not only did Zhang Ye's relationship with them get closer, even the relationship between themselves got better, as this group of people were all from different departments. Even if they had seen each other before in the past, today was their first day as a new unit, so they surely had to slowly build up their trust and relationships with each other. A good conversation was often one of the best ways to pull people closer together. Eventually, they only stopped talking when Fu Sihong arrived back at the office with 2 new colleagues. They got to know these 2 newcomers a little before getting ready to unpack and arrange their things again. Things like the Wi-Fi password and intranet login details all needed to be reconfigured again, and there were still many other things that they had to do. Zhang Ye called out to Qinshan again. "Come here." Qinshan did not go over. She said, "But I'm looking at the buildings." Zhang Ye said, "Then don't you run around carelessly in the office. When you get bored, come to my office and look for me. Right? Remember to do your homework. Didn't your teacher give you some for the weekend? Where did you put your bag?" Qinshan patted on the bag she had put on the windowsill. "I know." Ha Qiqi laughed and said, "Teacher Zhang, leave it to me. Don't bother yourself anymore." "Sure, then I'll leave it to you." Zhang Ye then went into his new office. Once he entered the room, Zhang Ye immediately liked the place. There was a genuine leather sofa set, a genuine leather swivel chair, as well as an abstract piece of art hanging on the wall that he did not understand. He took a seat behind the large office desk and felt really comfortable there. In the past, Zhang Ye had worked at quite a number of places, but strictly speaking, he had never before had a standalone office for himself. This was a first for him. As Zhang Ye climbed up the social ladder, his status and recognizability also increased. This fellow's situation was becoming better and better. Not bad. Not bad at all. He switched on his computer and messed around with it for a while, then looked through some books at the bookshelf as well. After trying out everything for a while, Zhang Ye calmed down and started arranging his stuff too. He took out his stationery, such as a notebook and a fountain pen, as well as some tea leaves, and placed them in a spot he could easily reach. Of other miscellaneous items, he did not bother with them as the unit would be sure to provide them. After sitting there for a moment, Zhang Ye pushed the door open to go outside, hoping to familiarize himself with the situation around the office and the other departments. When he had just stepped out of the office, Zhang Ye saw something that left him vomiting blood. He saw Qinshan holding her small bag and walking past the staff members one by one, handing out something to them. "Qinshan, uncle, help me with my Chinese homework." The young man smiled and said, "Sure, pass it to me." "Qinshan, auntie, help me do my composition." Ha Qiqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but said, "Let me give it a try then." "Qinshan, uncle, help me do my math homework." Zhang Zhe cleared his throat and nodded. "All right, let me take a look." In a short moment, Qinshan had already delegated all of her homework. Finally, she even instructed, "Don't tell Zhang Ye about this. He doesn't let me to get other people to help me with my homework." Zhang Ye was furious. He shouted, "Rao Qinshan." Qinshan turned around and saw him, then sighed like a little adult and turned back around. She walked to the front of the aunties and uncles, very consciously taking back the workbooks one at a time from them. Everyone was tickled by the look on Qinshan's face. Only Zhang Ye could not find any fun in this. He said, "You're even commanding people to do things now? They're all busy, and yet you want them to do your homework for you? What did I tell you before we came here?" Qinshan did not say a word. A female staff member said, "Teacher Zhang, it's just a small matter." Ha Qiqi also said, "Yes, the child is just playing around with us." Many of the staff in the office were speaking up for Qinshan. It seemed that she was rather popular with the people here. Zhang Ye said to Qinshan, "This is your last chance. If I find you doing that again, I will leave you at home alone." Saying that, he finally stepped out of the office and went outside to take a look around. After about 20 minutes, when Zhang Ye returned, he discovered Ha Chi-Chi speaking to Chen. An empty desk that Chen had occupied was now littered with all sorts of snacks, chips, chocolate, soda, milk candy, etc. He didn't know who gave them to her, but the kid was basically just hugging the soda bottle and drinking from it, holding the chips and munching on them. What a harvest she'd had. Zhang Ye said, "How much do you intend to eat?" Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, "It's given to her by our female colleagues. Just let her have some if she likes it. Have you thanked the sisters and aunties?" Zhang Ye looked at Chen and asked. A female colleague laughed and said, "She's already thanked us." Chen put down the cola and jumped down from the chair. She said, "Zhang Ye, I need to go to the bathroom." Ha Chi-Chi stood up and said, "It's not so convenient for teacher Zhang to bring you. Come with me. Let auntie take you instead." Chen hesitated a little, but still went over to Zhang Ye's side. She tugged at Zhang Ye's arm and urged him, "Zhang Ye, I need to go to the bathroom. Get Annie Chi to go with you?" Zhang Ye asked her. Chen said, "You take me." Zhang Ye said, "You're still shy around strangers?" Ha Chi-Chi said, the child is really sticking to you." Zhang Ye said, "She only thinks of me when there's a problem." He pulled Chen's hand and said, "Come along. I've just familiarized myself around here. There's a separate restroom over there. I will bring you this once, but you go there by yourself after that." Chen nodded. Sigh. Looks like the whole morning would be wasted on looking after this child. Chapter 632, entirely new program birthed. Afternoon. After lunch, the morning was spent taking the child around, unpacking personal belongings, and familiarizing himself around the place. After getting lunch at Central TV's cafeteria, he went back to the program team's new office. Today's main work was finally going to be officially started. The first round of transfers to the new staff of this program team were all finally here. In the meeting room, more than a dozen people were seated and fully filled the room. Fu Sihong kicked off the meeting first and said, "From today onward, our new program team has been officially formed. Many of you were transferred here from the other departments of Central TV Department 1, while some others came here from the other channels. We also have 2 new members of Central TV who have many years of experience at their previous job. Some of you know each other from before, while some of you are meeting for the first time. But overall, our new program team is still quite young, and there is a lot to work on together to deepen your mutual understanding. I hope that, in the course of our work from now on, with the guidance of teacher Zhang and me, everyone can get along well and work seriously so that our new program will flourish and be good." BBA, BBA, BBA. Everyone clapped softly. Fu Sihong looked to his side and said, "Teacher Zhang, why don't you say a few words as well?" In this newly set up program team, the core leaders were in fact made up of just 2 people. One was Fu Sihong, the other was Zhang Ye. As for the others, like the assistant directors and assistant producers, they were not considered to be leaders in the team yet. Even though the positions were only different in that one had the word executive in it, the differences were as wide as the distance between the sky and the earth. Whether it be at a television station or in a film crew, an assistant director had little authority and would be managed like they were just a clerk or assistant handling administrative duties. Zhang Ye nodded and gave his first speech as a leader. "Since I am in charge of the production, let me talk about the program. The station has given us a direction already, and we are allowed to do any type of variety program without restriction. The station head has very high expectations of us and is willing to provide us with very good funding for the program too. So I would like to hear about everyone's opinions and discuss the kind of a program we should be making." Zhang's was said, "According to the market trend, the audience still leans toward the singing shows. At the very least, if we did that, we would not have to worry about the viewership ratings at all. It is definitely a safe choice." Ha Chi-Chi said, "But the viewership ratings won't be high either." Zhang's nodded and said, "That's true. That is a difficulty facing new programs nowadays. The genres of shows that have already been acknowledged by the market and audience are all highly sought after by the various larger television stations. The competition is tough and the audience base is also scattered as a result of this. But even if we do some other type of lesser-known program, the audience would not really accept it." Wu Yi said, "The singing shows are really getting more and more difficult to make." A female staff member said, "But the program that teacher Zhang planned, that do you remember, has received very favorable ratings. It has always been the first or second place program in the same time slot for nationwide viewership ratings. Hachichi nodded and said, I've watched Do You Remember before, and it's really good. It's something innovative and has entertained the audiences to its best potential. If we could get the copyright for that program, then we could also do a similar type of show. Similar type? This was obviously not what Zhang Ye was going after. Zhang Ye said, Is there anything else that anyone wants to bring up? Everyone freely spoke their minds. The overall consensus was more inclined towards a singing program. However, they were also very wary and hesitant of the potential pitfalls of such a show, so there was also quite a lot of disagreement over it. They were unable to come to a conclusion about it at this moment. Actually, what many of them had on their minds was how Central TV should have signed Zhang Ye earlier. If that were the case, then Zhang Ye would not have sold Do You Remember to Beijing Television, and it would end up as a program on their own Central TV Department 1's channel instead. However, they didn't know that. Even if Zhang Ye had joined Central TV Department 1 earlier, he would not have gone on to produce Do You Remember. But if he did, he would not have made himself the host of the show or treated it as a hit program. Because to Zhang Ye, although Do You Remember was a rather good program with rather good viewership ratings, it was still at best described as rather good only. What Zhang Ye was chasing after was not to be rather good, but to be the best. He wanted to make a successful program that would break the viewership ratings, something that would be a blockbuster type of a program. Do You Remember did not qualify as that to him. Zhang Ye had a limited amount of energy and time. His year also consisted of 365 days like any other person. So if he wanted to replicate every idea of a program that he had in his mind into this world, that was obviously impossible. If Zhang Ye wanted to produce and host a program all by himself, he would surely use the most successful and blockbuster type of program from his previous world and produce it for this world's audience. The meeting ended. Zhang Ye and Fu Sihong were walking together, discussing the meeting and the new program. It could be determined from their conversation that Fu Sihong was also inclined to do a singing show, as the market demand of variety programs in current times was quite poor, with the viewer ratings often averaging quite low. It was no longer like 5 to 10 years ago when the genre was enjoying its peak with high viewer ratings. So if they were forced to pick the best out of whatever was given to them, they would surely end up choosing a singing show that was also the biggest slice of the pie left, followed by reality television programs and other types. Gathering everyone's opinions and viewpoints, Zhang Ye had formed a general idea in his mind. They all preferred a singing show. All right, let's make one of those then. Difficult to innovate? This was clearly not a hurdle that would trouble Zhang Ye. After Zhang Ye came out from Fu Sihong's office, he announced to those outside, Who can help me with a few surveys? I would like to know about the other satellite channels' singing programs' viewership ratings and market share from their first episode to their latest one. It would be best if we could do up concise research on this. Oh, yes, I'll also need information about their celebrity guests and key contestants, or champions and runner-ups. Best case would be video clips of them. Hachichi was a little taken aback. She said, You're sure that you want to do a singing program? Zhang Ye smiled and said, Tentatively, yes. Hachichi said, All right then, I'll go and prepare the data. Wu Yi said, I'll help you, Sister Chi. Zhang's was said. Then I'll get the others to search for the information about the celebrity guests and competitors. Zhang Ye said, Great, thanks for the trouble. Please get them as soon as possible. This program was very important to Zhang Ye, and he also placed a good deal of focus on it. He couldn't just handle this program proposal like he did for Do You Remember. Since that was meant to be sold to others, he did not put too much attention into it and could naturally leave all the work to the people at Beijing television station and not do anything himself. But this new program was meant to be done by himself with him as the host, so he definitely had to make the best preparations he could. This was the debut show of Zhang Ye at Central TV Department 1. He could not afford to slack or take it too lightly. That was the reason why he wanted to gather information and news on all the other television stations' singing programs. He needed to know in detail the overall setup of this world's singing shows so that he could make the necessary adjustments to his program proposal. As the proverb goes, know yourself as well as you know the enemy. In the executive director's office, Zhang Ye came back in and saw Chunxin sitting in the genuine leather swivel chair. As she was still quite short, she had trouble holding the mouse, and was awkwardly controlling and clicking it. Zhang Ye went around behind her to have a look and saw that she was playing games. It was some sort of a puzzle game, one that required the player to clear the bubbles from the game screen. Whatever it was, Zhang Ye did not really understand. "Go away, I have work to do," Zhang Ye said, trying to chase her off. Qinshen did not look away from the computer screen and said, "Let me play a little while more." Zhang Ye rushed her and said, "Hurry up, I have serious work to do here." Qinshen did not want to listen and said, "Zhang Ye, I'm going to play for a bit more. I've already finished my homework." "Are you serious? Let me have a look." Zhang Ye saw the workbooks beside her and picked them up, flipping through them. She had really finished them, so he said, "Okay then, you did well. All right, I'll let you play for a while longer." He could only go over to the guest sofa beside the door and sit there, taking out his fountain pen to work on the program proposal. A while later, Ha Chi-Chi came into the office and reported, "The data has all been gathered." Zhang Zhou had also finished his task and come into the office. "The information you needed from me has also been collected." Zhang Yi took it from them and said, "That's good. Let me have a look." When Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang Zhou both noticed that Qinshen had already occupied and taken over the office desk, leaving Zhang Yi sitting in a corner, they couldn't help but look at each other and laugh a little. From this alone, they could see that even though Zhang Yi kept complaining about Qinshen, he was actually also very generous to her. After looking through the data and research, Zhang Ye's heart was set. Having gotten to know this world's singing programs better now, he knew that the singing show's development here was indeed quite different from his previous worlds. If he wanted to say who was doing it better, then there was really no way to give an answer to that, since both worlds had their positives. Zhang Ye's previous world did better in that they had a better diversification of presentation and style. The same types of programs were all done differently by tweaking the sequence and formats. For this world, it stood out in terms of the audience numbers and their fervent support for singing programs. Even if there were 4 or 5 program slots a week that were packed with singing shows, no one got sick of them and continued watching. However, each program's viewer ratings were not really high and were only at around 0.5% to 0.6%. But when all the singing programs' market shares were added together, it became a frightening figure. Overall, this world's singing programs' market and audience were considered to be enormous, with many people doing such shows as well. Inadvertently, the market share was also spread that way accordingly, as its viewership ratings showed. This was what led to the embarrassing situation of having such average viewership ratings now. If, which was a big if, there were an incredibly outstanding singing program that could put to shame all of the other satellite channel singing programs, then that huge audience base would definitely come together and be reflected on this outstanding program's viewership ratings. But was there anyone who could achieve this? The unification of all singing programs? This was actually what Zhang Yi was aiming for. If he wanted to launch a singing program in this world, but was not bold enough, then the program would definitely be smothered and killed by all the other singing shows of the other satellite channels. Besides, just because others could not achieve it did not mean he could not achieve it. This market did not lack an audience base. In fact, the audience base was very large, but what it lacked was a program that would shine in the eyes of everyone watching it. While back at Zhang Ye's previous world, due to the critical tastes of the audience, there was a lack of audience base, but no shortage of wonderful programs. If he had the program, and there was an existence of a good audience base in this world, then these two worlds were surely made for each other. And the matchmaker for the two of them was naturally going to be Zhang Ye. His debut program on Central TV this time was going to be broadcast nationwide. It was a totally different platform compared to his previous platforms. This was Zhang Ye's important step towards the A-list celebrity rankings. So then what sort of a program should he bring out this time? What sort of a singing program would be most suitable for this situation? Not only must the show have a good reputation and viewer ratings, at the same time, it also had to showcase Zhang Ye as a host. For most talent shows like that, the role of the host was usually minimal and negligible. The main focus would usually be on the contestants and celebrity guests, so that would mean Zhang Ye's program of choice was even more limited now. Which should he choose? Which was the better option? Suddenly, Zhang Ye looked towards Qinshen and said, "Qinshen, stop playing already. How long has it been since you've started? Don't overdo it. Uncle still has work to do." Due to the fruit of agility's effects, As Zhang Ye did not control it well due to a lack of concentration, the signals from his brain were fired too quickly, which accelerated his speech, like a trace would be left behind. Even though he spoke extremely quickly, each of his words could be heard and were also enunciated very clearly. Qinshan looked at him and asked, Zhang Ye, why have you been talking so quickly for the past 2 days? When Zhang Ye heard this, he pondered for a moment, and then suddenly slapped his thigh with a loud laugh. I got it. It's gotta be you. The voice of China. Chapter 633 The Speed of Zhang Ye's Write-Up of the Program Proposal. A classic singing program? Must have a good reputation? Must have a ridiculous viewer rating? The host must not act as just a supporting role? There was only one answer, and it was probably the only program that could meet the criteria. If this was the past, Zhang Ye would seriously not dare to use this program because he was afraid that he would do it badly since he did not think he could do justice to the details in the program. To destroy such a classic program from his previous world, which was so popular across the country. No, it should be said that it was so popular around the world instead. So if it were destroyed in the hands of Zhang Ye, then he would surely have become a sinner by spoiling something so great. But now, Zhang Ye dared to do it, not because of anything except the reason of having eaten those 100+ fruits of agility he had gotten from the lottery draw. When he received the Fruit of Agility prize from the lottery draw the first time, he felt that this item was useless to him. When he won it again in the latest lottery draw, Zhang Ye still did not make much of it until today, when he realized that it had another effect. The Fruit of Agility could affect his talking and reaction speed. As Zhang Ye had majored in broadcasting, his talking speed was not slow to begin with. At the very least, he was still a bit faster than the average person, but that was not good enough. Compared to his previous world's host of the Voice of China, Hua Xiaowan, he was still way behind him. It wasn't even unfair to say that he was not comparable to some of those crosstalk actors who could do speed recital well. Because talking speed was more dependent on talent and genes than on training, there was nothing anyone could really do about it. If your reaction speed was already slow to start with, even if your brain fired countless of signals at once, your body would still be restricted to its reaction speed. If you wanted to increase your speed by 1% more, it was already very difficult, not to mention if you wanted to suddenly increase it by 50 to 70%. This was not something that could be trained. But now, Zhang Ye could do it. His reaction speed had already increased multiple times, and his talking speed was no longer the same as before, so why would he still have any doubts about it now? For him, the voice was definitely the best option. There were no other programs which were suitable for the current situation and condition. It's settled. He proceeded to write the program proposal quickly. Even without the help of the memory search capsules, Zhang Ye could write the proposal in detail. He couldn't help it. This program was way too popular. Zhang Ye had even watched it many times over. Qinshan asked, Zhang Ye, do you need to use the computer? No need. Zhang Ye was busily writing something. Hearing that, Qinshan continued holding the mouse and said, then I will continue playing. Zhang Ye did not forget to remind her, don't place your head too close to the monitor screen and try to protect your eyesight. If in the future you become nearsighted, you will suffer. Qinshan said, Zhang Ye, you nag so much. Zhang Ye grunted. Then why are you always making people worry? I'm almost your dad at this point. 1 page, 2 pages, 3 pages. The more he wrote, the more excited he became. He was not getting excited over the writing of the proposal, rather because of the anticipation that this extremely reputable program would soon be produced by his hands. He could not wait any longer. In the past, whether it was for Lecture Room or any inspired talk show like Tonight 80s Talk Show and Mr. Zhou Live Show, compared to the viewership ratings of The Voice, they were leagues apart. That was why Zhang Ye's expectations and drive were also very different. Later that afternoon, 1:30 p.m., Director Jiang Yuan of Central TV Department 1 came over to inspect the progress. Actually, it couldn't be considered as inspecting the progress as the new program team had just been established, so he only came to have a look around. This program team was under Director Jiang Yuan's charge, and he was very concerned about the team's transition and whether the viewership ratings of new program could achieve the desired results. Director Jiang. Director Jiang. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Fu Sihong also came out of his office. Jiang Yuan smiled and said, everyone's busy? Getting used to the new environment yet? Ha Chi said, Yes, we're getting used to it. This new office is much better than the Variety Channel's office. It's definitely much better to work with Director Zhang. She hadn't been working at Central TV Department 1, but with Central TV's Variety Channel before being transferred over here. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, "You have such a glib tongue." Then he looked around and asked, "Where's little Zhang?" Zhang Zhua answered, "Teacher Zhang is in his office studying and researching the singing programs of other satellite channels." Zhang Yuan asked with interest, "Oh, singing programs?" "Fu," Sihong said, "we still don't know what the final concept will be. Should I call him over?" "There's no need to." Zhang Yuan stopped him and said, "Let little Zhang continue with his studying. When he gets a good grasp of the other similar programs, he will be able to draw up a better program, so there's no need to rush him." Additionally, he also reminded them, "These next few days, I hope everyone will put in more effort to help little Zhang finalize the program proposal. Once we have the proposal and after I approve it, the funding will be released to the team. Since this program will be made in-house and not bought from a production company, the funding will be relatively better too, so don't have any worries in that regard." Zhang's was said immediately, "You can rest assured too, Director Jiang. We will definitely cooperate well to get things done." Fu Sihong also said, "We already have some general direction and will try our best to quickly finish the first draft of the proposal. Normally, there would be several drafts for a television program proposal. If the first one did not work, they would do it a second time, and if that also could not work out, then they would do it a third time. The possibility in getting an approval after the first attempt was close to zero, as it needed to be altered several times according to new inputs and restrictions before the final proposal would be completed. It was sometimes possible that a proposal which started as a singing program would end up becoming an interview program." Fu Sihong added, "Give us 3 days. We will submit it to you in 3 days at the latest." Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "All right, work hard on it, all of you." As they were talking, the executive director's office door opened, and Zhang Ye came out holding some handwritten papers. He said, Director Jiang, did you come to inspect our work?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "I came to take a look." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Then your timing is perfect." Waving the papers in his hands, he continued, "I've already written the new program's proposal." Upon hearing this, Fu Sihong was stunned. Zhang Yuan was also stunned. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the rest were also quite dumbfounded at this. "What did you say? It's already completed? You took such a short time to write it all down?" Just a while ago, executive producer Fu was still assuring Director Jiang that the program proposal would be completed within 3 days, but you only took less than an hour to do it? That's even faster than a spaceship. Regardless of whether it was other television stations or Central TV, a proposal for such a major variety program would surely have needed a minimum of 3 to 5 days to complete, right? That was already accounting for the best-case scenario. For those with a much more detailed program proposal, it would be common to take up to half a month to write out. But you completed it in less than an hour? How could you come up with a good program proposal if you did it so hastily? Everyone was at a loss for words. Zhang Yuan remained silent for a very long time before he was finally unable to hold back and said, "Aren't you being too efficient?" Zhang Ye took it as a praise and said, "That's right. I've always done my program proposals quickly since I'm never indecisive about my ideas. I will just write when I've given it enough thought, so that doesn't take too much time to do." Fu Sihong said in disbelief, "You have really finished it? I can't possibly be lying, right?" Zhang Ye called for an administrative staff member and passed the papers to her. He said to her, "Little Wang, go make some copies of this and distribute them to everyone." Little Wang replied clearly, "Okay." The copier sounded noisily as the copies were made. A short while later, the copies were completed. Little Wang passed a copy to Zhang Yuan first, then to Fu Sihong, and finally to the rest of the colleagues. Everyone quickly took it and had a look. Their first reaction was, "How stunning." It was not the content that was stunning. They did not have enough time to read through it yet. But on first glance, they saw neatly lined up words written with fountain pen ink on paper. That harmonious feeling even seemingly gave life to the paper. Looking at the program proposal was literally an enjoyment, as the words were too beautiful. There was no one else at Central TV who could write with such beautiful handwriting. Ha Chi-Chi could not help complimenting him. "What nice handwriting." Zhang Yi smiled and said, Thank you. Zhang Zhua, Wu Yi, and the others all looked in the direction of Zhang Ye in surprise. They could not understand how such a careless person, who always went around scolding and fighting with others, creating fear in others of the entertainment industry, could have such a beautiful handwriting. It was rumored before that Zhang Ye had a high level of accomplishment in calligraphy. Now, it looked like those rumors were not fake. They could tell that just from the handwriting. 1. Hu Xiaohua, also known as Hua Xiao, Young Master Hua, or the Tongue of China. He is known by Chinese as the fastest-speaking host in China. Chapter 634 No Optimism for the Voice. Everyone read the proposal. Beside them, Zhang Ye explained, this name of this program will be tentatively titled The Voice of China, or simply just The Voice. This is a large-scale singing talent show. The competition format is the same as other traditional singing programs, starting from the preliminary auditions, then letting the coaches choose their contestant students before proceeding to the group stages and the finals after that. That's the general process of the program. Jiang Yuan raised his head. Fu Sihong and the others all looked at him as well. They no longer read from the proposal and were just listening to Zhang Ye explain it directly. Zhang Ye explained fervently, but if you all think that the program is just going to be this simple, then you've got it wrong. The program's format might be the same as the traditional singing show format, but its core and selling point are different. When we do the studio setup, the seats of the 4 coaches are the key. During the auditions, the coaches' seats are all facing with backs to the stage. They won't see the contestant and won't know their gender, height, or looks. They will only be able to hear their voice and singing talent, using these factors to decide if the contestant will pass or fail. This is also why the program's name is The Voice. How does that sound? Everyone must be stunned? Everyone must be shocked, right? After Zhang Ye explained his proposal, he looked at them in satisfaction and waited for their reactions. He had predicted that everyone would feel shocked and clap or bow in amazement. But contrary to his expectations, the outcome was very different from how it played out in his mind. Everyone was shocked all right, but they were shocked from being horrified. Fu Sihong was badly shocked. Are you serious? Zhang Ye said, of course. Ha Qiqi also drew a gasp and said, how can this work? Zhang Ye asked, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Is this program's proposal so difficult to understand? Fu Sihong said, although you claim that it is different, but to me, it sounds just the same as any other singing program that the other television stations are doing. At most you have an additional segment where the chairs turn around. Zhang Ye said, the turning around of the chairs is just a means and strategy of the show. But with this additional segment, it would give the audience a totally different feel and experience while they watch the show. We're basically telling them that The Voice chooses the contestants based not on their backgrounds, their stories, their height, and especially not their looks. As long as they have a good voice and can sing well, they can show themselves to the world on the stage of The Voice. Essentially, this program's aim is to go back to the basics of singing. We do not care about looks or stories. We will only listen to the voice. Zhang's was said in a stunned manner. Only listen to the voice, this. Fu Sihong had a different view from him as he shook his head vigorously, saying, but have you thought about this? If the stage will be adorned by only short, fat, or not good-looking contestants, then it would greatly affect the quality of the program. The image and effect would be totally shattered. So why would the audience want to watch that? In this industry, a competition-based program's bottom line, if I may put it honestly, is the requirement of the contestant being a talking point. We need them to have outstanding appearances and great singing ability so that they can hold the stage and attention of the audience. If we're talking about the program that you did earlier, that do you remember, then maybe. This can be overlooked since it isn't a talent show program. But as long as it is one, then we can never escape that. A singing competition that does not have handsome guys or pretty women taking part. I do not see why the audience would want to watch something like that on their TVs. That is why I find this proposal to have very serious problems as it goes against the rules of a variety program. Zhang Ye shook his head and said, why can't a talent show escape association with handsome guys and pretty women? That is only the mindset of the industry professionals. It's a cage that they've placed themselves in. This program of mine precisely wants to target that mindset by not following those rules. It will be precisely because of this that the audience will want to watch, and like to watch, the program. Besides, I have never stated that the stage for The Voice will not have any good-looking people gracing its stage, did I? If the contestant can really sing and also look good at the same time, then naturally it would be fine. But the only thing about the stage for The Voice is that the proportion of good-looking people might be smaller since the contestants would mostly still be fairly average-looking people. Fu Sihong insisted, I feel that this program will not do well. Zhang Ye did not get angry at this, but said, the singing shows these days are unable to bring excitement simply because every other such program is doing exactly the same thing, being trapped by their traditional mindset. How I judge whether a program will be successful is not to see how the industry insiders analyze it with their performance indicators or experience. What I am looking for is the viewpoint of an audience on such a program. Fu Sihong retorted, for a program producer, experience is the most valuable asset that they can fall back on. Zhang Ye looked at him and said, experience is molded from learning and references and is limited to this moment, while the pace of innovation and the wisdom of humans are the only things that are limitless. If the ancient people based everything on their experiences, then they would never have believed that there would be a day when humanity would go to the moon. Do you think that what their experiences told them was correct then? The two of them wrangled over the matter, both making a stand for their own side of the argument. But it was clear that after a few exchange of words, Fu Sihong had succumbed and could not out-talk Zhang Ye. When Zhang Zhua, Ha Chi-Chi, and the others saw this, they simply decided not to retort at all. They knew very well that they were not as eloquent as someone who was a professional host like Zhang Ye and would not be able to out-talk him even if they combined their efforts together. Honestly, Zhang Ye could not understand their concerns either. Why would anyone feel that such an innovative idea like The Voice would be bad? Wasn't that an international joke? It seemed to him that, even if they felt at the proposal stage that the talk show was not be good enough, it would be acceptable. After all, there was no precedent of an entertainment program like a talk show in this world. If they also felt that Do You Remember was not going to be good, that was also acceptable since this world did not have a low-barrier entry variety program for citizens to join and compete in an all-out PK match with other people. But that was not the case for The Voice at all. This program had such mass appeal, and the features of the show could be clearly seen too. So why would a bunch of television industry professionals not understand that? How odd. Were their standards really that low? Zhang Ye pondered over this for a very long time before finally coming to a conclusion. In Zhang Ye's previous world, when he was considered an audience member and outsider of the television industry, he immediately started looking forward to The Voice of China when its trailers began airing. Thinking about it now, it was probably not because his standard was higher than Fu Sihong, Ha Chi-Chi, and everyone else's, but more likely had to do with the understanding of his previous world's people's understanding of singing programs compared to the people here. In Zhang Ye's previous world, The Voice was already very famous before it started its broadcast in China. This program was also shown on Dutch and American television, where it did very well. When the television station in China purchased the rights to do The Voice, the local audience base was already built up due to foreign influence. Zhang Ye was also one of those people who already knew the format of the program, and as a result, anticipated its airing in China. Another point was that the singers from Zhang Ye's previous world came in the form of good-looking people as well as not good-looking people. Even those top singers, whether they looked good or ugly, were not too different in popularity from each other. Was Han Hong good-looking? Was Sun Ning good-looking? Was Wang Feng good-looking? Was Hu Yinbin good-looking? Was Huang Qishan good-looking? Was Xiao Huangqi good-looking? Was Zhao Chuan good-looking? Was Li Zhongxing good-looking? Some of them had very average looks. Some of them were really not too good-looking at all, yet they all got very popular based on their talent and vocals, even though there was an element of luck at times too. However, in this world, those A or B-list singers were basically all good-looking men and women, among whom were scattered some who were not pretty or handsome, but couldn't be considered ugly either and were above average looking. If it really had to be insisted that there were ugly singers, it was also true, but such singers were really few and rare. Those were the differences between the two worlds. The perception of singers was different to the people of both worlds. In this world, whether it be the programs or the media, they had always been advocating that you should have good looks if you wanted to be a celebrity. That was the bottom line before the focus would shift to whether you could sing or not. There was just such an unhealthy tone in the overall environment of the industry. Their understanding of a singer was different, and Zhang Ye could understand this deeply, since he had also experienced being judged on his looks in his first interview back at Beijing radio station and was deemed unsuitable for the role. But if you thought about it, what was the point of a radio host being so good-looking? Shouldn't it be fine as long as he wasn't bad-looking? But that was not how they saw it. That was just how their perception in this world was, and thus resulted in the current state of the entertainment industry. Fu Sihong and the others believed that a talent show had to be judged on looks first and foremost. The contestants' vocals were secondary, so if the proposal stated that the program would only care about the vocals and not the looks, they felt that it was just asking for it to fail, since this concept itself was basically challenging the cognitive mindsets of how singing programs should be. But was it really asking to fail? Would the audience really dismiss it? Only Zhang Ye knew that this would definitely not be the case. It was just because the industry professionals believed that the audience would not accept it. Yet back in Zhang Ye's previous world, this had already been proven that the audience were accepting of such changes. Not only did they accept it, they even praised and recognized such types of shows. There were many people who specifically liked a show which portrayed the average-looking contestants in a competition, since it more closely related to them. Zhang Ye wanted to tell Fu Sihong and the others that the audience was not as fragile and simple-minded as they thought. All those other singing programs were in themselves unhealthy existences in the entertainment industry. However, whether The Voice would be accepted by the audience in this world was still unknown to Zhang Ye. But Zhang Ye was also an example himself. Didn't he look very ordinary? Wasn't he also not a handsome guy or pretty boy? But look at him now. He could still stand on the national stage and be recognized and loved by many people in the country. That of itself already explained something. The environment and history of this world might have changed, but the hearts of the people remained. There was silence in the office. Nobody knew what to say. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others were all looking at each other. This type of program was indeed controversial. If you said it was good, it was too extreme and would break all the rules of a talent show. But if you said it was bad, it sounded like a very innovative way of doing a show by basing it only on the voice, where the coaches would not be to see the contestants. This idea was totally unheard of in all singing programs at television stations all over the world. Finally, Jiang Yuan spoke. He looked at Zhang Ye for a long time before he said, "In this industry, everyone says that you're bold, daring to do the things that no one else dares even think about. I can say that I've finally seen that boldness for myself today." But Zhang Ye said, "To be honest, I've never had much courage. The reason why I dared to say that and want to do it is because I have 100% certain that it will work out." Fu Sihong said in a speechless manner, "Why can you be so sure? You're being too absolute." Jiang Yuan looked at Zhang Ye and said, "I've already mentioned to you our expectations when the television station invited you to join us. What we need is a program that will receive high viewership ratings consistently. Although you're the executive director, and we've also agreed that the program production will be fully dictated by you, there is a clear disagreement right now about this proposal, which also shows that there is a problem with it. Why don't I do it this way instead? I will bring a copy of the proposal back to discuss with the other leaders before I give you an answer. But it's for the best that you also prepare another new proposal if The Voice does not pass the management's approval, so then at least we can still have a backup." From the sound of it, it also seemed like he did not have much confidence in the proposal. Zhang Ye shook his head and said, "There's no need to prepare another proposal. The Voice will not have any problems, that I guarantee. As for the quality of the program, everyone can judge it once it has finished recorded. Director Jiang, although I am a host, I am also a professional program planner and producer. Whether it be the programs or advertisements that I have done up before, I have never disappointed. You have to believe my most basic judgment as a professional." Having listened to all of this, Jiang Yuan could only say, "All right, I'll see what I can do." Chapter 635. The show is approved. Collapse. Jiang Yuan left. Fu Sihong also went back to his own office. Ha Chi-Chi suddenly said, "Teacher Zhang, are you really serious about making this program?" "Of course I'm serious," Zhang Ye said in frustration. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Zhang Zhua proposed an idea. "I have a suggestion, but don't take it in the wrong way, Teacher Zhang. Actually, We can modify the format of the voice a little so that it looks to the audience that the gimmick of not seeing the contestants is real, but we will continue doing it the way we would for similar talent shows. We would still invite only the better-looking contestants to join the competition and secretly let the coaches know so that they have some idea of the contestants before choosing them, so that the ones who are chosen are the ones picked for their looks, attractability, and have a good talking point to them. That way, we would still be able to achieve our objectives. Wu Yi snapped his fingers and said, "That's a very good idea." However, without even thinking, Zhang Ye immediately said, "When the television station does a program, we're doing it to catch the hearts of the audience. We do that by leading them step by step into liking our program to achieve our objectives, but leading them in does not mean lying to them. Don't think that the ways and means you believe are great would definitely be able to lead the audience in a certain direction. They are not fools, and you should never look down on the wisdom and judgment of the masses. I should make myself very clear here. The singing programs now, and even the singing industry, are all not developing in a healthy way. My reason for doing this new program is not to make a statement, nor is it to lie to the audience by superficially reforming the industry. What I want to do is to make a program that will topple the traditional singing show and talent shows of the past. As their mindsets were too deeply ingrained in traditional thinking, Zhang Ye could not get it through to them even after explaining forever, so he decided to leave it at that and walked back to his office. He still had a lot of work to do, like planning the program trailers, making the designs of the set, and many other things, all of which he wanted to plan in advance. There was no time to waste on nonsense. When he left, Zhang Ye asked, "Do you think it's feasible?" Ha Qiqi shook her head and said, "I don't know." Another director said, "This program is very dangerous to do." Wu Yi sighed and said, "Yeah, it's too radical of a change, so I suppose it's really risky as well. But it's possible that we cannot see what Zhang Ye sees." Ha Qiqi added, "No matter what, Teacher Zhang is still a specialist at program production, so he's surely looking at something bigger than we are. If Teacher Zhang can propose such a program and say that it is good, then he surely has his reasons and considerations." Zhang Ye pessimistically said, "Hopefully." Ha Qiqi said, "Let's wait and see how the leaders decide." Because this new show also determined the futures and careers of the program team's staff, they were definitely worried about it and did not want it to be done sloppily. At another place, in a meeting room, after Zhang Yuan went back to his office, he got his secretary to gather the planning team and related staff for a meeting. Everyone who was there were all veterans of Central TV Department 1 and were all very experienced, having done countless programs between them. They were all considered the core members of Central TV Department 1's production team. Zhang Yuan got his secretary to pass out Zhang Ye's program proposal to each one of them and said, "Take a look. This is the program proposal written up by Zhang Ye. Let's discuss it." Everyone started reading it in detail, and gradually, in succession, their faces formed some sort of startled expression. "This? What is this? Nonsense. It's very innovative, but this is too radical. Other than the vocals, this singing talent show does not consider any other factors? Just what kind of bold person would dare to write up a proposal like that? This would subvert the entire singing industry and related singing shows. How audacious! Only Zhang Ye would dare to do something like this. The talented are bolder. I think this idea is worth a try." What's there to try? This is obviously not going to work. It is completely out of line with the market trends and practices. Do you think that just basing the show on vocals alone would attract the viewers? The gimmick of judging a contestant based on just their vocals would be able to prop up the entire talent show. This is not a variety program that would last 1 or 2 episodes. It's a competition that stretches over at least 2 months. I won't say that using vocals as an attraction is not innovative, but it is not strong enough to carry the show. The audiences might not be able to accept it either. We know that just by looking at the other singing shows. The hotly discussed champions and runner-ups always do well in the looks department. That has clearly shown where the audience's taste lie at. How the other satellite channels are doing it does not reflect the problems at all. If the idea of only focusing on the vocals of the contestants were conveyed to the audience beforehand, the mindset of the audience would also be different when they watch the show, and they might accept Zhang Ye's selling point for the program. But of course, there's no guarantee for that since there isn't any precedent of something like this. I don't think it will work. I feel that it might just be a thin line between failure and success, as there's no way to predict this based on our experiences without any precedent to fall back on. If there's something that we can learn from and judge upon, then it has to be that regardless of Zhang Ye's character and temper, he really is a very capable person. The programs he handled previously have had no precedent of failure yet, and have even gone on to do quite well. So from those examples, I have to admit that Zhang Ye's vision is surely better than most people's. That's true. If it were any other program producer who submitted this proposal, I would surely reject it. But because this proposal was written up by Zhang Ye, I am unable to make any judgment on it. Most of us here are professional program producers too, but if we compare the results of the programs that we've all worked on, then our results and qualifications are truly unable to match Zhang Ye's. I've also heard that there are some foreign television stations who have shown interest in the copyrights for Zhang Ye's talk show. I've heard about that too. I think those foreigners are really interested in it, but then I don't know if they have approached Zhang Ye regarding the copyrights yet. If he is really able to sell it to them, then this will be a historical first for foreign television stations buying our Chinese television copyrights. We would finally have foreigners approaching us to learn from us. How uplifting. This would also give our Chinese television and variety industry a boost, since we'd finally have a world-class program. But The Voice and Zhang Ye's talk show are different. The talk show cuts a figure of being Zhang Ye's creative whim, but singing shows have already been heavily produced and are very well established in our industry. Now that Zhang Ye is intending to defy the market trends and go against everything that we've known, will it work? Everyone here was also having their disagreements, some suggesting to give it a try, while others rejected it outright. Zhang Yuan looked at the program proposal and lowered his head in silence too. His viewpoint was the same as what someone had mentioned just now. If the proposal was submitted by anyone else, he would have rejected it directly without a thought. However, the problem here was that this proposal was submitted by Zhang Ye, who was known as the man who repeatedly created viewership miracles. At around 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan returned to the new program's office. He called out, "Little Zhang." Hearing that, Zhang Ye came out from his office. Fu Sihong, Ha Chi-Chi, and the others were also beside him, knowing that the decision was probably made at the meeting. Zhang Yuan's first words to Zhang Ye were, "Are you very sure that this program will work out?" "I am sure. In fact, I guarantee it," Zhang Ye said without any sign of hesitation. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "You have been given the go-ahead to do The Voice, but if the average ratings fall below 0.8%, what would you say to that?" Zhang Ye said, 0.8%? Zhang Yuan said, "Yes." Zhang Ye was amused at this question, so he said, "Then I will pack up and leave." That was exactly what Zhang Yuan wanted to hear. He said, "All right then, from today onward, The Voice of China will formally begin its production. I hope that the final product that you all come up with will be something satisfactory." Zhang Ye laughed. "Just wait and see." Fu Sihong interrupted, "Director Jiang." Zhang Yuan stopped him and said, "Don't bother saying any more. It's been decided." Thinking how Zhang Ye had already put his job on the line, Fu Sihong also did not say anything more. From his point of view, he believed that Zhang Yuan was also likely to not have too much confidence in this new program. Zhang Yuan said, "I want you guys to come up with an application documentation later so that I can bring it to finance and inform them. For the initial funding, I will be setting aside 20 million renminbi for your team." When Zhang Ye heard this, he couldn't accept it. He said, "Director Jiang, 20 million is definitely not enough. In fact, it's far from enough and won't be enough to support this program." Zhang Yuan said, "I've already pushed very hard for the go-ahead for this program at the meeting earlier. The disagreements over this new program proposal were raised by many people, so you must know that I'm also facing a great deal of pressure." Zhang Ye said, 20 million is not enough to invite a few proper guest celebrities as coaches, not to mention that we still need a budget for the set, stage facilities, and a live band for the show. Director Jiang, didn't you say earlier that you have plenty of funding for us?" Zhang Yuan said non-committally, "That is all I can give for now. If you need additional funding in the future, we'll talk about it again. What I need now is the promotional trailer for the show so that we can release it to the public and get some feedback. If it gets a warm reception, then we can discuss the additional funding." Only when he said that did Zhang Ye stop talking. 20 million? It's not too much even if it's 200 million. Forget it, it's better to take it slow. If he were to ask for 200 million from the station now, the whole of Central TV Department 1 would probably vomit blood and treat him as a madman. After all, according to what Zhang Ye knew, the Central TV Department 1 of this world had never ever invested so much funding into a program before. 20 million was already considered to be a large investment into a program. Some of the other Central TV Department 1 programs only had a budget of several million RMB. For some interview programs, if not taking into account the host's salary or not inviting any big-shot guests, then even if it aired 4 times a month, it would only have a budget of 1 million, which was really cheap. But variety shows were not the same. Those were part of a genre that basically gobbled up money. No matter how much was spent, it was never enough. Jiang Yuan left. Zhang Zhua, Ha Qiqi, and the rest were left in a predicament. Zhang Zhua was feeling a little dizzy. 0.8% for viewership ratings? Ha Qiqi also did not look too good. She said, even the most outstanding and well-received singing program this year, do you remember, only received 0.8% for its highest-rated episode. When it was low, it only got 0.7% or less. To demand of our new program a viewership rating of 0.8% when it's just going to start, and it's even the average rating? Teacher Zhang, weren't you promising to leave too easily earlier? If they could not hit the requested viewership ratings, then Zhang Ye would automatically quit? Even though the team was supposedly led by Fu Sihong, everyone knew that the real leader was actually Zhang Ye. Everything revolved around Zhang Ye's existence. If he went, then the program would be cancelled as well. The team's members would all face an uncertain future from here on out. An average of 0.8%. There hadn't been any singing program this year that had hit that number yet. Even if the later episodes of Do You Remember finished airing, the average would surely not hit 0.8%. At most, it would be 0.7%. Or so, Ha Qiqi said. Teacher Zhang, you should have made a bargain just now. Wu Yi also added. Yeah, a nationwide viewership rating of 0.6% was still possible to work toward, but 0.8% is really too difficult. If they really want a viewership rating of 0.8%, that would mean the program would have to place first in the same time period across the nation, and it's even going to have a large lead over second place. Can we accomplish such a task? Everyone was feeling extremely stressed. Fu Sihong also kept shaking his head. However, only Zhang Ye looked like he was not bothered by it, and even appeared very relaxed. He kept his smile, without seeming the least bit worried because he did not feel that a viewership rating of 0.8% was demanding at all. Instead, he even felt that this was low, so low that he nearly laughed at it. 0.8%. Can't hit that number? You guys are insulting me. You're all too looking down on me, Zhang Ye. If the voice really gets a viewership rating of 0.8%, then would I still have wasted so much effort to try to do this program? If you use 0.8% and doubled it, that would be more like it. That's the figure that should be used as the estimate and goal. But of course, Zhang Ye would not tell them all this, because only Zhang Ye knew of the logic-defying viewership ratings of the voice back in his world. Even if he told people that, they would definitely not believe him. It was not a viewership rating that should be described with a 0-point rating. The voice of his previous world was to be described with a viewership rating that broke past the 0 barrier. Let's wait and see. When the viewership ratings for The Voice come out, all of you will understand just how expansive the sky is. First place for the same time period? First place for the entire term of all variety programs. That was what Zhang Ye's expectation for The Voice was. Chapter 636 Public Outcry. Later that afternoon, it was time to leave from Central TV. Fu Sihong had gone home, but Zhang Ye stayed behind and also asked the others to stay as well and called them to a spacious performance studio. This was the studio that Central TV Department 1 had allocated for their new program and was pretty large in area. It was previously being used by a talent show program, and the place has not been cleared out yet. There were still some light boxes lying around on the ground and in some corners. In terms of its size, Zhang Ye was quite satisfied with it. A station like Central TV did not have a lack of venues. Compared to those other satellite channels, at which some programs had to share a venue between themselves and 2 or 3 other programs, Central TV's standout points were that they had large places, a good policy, as well as many employees. I'm afraid that it will be too rushed tomorrow, so I want to delegate some tasks first. It probably won't take up more than 15 minutes of everyone's time. Zhang Ye asked, has the green light for the funding been given? Ha Chi said, it's been given. We have 20 million. Zhang Ye nodded, then pointed around the venue and said, this is where our program will be filmed. The station still takes quite good care of us since they've allocated the largest performance studio to us. I won't do things like asking everyone to shout some team motto or whatever. There's no need for unnecessary stuff like that. Everything still boils down to what we show by our practical actions. And because I'm still unfamiliar with what every one of you here specializes in, I took the initiative to plan out the tasks first. If any one of you is responsible for the job I mention or think that you're up for it, please tell me. Okay, no problem. Just give us your instructions, Director Zhang. Everyone listened intently. Zhang Ye said, these tasks relate to the progress of the program's production, so I need everyone to do them well. The first thing is in regard to the website. Our new program will need to have a microsite on the website of Central TV Department 1 or have a standalone website of its own. Its purpose will be promoting and updating the latest news on our program and act as a platform to interact with the public. In the future, there will also be spontaneous polls for audiences to take part in, so I don't think I need to emphasize how important this is. I want 2 people to be in charge of the content for this and to network with the main Central TV website. Team to get it up and running. A female editor said, let me handle it. That's my specialty. A young male editor looked to his left and right before he raised his hand and said, count me in too. I was from the department that handled the official website before I came here, so I know quite a few people who I could get help from to code the microsite and prioritize it for us. Zhang Ye said, good, thank you then. The female and male editors said together at once, you're welcome. Zhang Ye continued, the next thing is in regard to the preparations for the preliminary auditions. Sister Chi, I leave this to you. Please approach the station first for some marketing and promotional resources, like the reservations for a television commercial slot or website advertisement banner position, so that we can put out information like the registration contact number and application methods. After that, set aside a time and arrange for the applicants to come in waves for the preliminary auditions. Although the actual audition will be done in the studio and recorded, there is still a need to do a preliminary audition so we can pick out the contestants who fit the vocal requirements of show. Ha Chi responded, sure, just leave that to me. Zhang Ye gave her a heads up on this and said, your task will be the most difficult one, but it's also the most important and critical part of the program. If you need more help, you can allocate more people to your team. Ha Chi laughed and said, good, it's good timing since we're expecting more people to join our program team tomorrow. Then last but not least, the venue layout and equipment. Zhang Ye looked at Zhang Zhua and said, Brother Zhang, I leave this recording studio's work to you, so please help us to take control of that. Assistant Director Zhang Zhua said, sure, what requests do you have? Zhang Ye said, how is the quality of the audio equipment of our Central TV Department 1, as well as the studio equipment? Zhang Zhua blinked a few times and said, it's pretty good. It won't be any lousier than the other satellite channels' equipment at least. Most of what we have are professional-grade hardware, with some of it being internationally top-tier equipment. They were fitted just last year, but some others are a little older, though still considered higher-end equipment in the country. Overall, it's not too shabby. When Zhang Ye heard that, he shook his head. That's not going to cut it. The stage for our new program depends greatly on the audio quality, so even if just some of it is not too bad, that means it's still not good enough. If that's the case, then it would mean our setup is just SOSO. My principles when it comes to making a program is to either make it the best in the industry or not do it at all. That's why, when it comes to the equipment and setup, we need it to be the very best. I won't accept any shortcomings, especially in the area of audio quality. If Central TV has the necessary hardware to support our requirements, then we will borrow them. If not, then we will have to find something we can rent. But if they aren't even available for rent, then we will buy them. Zhang Zhua received a fright from this. Buy it ourselves? Ha Chi also said nervously. But we don't have enough budget to buy them. Zhang Ye, who was also not too familiar with the market price, asked, how much do we need? You might not be aware of it. Zhang Zhua said, if you really intend to get brand new, top-tier equipment, then the whole setup would cost over 10 million minimum. That's already a very conservative estimate. and would include having already borrowed some items from the station. The kind of setup you're aiming for would burn a big hole in our pockets. So if you want something that is the very, very best, it could amount to several tens of millions. On top of that, there's also the troublesome portion of the technicalities. Since it would be a totally new setup, our staff would still need some time to pick up and learn how to operate it. With the 20 million in funding from our station, Zhang Ye frowned. Even with the scenario of the program team borrowing most of the top-tier equipment from the station, it would still cost over 10 million? It was too expensive. It was too damn expensive. But Zhang Ye still said firmly, try to borrow first. If that doesn't work out, buy them. Zhang Ye said. Then wouldn't we have no money left over to do other things? Zhang Ye said. The equipment must be ready before everything else, so the pressure will be on your side. No matter what it takes, the props and equipment must be the best. Don't you all worry about the funding. I will think of a way. Let me handle whatever that needs to be handled on the back end. Okay, I understand. Zhang Ye was also turning steadfast now that Zhang Ye had given his word to back them up. He did not have to bother about anything else anymore. So he said, I will communicate with the equipment department tonight and write a list of items we require. If Central TV does not have them, I'll get their purchasing manager to help quote a figure. Zhang Ye nodded and said, Good, then that's about it. Since the tasks have been allocated, everyone, please go home and rest well. Starting tomorrow, we will have a tough battle to fight. Wu Yi was a little surprised. He said, Director Zhang. Yes. Zhang Ye was still quite unused to being addressed in that way. Wu Yi asked, Is that all for the tasks? What about the promotional copy? Zhang Ye said, Oh, I will handle that. Wu Yi said in surprise, the invitation for the coaches to join the program. Zhang Ye said, I will contact them. Wu Yi was becoming even more surprised now. So he said, Then the advertising copy. Zhang Ye said, When the website is ready, I will write it. Wu Yi said, Then would you also possibly be handling the participating and title sponsors? Zhang Ye said, Leave that to me as well. Ha Chi-Chi, looking a little embarrassed, said, How can you handle all that by yourself? Those tasks are too broad. Why don't you delegate some to me? I still have the capacity to handle a little more. The other members of the program team also scrambled to offer their help to Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye waved them off and said, There's no need for that. We'll talk about it again. For some of the more important and trickier to handle tasks, Zhang Ye decided that he would take them on himself. Even though he was already an executive director, he did not leave all the work to others. Why would he let others do all the dirty work while he sat in the office sipping tea and relaxing? If he did that, the others would not be convinced by him. So Zhang Ye decided that he would get down to work as well. Besides, he was not the type who could sit around doing nothing and not feel bored. With the Voice of China about to make its imminent premiere, he was also itching to do as much as he could. Even if he were forced to rest, he couldn't do it since he was well known for being a workaholic. The meeting ended. Most of the team's staff left work, while some voluntarily stayed behind to clock some overtime. For instance, the assistant directors, Zhang Zhua and Ha Chi-Chi. Since Zhang Ye was already very clear with his instructions, they couldn't slack off either. A viewership rating of 0.8% was too great a goal. The pressure they were facing was enormous, so they knew that they had to try their very best this time. Zhang Ye did not work overtime because Chun Chun was still with him at the television station. He didn't mind working late or staying behind in the office, but Chun Chun couldn't. So after he prepared a simple advertising copy for the preliminary editions for Ha Chi-Chi, he took Chun Chun home for dinner. That night, the official website of Central TV Department 1 started running a promotional ad for a new program. Central TV Department 1 joins hands with Zhang Ye. Auditions for a large-scale singing talent show are beginning. Below the title was an introduction for the program. Regardless of looks, height, age, or occupation, as long as you're blessed with a good voice and hold a strong passion for music, come and register for the auditions immediately. What are you still waiting for? Registration hotline 1-400-8x times x times x times x. Registration hotline 2-400-8x times x times x times x. Liaison, the Voice of China program team. Actually, the ad was placed in a spot that wasn't too good. After all, this wasn't some television commercial. However, it was exactly this inconspicuous program ad that had created a stir online. Just 1 minute after the ad was posted, already a new thread had been created with an accompanying screenshot. Heavens! Zhang Ye has a new program. Oh my god, that's too fast. Yeah, didn't Zhang Ye just started work at Central TV Department 1 today? How could he already have news of a new program in the evening when he only started work in the morning? What kind of efficiency is that? Teacher Zhang is indeed the celebrated fastest draw in the industry. Whether it's in producing programs or advertisements, there's only one way to describe it: fast. But why is it a singing talent show? Zhang Ye is making yet another singing program? Damn it, I was still predicting that he would do a reality show. How did it turn into a singing talent show? Why did it turn out to be a singing talent show? It's a totally different genre from what I had expected. The Voice of China? What a terrible name. F***K. Could this really be Zhang Ye's new program? As the thread heated up, countless netizens rushed over to take a look. This included many television industry insiders as well. They were all very concerned about this topic. A verified industry insider from Beihai provincial television station said, regardless of looks, regardless of occupation, regardless of age, can a talent show be done in such a way? What's the selling point of the program then? At first glance, it feels like this is a very innovative idea, but if this is a talent show, then the program would barely be watched by anyone. At most, it would be a program that would gain a cult following. I believe the viewer ratings won't pass 0.4%. Another industry insider also said, to be honest, I'm quite disappointed at this. Having seen Zhang Ye's previously proposed program, Do You Remember? I ended up having great expectations for his new program to be another innovative work, just like his Zhang Ye's talk show, and Do You Remember? But what is the meaning of the Voice of China? Regardless of looks and age? That has to be some sort of a gimmick, right? It's impossible that a television station would dare to go against the market trends and practices like this. This program will surely end up just like any other traditional singing talent show that is no different from the others. Therefore, I cannot understand why Zhang Ye would still jump into such a genre when such programs are so abundantly broadcast with up to 4 or 5 such shows per month. Isn't the audience already getting sick of them? A third industry insider said, I don't get it either. For someone who is able to create such an innovative show like Do You Remember? Why did Zhang Ye not choose to take another path and instead walk a road that is packed with countless other competitors? If this were the case, then why did he sell Do You Remember back then and not leave it for himself instead? Someone raised a doubt. Based on Zhang Ye's experience, it's impossible that he did not take that into consideration. Could it be just as they had advertised it, that the singing program will only be focused on vocals alone? That's quite impossible. Yeah, no one would dare to do such a thing. If it were really a talent show that only focuses on vocals alone, who would want to watch such a show? That would be worse than the current singing programs that we have, wouldn't it? The television industry insiders were generally quite pessimistic about the chances of this new program, similar to how those veterans at Central TV Department 1 felt earlier. The netizens' reactions were much more diverse. Zhang Ye's hardcore fans were supporting the new show without any hesitation. Supporting Teacher Zhang. It won't go wrong if it's Zhang Ye's production. Haha, looking forward to Teacher Zhang's new show. Experience tells us not to doubt Teacher Zhang's decision no matter what. Otherwise, once the dust clears, you'll find that your face has become swollen. Right. Although I also do not understand where the profoundness of the Voice of China lies at, I will still support Teacher Zhang unconditionally. There's nothing else to say except to tune in to the program on time. Teacher Zhang's show will definitely be a good watch. He has never disappointed us before in the past, present, and will not disappoint us in the future either. Well said. Zhang Ye's fan club has gathered. Let's help Teacher Zhang promote and forward it. However, there were also other netizens who were not optimistic about it. A talent show that only focuses on vocals? That won't get much of an audience at all. That's right. If there's someone who looks terribly ugly with a height of 1.4 meters, even if he sings really well, no one could like him, right? Who wants to look at someone like that? If I watch that, I wanted to be a pretty lady. Agreed. Just listening to the vocals is not too reliable, right? Although I would like to agree that a singer should have good vocals as a main attraction, looks are still very important. They are public personalities no matter what, so they need to look friendly to others at the very least. Isn't that true? Is Zhang Ye intending to undermine the traditional singing talent show genre? I agree with what the industry insider said earlier. It's definitely a gimmick that they're claiming that only the voice will be used to judge the contestants. It's just a bluff that's being used to confuse everyone. The show will still be carried out in the old way. Then there's even less reason to watch it. Yeah, there are too many singing talent shows these days. What is Zhang Ye trying to do? What is Central TV Department 1 doing? Zhang Ye is indeed Zhang Ye. The way he does things has always left everyone unable to understand why he does them that way. Just a tiny banner ad on the Central TV website had created such a big reaction from so many people on the internet. It was probably only Zhang Ye who could invoke such a reaction, as that guy's name itself already represented controversy. No matter how famous he was or how much he had achieved, just his personality that dared to do what no one else dared to was enough to put him in the same breath as controversy. Nothing could be done about this. After all, this was how the entertainment industry worked. Chapter 637 Polling for Advertising Sponsorships. The next day, in the morning, Zhang Ye, wake up. Qinshan pushed him. Zhang Ye rolled over and said drowsily, "Don't disturb me." Qinshan pushed harder and said, "Zhang Ye, get up." Zhang Ye, get up. Qinshan was like a little alarm clock and proved to be more effective than any other alarm clock. Zhang Ye was so affected that he could not sleep anymore and helplessly got out of the bed while yawning away. He then went out to buy breakfast for Qinshan without even washing his face. At a stall selling breakfast outside the district, many people were sitting in the open-air area and enjoying their breakfast. "Yo, little Zhang. Teacher Zhang, you're awake?" "Good morning, Teacher Zhang." "Brother Zhang, you're here for breakfast?" The old neighbors and the vendor of the breakfast stall greeted Zhang Ye in the way they always did. Some of the people who did not live around here or were just passing by and having breakfast here for the first time were clearly clueless about what was going on. When they saw Zhang Ye's sloppy image walking leisurely toward them, some of them nearly peed their pants from being shocked and dumbfounded. F***K, wasn't that Zhang Ye? They could even bump into a B-list celebrity while having breakfast? Their first reaction was that they must have seen something wrong. How could a B-list celebrity dress so sloppily and come out onto the streets? Besides, who had ever encountered such a big-shot celebrity eating their breakfast at such a dirty, everyday stall? Were they shooting a TV drama or a movie? But why were there no director or cameras to be seen anywhere? There were all kinds of thoughts. Zhang Ye greeted the old neighbors and then said to the vendor, "I'll have 3 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Carry out." Then he took a seat listlessly. At this moment, a reporter who was lying in ambush at a nearby spot came running out towards him. Holding out a recording pen, he interviewed him, saying, "Teacher Zhang, I'm from Entertainment Weekly magazine." Zhang Ye said as he fought his droopy eyelids. "Oh, hello." The reporter said, "I heard that after you joined Central TV Department 1, the new program The Voice of China is already undergoing production preparations, but many industry insiders and audience members do not seem to acknowledge it. They've raised many doubts and feel that it would be a mistake to subvert the concept of the talent shows and that it would conflict with the market trends." Zhang Ye said, "Oh." The reporter immediately asked, "What is your view on that?" Zhang Ye said, "Nothing much." The reporter exclaimed, "Are you confident about your new program?" "Passable." Zhang Ye said. The reporter was shocked and said, What do you mean by passable? Are you not confident about it at all?" "SOSO," Zhang Ye said. That reporter was puzzled. This shouldn't be Zhang Ye's style. Shouldn't he be more outraged? Wasn't he supposed to come up with a poem or two to scold those doubters? Wasn't he supposed to give a strong and spirited comeback at those people? What the heck was with this attitude? Why was he so dispirited today? This was not his style at all. As an entertainment reporter, he was not used to Zhang Ye's current indifferent attitude. After a barrage of questions, Zhang Ye was answering like he was still half asleep and had absolutely no fighting spirit. Doubts? Criticism? Zhang Ye was already numb to all of these. Not only him. As long as they were in the entertainment industry, no one could escape from it. Wasn't Zhang Yuanqi famous as well? Wasn't she reputable? Wasn't she popular? Those who scolded her would still scold her every day, and those who doubted her would still continue to doubt her, let alone Zhang Ye. He was more interested in getting his breakfast and going back to sleep a while longer before heading to work. Later in the morning, at Central TV, when Zhang Ye led Qinshan into the office, they heard someone speaking in a loud voice. Fu Sihong said, We are spending all of the 20 million on this. Zhang Ye grunted. Fu Sihong asked. Was it even necessary to use all of that 20 million to purchase the equipment? Zhang Ye replied. It was instructed by Director Zhang. Zhang Ye also joined in and asked, Brother Fu, what's the matter? When Fu Sihong saw Zhang Ye, he had a face full of displeasure. Then he said, Teacher Zhang, you might be in charge of the program production, but for such a big matter, but shouldn't you at least discuss it with me beforehand? If all of the 20 million was going to spend on equipment for the set, then what about the other expenses? How would we be able to invite the coaches? How can we pay for the contestants' transport, food, and accommodation? And as for all other miscellaneous expenses, how will we deal with those? Your decision this time was too rash. Zhang Ye said. Yesterday, I wanted to meet with you on this, but you'd already left, so I intended to tell you about it this morning. We can't scrimp on what's essential and must spend on what's necessary. We cannot afford to be indecisive on such things, as this is also a responsibility for the program and audience. Fu Sihong retorted with a question. How do we solve the lack of funding then? Zhang Ye said, I'm preparing to apply for more funding from Director Jiang. Jiang Yuan happened to be just outside the office and heard a little of their conversation, so he asked, What do you want to apply for me? It was a habit of his to make the rounds at the respective program teams every day before he started work. When Fu Sihong saw that the leader had arrived, he immediately reported to him about the situation. After hearing about the situation, Jiang Yuan was also very shocked. He said, You're going to spend 20 million on purchasing the equipment for the stage's set. Zhang Ye nodded and said, Yes. Is there really such a need? Jiang Yuan could not understand his motivation. Zhang Ye said, This is a must if we want to guarantee a high viewer rating. We can't save on this amount of money because what we're selling is the quality of vocals. Jiang Yuan said, We already have the basic equipment in the station. Are they really so different from those top-tier equipment? Most people would probably not be able to differentiate it, right? Zhang Ye shook his head and said, This was something I did some research into last night. During the television broadcast transmission, if the equipment used is different, the quality and performance of the sound and other aspects would not be as good. That is also the reason why those top-tier equipment are so expensive. Director Jiang, you have to trust me on this and leave the production of the program to me. Give me a little more funding for the program, and I will surely return the trust with a program that exceeds all expectation in terms of the viewership ratings. Jiang Yuan immediately said, You've spent 20 million just like that, so no matter how much more is given to you, it won't be enough. Zhang Ye shouted, But you can't just make a horse constantly run without feeding it. The station has set a 0.8% viewership rating as a target. Everyone knows that this number will be difficult to hit, but if we want to reach this target, then we must invest proportionately. In fact, the amount invested now will be returned by multiple times that in the future. But if the investment now is discounted, then the future viewership ratings will also be discounted. Jiang Yuan spoke. The details of the new program and additions were already released yesterday. You should have seen the response online. Other than your fans, everyone else did not have high expectations for this program. The overall market response was also quite negative. I know that the program is still in pre-production and the final product is not out yet, so no one knows how it will turn out. But the reaction of the audience and their expectations are also a kind of feedback, so me approving more funding to you really puts me in a very difficult situation. I'm unable to make the decision on my own. Zhang Ye wasn't too happy either. Before he came here, he was promised to be given full control with complete support and extensive funding. But when he was ready to produce the program, he was given all sorts of excuses. Why was it so difficult just to get some things done? He knew that Central TV had its advantage in that it had a huge amount of resources. But similarly, it also had its disadvantage, the traditional thinking of the organization. They always sought stability in their projects and were afraid of bearing responsibility. With such a culture, it would be difficult to do anything and things would surely get delayed. Fu Sihong asked, How much do you still need? You have to at least give us an estimation. Zhang Ye honestly said, At least 60 million more. Jiang Yuan immediately responded, That's impossible. Even if the response from the audience is good, the station will still not grant 80 million renminbi in production fees. Do you know the total budgeted production expenses for this year's Central TV Department One's programs? So how can just you alone take up so much of it just like that? Unless you can sell the title of the program and get the money ahead of the broadcast, then with advertisement revenue injected, the funding you require will be met. But these days, singing programs are saturating the market, thus leading to a market downer. In the eyes of those companies, it would not be wise to buy a title. For other similarly performing singing talent shows with good viewership ratings, the title money can only fetch around 20 million renminbi or so, while many others can only price their titles like a cabbage at the market and sell it for less than 10 million renminbi, with the advertising rights fee even less. That is the current situation of the market. So even if you manage to land a 20 million title sponsorship, it is still not close to your requested amount and would not be enough for you to use 10 or 20 million. The title sponsorships of this world were that low? That might also be true. If there were no good programs, and with variety programs continuing to be in a downturn while the market shrank and the audience base dispersed, the title sponsorship rights would also naturally decline in value. But what if there was a good program? What if there was a television program that could sweep all the other programs off their feet in the variety world? Then the title sponsorship would definitely not be something that was worth just tens of millions. Zhang Ye believed. No, to be accurate, he knew that The Voice would be a world-class program which defied all logic. That was why he had high expectations of the title sponsorship and already had designs on this large piece of the pie. Zhang Ye immediately said, "Director Jiang, so what you mean is that the title sponsorship can directly be injected into the program team's funding and be allocated freely by me?" Jiang Yuan looked at him and said, "Your program hasn't even been finalized yet, so how could you find any sponsors?" Fu Sihong looked at Zhang Yi as though he were a layman and said, "Normally, we would have to at least confirm the core team and guests for the television program before we contact the sponsors and advertisers. Right now, we only have a program plan and the coaches have also not been decided yet. So which company would dare buy the title sponsorship? That would be too hasty. Besides, if they bought the title sponsorship at this point, the price would also not be very high. At most it would work out to a base price." Zhang Yi probed. "But it will be our funding, right?" Jiang Yuan said, "Yes, as long as you can sell it. I can decide to give you the full sum of the title sponsorship. But as for the fees other than the title sponsorship, like the advertising rights fees, all of those must go to Central TV Department 1. You can't touch it, and neither can I." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "All right then. That's just what he wanted to hear. If you aren't going to be supportive, then I will think of a way by myself." At this moment, Zhang Yi felt that it was time to work on his eloquence. The amount of money he needed to bring in would be dependent on how well he used his mouth. If he could really restore that world-renowned program, The Voice, from his previous world back as it was, and do it well, he definitely couldn't skimp on the production costs. Otherwise, he would be better off not doing it at all. Chapter 638. Would you believe it? Day. The leader left. The program team's office of The Voice was filled with whisperings. Teacher Zhang is really eyeing the title sponsorship? But it hasn't even started production yet. Where's he going to get that from? Even if he could get some company to sponsor it, it wouldn't be much. It's definitely not going to be enough for Teacher Zhang's budget. So what's he going to do? The remaining money that we have is not even enough to sign a few B-list celebrities as the program's coaches, right? The station is also to blame. Why don't they just give us a little more? Actually, 20 million is already a lot. If not for the station giving us the green light. Just look at the other program's production costs. They're not even close to 10 million, right? It's just because Teacher Zhang's ideal program requires too much money. I wonder what kind of coaches Teacher Zhang is intending to invite when he said that he wanted 80 million in total production money. Could he be thinking of getting some heavenly kings and queens to be the judges and coaches? Being able to sign those S-list celebrities. It would be difficult to invite them even if we had a lot of money. Isn't that so? We definitely won't understand what Director Zhang is thinking. Teacher Zhang is really trying too hard to chase perfection. I just hope that the program will become popular, or else the money we spend will really all be lost. I guess we can only leave it to Zhang Yi from here. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others were still relatively calm in this situation. In contrast, the other editors and writers were unable to sit still any longer. In the executive director's office, Little Wang came in and asked, "Were you looking for me?" Chen grabbed Zhang Ye's cell phone and went to the sofa to play some games. Zhang Ye said to Little Wang, "Yes, Little Wang. Help me to compile a list of big companies that we can contact, preferably those enterprise or corporation-level companies, like the ones that sell herbal tea or milk. If you don't have their information, find the relevant central TV department to request for a copy. I need to contact some of them regarding the title sponsorship matter, so please hurry on that." Little Wang responded, "Sure." About 20 minutes later, the list of companies and contact numbers was ready. Zhang Yi browsed through the company names, but as he was still quite unfamiliar with the companies of this world, he did not know which one was better, so he decided to just give them all a call. "Hello, is this Daily Milk?" "Yes. I'm calling from Central TV Department 1's The Voice of China. This is the executive director of the program team speaking. Oh, we are currently preparing a new, large-scale singing talent show, and the exclusive title sponsorship is still available, so I would like to ask if your company is interested. I can tell you more about our show. Sorry, we are currently not looking for any opportunities in this area." "All right then, thank you. If we are interested, we will contact you again." "Okay." Then he made the next call. This time, Zhang Yi wised up. He began to speak persuasively with charm. "Hello, is this Almond Tea?" "Yes, and you?" "I am Zhang Yi from Central TV Station." "Ah, you're Zhang Yi? Which Zhang Yi? I should be the Zhang Yi that you're thinking about." Why did you call us for?" "Our new program has just started production on our new program. It's going to be on Central TV Department 1's Thursday evening slot, but the title sponsorship has not been confirmed yet. Although the competition between the corporations is getting quite heated, we are still not too satisfied with them as the product's image does not mirror our program's image. That is why someone recommended your company to us. And since I'm also a frequent customer of your product and find it quite delicious, I called to ask if your company would be interested." "Oh, I understand. Please wait a moment. I will check with my leader." "Okay. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Teacher Zhang. Our leader has informed me that our company has just taken an advertising deal with Central TV Department 1's Friday drama slot. We don't intend to do any advertising during a singing program for now, since the market for variety programs isn't too good currently." "Oh, what a shame then." He made a continuous 7 or 8 calls. Zhang Yi only had one strategy, and that was to first tell them where he was calling from. Then, with a flurry of words, he would persuade them with praises first, such as saying how he felt that their company was the one who among others was the best, or telling them how this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that had arrived at their doorsteps, and that they should really grab at the chance or else live to regret it. In any case, he just tried to sell them the title sponsorship using praises and talk of wasted opportunities. However, not one of them responded positively. When they heard that it was a variety program, everyone rejected his offer. In the end, when Zhang Yi got tired of making calls, he gulped down a few glasses of water. He was quite angry at this outcome, thinking of what the hell was going on. Did anyone even know what sort of a program this was? This was The Voice, the reputable and famous program worldwide that was called The Voice. Back in Zhang Ye's previous world, the title sponsorship for The Voice was a sky-high figure which did not even need anyone to go around begging others to buy it. Without stepping out of the television station's door, the advertisers would make their interest known and try to outbid each other for the rights to the title sponsorship. But now, Zhang Ye's mouth was already worn out from all those calls, but none of the companies were interested in buying the title sponsorship. Some of these companies even assumed Zhang Ye to be a scammer and hung up on the phone immediately. That made Zhang Ye not know whether to laugh or cry. You fail to see the great product. You people really don't consider the steamed bun stuffed with sweetened bean paste to be food. A program like The Voice that had conquered people's hearts all around the world was now in such a sorry state. But that was not surprising at all since there was no precedent of a program like this in this world. It wasn't his fault that the values of this world's singing programs were totally different from his previous world. The emergence of a new product was always going to face doubt and resistance since no one understood it well enough. But what could be done now? Sell it for cheap? That's not possible. Even if everyone did not know the great value of being the title sponsor to The Voice, it did not mean that it had no value. Even if he had to hold it in his hands, Zhang Yu would not consider selling it for cheap. This would be disrespecting the hard work of his predecessors. But if he had to sell it for cheap, he would sell it to someone he knew. Someone he knew? Oh, right. Zhang Ye suddenly thought of a person. Wu Mo? Now that was really someone he knew well. What with Wu Mo being Wu Ziqing's nephew as well as the CEO of the Brain Gold Company. Zhang Ye's eyes lit up as he immediately grabbed his phone back from Qinshan, saying, "Stop playing." Qinshan would not have any of it, and said, "Zhang Ye, give it back. Uncle has some serious work to do now." Zhang Ye scrolled to Wu Mo's contact in his contacts and gave him a call. Do. It only took 3 rings before Wu Mo's spirited voice came from the other end. "Huh, brother Zhang. My benefactors has called." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "CEO Wu, what are you busy with?" Wu Mo said happily, "Nothing. I'm just lazing around at home." "Whoa, you're that free. That's good then. Let's go out for a drink. I have something that I need to discuss with you." As Zhang Ye was considerably close to him, it was also easy for him to talk to Wu Mo. Wu Mo did not hesitate and said, "Sure, I'll pick you up." Zhang Ye said, "But you're a tycoon worth billions. How would that be suitable?" Wu Mo said, "Brother Zhang, aren't you making me feel disgraceful now? Without your endorsement and advertisement, would your brother be here today? I will go pick you up, that is a must. It has been a while since we've met, and I also intended to go look for you anyway." "Fine then. So shall we meet at the entrance of Central TV Tower?" Zhang Ye asked. "Oh, I just remembered. You've gone to work at Central TV now." "Sure then, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Wu Mo ended the call after he said that. When Zhang Ye put down his cell phone, he was already preparing his speech for later. He should have really thought of Wu Mo earlier. Ever since that viral advertisement, Brain Gold sales figures had risen like it was attached to the top of a launched rocket. It went from being an enterprise on the verge of bankruptcy to becoming the market leader of health products. It was rumored that the management of Wu Mo's company had an internal target to be listed at the end of 2 years. With the business developing at such a rapid pace, Wu Mo's net worth was now staggering, though Zhang Ye did not know what the exact figure was. If Wu Mo bought the title sponsorship, it would first solve Zhang Ye's pressing problems of getting additional funding, and second, ensure that the benefits of the deal would not be given to any other outsiders. It would allow Brain Gold to ride on the coattails of The Voice's imminent rise and certainly allow its sales to be increased several-fold more. As Wu Ziqing's unpublicized boyfriend, there was no reason not to take care and look out for her nephew. After calming Qinshan down, Zhang Ye got Ha Chi to help him look after her and went out to meet with Wu Mo. Underneath the tower, the two of them met up. "Brother Zhang, CEO Wu, it looks like you've been enjoying life." "Hi, I've been eating too much lately. Come, let's get in the car to talk." "Sure, let's find a coffee house." After getting into Wu Mo's new luxury car he had swapped to recently, they drove off. Wu Mo spoke as he drove. "What did you want to tell me about?" "Well, let me be direct with you then." Zhang Ye laughed a little and continued. "I don't know how familiar you are with the title sponsorship and related advertising opportunities on television programs." Wu Mo blinked and said, "Title sponsorship? How could I not know about that? Didn't the success of our Brain Gold product happen all because of the extensive advertising campaign?" Zhang Ye said, "Then it will be easier to explain." Wu Mo heartily asked, "What about it? Your new program is seeking a title sponsor? Then that won't be a problem at all. How much is it? I just need a word from you. My brother Zhang's program definitely won't go wrong." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Don't promise me too soon. I suggest you listen to what I have to say first. Yes, I am thinking of roping you in to join as the title sponsor, but my program's title sponsorship won't be sold for anything less than 100 million renminbi." Screech. The car came to a screeching halt by the side of the road. Wu Mo asked, dumbfounded, "What? Please say again." Zhang Ye cleared his throat and said, 100 million. Wu Mo was nearly close to tears when he spoke. "Brother Zhang, I'm not well educated, so don't try to fool me. But what sort of program are you producing? Even if it's an advertisement during news simulcast, it shouldn't cost 100 million, right? I think I saw some news last night about the program that you're doing for Central TV Department 1. It's a singing program? I didn't remember incorrectly, right?" Zhang Ye nodded and remarked, "You're right." Wu Mo said, "But the market for singing programs isn't a downturn at the moment, isn't it? As far as I know, the exclusive title sponsorships are generally in the range of 10 to 20 million renminbi at most. But of course, I know that your program will surely be different from theirs. They have got nothing on you. So I think that 30 million renminbi should already be a ballpark figure. Zhang Ye shook his head and said, that's far from it. Wu Mo was still extremely trusting of Zhang Ye, so he stated, I'm sure you wouldn't say that without a reason. Why don't you tell me what the situation is like instead? Zhang Ye explained, I won't touch on the program's technicalities and the market trend issues for now, since even industry insiders do not seem to grasp that fully, let alone you. But what I can tell you right now is that this program that no one has any expectations of will gain a viewership rating that you cannot even begin to imagine. If you become the title sponsor of this program, I can assure you that, even with 200 million, you would not be making a loss. Wu Mo asked, what sort of a viewership rating are we talking about? Zhang Ye said, think big. Wu Mo said, 0.9%. Zhang Ye said, even bigger. Wu Mo said, 1.3%. Zhang Ye said, you can up that a bit more. After holding it in for a long time, Wu Mo daringly said, could it be 1.6%? Zhang Ye laughed and said, if I told you that the figure of 1.6% is just for the start, would you believe it? Chapter 639 The Voice's Astronomical Title Sponsorship Fee. Collapse. For a start? The 1.6% viewership ratings is just the starting figure. Wu Mo was stunned in astonishment. How can a singing talent show program have that high of a viewership rating? In the past 2 years alone, I believe that none of them has garnered more than 1% of the viewership ratings before. Zhang Ye shrugged and said, the key here is that my program has the potential to have such a high viewership rating. What you should be aware of here is that if a program can hit 1.6% and above, it will generate a different effect and discussion for its advertisers. Compared to those programs with only 0.5%, it is definitely not an effect that can be combined by stacking them together, but something that is exponentially better. So if we calculate it this way, based on 3 singing programs that have viewership ratings of 0.5% each, their total title sponsorship fees should be around the region of about 50 million renminbi. With that, even if I were to double the final figure, I don't think I'm asking for too much, am I? Wu Mo nodded and said, if you calculate it that way, then it's really not a lot, but Zhang Ye did not wait for him to finish, but added on, the problem right now is that the program has not even started airing yet, so there are no viewership ratings or market response data available. Even if I were to persuade you with all that I have, it is still only my words and perspective that you can take. Other people might perceive what I say to them as boasting or touting my own program's potential, so choose not to believe me. That's why it is useless for me to talk too much with them. If they don't wish to believe me, they will not believe me. This was also the current embarrassing state of Zhang Ye and The Voice. If others did not believe him or chose not to buy the title sponsorship, what could he do about it? He couldn't possibly hold it and just wait for the program to start broadcasting first, right? But without the title sponsorship fee, how would he be able to produce the program? There was no way it would make it to broadcasting, so this was a dead-end situation. Everything depended on this. Wu Mo was silent. Zhang Ye smiled and stated, but CEO Wu, you should know what kind of a person I am. When it comes to my work, I never boast about what I can achieve. If I claim that I can make the program hit that viewership rating, then I can definitely do so, and it won't get any lower than that, only higher. Today's not the first day you've known me. We've even worked together for some time now, so whether or not there's any qualifications to my claims, I'm sure you know better than anyone. Wu Mo agreed. We did more than just work together. Everyone outside says that I had the vision and luck to have met Zhang Ye and was so brave to have used that brainwashing advertisement. But only myself and some of my company's internal staff know that I didn't have the courage or vision they claimed. If it were not for you assuring me at that time that this advertisement would surely save my company, if not for your constant persuasion to force me to use it, and even offering to return the endorsement fees if it failed, then I wouldn't be here today enjoying the success of the Brain Gold product. That was why when a few people suggested in a recent company meeting to change the Brain Gold advertisement after it ran for some time, I only responded to them with this. Zhang Ye has said before that the Brain Gold advertisement could be used for another 10 years without change. When it comes to advertisements, I only believe in Zhang Ye and no one else. Zhang Ye smiled and said, thank you. Wu Mo glanced at him and asked, can I believe in you as well this time? Zhang Ye explained, you can rest assured. The core of the program is the voice, to allow singers to return to their basics in the music industry. Wu Mo said, "Don't explain to me the technicalities of the program. Just give me your word." Zhang Ye pondered for a moment before saying firmly, "You can fully put your trust in me. On this matter, I would never cheat you. Even if I were to cheat someone else, I would not do it to you." He was speaking the truth, as after all, if he cheated Wu Zuqing's nephew, his girlfriend would surely come looking for him. I will also be honest with you here because we're friends. The reason that the title sponsorship fee costs 100 million renminbi is because our program team requires the money urgently to start production, while Central TV is being very conservative with the budget and did not approve of our request to increase the funding. It ended up with me having to find my own ways to get more production budget. If we did not lack any money, even if you offered us 50 million for the title sponsorship fee right now, I would not say anything about it. Of course, I'll add that if you really buy it from us at 100 million, this money would definitely still be worth it. With more money, we can increase the quality of the program and the viewership ratings will also be better, which would also serve your advertising much better too. On top of that, your company will surely claim this year's label of title sponsorship. King, so that would benefit your group in terms of the advertising effect too. Having listened to everything, Wu Mo smiled and acknowledged. All right then, I will listen to you on the matters of advertising. Not only are you my spokesman for the Brain Gold advertisement, you're also our company's advertising planner and consultant. If it's 100 million, so be it. When can we sign the contract? Why don't you go get it ready, and I will sign it anytime. Seeing him agree so readily, Zhang Ye began to feel a little embarrassed. He said, "Why don't you think about it some more first?" Wu Mo gave a wave of his hands and said, "There's no need to consider. To be honest, the money that the company has now was only earned because of your advertisement campaign. If I think of it that way, I don't feel any pinch at all no matter how much you want us to invest." Zhang Ye smiled cheerfully and stated, "In a month's time, not only will you not feel the pinch, you'll feel a cramp from your mouth instead." Wu Mo wondered, "Cramp from my mouth because," Zhang Ye quipped, "of smiling too much." "Huh." Wu Mo laughed heartily and said, "Now that you've put it like that, I am rather looking forward to seeing the results. Honestly, with the explosion in sales for our Brain Gold product the past few months, it has really made us a lot of money without needing to do much, and I have nothing to worry about at all. But it's also true that a few months have gone by now, and when we checked our market statistics, it showed that even though sales are still strong, the growth has already tapered off and are starting to slow. At most, during any holiday, the figures would increase a little more. So our company is also finding another way to increase our advertising efforts, which was why we had that meeting last time and discussed whether we wanted to change the Brain Gold advertisement, which I rejected. But now, having bought the title sponsorship to your new program, although the price is truly still a big shock to me, after the shock wears off, I have a sense of stability which I can't explain. I am sure my brother Zhang's program will be good, so after it gets broadcast, with the popularity of the program, it will surely let our Brain Gold product get even more popular again. Of all that, I'm pretty confident." Zhang Ye reached out his hand and said, "Then may I thank you for your trust in me, and let's have a happy partnership?" To a happy partnership. Wu Mo also played along and reached out his hand to shake Zhang Ye's hand. With Zhang Ye's constantly rising popularity, the number of people who doubted him also increased as more people started to learn of him. But at the same time, the number of people who believed in him also rose, and at a greater rate than those who doubted him. Like this scene which had just played out. Even when Wu Mo had only found out about the program called The Voice of China Today, without knowing the specifics of it or asking about the production timeline. With just Zhang Ye's reputation and the hallmark of his name, Wu Mo dared to agree to such an astronomical sponsorship fee and sealed the deal with just a handshake. From this alone, it could be seen just how strong the brand of Zhang Ye had become. Chapter 640 Coaches invited to join. Midday. At a famous tripe shop in the city, Zhang Ye was wearing his sunglasses while Wu Mo was in his suit as the two of them walked out from the restaurant with their hands rubbing their bellies. Wu Mo laughed and said, "We've just sealed a 100 million renminbi deal, and yet we only had 45 renminbi worth of tripe and flatbread for lunch. Isn't it better to have what you love to eat rather than what is good to eat?" Zhang Ye commented, feeling satisfied by the meal. "Now that's true. Wu Mo remarked. This is exactly what I love eating. Zhang Ye said. All right then, when I get back later, I will get someone to prepare the contract and send it over. Wu Mo opened his car door. Sure, let's go then. Do you need me to send you back? Zhang Ye waved him off. I won't bother you. I still have some work to handle. This title sponsorship fee has given me some pressure now, so I will need to quickly settle the program's guest coaches and invite a few big shots over, or else the show can't be carried. Only then will it do justice to your 100 million renminbi title sponsorship fee, Wu Mo said just before he left. Then I'll leave the advertisement copy to you as well. No problem. Zhang Ye agreed immediately. I'll get it done before the recording of the show. At that time, all you need to do is to add a slogan placement like "Drink Brain Gold, Support the Voice" in your advertisements. We will do a cross-promotion of the product and the show, but let's talk about the details at a later date. Wu Mo said, Okay then. To know where a new program ranked, the most practical way to assess it was to take a look at the investment amount. If 10 million was invested, then it was just a normal-sized production. If 20 million was invested, it should be a mid-sized production. If 30 or 40 million was invested, then it would be a large-scale production. But if the investment was over 100 million, then surely it would be called a mega-scale production. In this world, much less singing talent shows. Even other types of variety shows that had 100 million renminbi in investments were unheard of. No television stations dared to play it so big, and no teams would risk such an amount of money. After all, the common figure for title sponsorship fees were around the region of 10 to 20 million renminbi. Any higher than that, and the investment sum would not be earned back at all, as the return on investment was not proportional. So for any television programs that had an investment of 30 to 40 million renminbi, they would already be considered as having a large production budget. But as Zhang Ye was going for broke this time, he knew that the production costs for The Voice would not be any less than 80 million renminbi. Now that the title sponsor was settled, Zhang Ye anticipated the final product even more. He was prepared to spend all of the 120 million renminbi budget so that the program would not fall short. He was going to place everything he had into it to create a mega-scale singing talent show. Equipment? They must be the top-tier ones. The stage? It must have the best design. Promotions? They needed the best time slots. Contestants? They would be given the best treatment and accommodations. As for the guest coaches, they had to be the most elite in the industry, of course. Wu Mo had just left when Zhang Ye's cell phone rang. The caller ID indicated it was from his own office. Needless to say, the only person who would dare to use the telephone in his office would be Chen. It wasn't like any of the staff would dare to do so. Hello, Zhang Ye. Chen, when are you coming back? I'm working outside now, so I'll only be back afternoon. Oh yes, I nearly forgot about you. Get Auntie Chi to take you to the cafeteria for lunch. Don't wait for me. Okay. Be obedient while you're at the office. Understood. Having comforted Chen, Zhang Ye eagerly rubbed his hands together as several faces appeared in his mind. He was not prepared to go back to work yet. With a boost in the program's funds, he was much more emboldened and surely would have to get things done now. If he could settle the guest coaches and get them to join the show, then the pre-production tasks were more or less completed, and his mission would also basically be done. Who to find? Who was most suitable? An average celebrity would surely not do. If they were not professional singers, it wouldn't work either. On this front, Zhang Ye had really given it some thought. When he determined that he was going to do The Voice, he had some ideas and thoughts about the guest coaches. But since they did not have enough funds earlier, he did not take any action yet. Now that he had so much more to work with, Zhang Ye could do what others did not dare, and even make it a reality. For example, inviting celebrities others could not convince or had no money to invite. In this way, he made the first call. Zhang Xia, the famous songstress of China who had been awarded the country's highest honor in singing. Many people grew up listening to Grandma Zhang Xia's songs as she was from the first generation of singers in China. Other than her reputation and qualifications, even though the youngsters these days did not consider her their favorite artist, there were no doubt about her status and ability in the singing industry. She has been singing all her life, and just comparing the basics of singing, Grandma Zhang could outdo all of those heavenly kings and queens. Regarding how to use her voice, tonal adjustment, and understanding of music, Grandma Zhang had the most experience. The key was that she could handle singing different genres other than bel canto one, as shown when she performed The Woman Flower, written for her, and Zhang Ye by Zhang Ye. Based on her relationship with Zhang Ye, and taking everything into consideration, it felt like Zhang Ye's The Voice of China would definitely need to reserve a place for Grandma Zhang. Do. The call connected. Little Zhang. Zhang Xia answered the call. He could hear the sound of a fan, probably because she was cooking. She said, "Wait a minute. Let me turn off the heat. I was just cooking." A moment later, Zhang Xia laughed. "What's the matter, little Zhang?" Zhang Yi said, "Why don't you have your meal first, and I'll call back later?" "You can go ahead. I'm not in a rush to eat," Zhang Xia replied in a friendly tone. And so, Zhang Yi explained, "Grandma Zhang, I am currently working with Central TV Department 1 and making a program called The Voice of China." "I've heard about that. I saw it on the news." Zhang Xia said, "I was still thinking of taking some time to call you these few days. Are you really serious about creating a talent show that is only focused on the contestants' voices?" "Yes, what do you think of it?" Zhang Yi asked. Zhang Xia laughed a little before responding. "I think it's a good idea. Disregarding the specific audience base and the viewership ratings, at least I think that this program should be quite meaningful. Compared to all those other singing talent shows, there's a much more positive energy in it and feels much healthier for the industry, so you should do it. I'll support you for sure. Don't listen to what others say." Zhang Yi was cheered up and said, "That was what I wanted to hear from you, Grandma Zhang. But don't just use your words to support me." Zhang Xia was a little taken aback as she was just casually remarking on the issue. She did not expect Zhang Yi to take it so seriously, so she asked, Then how should I support you? Help you by posting on Weibo? Or help you to promote the program within the industry? Or have you laid eyes on one of my disciples? You would like me to get a few of them to appear on your program?" Zhang Yi said, "That's not it at all. What I wish for is for you to join The Voice of China as one of the 4 guest coaches. Are you able to fit it into your schedule?" Zhang Xia sounded very surprised at this. "Oh, why are you inviting me? My reputation isn't that great and can't be compared to those younger singers these days. Their fans easily number in the tens of millions. Isn't the program that you're making meant to reach out to the younger crowd? The contestants would mainly be involved in pop music, right?" Zhang Yi said, "Your reputation isn't that great? How many people from our generation do not know about you? The parents and relatives of the people from our generation mostly grew up listening to your songs too. If you say your name is not well known, then I don't suppose that there are any big names at all in the whole of China. As for the music, our program is not only focused on pop music. The program welcomes all kinds of contestants who dabble in any kind of musical style. Besides, I've said that our program only focuses on the voice, so we naturally also need a coach who is very experienced with vocals and singing techniques on our side. You've been singing most of your life, and I really can't think of anyone who is more suitable than you for this role." Zhang Xia forced a laugh. "But I'm already so old and my children have been asking me to retire. Right now, the only thing that I can't put down is singing, but I've already let go of all professional work schedules since a long time ago. I won't hide this from you. Just last month and at the end of last year, there were 2 singing programs that approached me to join them as well, but I rejected them. Regarding such television variety shows and talent shows, I have a certain resistance of them." Zhang Yi said, Grandma Zhang, you're really not being true to your words. Didn't you just say that my new program is very meaningful and that you would support me? But now in the next instant, you're being resistant to the idea already? You told me you were unable to put down singing, and our program is made exactly to let people go back to the roots of singing. The direction of this program does not conflict with your beliefs. If you join us, you will be helping the newcomers by discovering and training a group of people who have been forgotten or ignored but have good singing abilities. This is a job that's benevolent beyond measure since you'll be grooming the future talents of the singing industry." Zhang Yi lauded. "If you don't take up this role, then we young ones will surely not be qualified either. In the field of music, your experience is the most valuable treasure to us. Without you paving the way for the later generation, they could easily take the wrong path or direction." Hearing that, Zhang Xia was indeed feeling rather flattered. "Child, you have quite the glib tongue," Zhang Yi declared. "Grandma Zhang, as the executive director of The Voice of China, I would like to once again formally invite you to join us." After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Xia answered. You've already laid it on me quite thick, so I don't think I can reject you, right? All right then, I promise you that I will join your program as a guest coach. Zhang Ye happily replied. That's really good news. Zhang Xia said, but I want to say this beforehand. If there are any fixed results or a designated champion, I will not want to take part in it. I will just listen to the vocals and say whatever needs to be said. To be honest with you, Grandma Zhang, that is exactly what I want from you. I give you my word that, as long as I helm the program team, there will absolutely be no underhanded results fixing. If I find out that it happens, then I will deal with them one by one. There will be no room for discussion. Zhang Ye promised her. Zhang Xia was very satisfied with that. She said, that's better. Suddenly, Zhang Ye thought of something. Oh yes, we have yet to discuss the joining payment. I'll leave that to you. Zhang Xia sounded indifferent to this. But the more someone put it this way, the more Zhang Ye was unwilling to leave it unspoken. He said, how much did the 2 programs that approached you before offer to you? Zhang Xia replied, several million, I guess. I'm not exactly sure either. Zhang Ye said, they wanted to invite you with just a few million? Then they were really insincere in their offer. How about this, Grandma Zhang? We will offer you a joining payment of 10 million renminbi. What do you think? Zhang Xia said, are you taking me to be Yuanqi? Why would I need that much? Zhang Ye laughed and noted, you're being too modest. That won't do. That won't do. Because of their friendship from the song Woman Flower, Zhang Xia had never treated Zhang Ye as an outsider. A few million is enough. Even the other singing talent shows are only offering that amount for their joining payment. Yet you are thinking of giving 10 million? I know that Central TV is notoriously stingy, so why are they being so generous this time? Zhang Ye said, they are them, I am me. The funding this time was provided by me. I'm also in charge of the program, so all the decisions will be made by me. It's settled then. 10 million will be your joining payment. I will get someone to prepare the contract later. Grandma Zhang, let's keep our personal relationship personal and business as business. That's that then. 1. Meaning beautiful singing or beautiful song in Italian generally emphasizes the beauty of sound. Term remains vague and ambiguous in the 21st century and is often used to evoke a lost singing tradition. Chapter 641 Guest Coaches List. In the afternoon, after ending Grandma Zhang's call, Zhang Ye made a few calls in a row after that. Through the management agency, he found the agent before finally reaching the intended party after much trouble. After he made the intention of the call clear, Zhang Ye arranged to meet up with the person and drove over immediately. In a district, in a villa, he followed the address and found his way here. Upon arrival, he saw the doors to the villa already opened, and the male and female owners had both spotted Zhang Ye approaching. They came out immediately to welcome him. Teacher Zhang. The man waved at him. The woman smiled and said, we were still thinking of suggesting a more centralized place to meet. Was it hard to find this place? Zhang Ye smiled and shook their hands. He said, it's best to discuss this in the privacy of your home since it is easier to speak there. There are people everywhere outside, and it's not so convenient to talk about business. Once I had a meeting with someone at a coffee house, and the staff and guests there were all busy taking pictures and creating a constant shutter sound with their cameras. Some of the young people were even more aggressive, coming up to our table to take photos of me up close. That really overwhelmed me. So how do you suppose we can talk about any business there at all? The man laughed and said, Teacher Zhang, please come in. The 3 of them went into the villa. The woman went to the kitchen and came out with some tea. Old Chun and I have both heard of Zhang Ye's reputable name so much, and we've always been paying attention to your news. I really like the songs you wrote, and have been hoping to meet you so that we could talk. Zhang Ye smiled and said, me too. The heroic couple, one of the singing industry. I've heard about the both of you for a long time now. The man was taken aback and asked, what is the heroic couple? The woman laughed. We even have such a nickname? Where did it come from? Zhang Ye got a little nervous, knowing that it was a slip of tongue. There was no such thing as the return of the Condor heroes in this world. So he quickly added, it's just a description for an ideal couple, haha. The man said with a smile, what ideal? We also argue on a daily basis. Zhang Ye said, oh, but that's not how they said it on television. The man laughed heartily and replied, if it's a television program, of course it will be slightly exaggerated to make us sound better. In our daily lives, which couple does not have their quarrels? The woman added, if the argument gets too heated, we might even get physical. If it were with other industry outsiders or the media, they would surely not say that much. However, since Zhang Ye was also an industry insider, and the three of them were similar in popularity with all of them being B-listers, together with the fact that they had no conflict of interests, their conversation was naturally also much more lighthearted. The man was Chen Guang. He was in his early 30s. The woman was Fan Wenli. She was 30 years old exactly. They were both top singers in the country and were ranked a little higher than Zhang Ye on the Celebrity Rankings Index. One was in the middle of the B-list rankings while the other was in the lower half of the B-list rankings, making them look like they were just average celebrities. However, these two people were considered top singers in the singing industry. As comparison, when Heavenly Queen Zhang Ye was at her lowest point in terms of record sales, she was estimated to be selling 2/3 of what Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were. Citing either one of them as an example, they could easily be labeled top singers in the singing industry. But of course, when they were at their lowest point in record sales, they also lagged far behind Zhang Ye. After all, a heavenly queen was still a heavenly queen, and even at that lowest point, her fan base was still on a different level. This also clearly explained the problem here. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were only focused on their music careers and hardly ever crossed over to the film and television drama industries. If the Celebrity Rankings Index excluded those movies' stars and hosts, and the rankings were only based on the music industry alone, then the two of them would surely be ranked in the top 20. They could be considered as B-listers in the entertainment circle, but A-listers in the music industry. This was also the reason why Zhang Ye was paying them a visit today after pondering for a long time. Because the two of them were the most professional of singers, their image also aligned with the voice. Actually, even if he found an A-lister celebrity who was primarily a movie actor and secondarily a singer, it would still be alright. But Zhang Ye felt that would make the selections a bit incomplete. A stage where vocals were the main feature would surely need to focus on that point. So whether it be the stage, the contestants, or the guest coaches, he knew he needed the most reputable singers from the music industry and not just someone who was highly rated in the overall entertainment industry. These two things were totally different. After chatting for a long while, Zhang Ye had gotten familiar with them. Only then did Zhang Ye touch on the topic. He said, regarding my invitation over the phone earlier, what do you think? Chen Guang looked at his wife, then said to Zhang Ye, actually, I specifically went online to do some research on it. A program that does not care about looks and only focuses on vocals. I get the feeling that it's just a gimmick, isn't it? Zhang Ye said, yes, it is a gimmick, but not the type of gimmick you're thinking of. What I want is to make a most professional singing program. That's no lie. The contestants we want are also not limited only to those who have the looks or stage presence. As long as they can sing well, I want them all. Chen Guang sighed. The concept of this program is good, at least. That's something I agree with. Beside them, Fan Wenli laughed and said, yes, if only you'd encountered such a program back then, you wouldn't have had to toil so hard for 5 full years. You would have gotten very popular early on. Fan Wenli was very beautiful and was a singer who overall had good looks, a good demeanor, and a good voice. However, Chen Guang's looks could only pass as SOSO. He didn't look outstanding and even had some pockmarks on his lower left cheek from past acne. This was why Chen Guang had a very difficult time when he debuted. It wasn't until recently that his singing career took off due to his determination and some lucky opportunities, helping him get accepted by everyone. Now that his popularity was soaring, Chen Guang was finally able to reap the fruits of the labor he had put in all these years. Chen Guang was laughing and sighing at the same time. My singing career path can only be described as extremely arduous. I've easily put in more effort than others by 10 or 100-fold before I was able to stand at the same level as some of them. Other people would find it difficult to relate to this experience of mine. Zhang Ye said, I do understand it. Zhang Ye, too, was not someone who had good looks. Chen Guang took a look at him and said happily, how can we be compared? You have the eloquence, literary, and math talent, and even musical talent, so don't compare yourself to me. With my looks, I had to walk this entertainment industry's career path with only one leg. Those who were blessed with good looks could be described as walking down it with 2 legs. But for you, Zhang Ye, You have been walking down it with 10 legs. Even those pretty boys from Korea could not compare to you. So your situation is totally different from mine. Her. Zhang Ye said, Brother Chen, you're really praising me too much. Usually, the strategy is to praise first before attacking. So does that mean that you're going to reject my invitation? If that's the case, then I won't have any other people I can approach. Sister Fan, and you are the most suitable coach candidates I can think of. Fan Wenli said, May I ask who else will be joining? Zhang Ye answered, I've already confirmed one coach, Grandma Zhang Xia. Chen Guang was stunned. Grandma Zhang? She's a great artist and a veteran of the music scene. No one can match her soprano. But isn't Grandma Zhang already half retired? I've also never heard of Grandma Zhang ever participating in any variety programs. So how did you manage to invite her? Grandma Zhang and I have a bit of a friendship, so you could say that she gave me a little bit of face this time, Zhang Ye explained. Chen Guang thought about it for a moment and then looked at his wife. What's your opinion about this? Fan Wenli shrugged. Whatever you decide, I'll go along with it. Chen Guang said, I think this will be a good opportunity and I'm really interested in such a program as well. Then why don't we discuss the joining payment? Fan Wenli looked at Zhang Ye and said. Zhang Ye immediately said, It will be a general contract for a duration of up to 3 months. Of course, before the scheduled recording of the main program itself, we also need the both of you to accommodate our program team's promotional and other related activities, as well as endorsements that are related to the program, all of which will be covered under the joining payment and not additionally payable. But if it has to do with endorsements outside of the program or extended promotional activities, then the relevant fees will also be paid out according to the clauses of the contract. We can always discuss that at a later time. Chen Guang grunted his understanding. As for the joining payment, Zhang Ye smiled and said, What I can say is that it will surely be the highest in the industry, especially when it involves 2 heavyweight coaches like the 2 of you. It wouldn't be good if we paid too little. It was easy to speak to Grandma Zhang since they had a friendship, and more importantly, she did not really care too much for these contracts. But for others, the joining payment was surely the most important factor. Money always came first, so if it wasn't agreed upon, even if they felt that your program was good, it wouldn't matter at all. Besides, Zhang Ye already intended to produce such a mega-scale talent show, so he wasn't afraid to spend. He knew that however much he spent, it would surely be worth it. Zhang Ye paused for a moment, and then said, For the 2 of you, what if I offered each one 10 million renminbi as the joining payment? Chen Guang's eyes moved. Fan Wenli was also surprised for a bit. Zhang Ye added, How does that sound? The couple looked at each other for a moment before Chen Guang said, I'm really unable to reject an offer like that. He had only ever participated as a guest on a talent show once before, 2 years ago, and that program had only paid him 4 million as the joining payment. Although back then, he wasn't as famous as he was now, and inflation wasn't high either. But as an industry insider, Chen Guang knew that the current market was not as good as that time either. The market for talent shows was in a downturn with every television station lowering the guest joining pay. Yet Zhang Ye offered the 2 of them a total of 20 million in joining pay. That was already a big show of sincerity. If it were any other program approaching them, he believed they wouldn't have even offered them half of what Zhang Ye had. Zhang Ye stood up and put his hand out. So, let's have a happy partnership? To a happy partnership. Fan Wenli and Chen Guang both stuck out their hands to shake Zhang Ye's hand in response. With the agreements made, the only thing left was just to sign the contract at a later date. Leaving the villa, Zhang Ye did not have Chen Guang and his wife see him out. He casually strolled toward the district as he took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Out of 4 coaches, 3 were already settled. He was finally down to looking for the last coach. But this last candidate was also the most difficult to convince. With such a huge reputation, it was someone that Zhang Ye had to convince no matter what, for the sake of the voice. But he knew that it would be very difficult as well, and did not hold out much hope. He left this candidate as the final one to contact as he was ready for a protracted battle. He knew of the importance of this person for the voice since a mega-scale singing talent show should unquestionably be fronted by an S-list, big-shot celebrity. Only then would the entire setup look grand, leaving the audience screaming and helping to drum up the promotions for the opener of The Voice. This person would eventually serve as the main attraction for the program. Who would it be? Who could hold up the entire panel of coaches and represent them for The Voice? There was already no suspense to the answer. It had to be the heavenly queen, Zhang Ye. Perfect looks, a perfect body, a perfect voice, and she even had the largest fan base in the whole of China. Other than her, no one else could step up to this role. In Zhang Ye's previous world, The Voice was lavishly decked out, from the stage to the equipment, contestants to the coaches. Zhang Ye was also aiming to achieve that right now. To avoid any accidents and a non-compliance situation when he brought over the program to this world, he needed to make sure that he laid out all the proper groundwork so that this world-class program would be restored in its full glory. That was the reason why he needed such a strong lineup for the program's coaches. It needed to at least be on par or surpass his previous world's version of The Voice of China. Old Zhang must definitely be convinced to join. But how should he do it? A heavenly queen was not simply invited with just a snap of the fingers. Right now, Zhang Yuanqi's focus was on releasing a music album, holding concerts, or taking parts in movie, and was basically not planning to participate in any recordings for television programs. As there was a market downturn presently, the programs did not pay well and tended to take too long to finish recording, only to end up getting very average viewership ratings, which could also be described as an unable to make ends meet situation. These were the reasons why any genuine heavenly kings and queens, or even A-listers, were taking part in fewer and fewer television talent shows. A normal variety or interview program was still all right since those would only take a day or just several hours to record. But a talent show was different. Beginning with the auditions and moving to the round of 16, then the quarterfinals and semifinals, etc., the entire process was too lengthy. The big-shot celebrities who did not lack any job offers couldn't possibly want to waste their time on such shows. So how would he try to convince her? Zhang Ye typed and retyped his words before finally sending out a very long text message to her. He made an introduction of his program and briefly explained the mechanics and format to old Zhang. DD. Old Zhang replied, "Not interested." Zhang Ye was speechless but replied, "Consider it for a moment. You can also tell me the joining payment you're looking at." Old Zhang. "Too many activities, no time." Zhang Ye. "It's not like I need you to be here at Central TV every day for 24 hours to do the recording. It's only a few days, and we're also willing to accommodate your schedule to record the program. If you have something on, then we can always record it later, and we'll surely wait for you." Old Zhang. "Look for someone else." Zhang Ye replied angrily. "Old Zhang, you're really ungrateful. My new program has just started production and needs some support, so you should really try to help me out here no matter what. Hurry up and agree. Otherwise, don't expect me to write any songs for you in the future." Old Zhang. "What good songs do you have? Send them over." Zhang Ye. "I don't have any now, so let's talk about the program first." Old Zhang. "Even if I did state a joining payment, Central TV would not be able to afford it." Zhang Ye. "If you don't state it, how would you know that I am unable to afford it?" After about 5 minutes or so, Zhang Yuanqi finally replied, "The lowest I can accept is 40 million, along with 2 songs from you." Zhang Ye. 1 song. Old Zhang. 2 songs. Zhang Ye. 1 means 1, I don't have more. Old Zhang. "Fine." Zhang Ye decisively said, "Deal? It's settled then." Old Zhang. "Are you sure that you can afford the joining payment of 40 million? Zhang Ye laughed loudly as he typed in his reply to her. "You don't have to worry about that. Just wait for your money." Old Zhang. "Okay, talk directly to my manager about the contract. Notify me in advance about the filming of the show and promotional trailers. Also, start thinking about the new song. I won't forget. Do you think I would go back on my words for that?" Zhang Ye said. It was settled. He finally managed to get the heavenly queen to join the coaching panel for The Voice. Was 40 million renminbi a lot? To others, this might look like it was an astronomical amount, but for Zhang Ye, as long as it could help the program do well, it didn't matter how much it was. Besides, based on Zhang Yuanqi's status and popularity, as the person on top of the food chain that was the entertainment circle, if 40 million renminbi was able to convince her to join the show, then it should not be seen as a business loss at all. At the minimum, even if other television stations offered 40 million renminbi to Zhang Yuanqi to join their program, she would not agree to it. Those television stations were unable to produce and offer what Zhang Ye was able to give, a song. Old Zhang was not someone who would be moved by just anyone. Everything was a-okay. It was all settled. The four generals have been fully assembled. Chapter 642, Dissolving the Program Team. Later that afternoon, it was almost time to leave work. At the program team office of The Voice, many of the staff who had been stationed at the recording site were back. They were gathered back here for a short meeting to update each other on the day's work and their progress. How's your progress? The progress is a little slow, and there aren't too many registrations from the public. I couldn't settle my task either. The main issue still hinges on our offer being too low. Assistant Director Zhang, are you able to spare us some funds from your side? I can't. I don't have enough to use either. Teacher Zhang specifically instructed that the equipment had to be the best, and after my discussion with the vendors today, I am still lacking some funds. One of the machines went over the budget. AI, we're really too poor. I finally understand what money makes the world go round means now. I wonder if Teacher Zhang managed to pull in any sponsors over at his side. We're done for. Everyone has such bad opinions of our program, and the stage isn't even set up yet. When we have nothing to show for it all, who would even dare to sponsor our program? The colleagues were all sighing. At the beginning, when they arrived at this program team, they were all full of anticipation and looking forward to this Central TV Department One's new program, which would be helmed by the legendary Zhang Ye. But who would have thought that they would be regretful after just one day of work? The strong support from Central TV Department 1 was gradually becoming just average support. With the audience not thinking much of it, and the program team running out of money, they all felt that there was no longer any future for this program. Darkness lay ahead of them, and they felt that if they continued on like this, the program team might even get dissolved before the program could be made. Meanwhile, a rumor had started internally at Central TV Department 1. Hey, did you hear? What's the matter? The program team for The Voice is going to be dissolved. Didn't they just form the team recently? They ran out of money, spending 20 million renminbi on equipment purchases alone. That was all the station had given to them as funding, but now that they're out of it, they can only sit and watch. Would the station just leave them like that? Of course the station wanted to do something about it. They were already planning to make a strong return to the variety genre of programs and did so by risking it with Zhang Ye's employment. But I don't suppose they had expected Zhang Ye to be so risky, not mentioning the controversy behind the proposed program. But when the 20 million renminbi was spent just like that on those equipment, how do you expect the station to give them any more support? Who wouldn't be fazed by seeing money being spent like that? Even Central TV Department 1 would not have that much spare cash for Zhang Ye to burn through like that. 20 million renminbi worth of production costs is already several times more than many of our other programs, so I'm sure the station was already hesitant to approve the initial sum. Oh, then this is going to be really interesting to watch. Will Zhang Ye be finished even before the ship sinks? The program really won't go on as planned then? Didn't I already say? If we got Zhang Ye to join us, then Central TV Department 1 would not have a day of peace anymore. Now do you all see why? He's only been here a day, and such a situation has occurred. It's not a problem even if the audience is not too optimistic about the program. After all, he had so many programs that did not look promising before, but still succeeded as a precedent. So even if the final product is not completed yet, it would still have been all right. But without money, the problem becomes real. If he can't even invite any celebrity guests or dress up the stage, how can he make any program at all? It can't even be produced and recorded for the audience to watch. Let's just see how the voice program team is going to solve this. Central TV Department 1 staff were all discussing fervently in secret, not knowing who had heard about this news or where its source was. It resulted in the rumor intensifying, not only within Central TV Department 1, but also spreading to the other departments housed in Central TV Tower. Half an hour later, Zhang Ye came back. He walked into the tower. Ding! The staff elevator door opened. By coincidence, Zhang Ye, the host of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala who had been relegated from the B-list rankings by Zhang Ye, was just walking out of the elevator. He was going in the opposite direction of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was a little stunned. Zhang Ye's expression did not change. He casually swept his eyes over him as he entered the elevator. To bring it up, although these two had a heated scolding battle on the internet, this was actually their first time seeing each other in person. Zhang Ye had a more pronounced reaction as he was, after all, the one who had lost his position to Zhang Ye. Furthermore, the crossing half of China to sleep with you targeted at him by Zhang Ye and his fans had left him grossed out for several days and became a joke that netizens laughed at for a while. Naturally, when he saw Zhang Ye, it stirred up his feelings quite a bit. But Zhang Ye did not feel anything. He saw Zhang Ye, then so be it. He still went about going where he needed to go and did not stop in his tracks for a moment. The reason for their different reactions was mainly down to their different experiences. As a central TV host of this level, Zhang Ye was one of the station's pillars and had hosted the Spring Festival Gala before, so he could be mentioned as someone close to the top of the hosting world. He had a high status and hardly ever got into quarrels with anyone, nor did he really have experience in such matters. As a result, after the previous fearsome scolding battle with Zhang Ye, it left a mark in his memory, especially since he did not win the battle. But for Zhang Ye, this person was someone who got into trouble so very often and always found the time to scold or beat up someone. For him, those were just part of his daily life, so you could say that he was very used to such situations. Now that he was seeing Zhang Ye in person for the first time, Zhang Ye did not show any special reaction to him either. There were really too many people he had offended. They brushed past each other, but neither one bothered with the other. There were also a few other people in the elevator, possibly colleagues or staff, who knew Zhang Ye. When they saw the situation, they also had strange looks on their faces. They followed Zhang Ye out of the elevator. One of them started speaking. I heard that the voice is going to be canceled soon. I heard so too. The program team was only put together 2 days ago, and it's going to get canceled so soon? They were too ambitious. For a program with a funding of 20 million, they wanted to make it into the standard of several tens of millions more. When the funding couldn't be increased and the advertising deals didn't sell, the only out was to cancel it totally. Oh right, Teacher Chun, I heard that your program's title sponsor increased their bid? Yes, it's a newly signed contract. Could you reveal to us what kind of a figure it is? Everyone's quite curious about it. Yeah, Brother Chin, how much did you get? There's nothing confidential about it. It sold for 38 million renminbi. Whoa, that's a new record. With the rise of the internet and the decline of the television market, there are fewer and fewer programs that can break 30 million renminbi in title sponsorship fees. Yet your program sponsorship is almost at 40 million? Yes, the contract's already been signed. Congratulations, Teacher Chun. How awesome. The program team I'm working for only managed 12 million renminbi for the same thing. 38 million renminbi. Now that's really an astronomical figure to us. Their conversation had inadvertently touched on that topic. Inside the elevator, Zhang Ye could still hear what they were talking about. Even though the elevator doors had closed and he was separated from them by a large metallic door, the sound insulation wasn't actually that good before the elevator started ascending. When Zhang Ye heard their conversation, he also wondered what they meant by the program team for the voice was dissolving. Dissolve for what reason? And that title sponsorship fee they were talking about? How could 38 million renminbi be called an astronomical figure? Ding! He reached his floor. Zhang Ye walked back quickly to his own program team's office. Before he could step inside, he already saw some faces etched with worry, as several people gathered around each other looking stunned. Chen, sitting beside Ha Chi and playing games, apparently became aware and raised her head to see Zhang Ye walking in. The little kid got off from her chair and said with a sunken expression, Zhang Ye, why are you only back at this time? Zhang Ye said, didn't I already say that I had something to do? Chen was still not looking too happy, probably because she blamed Zhang Ye for not being around to take care of her. What's the matter? You don't know how to go to the toilet by yourself? Didn't I tell you before that after you climb up onto the toilet, as long as you don't sit too far back, you won't fall in? Zhang Ye went up to coax her a little and promised her that she would get more snacks and television time before she was satisfied, and went back to playing her games. As Chen walked away, Ha Chi and Zhang's was suddenly surrounded Zhang Ye altogether. Zhangzhua said, Teacher Zhang, our program team is going to be dissolved. Ha Chi also said, I heard from many of my friends too. I think it might be true. Director Zhang, what should we do now? Wu Yi was panicking. Why don't you go look for the director and have a few words with him? Help us to fight against that decision. We want to look for Brother Fu just now, but he wasn't around. Zhang Yi said in a speechless manner. Who did you all hear that from? A female editor said, everyone's talking about it. There isn't smoke without fire, so it was definitely said by someone up top. Zhang Ye had heard about this as well when he was taking the elevator up. Actually, he already knew that this was just a rumor. No matter how conservative or unreliable Central TV Department 1 was, they wouldn't possibly cancel a program just 2 days after starting it. If the rumor were true, then that would truly have been most silly. Although Central TV Department 1 had some doubts about him, but with the program not produced yet, and with his previous experience and results for all to see, even if Central TV Department 1 wanted to give up on him, they would only decide on that after seeing how the voice performed after broadcasting. To cut their losses before anything was implemented? That was impossible. Zhang Ye knew that this was surely just a rumor that spread after someone had made a wild guess. Everyone was just saying what they thought. Zhang Ye pressed his hands together and spoke reassuringly. Stop talking, everyone. I need all of you to calm your minds. This matter is just a rumor, so please ignore it. Everyone stopped talking, but their eyes still showed signs of uncertainty. If it were purely just a rumor, then it would be fine. But the problem now was also that their program was out of funding and the station was very unsatisfied with the program and Zhang Ye's handling of the funds. At this moment, when the staff were already very worried that the team would be dissolved, hearing such a rumor only made it feel more real. That was what led to this situation of panic now. Seeing them in this way, Zhang Ye was angry and tickled at the same time. Was this bro so lacking in prestige? Didn't I already say that I would find a way to settle the money issue? Zhang Ye laughed and said, all right then, let me give everyone a piece of good news. This afternoon I went out for a bit and managed to confirm an exclusive title sponsor for our The Voice of China program. When Ha Qiqi heard this, she immediately beamed with delight and said, you got a deal? Zhang Zhua also turned from worry to joy and said, it's only been a few hours and you've already managed to pull in a title sponsor? Teacher Zhang really get things done. It must be because of your great reputation. A program that had not officially begun production and did not get much optimism from both industry insiders and the audience, without having any production movements or promotions since it was announced, was able to get a title sponsor? If this were anyone else or any other program team, that would surely be just as good as daydreaming. But Zhang Ye did it. This clearly showed the value of Teacher Zhang's face and reputation. No one else could do something like this. Highlighting this with an analogy, it was the same as shooting a movie. If you were an average director with an average screenplay, it would be difficult to pull in investments whomever you approached. But if you were a famous, big-shot director in the country, with all of your previous films getting several hundred millions in box office earnings, and intended to shoot a new movie today, then even if you did not have a screenplay or proposal yet, as long as you announced that you wanted to make a movie, investors would still arrive in droves, offering to make investments into this project of yours. It was the same logic. The key question right now was, how much was Zhang Ye's reputation valued at? A male editor hurriedly asked, Director Zhang, how much did we get? A female administrative staff member asked, yeah, Teacher Zhang, how much did we manage to get? Zhang Ye kept them in suspense. Her guess. A female editor made a bold, wild guess and said, 20 million? Zhang Ye shook his head. Guess higher. Higher than 20 million? Everyone was getting excited. Zhang Zhua immediately said, 30 million? Zhang Ye laughed and said again, even higher than that. Huh. Qiqi took a deep breath before saying, could it be 35 million then? Zhang Ye said, still higher. Wu Yi said, could it be that it's also 38 million? I heard that Teacher Chen Ye's program has finalized their title sponsorship contract with a renewed fee of 38 million. That is already this year's highest title sponsorship fee amount. Zhang Ye graciously said, you can still add to that amount. What? That's still not enough? Everyone was stunned. They said, could it be 40 million? When they mentioned the words 40 million, their hearts shuddered. They couldn't help it either, since in their minds, their knowledge and past experiences told them that a singing talent show's title sponsorship fees were only worth around this level. They had a limit, and if it crossed that line, it would probably be something that they could not begin to imagine. They did not try to make any more guesses, nor would they be able to guess correctly. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Ye was feeling extremely pleased with himself. Ha Qiqi said parched, Teacher Zhang, just tell us quickly. The female editor hounded him and asked, "Yes, Teacher Zhang, don't tease us like this anymore. Just how much did you get for the title sponsorship fee?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right then, I won't keep you all guessing. For the title sponsorship of The Voice, I have already negotiated with the Brain Gold Company to purchase it at the amount of 100 million. When this figure rolled off Zhang Ye's tongue, everyone in the office was shocked into silence. Even Chen, busy playing games, raised her head to look at him. 100 million? A title sponsorship fee of 100 million renminbi. Huh. Is this for real? How much? 100 million? Ha Chi almost fainted. Zhang Zhua and all the other staff of The Voice were getting noisy from excitement. This happiness had arrived too suddenly, and out of the blue. Everyone was taken by great surprise. Chapter 643. Zhang Ye's name is worth 100 million. Soon after, a piece of news began spreading inside of Central TV. Many of the staff who were just getting off work or already at the base of the tower heard an unexpected rumor. The title sponsorship of The Voice had been sold, and it was even sold for an astronomical figure of 100 million renminbi. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, followed by more disbelief, and finally, still only disbelief. Holy shit, isn't The Voice defying all common sense now? Zhang Ye's reputation is worth 100 million? I won't believe it even if it kills me. That's right. While I agree that Zhang Ye is awesome, if you tell me that he can get 40 million for the title sponsorship, I can still somewhat accept it. After all, as such a big-shot celebrity, he must have some appeal to him. But 100 million? Are you kidding? Anyone with common sense will know that it's impossible. Due to the climate of the current market, if a singing talent show program can get 30 million renminbi in title sponsorship fees, it would already be one of the highest-tier productions around. But you managed to get 100 million renminbi for your title sponsorship? Are you taking blank pieces of paper as money? It must be a false rumor. That's right, this has to be a rumor. How can it be so high? Do you all really believe it? It's obviously a lie that someone is spreading. This is really a brag that has gone too far. In the history of Central TV, there haven't been any cases of a variety show getting more than 80 million renminbi in title sponsorship fees, let alone your so-called 100 million renminbi in title sponsorship fees. Not only Central TV, I don't think there's a single title sponsorship that has crossed the 100 million renminbi mark at all out of the television stations across the country. If the title sponsorship was really sold for 100 million renminbi, then when added with the other advertising rights fees, won't it be headed towards 150 million renminbi in total? Even if you think with your feet, you should know that it can't possibly be that much. This amount has already exceeded the maximum possible for the industry. A 100 million renminbi title sponsorship? Do you think this is the Spring Festival Gala? But the Spring Festival Gala doesn't even sell title sponsor rights. At the program team's office of The Voice, Fu Sihong, who was not in the around for the whole afternoon, appeared back at the office. At the same time, Zhang Yuan and a few managers of several related departments from Central TV Department 1 also appeared at the program team's office of The Voice. In the office, Zhang Ye was in the middle of a conversation. He said, "Hurry up and get the contracts ready. I need them by tonight." A female editor replied excitedly, "Understood, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Ye added, "Then get someone from the related department to prepare 4 sets of contracts for the guest coaches. Don't fill in the names or the amount yet. Just write it up according to the general contract template." A male editor said, "I'll get someone to do it immediately." At this moment, a large group of people walked into the office. "Little Zhang," Zhang Yuan immediately asked, "what's the situation with your program now?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Director Zhang, you're here?" Fu Sihong said, "You managed to pull in a sponsor?" Zhang Yi responded, "Yes, I have settled it." Zhang Yuan said, "It's great that the title sponsorship was sold, but I heard that the title sponsor rights were sold at a price of 100 million renminbi? Who spread such a piece of news? Was it you guys? If it is for the purposes of publicity and hype, you can just spread the news to the media and the audience instead. What's the use of releasing the fake news within Central TV itself?" Fu Sihong asked, "How much did you sell it for?" Zhang Yi said happily, "It's just as the rumors say, 100 million. Fu Sihong was rendered speechless. Zhang Yuan stared at him and said, "Tell me honestly, how much was it?" He still did not quite believe it. Ha Chi said on Zhang Ye's behalf, "Director Jiang, it really sold for 100 million renminbi. Just a while ago, the Brain Gold Company's manager of commercial title sponsorship rights called us to discuss the contract details. The manager also mentioned that we can sign the contract tonight and the money will be transferred to us in batches. They even said that they can include our name of the voice into their current advertising campaign that is already active in the market to help us promote our show and will not charge us any extra advertising fees. It will be considered a part of our cooperation together." Zhang Zhuo and the rest of the staff were also very excited. If not for that call, they would still be quivering and be like Jiang Yuan and Fu Sihong, whom didn't believe it. Brain Gold, the enterprise Zhang Ye was endorsing? The health product group that became successful overnight due to Zhang Ye's commercial? Jiang Yuan took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Ye in disbelief. He said, "So that 100 million renminbi is for real? It's not just some publicity stunt." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Of course it's not a publicity stunt. That 100 million is the real deal." Fu Sihong was shocked. Jiang Yuan could only stick his thumb up and exclaim, "Good, good, good." Zhang Ye said, "I've endorsed CEO Wu's company and worked with him for some time now, so the discussions went quite smoothly. CEO Wu also gave me quite a bit of face. How is this even a case of showing face to him? If it were, then the face given was just too flattering. Just your name alone was already worth 100 million. Jiang Yuan and the others really could not imagine this outcome as their opinions of Zhang Ye changed. There were some television programs that received good reviews from the audience and industry insiders, but ultimately could not make much of a profit, and their title sponsorship fees were only in the region of 10 to 20 million. However, there are also some television programs that the audience and industry insiders were not so optimistic about. But just because of the popularity of the person heading it, they could still pull in numerous investors. Even before the program started broadcasting, they had already made a good profit, and Zhang Ye obviously belonged to the latter group. For the past 2 days, Jiang Yuan and many leaders of Central TV Department 1 had been tortured by Zhang Ye's antics and requests for additional funding. But today, there was finally some good news that helped restore their trust in Zhang Ye. Moreover, it also made them recognize Zhang Ye's worth once again. So what if the audience thought it was no good? So what if the industry insiders did not feel optimistic about it? The title sponsorship fees of 100 million had already been clinched. Their program has already been recognized by someone. Zhang Ye took the opportunity to speak. "Director Jiang, you promised us before that we can freely allocate the amount of the title sponsorship fees as we like." Jiang Yuan gave him a serious look and asked, "Are you going to invest all of the 100 million into the production of the program?" Zhang Ye nodded, "Yes. With the station's funding of 20 million, I will use a total of 120 million as the production costs. I will create an excellent program that is both unprecedented and never to be replicated." Everyone gasped when they heard that, especially Fu Sihong, who trembled when he heard that amount. 120 million in production costs? This was only a television program. Would you need to spend so much money on it? Even if it was for a television drama or a generously budgeted movie production, a 120 million renminbi investment would be considered a major production and would even reach the level of a Lunar New Year movie production. It might even be a Lunar New Year movie that was filmed in 3D. You're going to use the resources equivalent to a major 3D movie production to produce a television program? How much more extravagant could it get? How much of the money are you intending to burn through? What kind of a spendthrift are you intending to be? Can you get a return on investments? Jiang Yuan was actually in a dilemma right now. If Central TV Department 1 had such an astronomical figure, their financial performance for this year would certainly soar. But when he thought of his promise to Zhang Ye, he knew that he could not take back what he said. Moreover, he knew of Zhang Ye's temper as well as his rather stubborn and thorny character. So Jiang Yuan was worried that Zhang Ye would quit if he did not agree. If that happened, the 100 million in title sponsorship fees was as good as gone. Without Zhang Ye, Brain Gold would definitely not invest in them. Clenching his teeth, Jiang Yuan finally said, "Yes, it is all allocated to your program team." Zhang Ye also smiled. "All right then." Jiang Yuan gave some words of encouragement to the program team. "I've also received news that there was a rumor going around in the afternoon concerning how the station was planning to dissolve the Voices program team. That is a groundless statement, and I've already gotten someone to investigate the identity of the rumor mongers. All of you just relax and work well with old Fu and little Zhang on this program. The station will give you all the utmost support. Seeing an opportunity, Zhang Ye said, Director Jiang, then can you give more manpower? Just the 20 plus of us are not going to be enough work on a production that's worth over 100 million. Zhang Yuan was speechless. He was just trying to placate and encourage the program team, but now Zhang Ye was latching onto his words and trying to ask for more manpower. He asked, how many people do you need? Central TV has its own band, right? I do not need too many, just 7 or 8 people will do. That will save us the trouble of hiring a band. And besides, I trust our own people more. Zhang Ye was making an exorbitant demand and was afraid that Zhang Yuan would not agree. So he said, otherwise, can the station give us another 8 to 10 million instead? The 20 million you allocated to us previously was not exactly a lot. So if you can give us more, I can make the program even better. Holy shit. You still want more money? With 120 million, it's still not enough for you to spend? Zhang Yuan was shocked by this request and said immediately, I will get the band for you. Don't even think about having more funds. Zhang Ye said regrettably, all right, I guess that's also fine. Zhang Yuan did not dare say any more and hurriedly left with his people. He was afraid that, if he stayed any longer, Zhang Ye would ask for even more resources. When Zhang Yuan and his people left, they also brought along the news with them. The Central TV staff who were mocking the idea of a 100 million title sponsorship fee earlier had now heard the confirmation. The Voice had really signed a title sponsor for the astronomical sum of 100 million. Shock. Astonishment. This reaction was everywhere. Everyone at Central TV was stunned. Heavens. So it really wasn't a rumor. It was true. It's really 100 million. How did Zhang Ye manage to do that? This program hasn't even been made yet, and there are no confirmed guests either, but someone still ventured to invest 100 million into it? Isn't this about 3 to 4 times the title? Sponsorship fees of other talent shows. They've gone mad. This group of people must have gone mad. This totally defies all common sense. This title sponsorship amount has blinded my eyes. Teacher Zhang Ye's so-called astronomical title sponsorship fees are not even half what Zhang Ye's new program is getting. Isn't that too much of a difference? It's not even something that can be called a slight difference. For the title sponsorship fees of a television program, a difference of 10 million is as good as a difference of 1 degree. Zhang Ye's program is actually behind Zhang Ye's by 6 to 7 degrees. On the same night, the news was spreading. It was probably under the deliberate publicity of Zhang Ye's team that the news of the 100 million renminbi title sponsorship fees between Brain Gold and Central TV Department, once the Voice of China, had been widely spread. The media was shocked. Fellow television stations were shocked. Industry insiders were shocked. All the citizens were also shocked. 100 million. Was Zhang Ye's name really worth so much money? Chapter 644, the most prestigious lineup of coaches in history. The next day, it was Monday morning. Zhang Ye was woken by Hu Fei's call. The current executive producer and director of Beijing Television's Do You Remember? Hu Fei said, Little Zhang, did your new program's title sponsorship really sell for 100 million renminbi? Zhang Ye yawned and said, yes. Hu Fei said, don't fool around. With me, tell me the truth. Zhang Ye laughed helplessly. Why would I lie to you? Hu Fei. Zhang Ye said, we'll be starting the official promotions and announcing it later today. Hu Fei restrained himself for a long time before finally saying, you're really awesome, kid. Everything that you've done up till now have been things that always leave others astonished. This title sponsorship contract for your new program is really too large. Do you even know that? Everyone at Beijing Television Station and the other television stations are all talking about that title sponsorship fee of Central TV Department, one's new program. This amount is too frightening. When has any other television program ever signed a title sponsor deal that was worth as much as yours? Zhang Ye laughed and said, from now onward, there will be many others like this. Hu Fei did not agree with this. He said, this was just a one-off case based on your reputation. How could it become the norm? If you don't believe it, then let's see where we end up 2 years later. By then, a title sponsorship fee of 100 million will probably be the norm. The situation of this world's variety programs was seen before in Zhang Ye's previous world as well. It was also a similar situation and similar downturn. So he knew that the downturn of the television industry here couldn't go on forever either. There would be a time when it ushered in another golden age. There was always a trough and a crest, which was also often referred to as the laws of the market. Meanwhile, on the internet, reactions about the large sum of the title sponsorship for the voice of many netizens fell in the stage of unacceptance. In the morning, at the places where the morning newspapers were sold at, many of the entertainment sections of the various newspapers had dedicated the headlines to the issue of the title sponsorship fees for the voice. Some people had found out about it last night, while there were also those who only knew about it when they bought the papers in the morning. Upon seeing these headlines, they were all dumbfounded. There were also people who found out about it on their way to work or when they were eating breakfast and overheard it from others. They were shocked by this piece of news. 100 million? Brain Gold must have gone crazy. Will they even be able to recoup their capital? Damn. What the hell? F***K. Zhang Ye has started something big again. This is more than something big. He has totally flipped everything upside down. The Voice has surely broken the record for title sponsorship fees. I've heard that the rumored fees for the most popular singing program at the moment, do you remember, was only valued at 37 million. Could this be fake news? Didn't a lot of people from the industry say that there was nothing much to look forward to in The Voice? Didn't they say that this program has nothing special to it and even goes against the trends of the market? If that's the case, then why would any advertisers still dump such a huge lump sum to be the title sponsor? If this news is true, then Zhang Ye must really be very bold. Even though others are willing to pay 100 million, that doesn't mean you should take it, right? Are you trying to reshuffle the industry's cards for variety programs? Are you intending to re-establish the market rules and standards? All rules have been broken. All standards are toppled. The entire television variety industry has been totally stirred up by Zhang Ye. Previous poster, aren't you worrying too much over too many things? Yeah, if the Brain Gold company is willing to offer that amount, then that just means that teacher Zhang is worth that much. How does it re-establish any market rules or stir up anything? Isn't it good that the title sponsorship fees are this much? If you let any other programs find their own title sponsors, I doubt they could even find someone willing to offer 50 million, much less 100 million renminbi. What do you call this? This is what you call difference. This is also an affirmation from the market upon Zhang Ye's strength and recognition. It's not like anyone can get it just because they want it. They do not enjoy the reputation teacher Zhang has. Awesome. 100 million RMB. I'm utterly convinced. Haha. I would really like to hear what those people who did not have much optimism for The Voice have to say now. Even without anything to show for right now, they still managed to secure a 100 million renminbi title sponsorship. How face-smacking. Don't you all understand face-smacking Zhang style yet? How many times has it been already? From the start, when people said they were not optimistic about The Voice, I already knew that it would end up this way. Anyway, I've always thought well of teacher Zhang Ye. No matter what programs or works he comes up with, I will surely support them. Later in the morning, Zhang Ye sent Qinshin to school before he turned around and headed towards Bai Lake. He arrived at Central TV Tower very early to start allocating the tasks for the program's marketing and promotions. Not long after, Brain Gold published a statement, officially confirming their role as exclusive title sponsors to The Voice of China, having signed a sponsorship contract for 100 million renminbi. At the same time, Central TV Department 1 confirmed the news too, with the program team of The Voice also stating that the 100 million title sponsorship fees would be fully invested into the production of the program. On top of the funding that was allocated to them by Central TV Department 1, The Voice would have a total production cost of 120 million renminbi. They sincerely invited any interested advertisers to join, as well as reiterating to anyone who had a passion for music to register for the program's audition. They also publicly announced the registration and contact channels for the program team. When the news got out, it reignited the heated discussions. It's been confirmed. It's true. It's really 100 million. The contract has been signed. What the F***K? 120 million renminbi. All to be used as production costs. That has to be a record. I'm so looking forward to it. What kind of quality can 120 million renminbi create in a program? I really want to see what they can come up with. Can anyone please tell me loudly that I did not see this wrongly with my eyes? Isn't a funding of 100 million renminbi more commonly seen in a movie shoot? Is this all going to be used only for producing a television program? You did not see wrong. Zhang Ye is making a really big move this time, and I like it. Ha. If he's going to do it, he's going to make a big one. If he's going to do it, he's going to make it the most exciting. This has always been Teacher Zhang's style. If it succeeds, his name will surely go down in the annals of history. If it fails, then it will definitely leave a stink for 10,000 years. Zhang Ye's motto is reject mediocrity. That is what I like best about him. We already know the program's format and content, so now the only question left is, who will be the guests? Yeah, who will be joining the show? Those big-shot celebrities basically no longer participate in talent shows anymore. With the viewer ratings and joining payments at near all-time lows, it makes it very difficult to get anyone good to join. If only Sister Zhang would join the show. Her previous poster, Stop Dreaming. I also know that it's just a dream, but I still want to think that way since I really like Sister Zhang a lot. It's impossible that an S-list heavenly queen would take part in these kinds of talent shows as a guest. Do you know how much people like them can earn from just filming a movie? They would gain more reputation as well, and even have a chance at winning an award. So why would they bother with a television program? Even if it's just those A-list singers, I doubt they could invite them either. Besides, The Voice already does not have a very good reputation, with the professionals rating it quite poorly. At Central TV, in The Voice's program team office, everyone here was asking the same questions too. After the female administrative staff member passed a few copies of the general contract template to Zhang Ye, she asked, Teacher Zhang, do you need me to prepare a list of guest coaches candidates for you? Shall we start inviting them one by one? Zhang Ye gave a wave of his hands and said, that's not necessary. Ha Chi said, the first round of preliminary auditions for the contestants will be held this afternoon. I've arranged for it to start at 2 p.m. If we do not begin picking which guest coaches to invite, I'm afraid it will be too late. Zhang Zhua also said, that's right, Director Zhang. We ought to get prepared early since the market environment isn't that good. The guests are getting more and more difficult to invite, especially those big-shot guests who always reject television talent show programs. We have to identify our targets first and contact them one at a time and negotiate. If it doesn't work out, we move to the next candidate. Zhang Ye laughed. No need to go through all that trouble. I've already negotiated with the guests. Wu Yi said, already negotiated? Ha Chi said in surprise. You contacted them yesterday afternoon? Zhang Ye nodded a few times, and then looked at his watch before saying, I was afraid that the news would be leaked too early and cause unnecessary trouble or changes, so I kept it a secret instead. Looking at the time now, I think they should be here soon. As soon as he stopped talking, a few people were already at the door. A staff member of Central TV Department 1 brought the guests in and said, Teacher Zhang, they were looking for your office, so I brought them here. Zhang Ye smiled and said, thanks, friend. Ha Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the rest all did a double take when they saw them. It turned out to be the famous songstress, Zhang Xia, and behind her were her lawyer and manager, a total of 3 people. Everyone was stunned. Only Zhang Ye was not surprised. He went up to shake her hand and said, Grandma Zhang, you're here right on time. Zhang Xia shook his hand and said, I'm always on time, her. Let's get the contract signed then. Sure, it's already prepared. I'll let you have a look first. Zhang. He took out the contract and passed it to her. Ha Chi pulled Zhang Ye aside and asked with a face registering surprise, You managed to get Zhang Xia to step out from her retirement? Doesn't she no longer take part in any variety programs? Everyone was truly surprised at this, as no one could have expected Zhang Ye to get the issue of the guests settled so quickly after only going out for a short while. He even managed to invite the renowned songstress as a guest for their show. Everyone knew the program quality would surely be raised by several levels if they had Grandma Zhang fronting the show. With Zhang Xia joining, not only would her appeal and popularity help the program, her professional strength would also make the program more credible. This was a great artist who had sung for the country's leaders and foreign emissaries in the past. Before Zhang Ye could answer, before they could get over their surprise, When Zhang Xia and her team were looking through the contract, another couple and their managers arrived. A female editor exclaimed, Chen Guang. Another male editor stared at them. Fan Wenli. When Chen Guang came into the office, he directly went to Zhang Ye, smiling and waving at him. He said, Teacher Zhang, we're not late, are we? No, but since Teacher Chen and Teacher Fan are gracing us with both your presences, it wouldn't matter even if you were late. Zhang Ye spoke with a mouthful of courtesy and went up to welcome them with the contracts. Zhang Zhuo was getting excited. Ha Qiqi was also getting excited. Chen Guang had come. Fan Wenli had also come. These two were the very well-known ideal couple of the entertainment circle. And when it came to popularity, these two definitely belonged to the top of the singing world. As an example, among the guest coaches in all the singing talent shows being held by television stations across the whole country, even if the most popular one stepped forward, they would not be a match for the popularity of just one of either Chen Guang or Fan Wenli. And it was even more so if you compared the two of them together. If Chen Guang and Fan Wenli joined any of those singing talent shows, they would surely sweep all those coaching panels off their feet. They were definitely the big brother and sister of any coaching lineup. And now, the two of them were here. They were both going to join The Voice. The staff of the program team were all getting dizzy from this. This was no longer a matter of whether all this was happening too suddenly or not. This was a surprise no one could have expected even in their wildest dreams. With just one of them, they could already sweep away all the other singing programs, much less two of them. Zhang Xia together with Chen Guang and Fan Wenli. This lineup of coaches was too prestigious. How did Teacher Zhang do it? How did he get the three of them to come aboard? Chapter 645. On fire even before the broadcast. Outside the office area, many people from around Central TV Department 1 had gathered here to watch. Who's that? Is that Zhang Xia? Whoa, what is Chen Guang doing here? Fan Wenli is also here with her manager? What are they doing here? It can't be that the Voices program team managed to pull them aboard for the show, right? Don't scare me like that. My heart is not that strong. Each one of them could be considered a big star who could easily shake the singing industry with just a light stamp of their feet. With any one of them coming aboard, it's already a dream fulfilled. So how did they get all three of them? With so many celebrities here who were the big shots among big shots of the singing industry, many staff from the other departments had now gathered curious on this level at Central TV Department 1, where a small portion of the offices were located. Although they could guess what was happening, they were all still rather in disbelief that it could really happen. Even Ha Qiqi and Zhang Zhuo of the program team for The Voice found it hard to believe, much less them. However, what would surprise them much more than that was only about to begin. They thought that the three people gathered here right now was already a very astonishing sight to see. But the next moment, when another person walked in from outside, whether it was Central TV Department 1 staff or the Voices program team, everyone was left with their eyes wide and tongues tied. It was a woman, and she was not a celebrity, yet many people knew her and had heard of her name. The reason was simply because she was the manager of the Heavenly Queen. It was Feng Weihong, Zhang Yuanqi's manager. At this moment, the entire area inside and outside of the office fell silent. Zhang Xiao blinked. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were dumbfounded. Ha Qiqi, Zhang Zhuo, and the rest were also stunned. Only Zhang Ye quickly stepped up to welcome her. Haha, Sister Feng. Feng Weihong did not look to be in the mood for small talk. She just shook Zhang Ye's hand and said, Teacher Zhang, pass me the contract. I have to leave after getting it signed. Zhang Ye asked, Sister Zhang is not here today? She's busy with an activity and authorized me to sign on her behalf. Feng Weihong was already a familiar acquaintance with Zhang Ye, having worked with him twice before, so her tone with him was also less formal. Oh, Teacher Zhang, do you know that Sister Zhang has such a packed schedule recently that it has almost filled up the entire 24 hours of her day? I was still thinking of how I could reject some bookings to lighten the load, but somehow, this new booking arrived. Sister Zhang is really great. She did not even ask me about it and directly agreed with you. She's not a superhuman. Besides, there's only so much time in a day, so who gets left with planning her time and schedules then? Won't it just be left to me to coordinate and organize her activities? I already have a big headache from all these. Zhang Ye laughed. That's because Sister Zhang is so popular. Just look at people like me who are small-timers and have no activities. All I do is just go to work or drink some tea." Fang Weihong laughed when she heard that. She replied, "Oh, come on. That's just because you don't have a management company and refuse to take on any commercial deals. If you spread the word that you do them, even with 100 hours a day, it wouldn't be enough for you." She paused for a bit and then said, "What I'm really curious about is, since Sister Zhang has always rejected taking any talent shows, how on earth did you convince her to do it?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I promised to write her a song." Fang Weihong, suddenly understanding everything, exclaimed, "That's exactly what I thought." Zhang Xia said from a distance away, "Little Fang, you're here too?" "AI, Grandma Zhang. Did you get deceived by Teacher Zhang and join the program too?" Fang Weihong politely greeted her while casually making a joke. Zhang Xia was tickled and quipped, "Yes, I was fooled by this child." After chatting for a little while, Fang Weihong also shook Chen Guang and his wife's hand and chatted for a while. They all knew each other. It wasn't the first time they'd met. Chen Guang was quite surprised. "I hadn't expected Sister Zhang to join as well." Fang Weihong also said helplessly, "Me neither." Yesterday, Zhang Ye made a call and spoke to Sister Zhang directly. "About the contract. I didn't know about it until much later." Fan Wenli looked over admirably at Zhang Ye. Ha Chi-Chi and the others were also looking at Zhang Ye with extreme admiration. "Oh my God, Zhang Yuanqi is really coming aboard." Zhang Ye had somehow managed to invite the Heavenly Queen to join. An S-list celebrity who always rejected taking any talent shows and didn't even usually appear on television as a program guest was now making an exception and joining their program. Everyone knew that Zhang Yuanqi was a celebrity at the very top of the entertainment industry in the country. Being able to invite her wasn't down to a matter of money anymore. It wasn't like she lacked that anyway. But what she was chasing after was of a different level and not found in the domestic market anymore. She had already set her sights on the foreign markets, so none of them knew how Zhang Ye had managed to get this deal done. How did he convince the Heavenly Queen? Central TV was in chaos. Jiang Yuan and some other leaders came over a while later, as they were the authorized signatories for Central TV for their part of the contract. At this time, when the amount that Zhang Ye had agreed with the 4 celebrities earlier was written down by him, the figures were finally made known publicly for the first time. When they saw the joining fees, even though they had just received an astronomical title sponsorship fee earlier, everyone was still stunned with their mouths agape. Zhang Xia, 10 million. Chen Guang, 10 million. Fan Wenli, 10 million. Zhang Yuanqi, 40 million. They could still reluctantly accept the joining fees of Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, and Fan Wenli since it somewhat matched their statuses and were done in accordance with the market practices for similar programs, which usually paid out several million at least. But since the 3 of them didn't usually take up such projects, it resulted in an additional premium of about 2 to 3 million more than the market rates, which everyone could understand. But the fee for Zhang Yuanqi left everyone sucking in a breath of cold air. 40 million. That was AF *** King Sky High joining fee. Many other talent shows only had a total investment of around 30 million or so for the entire program and production, and that was even for the more highly invested in programs. But Zhang Yuanqi alone already commanded a fee of 40 million. It was even higher than the entire investments put into other programs. This was a never-before-seen sky-high joining fee in the entire variety show industry. Even if she were an S-list Heavenly Queen, this amount was still way beyond the market rates. This was too frightening. This was too exciting. Yet another record had been broken. Many of the staff looked over at Jiang Yuan, wondering what he would say. Jiang Yuan was trembling from this for a while, but managed to calm his nerves, and he quickly signed off on the contract as the authorized party for Central TV. Then he stamped the contract firmly with the organization's seal. Was it expensive? Yes, it was too damn expensive. But was it worth it? Jiang Yuan felt that it was worth it, and it seemed like many of the Central TV staff also felt that it was worth it. If Zhang Ye's name could already pull in a sponsorship of 100 million, who was to say that the reputation of Zhang Yuanqi, an S-list Heavenly Queen, did not command a joining fee of 40 million? Being able to have Zhang Yuanqi to come aboard was already an unprecedented event. It was something that no other television station's programs could achieve. Now that Zhang Ye had completed this unimaginable task, it was already considered a job completed. As for the money spent, that was only a secondary concern. The contract signing ended. Everyone started clapping. Outside the office, many of those Central TV Department 1 staff, who did not seem too optimistic about The Voice back then and felt that the program would be canceled even before it started, were now looking at Zhang Ye and his program team with a different attitude. A 100 million title sponsorship, a total production value of more than 100 million, a coaching group headed by a heavenly queen. This investment and lineup had them patting themselves on the chest and admitting that no other television program in the history of this industry could do what The Voice had done. They did not know how the program would turn out from here on, but just this glittering lineup alone had totally blinded everyone. An hour later, the promotions and marketing for The Voice began and immediately spread like wildfire. On the official website for The Voice, the section where the introduction for the 4 guest coaches were originally a black picture with a question mark over them, but were now being updated with their pictures and detailed introductions. Quick, take a look. Wow, the list of coaches is being announced. How exciting, I wonder who's the first. I'm here to check it out. With The Voice at the heart of the struggle on the news, all entertainment news today was focused on them. Right now, any minor changes on the website would attract the attention of countless people. The first name was announced, Zhang Ye. This caused quite a commotion. It's Grandma Zhang. She's a great singer. Heavens, Grandma Zhang has come out of retirement. The second name was also updated, Chen Guang. At once, Chen Guang's fans all flocked to this news. My prince, old Chen has joined as well. Ha! Old Chen, well done. Chen Guang and Zhang Ye are 2 of my favorite celebrities. I would never have expected them to work together. Looks like this is going to be fun. Teacher Chen is a truly talented singer. I like his songs a lot. Then, the third name, Fan Wenli. Old Chen, even your wife has joined. Heavens, they're all big shot celebrities. Yeah, just how much did The Voice's program team spend on this? My eyes have been blinded. Even Old Chen and Old Fan have been invited? Isn't this lineup defying all common sense? Won't Teacher Zhang have to pay for his crimes if he scares us all to death? There's still a fourth? Who's the last one going to be? Quick, announce the 4th coach's identity already. Why are they so slow? Who could it be? Who's the final one? As the names were announced one by one, in just a short period of time, everyone's appetite was whetted as they excitedly reacted to each announcement. Everyone was utterly convinced by Zhang Ye's amazing work. It was truly too surprising. Eventually, under the watchful gaze of everyone, the 4th coach's picture was updated. Refresh. A picture of Zhang Yuanqi at a concert now appeared in the place of the 4th coach's introduction. Upon seeing Zhang Yuanqi's picture, it was as if at that moment everyone browsing on the website for The Voice had fallen silent. It seemed like time had stopped for an instant. Then the comment section exploded. What? It's the Heavenly Queen. Damn, do they need to be that extravagant? Did Central TV invest all the money they had? They're really willing to give everything for this program. Not only that, this is no longer a question of money. In the past, even when many variety shows offered Zhang Yuanqi a lot of money, she did not join them. This is big news. The Heavenly Queen has descended onto The Voice. Is this for real? Zhang Ye is truly awesome. I only wonder how much Sister Zhang's joining fee is worth. Yeah, how much? At this time, an anonymous user left a comment. Don't ask how much it is. All I can tell you is that it is a sky-high figure. Don't leave us in suspense. Quickly speak. Just how much money was it? That anonymous user did not reply for a long time, and then finally posted. The exact amount is 40 million before taxes. With that, those industry insiders from the other television stations who came to check out the situation nearly vomited blood. What did you say? 40 million? It was getting lively on the internet as the media and netizens began discussing this. All these news and updates had really left everyone in shock. The people left speechless were those experts. Many of these experts and so-called industry insiders did not say a word, because they really did not know what they could say anymore. They had analyzed The Voice of China from head to toe and called out its problems and flaws, saying and backing up their claims of how this program would definitely only be a cult television program or average quality show, similar to all the other talent shows produced in this time of downturn. Yet somehow these big-shot celebrities still jumped aboard the program? Why did they all rush to join like they were not afraid of anything? Were they all crazy? Some people were looking forward to it. Some people called it good. Some people maintained their doubt. Some people still were not optimistic. But however people put it, with the attention the Voice of China was getting, with the lineup of the guest coaches, with the invested production costs and title sponsorship, the program was already on fire even before the broadcast. This discussion topic could no longer be matched by anything else. Zhang Ye had planned for all the news to be spread out within a 12-hour time frame in order to bombard the internet with overwhelming publicity for The Voice. The first steps were already beautifully taken, but from here on, he knew he had to spend more effort on the auditions. Chapter 646. These are the contestants you guys picked? In the afternoon, at Central TV's basement recording studio. This was the venue that The Voice's program team had booked temporarily to hold the preliminary auditions. They did not actually need to do any recording, but only needed to use the location today to pick some outstanding and talented contestants for the recorded stage auditions by the coaches. The preliminary auditions were estimated to take place over 2 weeks. It would be held either once daily, once every 2 days, or even once every 3 days. The degree of intensity would depend on the number of contestants and their standards. The application conditions only required candidates to submit a demo of their singing. If the program team staff felt that the candidate met the required standard, they would notify them to make their way here for the preliminary auditions. If it's not up to standard, then they would not even be notified at all. After all, with just the program team staff's strength, they were unable to support so many contestants and decidedly had to make a small sacrifice in some of the proceedings. At the venue, the staff had all arrived and gathered. Zhang Ye came over holding a boxed lunch he had taken from the Central TV cafeteria. As he was in a rush, he decided to eat as he walked over, finishing it up just as he arrived. Little Wang walked up to him and said, "Hand that to me." "Okay, thanks a lot." Zhang Ye gave the empty lunchbox to her. At the other side, Ha Chi-Chi, in charge of the preliminary auditions, was pointing and instructing the staff on their work. When she saw Zhang Ye, she immediately brought 2 people over with her and said, "Teacher Zhang, the arrangements are almost all done. We can proceed with the auditions." Zhang Ye nodded. "When will the contestants arrive?" Ha Chi-Chi answered, "Many of them are already here, but we're only starting in the afternoon, so I got someone to bring them to the waiting room." They sat down in front of the computer. Zhang Ye randomly opened a few emails and listened to some of the demos that the contestants sent in. He said, "Were these chosen today?" Ha Chi-Chi nodded. "They were picked by me and the professionals one at a time." Then she introduced the few people beside her to Zhang Ye. A teacher's son, and a teacher Yan. They were both music industry insiders who were borrowed from Central TV. Zhang Ye shook hands with them and got to know them a bit. He said, "Teacher's son, Teacher Yan, I will have to trouble the both of you in the coming days." Teacher's son immediately said, "It's no trouble at all. We're here to help, so you can consider us professional consultants who give our opinions for your consideration. As for how the program will be done and how to pick the contestants, we will still leave that up to you, Director Zhang." Since they were transferred to the program team of The Voice, they had to listen to Zhang Ye's commands as they were now members of his team. One of the music consultant recommended, "Director Zhang, this person you're listening to right now is one of the better ones. Both Old Sun and I agree on this, as does AD1 Ha." Ha Chi-Chi praised, "Right, this person sings very well." Only then did Zhang Ye seriously listen to it. It was a woman's voice. The vocals and basic singing were quite good, and the sound was crystal clear. There wasn't any sharpness or anything bad with it. She also had quite a high soprano voice. Teacher's son analyzed. She should be considered a very trained vocalist. It feels very stable as well. Listening to her voice, it probably belongs to someone who has had experience performing on stage before. And judging from her picture, she looks quite good too. I feel that she has what it takes to become a star. Teacher Yin added. But it will also depend on how well she performs later. Name, Changxi. Gender, female. Age, 25. Hometown, Beha Province. Occupation, music teacher. After taking a look at her personal information, Zhang Ye did not say anything. He just stored it in his mind and asked, "For today's first wave of preliminary auditions, are there any with good potential?" Ha Chi-Chi pointed at an email on screen. "This person is quite good too. The music consultant beside them nodded and said, "This person was trained in the performing arts and graduated from a real music college. His singing is very good, and he's also currently a backup singer for a certain star, so we can consider him to be a professional. If such a person got on stage, he probably would not have any stage fright at all and could perform quite well instead. Since we have to consider if they can perform to their potential while on television. If we get total rookies for this show, they might get nervous and make mistakes. When that happens, the quality of the broadcast will also be affected. That's why on all the other talent show programs, most of the contestants are in music-related professions. Those type of contestants are always the most well-accepted by television programs. They're often invited to take part in many different programs since due to various reasons they did not do well in their past participations on the other programs, though their stability on the programs is what's good about them. Name, Hu. Liang Ye. Gender, male. Occupation, musician. When Zhang Ye finished listening to that person's demo, he did not show any expression at all and only asked, "Just these two? No others?" Ha Chi observed Zhang Ye's reaction, not knowing what to make of it. She answered, "We've already notified 50 candidates to join today's round of auditions. Most of them are good enough. It's just that these two are the more outstanding ones. We've also singled out a few others that are quite good, though they did not register for the audition and were recommended by staff from our internal department or seen on other television programs instead. If you agree to it, we can immediately start making contact with them. Invite them to join our program." Zhang Ye asked, "Who are they? Let me take a look." Such as this person. Ha Chi bent over to handle the mouse and clicked on a video clip of a singing talent show from 2 years ago. "Here, take a look at this one." The video started playing. It was of a man singing a Heavenly King's classic track. Ha Chi said, "Back then, on the show, he did not qualify and was eliminated at the second round, but most music consultants have a good impression of him. He most probably did not get into the next round because of some result fixing by the program team for that competition." Zhang Ye did not say a word. Ha Chi said, "Director Zhang?" The music consultants also looked at Zhang Ye. Ha Chi immediately continued, "And there are a few other musicians we have our eyes on. Their professional qualities are very good. I know that our program is looking for people who can sing well, and those people are quite good at singing as well. Why don't I show you? Their information is all in the computer. It should be easy to talk to them if I invite them over. Alternatively, we can also offer them an appearance payment which I'm sure they'd agree to." Zhang Ye gave a wave of his hands and said, "Forget it. Let's not look at those first." He checked his watch for the time and suggested, "Why don't we do it this way? The auditions will start at 1:30 p.m. sharp, while I'll go out for a while and be back very soon." Having said that, Zhang Ye left. Zhang Ye had come to the audition venue with high expectations, but before he could even warm his seat, he already had to leave. The program team staff looked at each other with blank faces. Wu Yi, puzzled at this, asked, "What's with Teacher Zhang?" "I don't know," Ha Chi replied, not understanding anything either. "We found people in accordance to the standards, didn't we? Don't all the other talent shows also pick their contestants this way? It's not like we judge them based on their physical appearances either." One of the music consultants remarked, "Maybe it's that Teacher Zhang just had something to attend to." Ha Chi took her mind off the matter and said, "Let's continue from here then. Go through the candidate's information once more while wait for Teacher Zhang to come back before we begin the auditions. Notify the candidates about the start time and provide them with boxed lunches if they haven't eaten lunch yet. Little Wang, I leave you in charge of the waiting room." Outside, when Zhang Ye came out of the basement, he briefly shook his head a little. He wasn't just dissatisfied with Ha Chi and the others regarding the candidates they chose. He was extremely frustrated. Was it that the contestants were not up to standard? It wasn't that, and in fact their singing was also relatively good and safe, but this was not the desired show effect he wanted. He needed a different kind of contestant. From the start, Ha Chi and the others, or rather it should be said that the whole of Central TV and the entire country, all did not know what kind of a program he was aiming to do. They basically had no understanding of the concept that Zhang Ye wanted, not one of them. But come to think of it, he couldn't blame them. It was just because Zhang Ye had seen things they had never seen before, so their understanding of things was much too different. How could he handle this? What could he do to make them understand what he was looking for? Zhang Ye felt that using words to explain was not enough. He needed to be more direct, and place an example in front of their eyes and ears to get his idea of the concept across to them. And so, Zhang Ye thought of a person, someone whose voice involuntarily floated into his mind. He decided that he would pull in the first contestant for their program to tell them what his understanding of a good voice was. Well-trained and safe, a high soprano, with experience performing on stage, slick and proficient in singing. Was that what having a good voice meant? Zhang Ye got into his car and drove straight out from television station tower and headed for the city. 1. Assistant Director. Chapter 6, 47 Confirmation of the first seeded contestant. Collapse. Afternoon. Along Nanxinhua Avenue. It was currently afternoon recess at number 2 Experimental Primary School. The main gate was locked as students were not allowed to leave the school during lunch break or breaks between classes. The main gate would only be opened at the start or end of school. The car stopped and Zhang Ye got out from the car. He walked near to the guardroom and greeted, "Uncle." When the security uncle saw him, his eyes lit up. "Zhang Ye, it's me. Can you open the side gate for me?" Zhang Ye smiled. The security uncle naturally knew who he was and asked, "Your kid has given you trouble again? The teacher has called you up for a meeting again." He fished out the key and opened the side gate for Zhang Ye. "Come on in." Zhang Ye said, "Thank you very much, uncle." Walking in farther, he reached the large playground. He could see many children playing on it, some kicking the shuttlecock, some playing basketball, and some others in a group, playing eagle catches chicks, a traditional Chinese chase game. "Ah, don't run. Ha ha ha, Fong, you're too slow. Pass it to me, pass it to me. Take the shot." The school field was filled with frolicking sounds and voices. Zhang Ye could not see Qinshan anywhere. Even without needing to think, he could figure that out. Qinshan would not participate in these activities. She was definitely in the classroom napping or reading some comic book she had snatched from some little boy. Zhang Ye did not go upstairs because he had not come for Qinshan. He had other motives this time. His eyes scanned the school field, and he suddenly spotted the person he was looking for. At a corner of the playground, Qinshan's form teacher Zhao Mei, PE teacher Luo Yu, and some other teachers were seated on a long bench, happily chatting as they supervised the children's activities. This was a school regulation as they were worried that the children would get into trouble while playing or injure themselves from overexertion as they played sports during the break. Every afternoon recess, there would be some teachers on shift duty at the playground. If it snowed, there would be more teachers supervising the break. Zhao Mei said, "Do you all know about Zhang Ye's new program?" A 6th grade mathematics teacher said, "How can we not know about it? It's all over today's news." Luo Yu added, "My goodness, even Zhang Yuanqi, Old Chun, and Old Fan joined as coaches for the program. With so much money spent, this program must definitely be good to watch." Zhao Mei laughed. "I'm also waiting for it as well. I'm really anticipating watching it on television." Beside them, a fine arts teacher suddenly looked at Luo Yu with interest and asked, "Teacher Luo, why don't you go and take part in the program since you like singing so much?" Luo Yu did not even give it thought and waved it off. "Me? Forget it." Zhao Mei said, "Don't the application conditions for the voice state that they do not judge on looks or background? Teacher Luo, you should give it a try since you like to sing so much. Your dreams of becoming a singer might actually get fulfilled this time. Previously, when you criticized Zhang Ye and tore into him, it was only because of work. It was right to tell her guardian off as Qinshan was really being too naughty. From what I know of Zhang Ye, he is not a petty person and he certainly won't take it to heart." Luo Yu continuously waved her hands. "Come on, even if teacher Zhang did not bear any grudges, do you expect that I could appear on TV to sing? I'm afraid that the equipment will be damaged by my voice." With that, several teachers burst out laughing. Everyone in school knew of her reputation for having a lousy voice. Luo Yu sighed. "I love to sing, but I still know where I stand. That is such a big program with over 100 million invested, and even has the Heavenly Queen as coach. With my looks, how can I appear on TV? As a PE teacher, I should just concentrate on teaching my PE classes. Teacher E is a more suitable candidate to apply since she is good-looking and also a music teacher. She should just go and apply. Besides, we have some degree of a relationship with Zhang Ye. If we ask a favor of him, it should not be a problem to take part in the audition, right?" Zhao Mei said, "How would we ask for his help? Zhang Ye is not someone you can just meet if you want to." Luo Yu exclaimed, "If not, Then we can just call him up on the pretext of a guardian meeting. Call him and make him come over. Hasn't Chen, the little rascal, always been getting in trouble anyway? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind their backs. Who wants to call me? Zhang Ye abruptly appeared. Luo Yu turned around and was dumbfounded. Ah. Zhao Mei and the rest of the teachers were also stunned. Zhang Ye. Then Zhao Mei seemingly thought of something and laughed. She patted Luo Yu and said, "Those words were from Teacher Luo and do not represent our opinions. Why is he here? Speak of the devil." When Luo Yu heard that, her heart sank. Previously, she did know that this person was Zhang Ye as he was wearing sunglasses and it obstructed her view of his face. She only knew that he was Qinshin's guardian, so she criticized him without a second thought. Afterwards, when she realized that he was Zhang Ye, the composer and writer of her two favorite songs, her stomach churned. Today, Luo Yu was just idly chatting with a few other teachers and she just happened to make a joke of calling up the guardian for a meeting, but who knew that Zhang Ye was actually right behind them and could hear what they were saying? Luo Yu literally wished that she could find a hole to crawl in to hide herself from this embarrassment. How unlucky. Why am I always so pathetic? Teacher Zhang. No, I was just joking. Luo Yu quickly came up with an excuse. And the previous time, I really didn't know that it was you. No one told me anything at all. The bell started ringing. It was the signal for classes to begin again. A female teacher suddenly said, "I'm leaving then. It's time for class." "I'll be leaving too," the fine arts teacher said. Zhao Mei looked at Zhang Yi and asked, "Are you looking for Qinshin?" Or, Zhang Yi said no. Zhao Mei nodded. "Then all right, I'll go to my class with the children now." When Luo Yu saw that everyone had left, she also wanted to leave, so she said, "Then I also." Actually, where could she go? As a PE teacher, even if she had classes, it would be right on this playground. Zhang Yi stretched out his hand and called to her. "Teacher Luo, please stay put." Luo Yu's eyes shrank. "It's over, it's really over. Zhang Yi has a grudge against me now. He's going to find trouble with me. Oh my mother, why do I have such a hard life? Are you calling me?" Luo Yu acted dumb, stood still, and turned her head around. Zhang Yi asked, "Do you have any classes in the afternoon?" Luo Yu wanted to say that she had classes until midnight, but she really did not have any classes in the afternoon, so she stammered, "About that." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Let's have a talk, shall we?" Luo Yu grit her teeth and acquiesced. "All right." She turned around and led Zhang Yi to the equipment storage room, as there was no one there. It did have some small chairs and an alcove where they could also have drinks. The room was small and simple. "I'll get you some water." Luo Yu busied herself with chores. Zhang Yi said, "There's no need. I will not stay for long. I'm here to ask you about a matter." Luo Yu said at once. "No need to say any more. I know it's all my fault. It's not about that matter." Zhang Yi was a bit speechless and said, "I'd like to ask you about that day I heard you singing, wishing we last forever." "Well, do you always sing like that normally?" Luo Yu was shocked. "Singing? Wishing we last forever? Oh, that's right. My voice has always been quite lousy, and everyone calls me Raspy Luo. That's how my singing is, and no one likes to hear it. I like to sing whenever I'm free, and will just grab any opportunity to sing a few lines. My family members also find me irritating when I'm singing. Every time I open my mouth to sing, my mother will go out and take a stroll." Zhang Yi asked, "Do you like to sing?" Luo Yu replied, "Of course I like to. I've even been singing every day since childhood. Why else do you think my vocals got damaged during puberty and became like this?" Zhang Yi nodded and inquired, "Then if you were given a stage to perform on now, would you dare to step up on it?" Luo Yu instinctively answered, "What's there to be afraid of? As long as anyone wants to listen, I will try to sing even if you place me on the surface of the moon." Why are you asking me this?" Zhang Yi acknowledged and then said something surprising. "In that case, as the executive director of the Voice of China, I hereby formally invite you to join us." Luo Yu was shocked. "What?" Zhang Yi repeated. "I will reserve a spot for your participation." Luo Yu exclaimed, "Reserve a spot for me? Why are you reserving it for me?" Zhang Yi said in an amused manner. "Because you're good at singing, so I want you to participate and get involved with the Voices audition and the competition proper." Luo Yu said, "I can appear on TV?" Zhang Yi confirmed, "That's right." Luo Yu said, "Is it the most talked about program right now, that the Voice of China?" The program that even the heavenly queen has joined. Zhang Ye affirmed. Yes. Luo Yu said. My singing is good. Zhang Ye maintained. That's right. Luo Yu hurriedly waved it off. Oh, come on. How can my singing be good when my voice is so lousy? You should reconsider. Even my own mother, who is my immediate family, does not like my singing. So why would others think it's good? Do you think I don't know what I'm worth? Zhang Yi was amused by these words. People from Beijing had a particular sense of humor, comprised of dark humor and self-mockery. It was specific to the locals of Beijing and could not be found at other regions, as they all had their own different and unique humor styles. Zhang Yi attested. Teacher Luo, I came specifically for you this time. I'm very sincere in inviting you and truly feel that you are good at singing. Who says that you have a lousy voice? I really don't feel that way. Besides, I would not have come looking for you if you had a traditionally nice voice. Central TV is having an audition around 1 p.m. I don't need to deceive you on this matter if you agree. You don't have any classes in the afternoon anyways, right? Then you should directly follow me right now and come to the audition venue. If you're afraid of embarrassing yourself or that your voice would scare others, then forget it. Treat it like I did not say anything. You will remain as a PE teacher here and continue to sing only for yourself. Having said that, Zhang Yi stopped talking. Seeing Zhang Yi this serious, Luo Yu was also at a loss for words. After about 30 seconds, Luo Yu asked, Can I really make it? Zhang Yi nodded. It's not going to be a problem. Luo Yu asked again, Are you sure my voice can really? Zhang Yi interrupted, I'm sure. Upon hearing this, Luo Yu finally hardened her resolve. Okay, if you guys want to listen, then I will sing. Who's afraid of who? Teacher Zhang, I will go. Zhang Yi smiled and uttered, I was waiting for you to say that. Chapter 648 Open calls for the voice begin. Later that afternoon, at the venue of the audition, it was almost time and the first wave of contestants for the day were already gathered. However, since Executive Director Zhang Ye was not back yet, Ha Chi-Chi and the program team staff did not dare to kick off the audition, as they preferred to wait for the person in charge to come back first. Why isn't it starting yet? It should be starting soon. I'm so nervous. Actually, I just took a shot and submitted my application. I never expected that I would get notified. Who are the judges? What kind of music genres do they like? I heard that Executive Director Zhang Ye will be here today, so getting through will completely depend on Zhang Ye's decision. I think that if we sing either of Zhang Ye's 2 songs for the audition, the chances of going through will be higher, but I'm only just guessing so. That's right. Then I will sing Woman Flower. It will not be as simple as you all think. Whether it is Wishing We Last Forever or Woman Flower, these 2 songs were all sung by the Heavenly Queen before. Be it your singing ability or voice, do you all think you can sing better than the Heavenly Queen? Can you all carry the song and make it your own so that it feels different from the Heavenly Queen's version? This type of song that everyone is familiar with will not be of help when exhibiting your own unique characteristics. If not carefully dealt with, it may even backfire, making the song feel neither like your own nor like the original. That's true. Good point. In the contestants' waiting room, everyone was busily chatting away. There were all kinds of people were here, such as some anxious contestants who made many trips to the toilet, some sitting by themselves in a corner and practicing their songs, and even some experienced talent show veterans relating their experiences to the first-timers. Among them were 2 people in the group who were relatively more conspicuous. One of them was Chang Si and the other one was Hu Liangyi. They were the 2 highly recommended contestants by Ha Chi-Chi and the music consultants, both considered professional musicians. One was a music teacher, the other a backup singer. They'd already had some years of experience in the industry, could sing very well, and had good looks, so naturally they stood out with more confidence than the rest in such a setting. It could also have been due to the fact that Ha Chi-Chi and the program team had already communicated with them earlier, so they knew of their importance compared to the others. As a result, they unconsciously drew a boundary and stayed away from the rest of the contestants. They were both seated in the last row, and when other contestants came up to talk to them, they did not respond much. One of them played with their phone, while the other was listening to music. Suddenly, Little Wang of the program team came and announced, Everyone get ready. The auditions are about to begin. Everyone looked to her. Little Wang was holding a roster. She explained, I will start calling names one at a time in a while. When you get called, Please proceed into the room where you will sing a cappella for the song you have chosen to perform. If the executive director and the judges feel that there is a need for further screening, you will be asked to sing a designated song. At the other side, at the audition venue, Zhang Ye had returned. He told little Wang to notify the contestants to get ready. After that, he handed Luo Yu over to another staff member of the program team and said to him, "Bring teacher Luo to the contestants' waiting room and add her name on the list of contestants." Then he told Luo Yu, "Teacher Luo, please get ready." When Luo Yu saw the large setup, she felt a bit nervous since she had only ever sung a few lines of a song in the school. She had never, ever before seen and performed in front of such a large setup, but she said, "Okay, okay." Ha Chi-Chi asked dumbfounded, "Teacher Zhang, who is this?" The music consultants also did not understand what was going on. Why did Zhang Yi go out and bring back a person? She even looks fat and not the least bit good-looking. Her voice was even worse. In Beijing slang, it would be described as a lousy voice that really sucked. Zhang Yi smiled and replied, "This is a contestant whom I brought back, but let's not bother about her for now. Let's begin the auditions, shall we?" "Okay." Ha Chi-Chi raised her voice and called for the staff to get into their positions. Zhang Yi, Ha Chi-Chi, Teacher Sun, and Teacher Yin sat at the judges' table, which was in fact just a long table. As the preliminary auditions were not the television broadcast auditions, they did not get too particular about how it looked. They just brought over a long table as a temporary measure and put some mineral water bottles or their own teacups on it. There weren't even any name tags displayed. Zhang Yi said, "Let's begin." Hearing that, little Wang standing at the door started to call out names. Number 1, Li Lily. Soon after, a very fair-skinned girl walked in from outside. When the door closed, she smiled and pretended to be calm as she stood in the center of the room, the microphone in front of her. Then she said, "Good afternoon, judges and teachers. I'm Li Lily, currently a university student. Ever since childhood, I've always liked singing and won my district's annual singing competition and—" Ha Chi-Chi interrupted, "Let's first hear your singing." Li Lily acknowledged, "Okay, the song I'm going to sing is called Blue Coast." Since this was not a television broadcast, there was no musical accompaniment or a live band playing. Although the effects of a cappella were certainly not better than with music accompaniment, it was precisely because a cappella would reveal a person's voice characteristics and basic singing abilities that the auditions were held this way. Of course, the contestants were allowed to bring their own instruments and sing while playing. Those capable of playing instruments would get additional points as well in any traditional talent show. The first contestant started to sing. As she was probably nervous or not used to singing without musical accompaniment, her singing went slightly off-key at the beginning of the second verse, though she was able to gradually return to the melody by the fourth verse. Without waiting for her to finish singing, Ha Chi-Chi acted by observing Zhang Ye's expression and said to the first contestant, "All right, that's enough. You can go back and wait for the news." Li Lily voiced her understanding with slight disappointment. However, Zhang Ye directly told her, "I'm sorry, but there's no need to wait for any news. You sang quite well, but the time being, you did not meet our requirements. Sorry about that." Li Lily bowed with regret. "Thank you, judges and teachers." Then she left. Zhang Yi told Ha Chi-Chi, "We don't have to lead the contestants on. It's meaningless to tell them to wait for the news. Just tell them up front whether they passed or failed the auditions so that they won't hold out hope while waiting at home aimlessly. If they had kept their friends and relatives informed but ended up getting a call telling them they had failed, it would only be more troublesome." He would naturally act in accordance with his own style for his program. He did not care how the other program teams handled their processes and how the audition should be carried out. All he knew was that he would do it based on what he felt was right. Ha Chi-Chi nodded. "Understood." Teacher Sun said with some regret, "We heard this child's demo and thought that it wasn't too bad. But her live performance was clearly different from her demo." Teacher Yin said, "She's probably just too nervous." Another judge remarked, "Nervousness was just one thing. Her singing also seemed to have some problems." Ha Chi-Chi said, "Let's move on to the next person. The second person, the fifth person, the 10th person." Very quickly, 10 contestants had finished their auditions, but apart from just one person who performed at an acceptable level, all the others were less than satisfactory. At least, The expectations were different after listening to their demos. Under the a cappella singing conditions, these contestants' potentials were greatly discounted. Finally, it was Zhang Ye's turn to perform. Ha Chi-Chi had high expectations of her, as she was a seated contestant. The other music consultants also focused their attention on her. Their eyes were no longer distracted by other things as they had very high expectations for a good sapling like this person who could easily compete for first place on any other talent show. Even if she couldn't place first, she would surely be considered in the standard of the top 5 contestants. Having been in this industry for so many years, the consultants definitely had the ability to spot such talent. Now, it only depended on how she could showcase her potential at the audition performance. Zhang Ye was a tall and beautiful lady. Although her figure was not perfect, it was still quite good. She greeted, "Good afternoon, teachers. My name is Zhang Ye, and the song that I'll be singing is Woman Flower." As expected, she pulled it off like the professional she was. When Zhang Ye started singing, Ha Chi-Chi and a few of the music consultants immediately nodded several times. This was what you'd call a professional, the true ability of a musician who even when singing a cappella could still sing it very well. Woman Flower, swaying in the red dust. Woman Flower, wavering softly in the wind. Her singing style was unlike Zhang Yuanqi's and Zhang Xia's as she performed the song in a higher octave, especially when singing the words Woman Flower. If it were Zhang Yuanqi's version, this part here would carry an alto feeling. This song was not supposed to have any parts where the octave should increase, but because Zhang Ye managed to grasp the octave change nicely, this part of the song came to a penetrating soprano. Although at the end the last trail of her voice became somewhat shaky and did not stabilize, the overall feeling was still very uplifting. After she finished singing, Zhang Ye looked confidently at the judges. Ha Chi-Chi nodded, "Teacher, Zhang." Several of the music consultants were also very satisfied with her performance. One of them said, "Although the higher octave singing strayed at some point and you did not manage to sustain the vibrato, the overall performance was still very good. I propose that she can pass through the audition." Teacher Sun seconded, "Me too." Teacher Yin concurred, "I agree as well." Ha Chi-Chi also had no doubts about it and felt that she really sang quite well. "I approve too." Zhang Ye had already revealed a smile. "Thank you, judges." However, at this moment, Zhang Ye looked at her and said, "I'm sorry, you sang very well, but it still does not meet my requirements. Please return." Zhang Ye was shocked. Ha Chi-Chi was stunned. Wu Yi was stunned. Teacher Sun and Teacher Yin were also stunned. Teacher Sun could not sit still anymore and asked, "Why?" Little Chang's singing was a bit flawed, but her flaws did not detract from her potential. This kind of standard is already quite good. In such an amateur talent contest, she already qualifies as a contestant with very high potential. Surely you cannot try to compare her with the Heavenly Queen's singing ability, right? Those flaws can be tolerated, Zhang Ye said. First, her voice didn't have any special characteristics to it. Second, her singing is only at a rather good standard, not an excellent standard yet. Third, Woman Flower is not supposed to be sung in this way. The way she expressed herself did not match the lyrics. Neither is this song supposed to raise octaves. I did not feel too comfortable hearing it forcibly sung that way. The most important factor is that this higher octave singing isn't that good either. There was no feeling. If it's not sung by a woman around 30 or 40 years old who has experienced more in life, it becomes very difficult to express Woman Flower in a good manner. Those are the reasons why. Teacher Yin said, "But," Zhang Ye also said, "My soprano is." Zhang Ye waved his hand. "Don't say any more. Please go back." Please go back then. Although Ha Chi-Chi could not understand Zhang Ye's decision, but she still respected his views. But she was crying inside thinking, what a waste. Such an outstanding contestant, yet she could not even pass the auditions? Just what kind of a person are you looking for? Chapter 649, An Absurd Voice. The auditions continued. Although they had their differences in opinions, the auditions still had to go on. No doubt, the few judges, including Ha Chi-Chi, all agreed on and felt that Zhang Ye performed very well in every aspect and would qualify from here. But with just a disagreeing vote from Zhang Ye, she was eliminated. Everything still had to be done his way since he was the leader of this panel and the executive director of the show. It didn't matter that everyone else thought that Zhang Ye was good enough if Zhang Ye did not think so. Zhang Ye said deadpan, Next, teacher's son was about to speak, but hesitated, then finally swallowed his words. Next up was the promising second-seated contestant everyone acknowledged, Liang Ye. This person had been singing for many years and was trained in the performing arts, having graduated from a true music college. He had also appeared in many concerts and television programs, honing his singing along the way as a backup singer to several celebrities. His singing could be described as the real thing and would stand up to the test for sure. Liang Ye stepped up. Ha Chi-Chi said, "All right, you may begin." Liang Ye adjusted the microphone and said, "I'll be singing Mountains for everyone today." The song was one of the more well-known ones in this world and was considered a fusion of traditional and pop music. It had a bit of bel canto mixed with traditional folk singing styles and would leave the listener in enjoyment. Liang Ye's voice was quite good, and he could sing very steadily in a well-balanced way without sounding rushed. His voice could go high or low as needed. His performance was done in such a textbook manner, without any flaws they could pick on. It was just too perfect. The song was over. Ha Chi-Chi was very excited. Teacher's son, Teacher Yan, and the others also perked up at the performance. One of the music consultants even gave him a thumbs up and said, "It's so different when it's a person of the performing arts. You sang well." Before he could finish his praise, Zhang Ye had already put down Liang Ye's CV and remarked, "It's not up to my requirements. Please go back." What? Still not up to requirements? Even this was not okay? Liang Ye immediately widened his eyes and asked, "My singing is not good enough?" Teacher's son could no longer bear to listen any further. "Director Zhang, if Liang Ye and Chang Xi's performances are not good enough, then we should just scrap the audition since no one could do better than them anyway." Teacher Yan said, "We have all analyzed the strengths of the contestants, and these two people are the most outstanding. Even if they might not have the champion's look, they would still be in the top 10 of any other singing talent show. Just what are your requirements? Isn't the bar set too high?" Ha Chi-Chi frowned and looked at Teacher Yan. She said, "Teacher Yan, whether a contestant can qualify or not will be decided by Director Zhang. If he thinks they can't qualify, then he must have his considerations. So why are you being so outspoken?" Teacher Yan replied, "But I don't understand the reasons behind his decisions." Teacher's son agreed, "I can't understand either. Asking us to come participate and help with the selection, even though we might not be well-known or famous within the industry. We're still industry veterans, so whether someone can sing or not, wouldn't we know? These two contestants are obviously quite good, yet they can't even pass the auditions. I'm not doubting Director Zhang's professionalism, but when it comes to talent shows and singing, we are definitely professional about it." Zhang Ye looked at them and explained, "First off, my new program is made not in accordance to industry standards, nor does it follow the standards of other talent shows. That is why, when I measure someone's singing to be good or bad, I have a set of my own standards to judge them by. Second, Liang Ye's singing is not bad, but his voice is too common and he uses too many types of singing techniques, with some parts being rich. You guys might look at this as singing and on-stage performing experience, but in my opinion, there is nothing special about it and no pouring of emotions into the performance. That is why I am not satisfied with it. Third, you all claim to be professional, but I'm no amateur either. How this program will be done and how the contestants are chosen are all up to me alone. What I need is not an excellent contestant, but someone who is unique and irreproducible by any others." Teacher's son argued, "Voice is too common? This is the first time I'm hearing of anyone using that as a judging standard. What's the point of using the uniqueness of a voice to make a judgment? I don't understand at all. In the end, it still boils down to the singing and on-stage performing experience." Zhang Ye countered, "The name of my program is The Voice of China. Everyone's understanding of a good voice might be different, so I won't force that on anyone. But as I am the executive director, if you guys don't think that my requirements are better than yours and won't respect the principles and decision of my choices, then please, go back now." He said those words with a hint of malice. This was also the first time Zhang Ye was doing a program with such a headstrong attitude. When he was working on his new programs in the past, a lot of objecting and doubting voices constantly came at him. Each time Zhang Ye was hosting or planning a show, he would have to try to talk and persuade his leaders or colleagues, asking them to put their trust in him, convincing them that doing it his way would be for the best, and why it would help to attract more viewers. But all that was unnecessary now that he was the leader of the team. He was the executive director, and having been doubted so often in the past, he was already tired and annoyed by it all. He was getting impatient about having to explain himself to others, and instead thought, if you all don't respect my decisions, then I won't give a damn who you, or you are. Just get the hell out of here. Wu Yi was extremely nerve-wracked. Director Zhang. Ha Qiqi also tried to smooth things over. Director Zhang. The teachers were only just suggesting their opinions. This matter. If they did not have these music consultants, how would they be able to continue with the auditions? Fine then, I'll leave. Teacher Sun was so angry he stood up and walked away. When Teacher Yin saw this, he also felt his dignity had been compromised, so he stood up and left together with old Sun, but not before leaving some parting words. Fine, I'll leave too. Since the program doesn't need the opinions of us professionals, it's pointless to stay around here. The remaining two music consultants looked at each other, hesitated for a bit, then also left. They knew they were only supposed to be here for a few days to help the program team of The Voice. But who knew that not only were they not appreciated, even their professional advice was refused. You don't want us to stay? Well then, we don't care either. We would like to see how well the program's viewership ratings turn out after its broadcast. How your so-called The Voice will turn out to be. Talking about voice uniqueness? Irreproducible? Bullshit. Based on those requirements, it would be a miracle if you could even qualify a contestant. At this point, all of the music consultants had left the venue in anger and refused to work. Zhang Ye told Hu Liangyi, "Please go then. I'm sorry." Hu Liangyi could not accept the results at all and said just before he left, "When The Voice starts broadcasting, I will definitely watch it. I want to know what kind of a person would have passed based on your requirements." In terms of singing, Hu Liangyi was extremely confident of himself. A person like him would surely have some pride in himself. Zhang Ye did not say a word. He was not against Hu Liangyi at all and knew that his singing was indeed quite good. As to whether Hu Liangyi would become famous in the future or have any developments in the music industry, Zhang Ye didn't know. But he knew there was definitely no spot for Hu Liangyi on the stage of The Voice. That was something he was certain of. After quite a number of people had left, the venue of the audition became much quieter. Ha Qiqi laughed bitterly. Director Zhang, how do we go on from here out? But Zhang Yi responded with a smile instead. He replied, it's just us from the program team left now, but that's also a good thing. Sister Qi, please call the next person in. We will continue with the auditions. Ha Qiqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only continue with the auditions. The next contestant was not good either. The one after that too. Zhang Yi was becoming disappointed. How could there not even be a good one? Ha Qiqi and the others from the program team were also feeling very unsettled. There were so many contestants who sang rather well. But why did Zhang Yi not like them at all? Almost half of the first batch of audition contestants had already left, but not one of them caught Zhang Ye's eyes. Just what kind of a voice would he accept as a good voice? Ha Qiqi said listlessly. Next. Little Wang announced to the outside. Qian Ping Fan, 1. Zhang Yi clicked on this contestant's demo and played it. When Ha Qiqi had it, she said to Zhang Yi, this girl has a very clear and crisp voice, and it carries a nice, melodious feeling. Overall, I would say it's not bad, but looking at her name, it looks oddly casual. I wonder what her parents were thinking when they gave her this name. At this moment, the contestant walked into the room. But when this person appeared in front of those in the room, they were all caught by surprise. Ha Qiqi asked dumbfounded, and who might you be? It was a young man slightly past 20 who looked very ordinary, with short hair and a sense of style that was incredibly middle of the road. He wore a pair of shoes stained with mud, making him look like a simpleton who had wandered into the room. The young man looked very nervous and stammered, I am Qian Ping Fan. Ha Qiqi nearly fainted. You're a guy? Qian Ping Fan scratched his head. Yes. The song demo Ha Qiqi received only had the candidate's name and contact number filled out. Other than that, they did not have any more details about the person, just like this contestant standing in front of them. Ha Qiqi was simply in disbelief. She said, the demo you sent to us was clearly a girl's voice. Do you know that you cannot simply take the place of a candidate and come in here for the auditions? Qian Ping Fan anxiously replied, that was sung by me. TD2 Wu Yi said, please go back. Qian Ping Fan was getting very anxious and tried to say, I, I really. We only request for our contestants to be honest. I don't know who sang in that demo, but from your attitude here today, we clearly see a problem with you. Already, Hachichi was of course not going to believe that such a clean and crisp female voice had come from a man. Besides, this person was speaking with a very normal voice that belonged to a young man. So how could he be the owner of the voice in the demo? Qian Ping Fan was finding it difficult to explain himself as he continued insisting. That was really sung by me. Hachichi directly said, Little Wang, call for the next contestant. But at this moment, a slightly disappointed and dejected Zhang Ye suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Then, he looked at the contestant and said, Why don't you introduce yourself a little first? That person immediately answered, My name is Qian Ping Fan, and I'm 22 years old this year. My hometown is in Shaanxi, but I'm currently living in Beijing. My occupation is, I repair bicycles with my master over at Lishuikyo Station. We repair bicycles for others over there. What? Repair bicycles? Everyone. Zhang Ye, seemingly not too interested about his occupation, began adjusting the volume louder for the demo playing on the computer. He pointed and asked, Are you sure that this was sung by you? Qian Ping Fan gave a firm nod. Yes. Hachichi doubted. You must have used voice-changing software, right? No, I really didn't. Qian Ping Fan argued. Zhang Ye was becoming much more interested. He stopped Hachichi and the others from raising any more doubts and told Qian Ping Fan, All right then, can you sing something for us? Seeing this, Qian Ping Fan was also feeling excited. Sure. I'm going to sing Wishing We Last Forever. Perhaps he had the thought that this song would get him into Zhang Ye's good books, but being rather bashful, he could only constantly shake his head in embarrassment, though he did not change his chosen song and determinedly went ahead with this opportunistic song. Actually, he had changed it to this song only because he had overheard the other contestants discussing it as a strategy, in hopes that it would increase their chances of passing the audition. Zhang Ye looked at him. Begin. Qian Ping Fan took a deep breath and was about to sing, but lost his composure. Holding his chest tightly, he took another deep breath to suppress his nerves before his voice came out. When the first verse was sung, all of the staff at the audition venue were dumbfounded. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky, in the heavens on this night. I wonder what season it would be. Little Wang's jaw dropped. He also looked like he had seen a ghost. Hachichi and the others were all staring at the contestant in disbelief. Holy shit. It was a female voice. It really was a female voice. Qian Ping Fan sounded quite normal when he spoke, but when he started singing, it somehow turned into an extremely soft and gentle female voice, a voice that could be described as more womanly than a woman's voice. He did not lie. The sample sent to them was really sung by him. It was sung by a man. If they did not know that the microphone and speaker were untampered, Hachichi would definitely have thought that his voice was going through some voice-changing software. Right now, she felt her world had collapsed as she looked at Qian Ping Fan's face while listening to his singing voice. She would never have thought that there would be such a person even if she were threatened with death. Moreover, the key point that also left Hachichi wondering was how she did not find it too shocking. If the contestant did not sing well, or did not sing like a woman, or even deliberately imitated a transvestite's type of voice, Hachichi would surely break out in goosebumps and not get used to it. But somehow, this Qian Ping Fan's singing was just too womanly, as though his voice had been switched with a real woman's. On top of that, he did not have any sort of expression that made him look like he was forcing the emotions of the song to show. The look and demeanor of an unconfident simpleton earlier had now turned into one of concentration and unembarrassed confidence as he held the microphone and sang. It felt very natural, and perhaps that was why Hachichi did not find it so shocking. Very quickly, the performance was over. Qian Ping Fan put down the microphone and pulled himself out from the song, becoming a shy guy once more. He would turn his head here and there, touching his nose a little and looking like he did not know where to place his arms and legs. Hachichi rubbed her forehead and could only muster up, "Oh my God." Wu-Yi gazed at Qian Ping Fan like he was a fairy. Qian Ping Fan was getting embarrassed from all the looks he was attracting. "Teachers, if it's not okay, then I have to get going. I came out today secretly and did not inform my master." Zhang Ye laughed. Then you better be prepared to go back late today. Qian Pingfan was taken aback. Why? Zhang Ye answered. Because you'll need to fill in some forms, and we'll have to brief you on the details of the competition rules and what to look out for during the recording of the show. When those words were said, everyone was astounded. Zhang Ye looked at him and complimented. Congratulations. You've passed the audition. He finally found one. This was exactly the type of voice this bro wanted. Chapter 650. Why'd you get an old man here for? Collapse. He passed. A contestant finally passed the audition. Everyone in the program team were stunned by Qian Pingfan's voice, but at the same time, were even more stunned by director Zhang's decision. Qian Pingfan also felt the same. He was so surprised he asked, What? I qualified. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Yes. Qian Pingfan pointed to himself, eyes wide. Really? Me? Yes, really you, Zhang Ye replied. I thank you. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Thank you, teachers. Qian Pingfan was speaking incoherently due to his excitement. He had come to the audition because he wanted to change his life and had a dream of becoming a star. With the hopes of giving it a try, he downloaded a singing app onto his phone and recorded a short demo that was just average in quality and sent it to the program team via email. Who could have guessed that they would inform him the very next day of the auditions? And right now, he was even told by the famous Zhang Ye himself that he had passed the audition. This excitement was simply indescribable with words. Zhang Ye asked, Did you bring your ID? Yes, I brought it. Qian Pingfan quickly replied. Zhang Ye called a staff member over and got him to take Qian Pingfan to register himself and then brief him on the preparations for the show. After doing that, Zhang Ye was also unable to conceal the joy he felt. Having held auditions for almost half of the contestants for the first day of open calls, none of them were satisfactory to him, and a lot of time was wasted. But just the appearance of Qian Pingfan alone was enough to make up for it all. This was exactly the type of good voice he was looking for. However, Hachichi was unsure of what was going on. She said, Director Zhang. Yes. Zhang Ye looked at her. Hachichi said, About this, he doesn't have any professional music training and has never been on stage before. He's just a bicycle repairman. Will it be fine to put him on stage and on television? Zhang Ye replied, Our program's motto states that we don't judge looks or occupation. Because of how several of those music consultants were chased away earlier, Hachichi was also very careful with her words. She delivered, But I personally feel that even though Qian Pingfan's voice is very unique, wouldn't it also be considered a little odd? He's a man who sings in a woman's voice. Will the audience accept that? Of course, even though I think it's acceptable, we do not know if the audience will accept it. That voice will be too controversial. Wu Yi added, It's literally unheard of. Another female editor also nodded. Yes, that voice is truly an odd one. Zhang Ye smiled and explained, That's exactly what I'm looking for in the contestants. It's good that Qian Pingfan has appeared. Using him, I can finally show you all a live example of what I'm looking for. In terms of voice uniqueness, emotions put into singing, and the irreproducibility of it all, Qian Pingfan demonstrates all of those characteristics quite well. That is the type of contestant we should be looking for. I am not afraid of controversy. In fact, I'm afraid we aren't being controversial enough. Something all audiences can agree on and accept does not exist at all. Then he reaffirmed his decision. Regarding Qian Pingfan, we will put our focus on him from here on out. Hachichi could only nod at this. Okay, Zhang Yi said. Next contestant. Little Wang went out to call the next contestant in. 1 contestant. 2 contestants. Another 6 contestants in a row were eliminated. When the next person after that came in, everyone was left confused for a moment. It was a young man in his 20s, with rather tan skin and a very tall build. He was a burly man who couldn't be described as ugly, but was just normal-looking and a very average person. That person went to the microphone and spoke into it. My name is Sun Dashwan, and I am a train driver. Hachichi asked, What song will you be performing today? It's called Please Fall in Love with Me. Sun Dashwan answered. When they heard the title, everyone's expressions turned strange. Please Fall in Love with Me. This was an old song from more than a decade ago. It was one of the famous songs by a Greater China 1 celebrity. Although this celebrity was no longer popular due to his works not catching on, and also hardly appeared on television and entertainment news anymore, the song's popularity was still very widespread. Even now, this song would be a default choice when people went to sing at a karaoke box, as it was meant to be a slow and soothing love song. None of those present at the audition expected such a burly man to choose it as his performance piece. Zhang Ye said, "Begin then." Sun Dashwan cleared his throat and narrowed his eyes, then lightly began his singing. "Hey, hello, it's me. Hey, please, love me." Sometimes it sounded gentle. Sometimes it meandered. Sometimes the vibrato was strong. And sometimes it was deeply soulful. If this song were sung by any other pretty boy or a younger-looking man, the image would surely be beautiful, with young love an especially harmonious scene. However, with the looks of this Sun Dashwan, who was a train driver, it was a total mismatch to the lyrics of the song. Although his singing was very emotional and flawless, the image that they were looking at gave them a really odd feeling. It didn't match, or maybe it couldn't be said to not match, but rather was too much of a contrast. The only thing worth mentioning was that this person was really owning it today. When they listened to his demo, they only felt that his singing was very soulful and emotional. But when he performed it live in front of them, those feelings intensified. Along with his confidence in performing, he even looked quite comfortable standing there in the center of the room, though they didn't know if he was exceeding his usual performance levels or if he had always been at this level. He finished singing. Sun Dashwan looked on at the judges helplessly. Hachichi looked to Zhang Ye and asked, "What do you think of this person?" Zhang Ye returned, "What do you all think?" Hachichi laughed. "Should I speak the truth? Then would you rather tell some lies?" Zhang Ye was tickled by this. "Well, I think it's fine. There's not much of a stage presence, no celebrity feel, probably not someone who would become famous. Although, I do think that the love song was performed very well," Hachichi answered. Wu Yi said, "Not too bad." Hey, female editors said, "It's okay." They were actually quite hesitant of Sun Dashwan, knowing that it wouldn't matter whether they passed or failed him. If they compared him to Chang Si or Hu Liangyi's level, they would definitely not let him pass. At least, if they were the judges, they would choose Chang Si and Hu Liangyi rather than him. The reason for that was because their mindset was still stuck in the traditional thinking. If a person's looks passed and they had the X factor, then even if their voice was average, as long as they could sing well enough, those would be the points they used to judge. For someone like Qian Pingfan, who was male but sang in a female's voice, or this burly train driver's gentle and emotional love song, they still could not quite accept it. But somehow, for whatever reason, Zhang Ye's views always differed from theirs. He only said one thing: being able to sing a love song is not easy in and of itself. Sometimes, a man compared to a woman, a burly person compared to a pretty face, when the former of each sings well, they carry much stronger emotions across to the listener. So I'll let him pass. Hachichi. Fine, whatever, you're the executive director anyway. If you say so, then so be it. The program team staff were already feeling helpless about Zhang Ye's decisions. They gradually understood Zhang Ye's routine, which could be summarized into 2 words: seeking novelty. The more they believed a contestant could not make it, the more Zhang Ye thought they could. Following that were another series of auditions. One after another, contestants entered the room, performed a song, and left the room, over and over again. A couple of times, when Hachichi and the other program team staff thought they had spotted a promising contestant, Zhang Ye rejected them all. This left everyone unsure of what to say, as it seemed like Zhang Ye specifically preferred those who worked blue-collar jobs, did not have good looks, or had odd voices. He didn't look for any other qualities than those. For other talent shows, the preliminary auditions had a good passing rate, as they still weren't the televised auditions yet, so it shouldn't be too stringent. As long as a contestant was average, they would be let through to the next round. When they got to the next round, where the blind auditions were held, the difficult decision of whether they were good enough or not would be left to the 4 coaches. At most, they would have to edit out any footage of those contestants who were really terrible but somehow managed to sneak past the preliminary auditions. Why would they need to be so strict in the preliminary auditions round? They could not understand it. As they were nearing the end of the day's auditions, they knew that if this were any other singing talent show, more than a dozen contestants would have already passed. Yet what was the number for them? They had only let 2 contestants through, and they were even the extremely odd ones. But Zhang Ye still went about doing things his own way and did not lower his selection criteria. Actually, he understood clearly that they needed to find some contestants who were good-looking and could sing well, or others who were not as outstanding, just to make up the numbers. But at the same time, Zhang Ye also knew that such contestants were not difficult to find at all. For example, you could throw a brick into a crowd and easily hit someone like Chang Si or Hu Liangyi. So his main task right now was not to search for these green leaf contestants who could easily be found. Since he was spending time here at the scene of the audition today, he prioritized finding those contestants who would serve as the red flowers of the program. The program team staff thought that Zhang Ye was being capricious and lacking consideration, but little did they know that he considered much more than any one of them had. He already had it all planned out. Time was ticking away. Finally, at around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, other than Luo Yu, who was brought here by Zhang Ye, there was only one last contestant for the day's audition. Ha Chi-Chi said, "The next person is the last one." Zhang Ye nodded in acknowledgement. The door opened, and the last contestant entered. The moment they saw this person, everyone had a vision of 10,000 lines of "what the F*** K" flying in front of their eyes. When the program team requested for the contestants to submit their demos when applying for the auditions, they were told to include their self-introductions as well. But if they did not write it or forgot about it, there was nothing the program team could do. This was why the program team was quite clueless about some of the contestants' details, just like how this last contestant for the day turned out. No one could have expected it at all. The person who entered the room was an old man. It was an old man who must have been around 60 years old. Half of his hair was already white and combed all the way back. He was wearing a rather fashionable leather jacket and a pair of jeans full of holes. His jeans weren't torn from age, rather deliberately styled that way. Ha Chi-Chi gaped, flabbergasted. "Grandpa, are you a contestant too?" The old man answered in high spirits. "Yes, my name is Zhou Danian." A female editor asked, dumbfounded. "May I ask how old you are?" "Haha, I'm 59 this year. Still young, still young," Zhou Danian chuckled. Wu Yi nearly fainted at this, wondering how 59 years old was still considered young. "My father's only 58 this year. He already has symptoms of cerebral thrombosis and struggles to walk around." "You're even older than my father by a year." Ha Chi-Chi could not believe it. She asked, "Was the demo sent in by you? Did you sing that?" Zhou Danian replied with vitality, "That was me all right. But the demo was for a rock song." Ha Chi-Chi could not accept it. When she had a look at the contestants' waiting room earlier, she remembered seeing him, but did not think of him as one of the contestants. She just thought that he was a family member of a contestant who might have been underage and felt that he might have been a father or a grandfather. But who knew that this old man who was almost 60 had indeed turned out to be here for the audition? However, Zhou Danian only laughed and spoke. "The song I will be performing for you all is a rock song too. May I start now?" Ha Chi-Chi said, Sure, please go ahead." Little Wong felt a little bad for him, so she offered, "Grandpa, why don't I get you a chair?" "No need. I'm still strong and healthy." Zhou Danian held the microphone, and without even preparing, suddenly roared into it. "Wind." Whoa. Everyone was shocked at the opening. The loud and hoarse voice had set the entire venue on fire as the female editor pressed her hands over her ears while Ha Chi-Chi and the others started in their seats. It was not because they were shocked by the loud voice, but because they were afraid that this old grandpa would get a brain hemorrhage or a heart attack from his own shouting. This was a rock song. Can an old man like you take it? Don't risk your life like this. But Zhou Danian was just getting into the mood. Wind, gusting all around. Snow, squalling till it's gone. Rain. This was a little-known song barely any of those present had ever heard. It could be considered an older rock song, one that carried a bit of heavy metal in it. It was